Absolutely fantastic afternoon of football in Hamburg. Ian Danta and Darren Ben, thank you very much for your company. Remember, the next game in this group, Group D, is all the way tomorrow night. I'll be with you for Austria against France from Dusseldorf, alongside the former Scotland striker Chris Uwalumo, and commentary comes, of course, from Joe Shannon. But up next from Euro 2024, well, England's Group C gets underway. Denmark taking on Slovenia. Build up on TalkSport 2 from 4:45pm. We're then back here on TalkSport tonight. An 8pm kickoff for the Three Lions. All the build up from 7 o'clock as England open up against Serbia. Up next, we're going to head to Gelsenkirchen to get the party started early ahead of that match. Gabby Agbonlahor and Jeff Stelling will be with you in a few minutes' time. But that was a very, very entertaining start to the day as an ocean of orange goes bouncing into Hamburg to celebrate victory in their opening game. It was a game of two halves. Dutch dominance in the first. They battled to victory at the end, and it is finished. The Netherlands 2, Poland 1.
The Dutch begin their quest to add to their solitary Euro triumph of 1988. It's played back for Reinders, who drives the ball just wide from just by the penalty spot.
I mean, he should still hit the target from 9 yards out, but he missed it. But a really good opportunity there for the Netherlands.
Poland have a corner away to our right-hand side, 0-0.
Now this might be an area where Poland can really cause them problems.
Zielinski with a right-footed in-swinger into the near post, and he's headed in! Poland are on their way! Fantastic header from Adam Boxer. No Lewandowski, no problem.
Really, really good goal from Poland.
5 gives it back to Gakpo inside the area, but his first touch let him down.
If he keeps doing what he's doing, which is being positive, getting at the fullback, creating chances, an opportunity will come for him.
And the Netherlands equalise. And it's Cody Gakpo via a deflection. Dumfries inside the area, drives it across the face of goal and wide. Still time for a winner for either side. Wout Weghorst, still on Burnley's books. And he's coming on. Here's Nathan Ake, inside left channel, charging towards the edge of the area. Plays it in field. Weghorst! He's done it again!
Really good movement, and it's a really good goal. Really clever.
And the Dutch appear to have saved themselves in the last 10 minutes in Hamburg. It is Poland 1, Netherlands 2.
Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
When Andre sold his car on finance with Motorway, he got more money. Ooh! He then put that extra money into tickets to follow his team around the country. Come on, lads! Selling on Motorway was completely stress-free, which is more than I can say about being a supporter of... Yes!
Sell your car the more money way, where 84% of sellers sold for more. Motorway. Validated against 2 independent sources. Visit motorway.co.uk/claims.
I tell you what, Jeff, it's been some journey, but here they are, just moments away from the whistle.
Absolutely. There's been twists, there's been turns, not to mention that parking of the bus. But as the clock runs down, I think they're going to make it.
It goes to show that you can really handle the pressure when your tyres are performing.
I'm home. Has the game started yet?
Top performance.
Driving home for the match? Keep your tyres in peak condition. Book today at quickfit.com or your local centre. Quickfit. Drive away happy every time.
Let's go live to hear about that winning goal.
The crowd's gone absolutely wild here. How on earth do you sum up your emotions right now?
Amazing. A hat-trick is just the best feeling ever.
Is it though? Is kicking a ball into the back of the net really better than food fulfillment from Burger King? That warm, fuzzy feeling of total food satisfaction. Like finishing the last bite of a Gourmet King's Barbecue Steakhouse Angus.
No.
Correct. Burger King. That's food fulfillment.
Get match ready with Club Card prices. Like milk chocolate Toblerone, now £2.75, down from £5.50. With Tesco Club Card, everyone can feel the to lower prices. Tesco, every little helps. Toblerone, 360 grams, majority of larger stores, ends 16th of June. Club Card or app required.
This tournament, prepare for greatness with William Hill. Get ready for last-minute winners, legendary goals, and straight red cards. Oh, what was he thinking? Win 50% more on every England game this tournament with Bet Builder Extra, online or in the app. Only from William Hill. Available day before match to kick-off. Bet builders of 3+ selections at 3-1 or more. Pre-match singles, match stake £20. Full T's and C's apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
I need to get snacks. I need to get drinks. Should have done this beforehand. I need to get treats. Gotta find a BP. Gotta find a BP. Oh, my mates say won't like me. Gotta find a... Oh, there it is.
BP is here for all your big game essentials. Plus, BP Me Rewards members can earn points to put towards great saves.
Adam in the car 1, hungry mates 0.
BP, here for all of life's journeys. BP Me Rewards card or app required. For full T's and C's, visit bpmerewards.co.uk.
Strength comes from confidence, both on and off the pitch. And confidence starts with self-care. Upgrade your game with Dove Men Plus Care Advanced 72-hour sweat protection antiperspirant deodorant and Dove Men Plus Care 24-hour nourishing body wash. Perfect for your post-match shower. Now available in new eucalyptus and mint long-lasting fresh fragrance. Let confidence last with Dove Men Plus Care. Proud partners of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. What's better than a last-minute winner? A crispy chicken royale delivered straight to your door.
Vorsprung durch TalkSport.
What a hit!
Get unrivaled coverage of UEFA Euro 2024 live from Germany.
They're going goal crazy!
Euro Game Day Live. England Build-Up with Jeff Stelling and Gabby Agbonlahor on TalkSport.
Under Gareth Southgate, England have been football's nearly men. Semi-finalists of the 2018 World Cup, runners-up in the last Euros, unlucky quarter-final losers in the 2022 World Cup. But nearly is not enough. And no one knows that better than Southgate himself. Tonight in Gelsenkirchen, he knows his team must deliver against Serbia and keep on delivering until and including the final in Berlin on July the 14th. Good evening, welcome to Gelsenkirchen. We're at Oscar am Canal, 10 minutes away from the Veltins Arena, the home of Schalke, and the venue for tonight's opening game for England in these European Championships. It's in the heartlands of Germany, a former mining centre where England tonight hope to hit a rich seam of form. An estimated 40,000 England fans have travelled here. There are scattered reports of minor incidents today, but I walked amongst some of them this morning having an early beer in nearby Dusseldorf. They were drinking the early beer, not me, by the way, as they watched the giant barges carry their enormous loads up and down the Rhine. It was calm, it was peaceful, it was good-humoured, words that could easily describe my colleague this evening, Gabby Agbonlahor.
Thank you very much.
Gabby, how are you?
I'm excited, mate. You know, when the tournament starts, I feel, when England have their first game, I'm just expecting a convincing win.
Whoa. On Friday, you were half Scottish.
That was Friday.
So you're not half Scottish anymore. You're all English now.
But the Scottish part's been put to the side now. Now I'm English. I'm fully English for this game and for the rest of the tournament. But no, I'm looking forward to it, mate. And the setup we've got here, screen in front of us, fans gathering behind us. Everyone's excited, aren't they? Spoke to two German fans behind me. They were saying to me, why isn't Jack Grealish at the tournament? Mm-hmm. Why? He's my favourite player.
Yeah. The same German fans actually, and believe it or not, this is true, they said to me, we really hope you win this evening. Don't hear that often, do you, from German fans talking about England? No, they definitely were. So look, hold your breath. We're just 4 hours away from the start of an England campaign at a major tournament.
And so to the next instalment of the story. So here we go.
We just need to get our hands on the trophy.
Harry Kane, history maker and record breaker.
Other teams will look at us as the favourite, but also, you know, we're a team who hasn't won a European Championship before, so, you know, we're trying to make history here.
I've been in the job for 8 years, so I understand the landscape.
England may win in Germany, July the 14th. You know, with that attacking front six, England have got a chance.
For every Wembley 66, there's been a Wembley 96. For every Munich, a Turin. For every Charleroi, a Bloemfontein. From an English perspective, it has been a checkered history. But history is all it is.
Our focus is firmly on Serbia and finding ways to win that game.
Vlahovic has scored for Serbia!
They're experienced, they've got quality going forwards. If England aren't quite on it defensively, as they weren't against Iceland, for what that's worth, that's a dangerous game.
Tough one, yes.
but in 90 minutes everything is possible.
And as it starts, you can afford yourself that hope, no matter how battle-scarred you may be by previous crushing conclusions.
Yes, there's an air of expectation amongst the England fans. But I tell you what, Gabby, at the start of this season, who would have thought that this squad would arrive in Germany with no Maguire, no Reece James, no Grealish, no Rashford, no Maddison, no Mount, no Nick Pope, no Ben White, no Jordan Henderson? You have to say, Gareth Southgate seemed as cautious by a lot of people.
Yes.
He's rolled the dice.
Do you think, though, that's because he knows this is his last tournament, unless we win the tournament? That's what I feel. He's thought to himself, you know what, people have moaned about me picking Maguire maybe when he hasn't performed, Calvin Phillips when he hasn't played at Manchester City. Well, that's it now. If you haven't performed this season, I'm not going to pick you. And also, will he be ruthless during the tournament? You're not performing, you're off at half-time. It's no messing around. I'm going to go down swinging to try and keep my job as England manager, because we have to win it, Jeff. Don't care if we lose in the final in extra time. There should be a change. This is his last chance. I think I speak for most of the English public that this is Gareth Southgate's last chance.
So do you think that will be reflected in his team
Yes.
selection? He's been adventurous with the squad. Do you think he's going to be adventurous
100%.
with the starting 11?
I think he will, and I think even today, I'm looking at my team, what it might be, and I'm saying, I've got it here, Foden or Gordon on the left. Wouldn't surprise me if he's just like, you know what, Foden, you're not starting. Gordon's done well. You want like someone who plays there more naturally for his club. Wouldn't surprise me if he drops Foden and says, you know what, you're going to come on after 60 minutes, because Foden's record isn't great in England's shirt, is it? He's got one goal in a major tournament. So his form isn't great. I think he's got 4 goals.
4 in 34.
4 goals for England. I think that's 32 games he's got 4 goals in. So it's not great form, is it? And you left him out your starting team, Jeff.
Yeah, I did, but it would be bold for an England manager. Whether it's his last tournament or not, it would be so bold if he was to leave him out of the starting lineup. I've seen your team there.
Yeah.
You've got Trent in midfield as well.
You know why? Because I feel like this is the sort of game where the Serbians will sit back. You're going to need someone that can get on the ball. Who's our best ball-playing player in the squad? Trent. You want him getting on the ball next to Declan Rice, picking out runs from Saka. Remember a couple of seasons ago, Saka scoring a great goal from a Trent assist. Plays them balls over the top. If it's Gordon or Foden making runs, hopefully Harry Kane as well. Bellingham likes to make runs from deep as well. But when we go to the last stages of the tournament, you're playing a Portugal, a France, a Germany, I don't think you play him. You put Gallagher in there, very good on the ball, isn't he? He can get forward, he's got legs as well, and can score a goal. So would that be the first sign that he's changing how he's going to play? Because old Gareth Southgate wouldn't dare have played Trent in midfield in the first game of the tournament, would he?
No, absolutely not. And I tell you what, we look at tonight's game against Serbia, tricky opponents. 0-0 wouldn't be a disaster, but we watched Germany go 2-0 up against Scotland in 20 minutes. We watched Spain go 2-0 up against Croatia in 32 minutes, and the games were over. Wouldn't it be great to see England go for the jugular?
100%, and we talk about the talent that we've got. I mean, you're talking about the bench. You could have a Palmer, Watkins, Bowen, Tony bench, Gordon bench, and even if it's not working after 45 minutes, make a change at half-time. We need to be going against the Serbians right from the off and going at them. Can you get an early goal? Can you get 2 and 3? Then you can start bringing players off. We saw yesterday, teams are bringing players off, not scared to rest a few. So I'm really hoping we just go for it, Jeff, because the fans want to see attacking football. You know, get at the Serbian defence, press them high from the start, and like you said, try and get 2-3 goals up.
Be great, wouldn't it? Right, let's hear from some England fans here in Germany. TalkSport England roaming reporter has some of them with him right now.
Jeff Gabby, thank you very much. I'm just a stone's throw away in Essen, which is about 5 kilometres from Gelsenkirchen. And I'll tell you what, hey, all the beers just smashed behind me. I've got flags here, got Nottingham Forest fans here as well, seen some Southampton fans as well. I think I've got about 8 lads here, so I'm going to go around them each individually. It was Adam, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Adam, who's England's most important player coming into this tournament?
Has to be Declan Rice. Can't do it without him. Anchors the midfield. Big questions, who's going to partnership him?
Who is going to partnership him, Adam? Who is going to do it?
I mean, if it was me, it'd be Adam Wharton, but that's a bit of a...
but no tournament experience. Do you really want to put that sort of pressure on him going into a game like Serbia, which is going to be physical?
There is no partner who has experience. Conor Gallagher, no tournament experience. Kobbie Mainoo, no tournament experience. Adam Wharton had the best finish of the season. Absolutely dominated Mainoo when Palace played Man United towards the end. For me, put him in. I see it. I think he'll start Trent. You know, you're talking about who's partnership, Declan Rice. He'll start Trent. A lot of long balls from the Serbians, a lot of domination from England. So penned in their third. They're going to try and catch us on the break. It could be slow, but an early goal could open the floodgates.
We're going to be speaking to even more England fans ahead of kick-off. It's going to be unbelievable. England versus Serbia, or Serbia versus England at the Veltins Arena. Back to you guys. I'll see you up at the bar very soon.
Go.
Few of the England fans who are in Gelsenkirchen during the course of the day today. Does Gelsenkirchen remind you of anywhere, Gabby?
Grimsby, maybe. Hull, maybe. No, it's different, isn't it?
It's a grey old day here, isn't it? It doesn't do it any favours, in fairness.
But I just love seeing English fans behind us, though. They're ready for a good time. You were getting a bit of stick, wasn't you, as we arrived? Why is that?
No,
Could you explain?
Not
a bit of stick, but a bit of banter.
No, a bit of stick because, you know, Hartlepool's my team, and there's a little group of Darlington fans who are our arch rivals sitting directly behind me. But don't worry, Gabby, we've got a couple of big security guards, and I've told them to throw them out. Throw them out right now. But the mood has been really good. I said this morning I had a little run. I know you did the same. I had a run down by the River Rhine, and it was early, I admit that, but there were fans from Austria, German fans, there were English fans as well, and everything seemed to be absolutely good-humoured.
That's what we want, though, isn't it? Because we're lucky enough to have been in Munich for a few days. Didn't see any trouble, did we, Jeff? And you want the same today, the rest of the tournament. Can we just have a peaceful tournament where fans are mixing? You know, the Scottish fans in their first game against Germany were mixing with the German fans and drinking beer together, dancing together, enjoying the game. So hopefully that can continue for the rest of the tournament and today.
You're listening to Euro Game Day live on TalkSport, presented by Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction. Get your favourites delivered now.
Euro Game Day live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Get your classic Game Day flame grilled Whopper made fresh and delivered to your door. Order your Burger King delivery now.
Got a paintwork scratch, bumper scuff or minor dent? Want it fixed like new? Of course you do. At Chips Away, we don't judge, we just fix it. Enter a few details online for a free, no-obligation estimate. We'll come to you, or you can visit one of our car care centres. For professional, affordable car body repairs with a lifetime guarantee, visit chipsaway.co.uk. Chips Away, like it never happened.
By recommending beautiful designer radiators at bestheating.com, you'll have happy, warm customers. You also get cold hard cash. Yep, you heard. All you have to do is refer your customers to bestheating.com and we'll give you a percentage of the sale in actual cold hard cash. Plus your customer gets 10% off too, so everyone is a winner. Visit bestheating.com/trade to refer your customers and start making money today.
We can't say sticks like Turbo from Evo Sticks' full name on the radio. We're not allowed. We can say that sticks like Turbo is an amazingly fast-setting adhesive. We can say sticks like Turbo can be used in all weather conditions. We can even say sticks like Turbo holds up to 300 kilograms in just 15 minutes. We just can't say what sticks like Turbo sticks like, but you can probably guess, and it really does. Sticks like Turbo from Evo Stick.
We're BetMGM, and we know how to put on a show. This is the European Championships, Vegas style. At BetMGM, we've got something for every football fan. Bet builders, actors, price boosts, and daily specials. Plus, new customers bet £10 and get £40 in free bets. Tournament football just got golden. BetMGM, it's showtime.
New customers only. Wagering requirements and conditions apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
If you've bought a timeshare, did you really get what you expected? Or were you sold a dream that's now a nightmare? With high maintenance fees, loss of exclusivity, and limited availability, timeshare ownership for many is now just a liability. MyTimeshareClaim.co.uk has helped thousands of owners who are missold exit their contract and receive compensation. For advice and to find out more about your options, text timeshare to 78900.
Satisfy your appetite for a truly mouth-watering tournament of football. Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Post-match action doesn't get any tastier than a Gourmet King's Barbecue Steakhouse Angus Burger. The unbeatable partnership of a flame-grilled burger and crispy fries. And every epic winner tastes better with a classic Whopper.
Brilliant goal!
Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Total food satisfaction delivered to your door. That's food fulfillment.
Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
It's a magnificent goal. Tomorrow afternoon from 2, uninterrupted, on location commentary of Romania versus Ukraine.
And it's got in!
Soccer punch your summer.
On TalkSport 2.
You're listening to Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport, presented by Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction. Get your favourites delivered right now. We are at Oscar Am Canal, just on the outskirts of Gelsenkirchen, 10 minutes or so from the stadium, where England will get underway this evening against Serbia. We're surrounded by England fans. We thought we'd bring a couple of them up and talk to us right now. Sir, what's your name?
My name is Ollie Mers.
Ollie, sir, what's your name? Ollie Mers and Mark Wright.
How lucky are we?
We are. I tell you what, boys. How did you get here?
We literally started at 6 a.m. this morning in Essex, and can I just say it was not my idea. I was happy to fly. But Wrighty here said, "Nah, come on, Mersey. We'll jump in a car. We'll leave Essex at 6 a.m. And to be fair, we actually done it in quite a good time. Only 6 hours.
By the way, he never shared the drive.
Did he not? Disgraceful.
No, that from experience, I've not ever drove on another side of the road before, so the fact that he's already done it, I said, look, mate, this is a big journey, you need to do it.
His car drives himself, though, doesn't it? It's that nice of a car. He drives himself.
I tell you what, you boys will be glad you drove, because Mr. Jordan, Simon Jordan, look, he didn't enjoy his flight up here, did he, from Munich? What
he didn't like
happened?
his flight. He didn't know that there was an internal flight, so it was too late for him to upgrade. So he was sat at the back by the toilets, in the middle seat as well. So I messaged him and I said, Simon, it doesn't suit you back there with normal people. Like, he was like, this is everyday life for you, Gabby. It's a one-off for me.
No, he didn't. Wow.
Exactly.
So, Mark, you've got your three-line shirt on there. What are your expectations?
Tonight's game, I see us winning. Serbia are going to be a strong side. They're going to be at it.
We're having a few problems with your mic at the moment.
Okay, my mic's not working. Let me leave it tonight. Let's just stay there. I'll just talk with you. All right. So I believe that England will win, but it won't be a really comfortable win. Serbia are going to be a strong side, and I think they're going to come at it, but I think we'll nick it 1-0, maybe 2-1.
What do you feel about the tournament itself, though? Because when England's game comes first, you're like, the excitement starts, we're going to win it. Do you feel that for this tournament? You're a bit like, defensively?
Listen, I feel like every team, no team is perfect, and people are moaning about our defence, and I think the main reason for that is that everything in front of them is so strong that because that's not as strong, we automatically think, it's really weak. It's still a great back four. It's Jordan Pickford in goal. It's still a great back five. And for me, it's one of the best England sides we've ever had. And, we lost against Iceland in the last friendly. That did leave me with a little bit of doubt.
Yep.
But if anything, that could give us a little rocket up the backside. And, listen, I'm confident. I'm always confident. I love England. And, yeah.
So it's coming home?
It's coming home. It's always coming home. Every tournament it's coming home. It never does.
Mark, it doesn't matter who plays in that back four. It doesn't matter at all, because they've got Declan Rice sitting in front of them, so that's okay, isn't it?
I want to be positive, but that's the only weak area in this team, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
Not listen to what he just said.
What?
They're still a good back four.
Is it? I mean, I'm unsure. The one area that I think, the way that Gareth likes to play is so conservative and safe, and he's not. It's not like we're going to outscore. It's not like we outscore teams. Do you know what I mean? It's not like we're like, you know what? We've got Jurgen Klopp as a manager, for example, and Jurgen Klopp goes, you know what? We might have the best defence, but we're going to go for it.
But do you think? No, we were saying earlier that Gareth Southgate's left so many big names out. Do you think he knows it's his last tournament? If he doesn't win it, he's going to go out swinging?
100%.
Will he mix it up now?
I hope so.
And change the tactics?
I believe that if Ollie loves getting close, and he's currently passing me his mic from his head.
I believe that Gareth Southgate, if we don't win this tournament, it's his last tournament. And I do believe that for once, he's answered the questions that are asked to him every year. Change it up, mix it up, play the players that are in form, bring someone like Bowen. I'm a West Ham fan, by the way, and so rightly so he should be there. And leaving out someone like Jack Grealish is a big decision.
Massive.
Because he's such a big character. Let alone the way he plays, he's such a big character. He's been a part of that squad for so long. And I think he's gone with players on form. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But what does he do? Keep doing what
Can you let me speak? Because I'm literally sitting in your ear roll right now.
When you talk about who's here, Ollie, I mean, you're a Man United fan.
Yeah.
There's no Harry Maguire, there's no Marcus Rashford. Were you surprised about Marcus at all?
No, not at all. And I love Marcus, I really do. And I was talking about this the other day. I think this season, for example, forget stats and assists.
Yeah.
Okay, forget goals and everything else. It's what is your persona like on a football pitch? Are you running for everything? Are you running for tackles? Are you working for the team? That's why I think Jack Grealish should be in the squad. Because although he might not have the stats, he might not have the assists this season, the goals, what he brings to the team, his defensive qualities, and he's going forward with the ball, I think that's what we're going to miss. I think Rashford, I'm gutted for Harry, because I think Harry, when he's been fit, he's actually had a good season for United. And I think his experience, we're going into the tournament, particularly in that back line, with John Stones is not 100% fit. No. So you've got Brathwaite and, the experience, the Dunk, although they're experienced players, they've played the Premier League, they're not experienced at this level.
What about Luke Shaw? Because for me, we'll play Trippier tonight, but we'll get Luke Shaw back for the second game. He's a big plus, isn't he?
Look, I hope that Luke Shaw does come back, of course, but this is what I was about to say about the back five. We keep talking about it. Let's just actually name those players. Kyle Walker.
Yes.
For me,
best in the world.
Best right back in the world. Jordan Pickford, for me, unbelievable goalkeeper. John Stones. Let's not forget the guy can play central midfield and play extremely well. With the ball at his foot, he's unbelievable. Trippier. All right. Some people say he's not had the best of seasons. For me, he's an experienced fullback, and you don't get much better. It's solid. So what? We're down to one player that we don't think is, a top draw. And by the way, I do. I think there's nothing to worry about. I just think in front of them is so strong that's why it's putting a shadow on it.
Would you tonight go with, I think, experience and go Trent right back, Walker with Stones and Trippier left?
They don't want you to talk about football. They want to see.
They want to hear from you.
We've actually written on the journey over. We actually wrote an England song. It was a twist on Ollie's song "Heart Skips a Beat."
Yeah,
and we changed the words and made it England-fied. And I'm telling you, this is going to be sung on the terraces.
You know that Mark Wright is Ed Sheeran.
By the way, don't take any notes of this lot, because some of them support Darlington, for goodness sake. Brilliant. Who do you want to...
Oh no, don't start. Don't start.
No, I love Scotland. My wife's half Scottish, so I can't go against Scotland.
You're just singing then, though.
I know, but
you're on camera, by the way.
No. My father-in-law's going to kill me.
Brilliant. Who do you want to see start in front of that back four? Whoever starts in the back four, Ollie, who do you want to see start in front? A lot of rumours that Trent will start there, Trent Alexander-Arnold.
I think he will tonight. I think Mainu, although he's so talented, I think he's going to go with experience tonight, and I think that he'll play Trent in there alongside Rice and Bellingham. He'll put Foden right. He'll put Saka right, Foden left, and he'll put Rash.
You know what though? How many times have players not started the first game and then started in the tournament? That could be Mainu.
It could be.
It could be like he could come on it third one in the tournament, play well, and you can't drop him.
But this is Gareth Southgate.
He's a changed man. It's his last chance.
I don't think so.
Yes.
I think Gareth's going to play tonight. I think he's going to go, do you know what? It's the first game of the tournament. Yeah. Let's get off to a good start. If it's 1-0, even if we win 1-0, let's just get off to a good start.
Look, the fans want you to give them a song. Before we let you go and give them a song if you want to. Let's get some score predictions. What do you go for tonight, Ollie?
I'm going to go with 2-0.
Okay, Mark?
I'm going 1-0.
Oh,
1-0 and 2-0.
Gabby, what are you saying?
I'm going to go 3-0.
Yeah, I'm going 3-0 as well.
I really hope it is.
Watkins hat-trick.
Bowen
scores the bench. Yeah, absolutely. Boys, thanks very much indeed. Have a brilliant night tonight. When are you going home?
Well, I'm flying tomorrow. I don't know
Oh,
about
you're
Ray.
flying? Okay.
I'm
So
flying
you're
back.
driving
I'm
one
definitely
way.
not driving back with him.
So basically, he didn't drive 1 mile all the way over, and now he's flying back in the morning. Let me drive home alone.
Good pals, brilliant. Hey, boys, thanks for coming and joining us. Absolutely
Pleasure.
fantastic.
Cheers, boys.
US Open Golf getting into the final round this evening. Of course, Rory McIlroy is right in contention. Bryson DeChambeau going to the final round. 3 shots out in front. Let's head out to the States, shall we, where we can join Bob Bubka. Afternoon to you, Bob.
Hey, guys, I'm going 2-0. And now let's get to the golf. Boy, oh boy, the recipe...
And I hope 2-0 was to England, Bob.
Oh, certainly. Are you kidding me? Anyway, you know, the recipe is delivered to the chef. He has all the ingredients. Only one ingredient wasn't well enough to get in the final act, and that's the world's #1, Scotty Scheffler. Just wasn't his week, couldn't get it done. But, boy, we got plenty of storylines. Bryson DeChambeau, his victory would almost guarantee, and you're hearing it here first, would almost guarantee Liv and the PGA Tour would be getting together. There's no way the PGA Tour doesn't want to have the U.S. Open champion, but he's going to have his work cut out for him. Could it be Mathieu Pavon, the Frenchman? No Frenchman's ever won the U.S. Open. And then the words are ringing in Rory McIlroy's ears. Do it now. Do it now. Do it now. Rory is -4. He's only 3 shots back. He's joined there by Patrick Cantley. Hideki Matsuyama at -2. 5 back. He's part of the story. And even Tyrrell Hatton at -1 certainly has a long shot chance of getting the job done. But Pinehurst #2 certainly has proven over the first 3 days to be a magnificent examination of the best players in the world.
Oh, Bob, it's a great, great golf course. And I'll tell you what, just briefly, what struck me watching it last night, Bryson DeChambeau, I've never seen him look more relaxed. You'd have thought he was playing on a Sunday morning with his mates.
Very good observation. He's, he wasn't often liked just a few years back, but now he's definitely become the fan favorite. And why not? He hits the golf ball further than anybody else. He takes bigger chances. He's won a U.S. Open before, and where he won it was Wingfoot, one of the toughest golf courses in the United States. Now, if he can put that combination together, Wingfoot and Pinehurst, wow, that's a 2-course parlay. That would be very difficult to beat. But I got a funny feeling, Rory McIlroy, it's going to be his day. Somehow, some way, Rory's going to get the job done.
Well, Bob, there are a lot of people hoping you are absolutely right. Thanks, Bob. Coming up, we discuss the other teams in England's group and preview Slovenia against Denmark ahead of the live kickoff. That game, of course, is on TalkSport 2. You're listening to Euro Game Day live on TalkSport, presented by Carling, the UK's #1 lager, 18+. Please drink responsibly.
Euro Game Day live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager, 18+. Always drink responsibly.
This tournament, prepare for greatness with William Hill. Get ready for last-minute winners, legendary goals, and straight red cards. Oh, what was he thinking? Win 50% more on every England game this tournament with Bet Builder Extra, online or in the app. Only from William Hill. Available day before match to kick-off. Bet Builders are 3+ selections at 3-1 or more. Pre-match singles, match stake £20. Full T's and C's apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
What will this year's general election mean for Britain? What do the parties have in mind for your children's education? How will their policies affect the housing market, hospital waiting lists, the taxes you pay, or even the environment you live in? At The Times, Sunday Times and Times Radio, we know that what happens in Westminster has a real impact on your life. Visit thetimes.com. From Westminster to your world.
Want fitted bedroom furniture without the fitted furniture price tag?
Absolutely.
Want it made to measure, not the standard sizes?
Totally.
Want to buy directly, meaning you could save hugely?
Certainly.
Got the knack for DIY self-assembly?
Yes, definitely.
Are you a tradie who wants to fit furniture quickly and easily?
Obviously.
For made-to-measure fitted bedroom furniture, fully installed, or DIY self-assembly with surprisingly big savings, visit fittingly.co.uk. It's totally fittingly yours.
Being a small business owner often means you're the CEO, COO, MD, FD, PA, HR, IT and TM. Teammaker. But that's what separates you from other people. Your relentless spirit. We're with you. With O2 Business, you can get our lowest ever prices on selected phones. Plus, EU roaming included, up to 35 gig, giving you more business can do. Search O2 Business.
Unlimited data tariffs will be charged if their usage exceeds 35 gig in our Europe Zone terms and fair usage policy.
Painting your lounge the perfect shade of off-white. Building a summer house for a delicious slice of serenity. Finally, sorting your plumbing to stop that dreadful noise. It matters. And when it matters, it should be done splendidly. So type your postcode and what you need into trustatrader.com and find a trusted trader professional who cares about your project as much as you do. When it matters, trust a trader.
TrustATrader.com. As the biggest teams in Europe go head-to-head this summer, TalkSport and Carling have come together to make sure the UK is match-ready for the big games.
Brilliant football!
From expert pub pundits to on-the-sofa supporters, get your mates together anywhere and enjoy all the unbeatable football action.
Super entertainment. It is game on!
Make sure you're well on side and listen to Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Get the ultimate food satisfaction this half-time with the flame-grilled bacon double cheeseburger XL. Order now on the Burger King app.
Scotland and Germany, UEFA Euro 2024 on TalkSport. Ich bin ein Edinburgher. It's hands across Europe as Scotland embark once more on an indefatigable Caledonian crusade towards football immortality. All the goals as they go Berlin. Scotland and Germany, UEFA Euro 2024 as the TalkSport of the steamy. All the games, all the goals, all the time on TalkSport. More grief than any other place. Ya dancer, right?
You're listening to Game Day Live with Jeff Stellingham, the former England under-21 striker and England striker, Gabriel Bonloho.
They love putting me down, Jeff.
They do. We're not going to do that. England's Group C gets underway this evening with Slovenia taking on Denmark. Let's get some team news and the match preview. We're bringing Mark Wilson and the former England women's striker, Tash Dowie. Hi, folks.
Hello. Hi, Jeff. Hi, Gabby. Hope you're well. Slovenia, their second ever Euros, never won a game at the finals, and they've never beaten Denmark. They go with Oblak in goal. They've got a back four of Karnišnik, Durkasic, Biol and Janza. Across the middle, it's Stojanovic, Gnezda, Sherin, Elshnik and Malaka. And up top, Šeško, the highly rated attacking player, is alongside Andras Sporar. For Denmark, well, they've won it, of course, before, and runners-up last time out. They don't pick Simon Kjær today. They leave him out, but there's a lot of names familiar to TalkSport listeners. Kasper Schmeichel is in goal. A back three of Vestergaard, Andersen and Christensen. Across the middle it is Christiansen, Højbjerg, Hillman and Barr, with Christian Eriksen behind Rasmus Højlund and Jonas Vind up top.
I'm just looking at the two teams here, Tash. Do you see Denmark as the principal threat to England in this group?
Yeah, absolutely, but I think it's going to be tough. I really do. I think this is going to be a lot tighter game than people think. I've been following Slovenia very closely, definitely in their couple of friendlies leading up to the tournament, and they look a really compact, really confident team going into this game. I'm predicting a 2-1, but I just think Denmark are going to have a bit too much quality, bit too much experience for this Slovenia team.
Yeah, I mean, over the years, Denmark have always been a threat to everyone, haven't they? And you would, they're probably not, Gabby, they're probably not quite what they were.
No. Listen, they've got good players, haven't they? You look at yesterday watching Switzerland. Switzerland looked like a really good team, but have they got enough to go to the latter stages? This Denmark team, I don't. Eriksen's not playing much football this season, so I think it will be a team that get out of the group, but I don't think they go any further, Denmark.
Mark, thank you very much indeed. Tash, give my love to your Uncle Ian.
I will
Hope he's
do.
getting
Thank
better.
you so much. Appreciate that.
Thank you, guys.
Cheers. Don't forget that game is live on TalkSport 2. You can download the TalkSport app. If you haven't already, you can switch between us and TalkSport. That game kicks off at 5 o'clock over on TalkSport 2. Right, let's look ahead to Serbia against England now, thanks to Burger King.
Big match preview on TalkSport with Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction. Get your favourites delivered now.
And let's head straight back to the England camp and hear from our England correspondent Faye Carruthers, who has been speaking with Gareth Southgate ahead of tonight's opener against Serbia.
Gareth, how has training been this week from the bits that I've been able to observe? Everybody looks quite chilled, happy. You've now got John Stones and Luke Shaw back as well. How's it been on the grass?
Good, yeah. We've been able to get through quite a bit of work, which was needed, really. And I think by this time the players are ready for a game. You know, we've been able to have a full training week, which is unusual. But of course, when you're waiting for a tournament to start, you can feel the players have probably had enough on the training pitch and they want to get going, really.
How do you deal with that? Obviously, you need to tactically go through everything that you need to. You said you needed that training time. How do you make sure that they're still engaged?
Yeah, I know they're engaged. They're super engaged. But I just think when you're a player and you're heading into a major tournament, that week before you're itching for the game to start. So, but I think it was nice last night. We were able to talk to the players about the whole tournament, watch the first game, and when it's up and running, there are other things to talk about and focus on as well.
And what's it like for you? Because obviously everything that you and your coaching team are going through kind of starts and kicks off tomorrow.
Yeah, no, exciting. I mean, I'm leading my country into a major football tournament. That's an unbelievable privilege. So that hasn't changed from heading into the tournament in Russia. You still have that same feel. You still have that same excitement. Looking forward to watching the team play and ready for the challenges ahead.
First challenge, Serbia. How do you see them as a threat? Because they had a really good qualifying campaign and then their warm-up games have been great as well. What do you see as their biggest threats?
Well, a dangerous front line. They get bodies forward quickly. They can play, but they can also play in a quite direct manner as well, so they mix their game up, and they're pretty solid defensively as well, so they're a really, really tough test for the first game.
When our comms team have looked back on their opponents and what they've done, they tend to match up a bigger opponent, a tougher opponent. Are you expecting them to match up with four at the back tomorrow?
Not sure, really. I mean, that hasn't been what they did in their last couple of matches, and but you can never tell. You know, teams can change, and that's one of the things we've got used to. You know, you can prepare for one thing, and a team can do something completely different. So, yeah, we have to wait and see when we get the team sheet.
And just before we talk about Gareth Southgate, we're here at Oscar Am Canal on the outskirts of Gelsenkirchen, and all is peace and harmony here. There's an absolutely lovely atmosphere. But I've just been seeing some images of some violence breaking out within Gelsenkirchen. It looked to be outside a cafe or a bar. It was chairs and tables being thrown, fist fights as well. I have to emphasise, these are only pictures from one individual bar. We hope it's just an isolated incident. Police on hand, I think, pretty quickly. In terms of international management now, Gabby, Gareth is experienced. What do you think he's learned over the past 3 tournaments?
Well, like you said, their experience. He's had 3 tournaments. This will be his 4th tournament. I think he would have learned that, like, in-game management. You know, I was at the final at Wembley, looking up to have a ticket against Italy in the Euros 2020-21. I was just watching the game, Jeff, and I was just screaming from the seat saying, make a change. I mean, we scored the first goal, Luke Shaw, great goal, but we just sat back and I'm like, come on, we've got subs on the bench, make a change, no change, Italy score, and then we're just under the cosh for the whole second half of the game, and I'm like, come on, Gareth, can he learn from that? Can he now look at the World Cup, which Harry Kane missed the penalty, France went and scored, great header from Giroud, got in front of Maguire. I don't really put that against Gareth Southgate. That was unlucky. I thought we'd done well in that game against France. But can this tournament now, can he learn from that? Can he look at a game and think, you know what, let me make a bold change after 60 minutes? Don't matter who it is. Anyone who's not performing, you're off. You've got Watkins, you've got Tony if Kane's not performing, you've got Palmer and Bowen if Saka's not performing, you've got Gordon if Foden isn't performing. You've got so many options in there now. Make the right changes at the right time. If he can do that, there's no reason why we can't go all the way. And that's what frustrates a lot of England fans. I don't know about you, Jeff, what you think, but just make the right changes, be positive.
I hope that he goes for it. I just wonder whether Gareth has had this team that he's going to start with tonight in his mind for the last 3 months, or whether events of the last few weeks have made him change his mind. That's what we shall see anyway. We'll know the team very shortly indeed. And that was a brief look ahead to tonight's action in association with Burger King.
Big match preview on TalkSport with Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction. Get your favourites delivered now.
Talking of the ultimate food satisfaction, Gabby, you sampled something a bit different last night because you were sitting next to me and you had prawns.
Yes, but they're not normal prawns that I'm used to, Jeff. The prawns that I have back in lovely sunny Birmingham is the prawns that you don't have to take the shell off. And
you advised still in the packet.
Yes, you advised me to get these prawns yesterday at this French restaurant, and you taught me, didn't you, Jeff, how to unshell a prawn, a big prawn as well.
Yeah. But you got 8 prawns. How many of them did you eat?
I ate one, Jeff. I like my prawns in a bit of pasta maybe, or cooked with a bit of seasoning. They were plain prawns, and having to take the shell off them sort of put me off, to be honest. So, but I'll save myself for my lovely steak and chips afterwards.
I tell you, they look lovely. I mean, Ollie's our producer, and he had 3. He's a gannet. He had 3 of Gabby's prawns.
Yeah, but he's not paid for a meal since he's been here. That's why. Anything's for free of charge.
Most of yours, hasn't he? So, okay, let's take a look at the latest odds ahead of today's action with William Hill and Ben Barrett.
In the Zone on TalkSport with William Hill. Prepare for greatness with William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Ben, good evening to you. We'll come and look at the main event in just a moment or two, but what about the earlier game? Denmark short odds against Slovenia?
Good afternoon, Jeff. Good afternoon, Gabby. Yeah, they are just about a shade of odds on. The team news hasn't really changed an awful lot there. Denmark are 7-10. Slovenia are 24-5. The draw is 12-5. We do have the 2-up market, of course, where bets will be settled as a winner if the team you back leads by 2 goals at any stage in the 90 minutes, regardless of eventual results. I think a real play here is both teams to score. These two nations know each other very well. They could barely be split in the qualification process. They were first and second in the group, and when they met, it was 1-1 and then 2-1 to Denmark. So I think both teams to score is an absolute way to go in here, and it's not the favourite, which is a tiny bit surprising. Usual suspects for the Danes at the head of the betting with regards to the top goal scorer, or first goal scorer market, I should say. Rasmus Højlund, 17-10 to score at any time, leads that particular market. But I want to give a shout out to one at a big price. Spurs fans, Pierre-Emil Højbjerg. Not only has he scored in the last 3 Denmark games, he scored first in the last 3 Denmark games. 9-2 to bag at any time. 14-1 to open the scoring for a 4th international match in a row for the Spurs man.
And England now, I guess, pretty skinny against Serbia.
Yeah, skinny's probably a fair assumption there, Jeff. England are 1-2 in the market to get the victory. The draw is 16-5. Serbia 13-2. Now, don't get me wrong. Any team that's got Dusan Vlahovic in it and Alexander Mitrovic should be respected, but you are right. England are skinny. There are a couple of ways, I think, of possibly getting a little bit of value out of that England price. Again, consider the 2-up market that I've mentioned already. We have launched an Epic Odds where if you're online or on the website or heading into a retail shop at any point before kickoff, you can get up to a tenner on even money thanks to the Epic Odds for England to win the game. Or, of course, you can build any number of bet builder options, completely up to you. But you are right, England are very, very skinny.
Ben, thank you very much indeed. That was a look at the latest odds thanks to William Hill. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
In the Zone on TalkSport with William Hill. Prepare for greatness with William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Save big with the $4.99 King Box. It's the ultimate match day lineup, featuring a barbecue double melt burger, chili cheese bites, fries, and a drink.
Friends, Germans, football fans, lend us your ears. Der Fußball in Germany is here. Und natürlich, TalkSport Bet have got a tasty tournament load of top offers to check out, including
Serbia versus England. England to win, Kane to score, and Foden 1 or more assist. Latest price 6-1, broadcast boosted price 8-1.
TalkSport Bet, back of das Net broadcaster. Bring it on, bookie.
Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Do you belong here? Next to me, about to jump into the sea on an army coast-steering expedition. What's your gut saying? Walk away from the edge? Or jump in and join a team that'll be by your side for life? Still listening? You belong here. Army, recruiting now. Search Army jobs.
Want fitted bedroom furniture without the fitted furniture price tag?
Absolutely.
Want it made to measure, not the standard sizes?
Totally.
Want to buy directly, meaning you could save hugely?
Certainly.
Got the knack for DIY self-assembly?
Yes, definitely.
Are you a tradie who wants to fit furniture quickly and easily?
Obviously.
For made-to-measure fitted bedroom furniture, fully installed or DIY self-assembly with surprisingly big savings, visit fittingly.co.uk. It's totally fittingly yours.
You can't beat the races. I like flat racing.
Especially Ascot.
I love the top hats. You have your bets on for the races, you've talked about it with your mates.
Zero strategy behind who I choose.
I back the outsider. I study the form.
I always pick the favourite.
However you pick your horses for Royal Ascot, bet Fred. For price boosts and extra places throughout the festival. Love Royal Ascot, bet Fred. Official bookmaker of Ascot and Royal Ascot. Selected races only, 18 plus for gambleaware.org.
Satisfy your appetite for a truly mouth-watering tournament of football. Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Post-match action doesn't get any tastier than a Gourmet King's Barbecue Steakhouse Angus Burger. The unbeatable partnership of a flame-grilled burger and crispy fries. And every epic winner tastes better with a classic Whopper.
Brilliant goal!
Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Total food satisfaction delivered to your door. That's food filming.
Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
Pump up your summer. Euro Game Day Live. England Build Up with Jeff Stelling and Gabby Ekbonlahor
on TalkSport.
Zeit für den Fußball.
Now, yesterday, everyone at TalkSport and in the world of football was devastated to hear the sad news that former Arsenal and Everton striker Kevin Campbell had died. Kevin had an incredibly successful career, scoring more than 140 goals in 552 appearances. He was just 54 years of age. A truly fantastic player, an even better man. Kevin will be greatly missed.
Campbell. That's the inspiration we've been looking for. Yep. And Kevin Campbell has provided it.
99% of us have character defects. Supercat didn't have one. All the clubs that he played for will say what a fantastic player he was. He was an even better human being.
He was just amazing with us as young lads. He was amazing with the elder ones. He was amazing with the tea people. He was amazing with the kit men. As a person around the whole place, I learnt so much from him in how to be a proper captain.
Had such a positive attitude, I felt, to life. Just remember him coming through the ranks from the youth team and then into the senior setup, and everyone immediately loved him. He was one of those infectious characters in the dressing room. He really was. Such a sad day.
You know, the world can be cruel at times, and to take a great man like Kevin at just 54, so such an infectious character, always had a smile on his face. I've never, ever heard anybody say a bad word about Kevin Campbell. He genuinely was a really good fella.
He brought his personality to the pitch, but also off the pitch as well. He was so bubbly. Every time you bumped into him, he had a smile on his face. He was brilliant to have around, and just somebody that just enjoyed life.
Now, I put my hands up. I didn't know Kevin Campbell particularly well. but his playing career spoke for itself, not just Arsenal and Everton, but Nottingham Forest. And of course the man who sparked West Brom's amazing great Premier League escape in 2005. But whenever I watched him or met him while doing punditry, he always wore a smile, was charming, friendly, impossible to dislike, and you can see what he meant to people when you hear and see the tributes of those who really knew him. All of them are absolutely heartbroken. It's been a terrible couple of days because Wolverhampton Wanderers are amongst those today who've been paying tribute to the club's beloved former goalkeeper Matija Sarkic, who died at the age of 26. He spent 3 seasons at Molineux after signing from Aston Villa before he left to join Millwall last year, where he's the number 1 goalkeeper. And Gabby, I know you knew him.
Yeah, when I was at Aston Villa, he was coming through in the youth team and, you know, the under-18s, and he trained with the first team a lot. And you know, when someone's just a lovely guy, Jeff, comes from a lovely family, nice guy, never caused any problems, listened, worked hard. The goalkeeping coaches loved working with him. So that one hit me yesterday, especially knowing him as well, and also Kevin Campbell, horrible man. And I just sat there last night, Jeff, and thought to myself, I'm lucky to be here. You know, I'm lucky to be here, and very sad news, and I hope their families are okay.
Terrible couple of days for football. Yeah. Look, I just want to point this out because I mentioned a moment or two ago there'd been trouble in a bar in Gelsenkirchen, and that was being reported. But Simon Clare, our colleague from Corals, has arrived in Gelsenkirchen, and he's just tweeted this. He said, just arrived in the centre of Gelsenkirchen, and a large group of hooded-faced covered locals attacked a load of Serbian fans outside a bar. Hundreds of England fans, including kids, were eating and drinking yards away and were totally uninvolved. So that is good news. Simon Clare reporting.
Yes, yeah.
England fans not involved in that trouble that has broken out in an isolated part of Gelsenkirchen.
Good news.
Yeah, very good news indeed. Getting close to kick-off right now. 6 minutes away from the hour of 5 o'clock at home. Of course, it's 6 o'clock. We're an hour further ahead. And I have to tell you, the sun shines on the virtuous, and after a gloomy, bleak day in this particular industrial part of Germany, the sun has just broken through and everything looks a whole lot better. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
Let's go live to hear about that winning goal.
The crowd's gone absolutely wild here. How on earth do you sum up your emotions right now?
Amazing. A hat-trick is just the best feeling ever.
Is it though? Is kicking a ball into the back of the net really better than food fulfillment from Burger King? That warm, fuzzy feeling of total food satisfaction. Like finishing the last bite of a Gourmet King's Barbecue Steakhouse Angus.
No.
Correct. Burger King. That's food fulfillment.
What to give Dad for Father's Day? Because what do you give a man whose catchphrase is, don't get me anything? He's into cycling, so maybe some fashionable cycling shorts? Or maybe a scratch card from the National Lottery. Something to show you haven't forgotten, but avoids the danger of any more lycra in his wardrobe. The National Lottery, best gift ever. Please gift responsibly. And remember, you need to be 18 to buy, gift and play. Even though it's a gift, rules and procedures apply.
This is no ordinary mission. We're here to help carpet fitters bring comfort and luxury into every home. A new carpet deserves the best underlay to keep that brand new carpet look for light years. We're talking Tredair carpet underlay here. We're the Tredairnauts. And with our range of underlays, we're on a mission to bring comfort and luxury into homes across the universe.
Tredair Carpet Underlay. Feels like nothing on earth.
Santander's Edge Current account gives cash back to reward customers.
Do they also reward treachery?
What? This contains the names of people who have their salary paid into
our rival's current account.
Nicholas!
They give me cash back on my big supermarket shop.
You'll be hearing from our lawyers.
Finding your edge with the Santander Edge current account.
18 plus, £3 monthly fee to maintain the account. Paying £500 a month excluding internal transfers and have 2 active direct debits. Cashback exclusions apply.
Put your 3 Lions knowledge to the ultimate test with the all-new TalkSport Football Trivia board game, England edition. Use your on-target trivia skills to take on all challengers and score the ultimate board game bragging rights just in time for the summer of football. Featuring hundreds of weird and wonderful questions about the England men's football team. The TalkSport Football Trivia board game, England edition. Available now at shop.talksport.com.
As the biggest teams in Europe go head-to-head this summer, TalkSport and Carling have come together to make sure the UK is match-ready for the big games.
Brilliant football!
From expert pub pundits to on-the-sofa supporters, get your mates together anywhere and enjoy all the unbeatable football action.
Super entertainment. It is game on!
Make sure you're well on side and listen to Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly. Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. What's better than a last-minute winner? A crispy Chicken Royale delivered straight to your door.
Vorsprung durch TalkSport.
What a hit!
Get unrivaled coverage of UEFA Euro 2024 live from Germany.
They're going goal crazy!
Euro Game Day Live. England Build-Up with Jeff Stelling and Gabby Agbonlahor on TalkSport.
You're listening to Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport, presented by Carling, the UK's #1 lager, 18 plus. Please drink responsibly. I'm Jeff Stelling, and alongside me, former England striker Gabby Agbonlahor. I can tell you earlier today, by the way, if you're just getting home from work, Holland have beaten Poland by 2-1. Cody Gakpo got the opening goal for Holland. They came from behind, actually. And Wout Weghorst, remember him? Couldn't do it at Burnley, could he, Gabby?
No.
Couldn't do it at Manchester United. But what about a goal-scoring record? 14 in 35 at international level.
Maybe that's why in the World Cup he had a bit with Lionel Messi, didn't he? Maybe he saw his own record as a Dutch player. But fair play to him. Come on, took his goal well, didn't he? Left foot into the corner.
Yeah,
and he'll be looking to have another good tournament.
Yeah, he will indeed. Denmark against Slovenia is just about to get underway as well. Also in England's group, Slovenia got massive support here. Really surprised by that. But the green colours of Slovenia very prominent in the stadium indeed. And I love their coach's comments prior to this tournament. He said, a lot of people smiled when they got us in their group. They may come to regret that. Nice bit of confidence from the Slovenians. We'll see whether it is justified against Denmark today. Just 3 hours or so to go to kick off in the Veltons Arena, the home of Schalke. Gabby, let's put you on the spot. If you had to pick one player from that England squad, who do you see as the absolute key?
Well, as an ex-striker, stroke winger, but striker, I've got to go Harry Kane, Jeff. I feel that, he's got 91 caps, 63 goals in England's shirt, 36 goals last season in the Bundesliga. Records galore for Harry Kane. He's the first man to captain England at 4 major tournaments. Crucial for how we play. He can come off, he can link up play. Some of his passing, he's not far off Trent, is he, with some of his passing? Goal scorer, clinical. I just think he's so important. Harry Kane has a good tournament. We're going to be in there or thereabouts. The last Euros, he had a great tournament. World Cup as well. We nearly got there. And he hasn't won a trophy yet. Imagine winning your first trophy. The European Championships, imagine that.
It would silence
something
a few
special,
people, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Some people almost seem to take joy from the fact that Harry Kane hasn't won a
no.
trip. Neither do I.
No.
He's sort of the model professional, isn't he?
You know what I like about him, though, Jeff, is that he could have stayed at Spurs and said, I want to beat Alan Shearer's Premier League goal-scoring record. He took a risk. Out of his comfort zone, and he's gone to Bayern Munich, scored so many goals. He's not the reason why Bayern Munich didn't win a trophy last season. But that's the striker. I think you're a bit of a midfielder sort of guy, aren't you, Jeff? Who's your standout player?
Well, my key player, and goodness me, people are going to give me some stick because I've had plenty of comments about my love affair with Declan Rice. But I'll tell you, Declan Rice, he is the glue holding together a slightly fragmented England rear guard. He's only 25, Gabby. He's got 51 caps already. So talk about an old head on young shoulders. And I think if he can perform absolutely at his best in front of that back four, it's going to give us a great chance.
100%. But how strict has he got to be because he likes to go forward. He's not. Do you know what I mean? He can do everything, can't he, Declan Rice? He's got to be so strict and think, I've got to stay there, protect these two centre halves, because the goal Iceland scored, he went too far forward, and he was out of that space. He's got to stay there, hasn't he?
But I think Jude Bellingham didn't play that game.
Yes.
I think with the players we've got, he'll know he does not need to be going forward.
Even
too
tonight,
much.
you've got, like you say, Trent's playing next to him. Give it to Trent.
Yeah.
Let Trent find them passes. You stay there, cover the two centre halves. They're going to need that protection as well. So, two good choices there, Jeff. You know your football, mate. Plenty of experience.
Thank you very much indeed. It's still nice and peaceful and quiet here. People are just beginning to trickle into the big screens at the venue we're at the moment. I tell you what, you see these giant steins that go, 1.7 litres of beer in them. So I asked for a beer here. Mine came in a thimble-sized glass. What's going on, boys? Are the management here under some sort of strict orders that I shouldn't have a drink while I'm on the air?
But we're not allowed, are we? Aren't we allowed to have like little bit amount of alcohol? The English fans.
This was low alcohol beer. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, that's around the stadium. That's around the stadium. So, but of course, being on the air, we don't drink low alcohol beer or no alcohol beer.
Of course, we don't drink on the job.
We don't drink on the job.
No.
But just wait till afterwards. Look, just less than 3 hours to kick off right now. Let's get some more from the fans pouring into Gelsenkirchen and head to the stadium for England's Euro opener against Serbia with TalkSport's Harry Durham.
Jeff, Gabby, thank you very much. We are all ready to go. The England fans are here in numbers. I bumped into James. He's looking a bit nervous. I'm going to be completely honest with you. James, we're asking all the England fans, ahead of the first game, who is the most important player in this squad going into this campaign?
It's got to be Bellingham. Scored 20-odd goals in La Liga. Also can go holding midfielder role against, next to Rice. Very versatile. It's got to be Bellingham for me. Playing his normal position like he does with Real Madrid, close to Kane.
We've got Harry here, who's driven all the way from Watford down to Gelsenkirchen. Harry, who's England's most important player for you?
I think it's got to be Harry Kane, really. I know it's a bit basic to say, but I think if he plays well, we're going to play well. I think Bellingham and Foden are important as well, but I think Harry Kane's more influential and important to how well we do.
We couldn't disagree with any of that, and plenty of people agreeing with you, Gabby, that Harry Kane is the key player, and with his record.
Do you know what I wanted to say, though, Jeff, quickly, is that, we said it on the show 2 days ago, the way Argentina went and won the World Cup, did they have the best squad? No, they didn't. That determination, that great desire, I want to see Harry Kane bring that into this group of players. We're winning this tournament, Jeff. We're winning this tournament. It's been too long. We've got to a semi-final. We've got to a final. It's time. Can the players show that every game? That's it. No excuses. No excuses this time. That's what I feel like most England fans feel now. Is like, this is it. Let's go.
Yeah.
Go time.
Well, it's what I said right at the start, really. We've been the nearly men, haven't we? An expectation has built up and built up. And personally, I think Gareth Southgate's done an absolutely brilliant job. But now we don't just need to get to the finishing line in second, third, fourth place. We need to get over it and over it first.
What did the German fans say to one of the pundits a few days ago? England are the serial losers. It's not nice to hear, is it?
No.
Do you know what I mean? I want us to win this tournament. And then you're like, anywhere you go on holiday, yep. Won European Championships. What's next? Let's go and get the World Cup. Come on.
By the way, we were talking about Lord Jordan and his problems flying up from Munich to Dusseldorf.
Poor guy.
Was a row 27 in the middle seat, something like that.
TalkSport not provide private jets? No?
Yeah, it's unusual. For Simon, you would have thought so. Now, I got my comeuppance because I was gloating about the fact that while you guys were flying up there, I had decided a better way was to go by train. I'd heard about the legendary German railways. Centre of Munich to the centre of Dusseldorf, no messing around, having to check in, having to wait for your bags, none of that sort of stuff. So I got the train from Dusseldorf, and look, I don't mean to moan, but anybody who knows me knows I do. So there were thousands of people on board this train, thousands. Some of them had seat reservations, some of them didn't. People were standing everywhere, even through first class. Before they got to the first station, they'd run out of beer. We got to the second or third stop. It might have been, I'm not sure. And the train had been stopped for 2 or 3 minutes. And the guard came along, and he is shouting, anyone standing, get off the train. He said, I'm going to call the police if you don't get off the train. This train is not going anywhere unless everyone standing gets off. Now, I said to the guy next to me, I said, this train's full of Scots. Now, he was you remember Stadler and Waldorf from the Muppets? He was sort of Stadler and Waldorf rolled in together, the grumpiest man ever. Some old lady asked him to help with her luggage, and he threw it on the luggage rack. And then we got to another stop, and at every station we're stopping for 10-15 minutes, and he's shouting for people to get off the train or it's not moving. And one poor old guy, he came towards the exit, the door was open, he put one foot on the platform, had one foot still in the train, and he started to smoke. Oh my goodness, the God, he lit up. He absolutely exploded. That's against the law. I'm calling the police. You're going to be fined €200 for this. And this poor guy was so apologetic, and he backed off and he backed back into the train. He said, sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. I didn't. Get off my train. Get off my train now. And we got in 35 minutes late. I'm telling you what, Gabby.
Was it Avanti West Coast by any chance?
No.
Okay.
I'm never going to. I will never complain about Southwestern trains from Winchester to Waterloo ever again in my life. Honestly, I've never seen anything like it. It was a shambles.
An experience.
Yeah, one not to be repeated. I would have taken Simon's row 27 middle seat happily.
He wasn't happy though because Sam Matterface was in business class.
Oh no!
So we walked past Sam. He had a nice prawn sandwich. You know, he had a nice glass of wine. So I think he was a bit jealous, Simon.
In fairness, there's a pecking order at TalkSport, isn't there?
Exactly.
And let's be truthful about it. Sam Matterface is right up there, and Simon's not.
Yep. He's just got to accept it. He'll get over it though. I think he's been moaning for a couple of days, but I think he's got over it now.
And now that we know plenty about the England side, we watched the build up to this game. Not always great, was it? I mean, against Iceland, it was a really bitterly disappointing performance. But what about their opponents? Kevin Hatchard brings us a detailed scouting report of what we can expect from the Serbians tonight.
Sergej Milinkovic-Savic was one of the best midfielders in Serie A for years when he was at Lazio, and he's just helped Al Hilal to a trophy-laden season in Saudi Arabia. He's tall, strong, skillful, the total package in midfield. His Al Hilal teammate Alexander Mitrovic was a regular scorer in the Premier League with Fulham and has continued to net freely in Saudi Arabia. His international goal-scoring record is mind-boggling, with 58 goals in 91 caps. And former Southampton player Dusan Tadic is still going strong at the age of 35. He's racked up over 100 caps. He just helped Fenerbahce to put 99 points on the board in the Turkish Super League, even though remarkably they didn't win the title. Tadic has always been a player who scores and assists in volume, and he's part of a Serbian attack that's full of creativity and class.
A few of the names that you might recognise from that Serbian squad likely to line up against England this evening. They had a great win against Sweden last time out, but before that, Gabby, I tell you, they lost to the likes of Austria and Hungary and Russia, and I'm not really having them, but I know you've got a few concerns.
Yeah, I don't think it's a game that we should struggle in, but I think you have to look at, like you said, Tadic. Yes, he's 35 there, but Mitrovic, I know he's playing in Saudi Arabia, but he's only 29. I think Mitrovic has been around that long. I think he'd be like 33, 34. Scored 5 goals in qualifying as well. Mitrovic, Savic, centre midfielder, was at Lazio as well. He's in Saudi now. He can score a goal as well. You've got Vlahovic for Juventus. He can find the back of the net as well with the right service. So will they look at our defence and our two centre halves and say Stones hasn't played for a little bit? Or could it be Gahey? How many games has he played? I think he's played 11 caps for England. Will they look at that and try and get crosses into the box? But if they do, we've got enough, Jeff. Let's go after him. Well,
it's interesting you say that, because the Serbs, one thing they have got on their side is height.
Yes.
They are the tallest side in the tournament. You look at our back four, and they're not the biggest, really, are they?
No. You'd say out of our starting lineup, you say Declan Rice, John Stones, Gahey's not the tallest, Kyle Walker isn't, Trippier isn't, Harry Kane is, but if that's what they're looking to target, we can't be scared of Serbia, Jeff. No disrespect. They can cause us problems, but we have to go after them. Like you said earlier, and you said it for the last 4 days, front foot. Look at Germany against Scotland. Pen them in. You're not getting out. Let's go and get 2-3 goals, and then you can start making a few changes.
It's going to be interesting, isn't it, if whether the edge has gone off Alexander Mitrovic because he's playing in Saudi right now. I know he's got a lot of goals out there, and he scored against Sweden again in their last friendly, but you just wonder whether he'll quite be as sharp.
100%. That's why, I don't even look at the goals they've scored over there, Jeff. I'm not going to even look at them stats because, you look at that league, no disrespect, but it's not the best standard. You see some of the goals that go in, poor defending, but if he can offer that threat, he's good on crosses, he can finish, he can make it nasty, and he can make it hard for defenders, he can bully defenders. So I think if John Stones is at it and Gahey, and with the help of Declan Rice maybe getting in front of Mitrovic to help them balls going into him, we've got too much going forward. We shouldn't be worried about Serbia.
By the way, every single one of the Serbian starting 11 this evening will have a surname that ends in itch. Every single one of them. I think it's something to do with the fact it means in Serbian son of, so that everyone ends in itch. Time for England to scratch that itch.
Yes,
I suppose. Let's hope we do it emphatically. Yep, we'll take a 3-0 win, no doubt about that. You're listening to Euro Game Day live on TalkSport, presented by Carling. We're getting closer and closer and closer to a kick-off. Carling, of course, the UK's #1 lager, 18+. Please drink responsibly.
Euro Game Day live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Get the ultimate food satisfaction this half-time with the flame-grilled bacon double cheeseburger XL. Order now on the Burger King app.
We're BetMGM, and we know how to put on a show. This is the European Championships, Vegas style. At BetMGM, we've got something for every football fan. Bet builders, actors, price boosts, and daily specials. Plus, new customers bet £10 and get £40 in free bets. Tournament football just got golden. BetMGM, it's showtime.
New customers only. Wagering requirements and conditions apply. 18+. Please gamble responsibly.
Discover a new way of life at the World of Park and Leisure Home Show at the NAEC, Stoneleigh near Coventry. Explore the luxurious and affordable homes on display and get expert advice on the latest developments in leisure living. Plus, admission and parking are free. The World of Park and Leisure Home Show. Sponsored by Barclay Parks. Friday the 28th to Saturday the 30th of June. For more information, visit parkhomeandleisure.co.uk.
Put your three-lines knowledge to the ultimate test with the all-new TalkSport Football Trivia board game, England edition. Use your on-target trivia skills to take on all challengers and score the ultimate board game bragging rights just in time for the summer of football. Featuring hundreds of weird and wonderful questions about the England men's football team. The TalkSport Football Trivia board game, England edition. Available online and in-store at Sports Direct and Game.
To me, on an anti-poaching operation, 2 days drive from anywhere. What's your gut saying? Want to change the radio station?
In sport this week.
Or jump in and keep us company. Still listening? You belong here. Army. Recruiting now. Search Army jobs.
This Euros, The Sun is bringing you all the gossip, goals and giants of the game. Get insights and analysis from Harry, should have been England manager, Redknapp, Jack, the maestro, Wilshere, Gordon, no nonsense, Strachan, and Jurgen, the winner, Klinsmann. You won't want to miss it. Don't miss out, only in The Sun.
Meet Sasha, a woman with impeccable style. But even the most fashionable amongst us can face fashion frustration.
So many clothes, but nothing to wear.
By selling something on eBay, there's still hope for Sasha.
Nice.
Sell the clothes you don't wear to buy the ones you will.
Birthday fit sorted.
It's now free to sell your pre-owned clothes on eBay, so you'll never have nothing to wear again. Conditions apply.
We're BetMGM, and we know how to put on a show. This is the European Championships, Vegas style. At BetMGM, we've got something for every football fan. Bet builders, actors, price boosts, and daily specials. Plus, new customers bet £10 and get £40 in free bets. Tournament football just got golden. BetMGM, it's showtime.
New customers only. Wagering requirements and conditions apply. 18+. Please gamble responsibly.
You take such pride in your work. You check every teensy detail. You always clear up after yourself. and you leave each customer as happy as a clam. You do all this because it matters. It also matters to Trust a Trader, where millions of people go to find top-notch tradespeople just like you. So if you're ready to build your business even further, apply to join the Trust a Trader professionals. When it matters,
TrustATrader.com. Satisfy your appetite for a truly mouth-watering tournament of football. Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Post-match action doesn't get any tastier than a Gourmet King's Barbecue Steakhouse Angus Burger. The unbeatable partnership of a flame-grilled burger and crispy fries. And every epic winner tastes better with a classic Whopper.
Brilliant goal!
Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Total food satisfaction delivered to your door. That's food fulfillment.
Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
Großer Fußball.
UEFA Euro 2024, Germany.
Curled in an absolute cracker.
Tomorrow afternoon from 5, uninterrupted, on location commentary of Belgium versus Slovakia. Back of the net.
On TalkSport.
And so to the next instalment of the story. So here we go.
We just need to get our hands on the trophy.
Harry Kane, history maker and record breaker.
Other teams will look at us as the favourite, but also, we're a team who hasn't won a European Championship before, so we're trying to make history here.
I've been in the job for 8 years, so I understand the landscape.
England may win in Germany. July the 14th, with that attacking front six, England have got a chance.
For every Wembley 66, there's been a Wembley 96. For every Munich, a Turin. For every Charleroi, a Bloemfontein. From an English perspective, it has been a checkered history. But history is all it is.
Our focus is firmly on Serbia and finding ways to win that game.
Vlahovic has scored for Serbia!
They're experienced, they've got quality going forward. If England aren't quite on it defensively, as they weren't against Iceland, for what that's worth, that's a dangerous game.
Tough one, yes, but in 90 minutes everything is possible.
And as it starts, you can afford yourself that hope, no matter how battle-scarred you may be by previous crushing conclusions.
Yeah, live coverage, of course, of England's opening game of these European Championships against Serbia is on TalkSport directly after this programme. Right now over on TalkSport 2, you can hear what is going on in the game between Denmark and Slovenia. It's goalless after 16 minutes, but Sesko has just gone within, I was going to say inches, but actually a fraction of an inch, really, of putting the underdogs, the Slovenians, in front. It remains, though, 0-0 at the moment.
Goal.
Oh, no, you missed it. I looked away.
Eriksen.
It's Christian Eriksen. Goodness me.
Highland assist, Eriksen. How amazing is that for him, though?
Well, they've gone from one end to the other, having almost gone behind. They've gone literally straight to the other end. Christian Eriksen.
Great goal, great finish.
And it's a fairy tale, isn't it, over what's happened to him in the past.
That's what I was going to say. I think in one of the warm-up games, he actually scored a screamer where it happened. The unfortunate incident happened. So fair play to him scoring the first goal for the Danes in this tournament. Happy for him.
Yeah, well, they've been in decent form coming into this. They beat Norway 3-1 last week, and the Norway side that included Haaland and Odegaard and Sander Berge, Oscar Bob, people like that. So it was a good win for, it was a great morale-boosting win for Denmark. We're hoping for a great morale-boosting win for England against Serbia. This evening we've been joined by a couple of England fans now who are here with us at Oscar Am Canal. Sam and Sarah, thanks for joining us, guys.
Thanks for having us.
Sam, you've got some friends here who are sort of suggesting that you didn't spend the night in your hotel bed last night. What's that all about?
It was a late one, and I couldn't find my keys for my hotel, and I got locked out and couldn't find anywhere to sleep, so I had to trek about 30 minutes out of town to a mate's hostel and stay with him last night.
They're saying you slept in a bush. Are you categorically denying this? You are live on national radio.
I've got receipts for proof. I was in McDonald's at 3 a.m. and I was, in a few different places on scooters at 4 a.m. But I didn't sleep in a bush, no.
Where did he sleep, boys? He slept in a bush. That's what they all claim. So who do you guys... Sarah, who's your team?
My team tonight is England, but I work in the Netherlands. So I have double citizenship. But I think the England team, we've got a lot going on. Midfield onwards. I'm a little bit worried about the defence side of things, but I also think the Netherlands, we've seen them today. There's a lot coming through from the youth, definitely. But I think we're excited by England tonight. We're excited about what's going to come. Mainly from an attacking point of view, less so from a defensive point of view.
See the game earlier. I'm not afraid of the Netherlands. You know, if we got them in the semi-finals, quarter-finals, I'm not scared of them. They're lacking that Dennis Bergkamp, Robben, Van Persie. Them sort of players haven't got them anymore, have they?
They're looking for that one leader. I think if they have one leader that steps up, then there's a team behind it. But I think what we're missing at the moment is there's so many big names on that team sheet, but you're missing that one person that's like, right, we're going to rile them up and bring them forward, and they're going to win that game in that final moment. But until that point, I think you can never discount the Netherlands. You've got to look back to, was it 1988 when the last one? The team is ready, the country is ready. You've seen the Netherlands today. That big video of...
Oh, it was unbelievable. Have you seen it, Joe?
Yeah, sensational.
That was amazing. And that is what you see in the Netherlands every day. So I think as much as we love England, and I want England to win, and I think we can win this tournament, you have so many other teams that are ready. You said we a lot.
You said we for Netherlands and we for England.
If
England plays Netherlands...
She's like you, Gabby. I'm not the best. One day it's Scotland, one day it's England, for goodness sake.
England play Netherlands. Who are you rooting for?
Oh, England. 95%. I am England.
Lovely.
But I love the people that I work with. I love the people that I live with. They are football in and out. But I will never say Netherlands over England.
Okay. Sam, you're a Gooner, yeah?
I'm indeed here.
So is Bukayo Saka going to start? There's been a little suggestion that maybe Cole Palmer will play instead of him.
I mean, I'd be horrified. I'm a massive Saka fan, and he's our second top goal scorer now. We rely on him and Kane. So no, I think it's a shoo-in. He starts ahead of Palmer, or maybe Palmer can play somewhere else in midfield. There's no reason they can't play together.
Do you think though the amount of talent we've got is good for the likes of Saka, Foden, Bellingham, Kane? If you're not at it, you've got players waiting. You got Palmer and Gordon could be waiting to come on. You got Watkins and Tony.
Yep.
So that'll be good for the players that are starting. They know they've got to be at their best.
It's competitive. That's exactly what you want for a winning mentality for a team. Push yourselves on. A lot of pressure on Saka, Foden. If they play poorly, they're getting dropped.
Yeah.
And I think Southgate's got a lucky position to be in with all these extra good players at his disposal. So no, but I think Saka starts tonight. He has to start. I'd be shocked if he didn't.
Agreed.
I mean, he's back from an injury, but I think he's ready. He played all right in his 25-minute cameo the other night against Iceland. I'm pleased for him. I think he'll play.
We both picked our most important players, really, of the tournament, wasn't it, for England?
Yes.
And Gabby went for Harry Kane, and I wouldn't necessarily disagree with that, but I went for Declan Rice, who obviously has been brilliant for you. We maybe have a slightly vulnerable back four. Do you think that Declan can refrain from any urges to go forward too much?
I think so. I mean, I presume the last couple of weeks Southgate's been drilling into him, stay back a bit, hopefully. I mean, he does it well for Arsenal when he needs to. When we had to have that kind of midfield artistry dropped against City, and he had to sit deep against City in that 0-0. I mean, he did a job there. He can do it for England.
Let's get some quick score predictions. Sarah, do you want to go first?
I've gone for a strong 2-0.
Okay,
lovely.
Sam?
Yeah, I'll go for a 4-1 England win.
I like that.
We'll concede early, probably get the nerves going, but then we'll hammer them.
I like that. Just Arsenal players will score the 4 goals, though. Yeah.
Hopefully, Saka.
Declan Rice 2 to Saka.
It's a double from Gordon. It's fine.
Oh, okay. You're a Newcastle fan, aren't you?
I'm a Newcastle fan.
Okay.
Great. So, well, let's hope you're right in terms of the scoreline. Oh, just one final question, Sam. Where are you sleeping tonight?
A bush.
Again.
You won't mind if England have won.
Exactly.
Look, have a great evening, guys. Thanks for coming.
Thank you, guys.
Cheers,
Thank you.
Right, let's turn our attention to Scotland's harrowing defeat to the host Germany, which Gabby witnessed, and he called it the bratwurst performance of the tournament so far. Before we get his thoughts, let's hear from the Scotland boss Steve Clarke, who spoke to the media earlier today. He said the squad will not be dwelling on that defeat.
Sometimes it's difficult to explain to people who are not involved in professional football that they have to be resilient. They have to be resilient because it's a game, especially in club football, it's a game of emotions. So you can have a terrible result on a Saturday and then you've got to be bouncing yourself back. You've got to be ready to go again on a Wednesday night or a Tuesday night if you're unlucky enough to be playing in the Championship, because the games come thick and fast. So it's a roller coaster of emotions. They understand they've let everybody down. Listen, there are no excuses. When you lose a game 5-1, you have to take all the criticism that comes. You have to respond. Been in this position before. I've always responded pretty well. The players have always responded pretty well. This group of players, I talk about them all the time and how they respond. So that's what we try to do.
It's a bit harsh, though, Gabby, the bratwurst performance of the tournament so far.
I just think, they say an unwanted record as the biggest defeat in an open-air European Championships. You don't want them records. And we've seen the Scotland fans so much when we arrived, Jeff, 3 days before the game kicked off. And I'm thinking, come on, give them something to enjoy in the game. And from the first 2 minutes, I just knew, Jeff, being in the stadium, there was a Mexican wave after 20 minutes. They started doing the Mexican wave, the Germans. It was like, this is easy. They were laying. And I looked at that Scotland setup, and I said before the game to David Moyes, I says, whoever plays as a striker has got to hold the ball up. The best striker in the world couldn't have held the ball up the service that he was getting. It was literally get it to the right for wing back and hoof it as high as you can. I felt sorry for Che Adams. He couldn't do anything. Scott McTominay, for me, was a ghost in the game. Callum McGregor wasn't getting on the ball as well. So I think defensively as well, they just don't look good enough at the back. Robertson and Tierney, very good players. But that right side of the back five doesn't look good enough. Goalkeeper's got to save the first one and the last one as well. I'm worried for Scotland as well, Jeff, because I watched the game yesterday. Hungary and Switzerland, they're no mugs, mate. Switzerland are a very good side. Hungary come out in the second half and done very well. Got a goal back and looking to not score a couple more goals. So Scotland have got to improve by 100%, otherwise they will go home with 0 points again.
Steve Clark saying, look, we can put that behind us, we won't dwell on that loss. During your career you'll have had some heavy defeats. How do you get over a heavy defeat? What do you do before the next game?
I think when you it's a heavy defeat against Germany, so let's be honest, did anyone think Scotland would really get something before the game? No. But I think what would upset Steve Clark was the bravery of the players. Players weren't getting on the ball. Players looked like they were a bit scared of the event, to be honest. Like stage fright. Like, you work so hard to get European Championships. Come on, don't go out without a whimper. Look at the fans' reactions as well. I've got a story to tell you, Jeff, which is a funny one, to be honest. We left at 65 minutes, right? By the time we'd got to the taxi rank, 7 minutes later, there was about 1,000 Scotland fans waiting for a taxi. And me, obviously with Scottish blood, but I don't think they'll accept me yet. I had my hood up, my hat up, and I was looking down. And there were three other TalkSport staff with me. I says, don't say a word. They were not happy, mate. All I could hear was, the English, they're going to hammer us. The English are going to laugh at us. And I'm just there with my hood down thinking, please don't spot me. Please don't spot me. I'm going to be in a lot of trouble. But if they said before the tournament started, you have to win one game and draw one, they wouldn't have looked at the Germany game where they're going to get any points.
By the way, look, the Scotland fans have been brilliant. And on that nightmare train journey, they were fantastic as well. But if I waited however many years to get to a major tournament final, I don't care what the score is,
not leaving.
I am not leaving after 60 or 70 minutes.
I thought I was clever leaving at 65, thinking I'm going to go in a taxi, lovely, first one in the queue, Jeff. There was 1,000 Scotland fans there, and I'm like, come on guys, come on, where's the positivity? If you're a player and you see the fans just leaving like that, it's going to upset the players as well, even though they didn't give the fans anything to shout about. But come on, next game, support them to the end and stay to the end.
He's just not spoiled for choice, is he, in what he can change and what he can do?
Of course, yeah, it's hard, isn't it? You look at the bench as well, who do you bring on, what do you change? I felt for McGinn on the right, wasn't really getting much of the ball, he tried to bring him more centre. But Germany are some side though, Jeff. It's not going to be an easy game, whoever plays against them.
No,
they'd
absolutely
scare me if we got them later in the tournament. Very good side.
Next up for Scotland, Wednesday evening, 8 o'clock kickoff. They take on Switzerland in a game, they dare not lose it. That is for sure. And they probably need to win it, having taken such a thumping defeat in their opening game. It remains Slovenia 0, Denmark 1. Every time I look down, there is a goal, or there's almost a goal. There was almost another goal a moment or two ago, and Christian Eriksen was again at the heart of it, but the ball ricocheting away off a Slovenian player, but eventually out for a corner kick. They are about 27-28 minutes into that game. You're listening to Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport, presented by Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction. Get your favourites delivered now.
Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Get your classic Game Day flame grilled Whopper made fresh and delivered to your door. Order your Burger King delivery now.
Well, the wait is finally over. And watch this. The fans appear to be playing the free Coral Reward Shaker. Here come the English, still managing to shake under all that weight of expectation. Oh, can you believe it? The free bet is coming home. Play the free Coral Reward Shaker to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers throughout the Euros. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK. Max 1 reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
European Championships, Vegas style. At BetMGM, we've got something for every football fan. Bet builders, actors, price boost, and daily specials. Plus, new customers bet £10 and get £40 in free bets. Tournament football just got golden. BetMGM, it's showtime.
New customers only. Wagering requirements and conditions apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
Ocado's got your favourites, every last one. From steak to beefless burgers in your brioche bun. And all the M&S picky bits under the sun. Let summer come to you.
Get more choice than any other supermarket. Ocado.
Let summer come to you.
Geographical restrictions and delivery charges apply. Minimum spend £40. Full T's and C's at Ocado.com. Verify at info@ocadoretail.com.
We can't say sticks like Turbo from Evo Sticks' full name on the radio. We're not allowed. We can say that sticks like Turbo is an amazingly fast-setting adhesive. We can say sticks like Turbo can be used in all weather conditions. We can even say sticks like Turbo holds up to 300 kilograms in just 15 minutes. We just can't say what sticks like Turbo sticks like, but you can probably guess, and it really does. Sticks like Turbo from Evo Stick.
Put your three lines knowledge to the ultimate test with the all-new TalkSport Football Trivia board game, England edition. Use your on-target trivia skills to take on all challenges and score the ultimate board game bragging rights just in time for the summer of football. Featuring hundreds of weird and wonderful questions about the England men's football team. The TalkSport Football Trivia Board Game England Edition. Available online and in-store at Sports Direct and Game.
As the biggest teams in Europe go head-to-head this summer, TalkSport and Carling have come together to make sure the UK is match-ready for the big games.
Brilliant football!
From expert pub pundits to on-the-sofa supporters, get your mates together anywhere and enjoy all the unbeatable football action.
Super entertainment. It is game on!
Make sure you're well on side and listen to Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Get the ultimate food satisfaction this half-time with the flame-grilled bacon double cheeseburger XL. Order now on the Burger King app.
TalkSport News.
5:32, let's get some news now with Will Hobbs.
Thank you, Jeff. Good evening. President Zelensky says peace talks would start tomorrow if Putin pulled his troops from Ukrainian territories. Ukraine's president told 80 world leaders that's unlikely and that his country's borders must be protected.
It's important that all participants of the summit supported Ukraine's territorial integrity because will be no lasting peace without territorial integrity.
The police officer who ran over an escaped cow in Surrey has been removed from frontline duties while an investigation takes place. A 10-month-old calf was running loose in Staines on Friday night when she was struck. And Rishi Sunak has told the Sunday Times his Hindu faith and sense of duty are guiding him through the trials of the general election. He also said he loves being an MP and is still proud to be an original Brexiteer.
Talk Sport.
England fans have been embroiled in bottle and chair-throwing exchanges with Serbian supporters in Gelsenkirchen. No knowledge yet of any arrests. On the field, we believe Gareth's headline selection tonight will be Trent Alexander-Arnold in midfield. Over on TalkSport 2, Christian Eriksen has given Denmark the lead against Slovenia 3 years after his cardiac arrest at the last Euros. And Wout Weghorst's late winner ensured the Netherlands to a 2-1 victory over Poland. They started strongly. Cody Gakpo opened the scoring in that game.
The time has come for Southgate's men to put idle talk aside and prove their worth on Europe's stage. Immortality, the prize. Last time we almost brought it home. So close and yet so far. But should we fail, we shall not fail when we face Serbia.
Brilliant goal! Uninterrupted on-location commentary of Serbia versus England. Tonight from 8.
He's done it again!
On TalkSport. Official broadcaster of UEFA Euro 2024, Germany.
And just to update you on one of those news stories, I'm hearing there are 6 arrests being reported after trouble broke out in Gelsenkirchen today. We were being told that it was between Serbs and a gang of German-based fans rather than Englishmen, but a man in his 20s from Birmingham was seen with blood pouring from his head after being caught in what we hope is an isolated clash. As far as Christian Eriksen goes, he scored the first goal of the tournament for the Danes today, and Will mentioned there about the fact, obviously, you know, he had the cardiac arrest 3 years ago. It is 1,100 days exactly since he had that cardiac arrest. What a fairy tale it is for Christian Eriksen to come back and score. And he's had a difficult season, hasn't he, Gabby, as
100%.
well?
He's not played enough that he would have liked. You know, he was happy with the manager Ten Hag, but like he says, like he probably thought he'd never play again. You know, to the warm-up game he scored where it happened in that stadium, that must have been emotional for him. Then to go and score the first goal for your country in a major tournament, happy for him, mate. Happy for him. Buzzing.
Yeah. Well, look, they are, of course, England's group rivals who are in action right now over on TalkSport 2. Let's listen to Slovenia versus Denmark with our commentators calling the action, Mark Wilson, and former England women's striker Tash Dowie.
This is Eriksson, lays off the ball to Vint as we welcome along listeners on TalkSport. Here in Group C, Slovenia 0, Denmark 1, 35 minutes on the clock, and it was Christian Eriksen from a quickly taken throw in, a beautiful flick from Jonas Vind. Eriksen had one touch and then fired the ball in the bottom corner. There have been chances though at the other end. The highly rated Benjamin Šeško, just before the Danish goal, fired inches wide of the target. Former England striker Tash Dowie is alongside me. And Tash, the Danes are in front, but Slovenia have had plenty of opportunities.
Absolutely, I think the game has really played out exactly how we would have predicted it. Denmark controlling the game, having a lot more possession, happy to do that, but Slovenia really happy to sit back in that 4-4-2 and hit on the counter-attack, and they've looked a real threat when Denmark have lost possession, and it really is two completely different contrasting styles of play.
Yeah, 36 gone here, the kick-off of Group C on TalkSport 2, and it's Slovenia 0, Denmark 1.
Yeah, it's a good game as well. You can continue to listen to that match over on TalkSport 2. All you need to do is to download the TalkSport app if you haven't already. And you can switch between us on TalkSport and that commentary on TalkSport 2. And Gabby's just put his sweatshirt a little further around his shoulder because it's raining here, Gabby.
I feel like I'm in Birmingham. I mean, it's rained for about 9 months, hasn't it, non-stop in England. And it's the same here. But it's going to be a wet game for us tonight.
It is, but the good news at the moment here is that we're sitting under cover, so we're nice and dry, but
it's
our
lovely.
producer Ollie's out there getting soaked.
That's what he deserves, mate.
Yeah, I was going to say,
steady my prawns. That's what he deserves.
Yeah. What comes around goes around, comes around. That's what they say, isn't it? So,
karma.
And I tell you what, Ollie, I think it's going to get heavier, mate. Anyway, time in to check in now with the home nations camps with Carling.
Camp updates on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
And let's cross over to the Veltins Arena, the home of Schalke. Of course, England correspondent Faye Carruthers and commentator Jim Proudfoot are in position. Good evening, you two.
Good evening, guys.
Hello, how are you doing? It's raining here. I know you're only 10 minutes away from us, but it's also hammering it with rain. Not what we expected, Jim Proudfoot, but always good conditions for football.
Fantastic. The players will actually love it because it will put a sheen on the surface of play with a real zip and a pace about it. And what they don't want, that we've seen in Germany before, is really hot, strength-sapping temperatures. They haven't got that today.
No, they certainly haven't. It's pretty chilly here, to be honest. In terms of the build-up to this match, I spoke to Harry Kane and Gareth Southgate yesterday. They seemed pretty calm and relaxed. But what do we know about this Serbian side, and how are England going to exploit the weaknesses that they have?
Well, the Serbians play with a compact midfield, but they play with a high back line, by and large. And that is something that I think that England could be able to exploit. If you can get the ball turned over readily in the midfield and play in runners in behind the back line, that's where Serbia concede a lot of their goals. They do have a good threat coming the other way. Mitrovic, obviously, a player that everybody knows a lot about. His international goal-scoring record was excellent, 58 in 91 games, is a really tidy return. So if you can stop the service into Mitrovic from wide positions, that's half the job done. But they will be looking to get the ball out wide and try and get Mitrovic up against Stones and Gahey. That will be predominantly their game plan. They like to build out, coming out from the left-hand side of the back line as well. So the players that play on the England right, Kyle Walker, we expect Bukayo Saka as well, are going to be key in stopping Serbia going forward.
Yeah, there have been a few question marks over whether Cole Palmer could potentially start in place of Bukayo Saka. Would that work?
Yes, it would work. I mean, providing that there is the defensive discipline for Cole Palmer. My gut feeling is that it is going to be Bukayo that will play on the right-hand side, despite the fact that he didn't start either of the friendlies that England have recently had, and he didn't play in Arsenal's last game of the season. But I do think that it will be Saka, and we're all fully expecting it to be the team that I think most people would pick in the absence of Luke Shaw.
So the question is, it's going to be Trent Alexander-Arnold, as we've been reporting on TalkSport all day. What does he need to do positionally? Because when we saw the best of him in the 2 warm-up games, he was playing at right-back.
Absolutely. It's a very different role for him today, and it's his ability to play a defence-splitting ball that is going to come to the fore for England, as well as being an extra pair of legs in alongside Declan Rice in the heart of the midfield. What somebody has to do is be able to win the ball back and turn it over in that midfield area that is going to be very congested. We think that they will probably, Serbia, play 3-4-2-1. The two in behind the striker could play pretty deep. So from that point of view, it's 4 central midfielders effectively, where England are only going to have 3. So that's where they will try and work a numerical advantage. So there's a lot of work for Trent Alexander-Arnold to do alongside Declan Rice in making sure that England aren't outnumbered in there and have the ability to be able to turn the ball over, because then if they can, England will then have a numerical advantage further up the field, and that's where England can have joy.
Just one last quick question so we can get in the dry. We've just been sat watching the Denmark-Slovenia game, and actually you were saying in this group, I was predicting Slovenia were the weakest of the 3 oppositions that England are going to face, but you think something different?
Well, I'm not saying that I don't think Slovenia will finish bottom of the group, but what I think is the way that they play doesn't necessarily play to England's strengths. If you think that the way that England struggled against Iceland, and I think there were mitigating circumstances for that defeat, but they played with a 4-4-2, sat very deep and compact, and that's exactly what Slovenia do. So England are going to have to try and find different answers to the same questions that they failed a week last Friday. So I just think that they're a team that you wouldn't want England to go into that game needing to win, say, by a couple to top the group. But I don't think that will be the case. I think England will be fine by then.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you very much, Jim. Jim, of course, part of our commentary team. Game kicks off 9 o'clock here in Germany, 8 o'clock UK time. And you guys might be undercover where you are in the bar, but I'm going to be pitch side. I'm literally right behind Jordan Pickford's goal, and I'm going to get absolutely soaked. No cover for us at all. I'm glad you'll keep enjoying yourselves.
Yeah, we're nice and dry. Look, just think of the occasion and how close you are to the action. Just disregard the rain completely. Thanks to Faye, thanks to Jim, thanks to Carling. 18 plus, please drink responsibly.
Camp updates on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
I'll tell you what, the heavens really have opened here now. It is absolutely crashing down at the moment. And producer Ollie, could you take your jacket off, please? Because you could cover the equipment that's going to be damaged by this rain. I don't think he's going to do that.
No, he's not. But it's so annoying, though, isn't it? I mean, look at the rain. But as a player there, like Jim says there, as a player, this is perfect conditions.
Yeah.
You should love this.
Zippy,
but it's not cold. You know, the worst thing when you're playing as a footballer is when it's too hot, too warm. This rain will cool the players down. Perfect evening for a game of football.
Let's introduce another England fan who's here with us, Oscar Am Canal. Josh is here. Hi, Josh. How are you doing?
Good evening, Josh.
Well, thank you.
Where are you from?
Twickenham.
Oh, right.
Oh,
okay.
lovely.
Very, very smart. It's the wrong sport.
I know. I'm in the wrong place.
Yeah. Who do you support?
I'm an Arsenal fan.
Okay.
Oh, really?
A lot of Arsenal fans here.
No. Started getting a bit better, haven't they?
Yeah.
So, some new Arsenal fans, I think.
Haven't had any Villa fans yet, Gabby. Are you getting worried?
Yeah, it's difficult to get flights from Birmingham, Jeff, so maybe not as much here.
Well, it is at the moment with those queues at Birmingham Airport.
Don't get me started.
Absolutely ridiculous.
That's for another day. Okay, don't get me started on
We've
that.
had enough transport moans for one day already, haven't we? So, going to tonight's game then, Josh, what's your mood? Do you feel that we've got what it takes?
Pretty confident tonight. I think we should do quite well.
think we can still hear you, Josh. Anyway, look, you're pretty confident.
Yeah, I think there should be a few goals tonight. I mean, I'm hoping there's a few goals tonight. I'm going to the game, so hope to enjoy it myself a lot more than...
What do you think of my team now? I see you shaking your head at it. You're not happy with it?
I was actually agreeing with you.
Do you think it's the right time to play Trent in this sort of game? And maybe the latter stages you bring Gallagher in?
I think so, because I think we're going to have a lot of the ball, and he's one of the best passers we've got by a long way. So I think we're going to have a lot of control. So if he's going to pick a lock, I think he'd be the key.
Yeah. Either the rain has got into our equipment or I've gone deaf.
We're back on.
I'm hoping it's the former. Oh, yeah.
We're back.
I hadn't gone deaf. Thank goodness for that. And as an overview of the tournament, I mean, England going as favourites. Should we really be favourites after that Iceland defeat?
It might be a knock back to reality, that result, I think, a little bit. Bring us back down to earth, which is probably not a bad thing, because we normally get overhyped a lot, and then we have come crashing down near the end.
I was saying earlier to Jeff on the show that England fans want to see Gareth go and take more risks, make the right substitutes at the right time, go for it, don't be so cautious. Do you think he will do that because it could be his last tournament?
I heard you earlier on, and I agree with you totally. He's kind of let the handcuffs go a bit because he probably knows this is the one, this is his last song.
No regrets.
Basically go out swinging. Yeah.
So you're here for the full tournament? Or?
No, flying back tomorrow.
All right.
Quick 24-hour stopover. Bringing my nephew here for his first game.
Lovely.
So.
Oh, wow, what a first game to have.
Yeah, so...
How old's your nephew?
9 years old.
Oh.
Harry over there. Harry!
Where's Harry? Give us a wave.
Let's hope it's not 0-0 though.
I know, I don't want to disappoint him.
It's not going to be 0-0. What a game to start with. My first game was Hartlepool against Workington. That was a little bit different.
What league was that?
It was the 4th division, the equivalent of League 2 then. Now, and I'll tell you the story was that the first time I went, Hartlepool beat Workington 3-1, and I thought, this is fantastic. I love this. I'm going to go every week. We didn't win for 19 games after that, so you learn a lesson.
Wow.
Hopefully we'll have the same tonight.
Yeah. Well, look, hopefully he'll come back later in the tournament if we can get through.
It's the plan if we get further up.
Brilliant.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Josh, have a great night tonight, and thanks very much for joining us.
Try
and keep dry. Same applies to you, Ollie. You're listening to Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport, presented by Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction. Get your favourites delivered now.
Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Get your classic Game Day flame grilled Whopper made fresh and delivered to your door. Order your Burger King delivery now.
I genuinely think England could do it this Euros. You send that back four. Not having it. But we did make the final last time. Got the best squad on paper, and Southgate is basically the English Guardiola. It's coming home! It's the Euros, and believe it or not, England are favourites. To celebrate, Paddy Power are giving you a completely free bet builder on Serbia v England. Paddy Power. Pre-match online bet builder bets only. Min 4 legs plus. Must have previously deposited to avail. Max free bet varies from £1 to £25 per customer. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
C's apply. Take time to think.
We can't say sticks like Turbo from Evo Sticks' full name on the radio. We're not allowed. We can say that sticks like Turbo is an amazingly fast-setting adhesive. We can say sticks like Turbo can be used in all weather conditions. We can even say sticks like Turbo holds up to 300 kilograms in just 15 minutes. We just can't say what sticks like Turbo sticks like, but you can probably guess, and it really does. Sticks like Turbo from Evo Stick.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. Imagine a relaxing family getaway to Turkey, Majorca or Lanzarote. Enjoy award-winning VIP service and get everything included every time. Don't miss out. Book summer now. Jet2 Holidays. Package holidays you can trust. Abtronato protected. Subject to availability and conditions.
You belong here. Next to me, about to jump into the sea on an army coast-steering expedition. What's your gut saying? Walk away from the edge? Or jump in and join a team that will be by your side for life? Still listening? You belong here. Army, recruiting now. Search Army jobs.
If you've bought a timeshare, did you really get what you expected? Or were you sold a dream that's now a nightmare? With high maintenance fees, loss of exclusivity, and limited availability, timeshare ownership for many is now just a liability. MyTimeshareClaim.co.uk has helped thousands of owners who are missold exit their contract and receive compensation. For advice and to find out more about your options, text timeshare to 78900.
Satisfy your appetite for a truly mouth-watering tournament of football. Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Post-match action doesn't get any tastier than a Gourmet King's Barbecue Steakhouse Angus Burger. The unbeatable partnership of a flame-grilled burger and crispy fries. And every epic winner tastes better with a classic Whopper.
Brilliant goal!
Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Total food satisfaction delivered to your door. That's food fulfillment.
Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
TalkSport is going out for the summer.
From the group stage to the final in Berlin.
Can you believe it?
Euro Game Day Live. England Build-Up with Jeff Stelling and Gabby Agbonlahor
on TalkSport.
What's the worst that could happen?
Very good afternoon. You're listening to Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport, presented by Carling, the UK's #1 lager, 18 plus. Please drink responsibly. Half-time in the other game in England's group, and the 1992 winners. They came off the beach that year, remember. Denmark, they lead by 1-0 against Slovenia. And Christian Eriksen, 1,100 days after he had a cardiac arrest at this very tournament, he is the man who's got the goal that's put the home side in front. Meanwhile, getting down to the business end of the US Open at Pinehurst, the big guns will be going out very soon. Watching for TalkSport is Gabby Partington.
Thanks, Jeff. Yeah, I know the Euros may be underway, but the final round of the US Open has its own international flavour, actually the most in history, as among the top 10 we have players from a record of 8 countries. We're flying the USA flag 3 clear at the top as the 2020 US Open champion Bryson DeChambeau. Now, he said he's been enjoying himself and having a lot of fun, and no surprise as the fans are certainly on his side. And they'll be crowding around the first tee when he's off at 7:21pm UK time. Well, a few big names tied for second: Mathieu Pavon, Rory McIlroy and Patrick Cantlay on 4 under par. Now, Cantlay and McIlroy pair up for the first time since their heated altercation at the Ryder Cup, so it could make an interesting watch, as Cantlay is one of the slowest players on tour, whilst Rory is one of the fastest. So if the Northern Irishman can keep it together, he still has a chance to better his second place finish from last year. Well, his Ryder Cup teammate Shane Lowry's going along nicely, 3 birdies in 6, but not too many names in the red, to be honest, so a tricky final day as you'd expect. Also another hot day here at Pinehurst #2, and will only get hotter when the big guns are out shortly. Leading the way is Bryson DeChambeau on the 7 under par.
Oh, Rory is not going to like that at all. Patrick Cantlay, well, watch him paint dry, I'm afraid. He is so slow. Rory three off the lead behind Bryson DeChambeau. The England fans making their way up to the Veltons Arena. That's the home of Schalke, who had their glory days, but those glory days are done. They were Champions League semi-finalists back in 2011. They lost to Manchester United then, but they finished 10th in Bundesliga 2 last season. But nevertheless, it's a fantastic stadium. I've been there myself. Capacity is 60,000, normally
Yes.
around 50,000 for this game. It's got a retractable roof and a slide in and off pitch. Let's hear from some of the fans who are making their way there right now with our roaming reporter, Harry Durham.
Jeff, Gabby, let's go. I'm sat here with all these England fans. I can't count the amount of full glasses, empty glasses, what we've got. What are we drinking? Stauder. Ellis is to the right of me. We're getting ready for Serbia versus England. England's first Euros game of the campaign. Ellis, how are we feeling, mate? Are you confident going into this tournament?
Of course we're confident. We're England. This game is obviously massively important for the group game. I think if we get a good performance and a win, I think we're flying.
I got Mac next to me in a Scholesy shirt from the World Cup in '98. It's '98, that shirt, isn't it? Your most important player for the tournament.
I'd have to say, if he has a fantastic tournament, it's definitely Declan Rice.
Some of the England fans who are getting very wet indeed at the moment, because the heavens have literally opened here in Gelsenkirchen.
Did you say the stadium, the roof closes, did you say,
The roof closes, yeah. Now
Can we find out if it's going to be closed for us?
I don't know if it's going to be closed or going to be open, but it's that sort of rain at the moment. It bounces up back off the pavement. Yeah. That is how heavy it is. The Himmel has geöffnet. That's the German version of it. Heavens have opened here, but thankfully at the moment we're not walking to the stadium, are we?
I've got an umbrella.
No. Chauffeur-driven car, I'm imagining. Well, I'm hoping anyway.
Hoping, definitely.
At this stage. Let's take a look, shall we, at what we think are going to be, if we look ahead to some of the other games that are coming up on the TalkSport network. And the games are coming thick and fast. Of course, you look at tomorrow's schedule. France and Belgium, they both start their campaign. You can hear it all live on the TalkSport network.
Right foot curler. That is why Kylian Mbappe is one of the greatest players in the world.
They have a good chance to do something very good.
Oh, brilliant header by Sabitzer. It's a wonderful goal.
If you look at them, 11 wins in the last 14 games. That's not to be sniffed at.
And Ukraine score. And listen to what it means.
I mean, it's remarkable that they're playing, but they're playing to this sort of level. On another level, it does show that this is a really good generation of players.
And Romania have the opening goal. Throwing the rest of the area. Oh, what a magnificent strike!
I think that they've got a really good chance of being able to get to the semi-final.
Chance for Slovakia. Is it in? Yes, it is. Incredible.
There's not a lot to recommend them as a team that's going to get much further in this tournament, in my opinion.
Yes, some of the big guns who get underway in Euro 2024 tomorrow. We've been trying to pick up some players to watch France play Austria. Gabby, I'm not going to scratch my head for too long if I ask for who your player to watch is.
I've gone for the main man for me, the one, say, world-class player in the tournament, I would say, Mbappe. I mean, I still can't believe he's 25 years of age. PSG's got nearly a goal a game, 205 games, 175 goals in 2 stints there. For France, already 79 appearances for France already, 47 goals. He's that sort of player, Jeff, when you'll see him tomorrow night, and you've seen him many times, of course, that stop-start and see you later. Stop, slow the defender down and goodbye. That speed that you can't control, technique, he can chop inside, score any sort of goal, left foot, right foot. He's the main man for me and the one world-class player that's at the tournament.
By the way, Oscar Am Canal at the moment is resounding to not just the sound of torrential rain, and I mean torrential, but also You Never Walk Alone is being played around the venue at the moment as well. And
wow.
Well, I was going to say it's packed. That would be an exaggeration. The hardy souls that are here are taking cover under the umbrellas, but I'm not sure these umbrellas are going to cope with this amount of rain. It's absolutely
crazy,
pouring off the sides, and I think I just detected a flash of lightning there.
Are we safe here, Jeff? Are we sure?
Yeah, I think so. But the heavens have quite literally opened. I mean, he said the only world-class player at this tournament.
I would say world-class elite player. There's very good players, but I'll say Mbappe, elite. Who else would you say, Jeff?
Well, maybe Harry Kane.
Yeah. You put him in the Mbappe bracket?
Well, maybe not quite the Mbappe bracket, but I would say he was world-class. Kevin De Bruyne at his best, I would say, was still world-class. Of course, the Belgians are playing tomorrow.
To be fair, though, I said there would be not many goals in this tournament, and there's been a record amount, so what do I know, mate?
Yeah. And we look at the players to look out for, and I guess with Belgium, that's what you do look out for, is the attacking players, De Bruyne, or Lukaku or Doku.
Yes, Trossard as well.
Trossard, yeah, the good
I'm looking forward to watching Belgium. I want to see what they're like at the back as well, what he says.
That's the key, I think.
Age in defence, yeah.
I've got the player to look out for them is their goalkeeper, Koen Casteels.
Yes.
Because Thibaut Courtois has fallen out with the coach. So Casteels has experienced, he had 9 seasons with Wolfsburg, but this is his first tournament as the number 1. So that
how will you cope with it? Yeah, the pressure.
And he's in front of an ageing defence.
Exactly. You get a couple of shots at you. You know, if you concede early, how's your confidence? So yeah, that's a great idea.
Yeah. And the Ukraine start tomorrow as well,
yes.
and people will look at Mudryk and things like that.
How can he perform as well?
He's the boy to watch. I think they call him Artem Dovbyk.
Yes.
And I'm sorry if I mispronounced his name, but can you believe all the players in Spain? And he was the top goal scorer in La Liga, the Golden Boot winner. 24 goals for Girona.
But that's why sometimes, Jeff, the Slovenia manager says, some of these games aren't just going to be like roll over. These teams are going to have a go. Ukraine will have a go, whoever they're playing against. And you've got to cope with that as the tournament goes on. So looking at tonight as well, we talk about England. They've got to be bang at it. Don't think it's Serbia and it's going to be a walk in the park. No, you've got to be at it. Otherwise, you'll find it difficult.
I feel a little sorry for Oscar. Oscar is the owner of Oscar Am Canal, and they put a lot of time and effort into getting this place looking absolutely brilliant. And now the people who are here are in danger of being washed away. But hopefully it'll relent, and hopefully as we get nearer kick-off time, because we've still got 3 hours to come to kick off the England game.
A few more beers and people will be out in the rain dancing. You know what it's like, mate. England scored that first goal. Who cares about rain?
Yeah. Well, they're certainly making the most of it at the moment. But I think the weather back in England's been okay.
Really?
I think it has been.
What's okay? Just cloudy.
I think it's tropical in Birmingham today, Gabby.
Always is, mate.
Look, get your reaction in, by the way, to England's Euro opener on TalkSport breakfast tomorrow morning when Gabby and I are back from 6. Can that be right? We're back from 6.
Really?
Yeah. We'll speak to the former England World Cup semi-finalist Ashley Young, ex-West Ham boss and proud Scot David Moyes, and ex-manager. He wants to get back into the game, actually, Alan Pardew. That's TalkSport Breakfast with me and Gabby on TalkSport from 6 tomorrow morning. You're listening to Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport, presented by Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction. Get your favourites delivered now.
Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
A Mexican wave. It travels at the speed of a gold medal sprinter. Around the world's biggest grounds in under a minute. And produces enough energy to power a stadium's lights. It's a movement so colossal, it can turn the tide of a game. So next time a wave comes your way, join in. Ladbrokes, bring your wave. 18 plus, take time to think.
Over, and watch this. The fans appear to be playing the free coral reward shaker. Here come the English, still managing to shake under all that weight of expectation. Oh, can you believe it? The free bet is coming home. Play the free coral reward shaker to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers throughout the Euros. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK. Max 1 reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
Here we are then, Jeff. Just minutes to go until the whistle. Will they make it?
Tense is an understatement, Jeff. There's so much riding on it. The question is, will they be able to find that extra gear when they need it most?
And here we go. Oh, yes, they've made it. That's why you drive a properly maintained vehicle.
Love to see that.
It's starting, come on.
Make sure your journey to the match is a smooth one. Book a free vehicle safety check today at quickfit.com or your local centre. QuickFit. Drive away happy every time.
Pothole. Got it. Pothole. Got it. Thanks. Oh. He just went through a massive pothole.
Hold on just a moment. Yeah, I can see that's all done and your car is ready for you.
With Direct Line car insurance, whether you've hit a pothole or bumped into a bollard, we'll get you from problem to solution as quickly as possible. Direct Line, we're on it.
With comprehensive cover, excess applies. Car insurance underwritten by UK Insurance Limited.
As the biggest teams in Europe go head-to-head this summer, TalkSport and Carling have come together to make sure the UK is match-ready for the big games.
Brilliant football!
From expert pub pundits to on-the-sofa supporters, get your mates together anywhere and enjoy all the unbeatable football action.
Super entertainment. It is game on!
Make sure you're well on side and listen to Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. What's better than a last-minute winner? A crispy chicken royale delivered straight to your door.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker.
Official broadcaster of UEFA Euro 2024, Germany.
TalkSport.
Talk Sport.
With your news and sport headlines, I'm Will Hobbs. Good evening. President Zelensky says peace talks would start tomorrow if Putin pulled his troops from Ukrainian territories. Ukraine's president told 80 world leaders in Switzerland that's unlikely and that his country's borders must be protected.
It's important that all participants of the summit supported Ukraine's territorial integrity because will be no lasting peace without territorial integrity.
The police officer who ran over a runaway cow in Surrey has been removed from frontline duties while an investigation happened. A 10-month-old calf was running loose in Staines on Friday night when she was struck. And Rishi Sunak has told the Sunday Times his Hindu faith and sense of duty are guiding him through the trials of the general election. He also said he loves being an MP and is still proud to be an original Brexiteer.
TalkSport News.
England fans have been embroiled in bottle and chair-throwing exchanges with Serbian supporters in Gelsenkirchen. Police say several arrests have been made, believed to be Serbian fans. On the field, we believe Gareth's headline selection tonight will be Trent Alexander-Arnold in midfield. Over on TalkSport 2, Christian Eriksen has given Denmark the lead at half-time over Slovenia 1,100 days after his cardiac arrest at the last Euros. And Wout Weghorst's late winner ensured the Netherlands started strongly with a 2-1 win over Poland. Cody Gakpo got the first goal.
TalkSport weather.
Spells of rain continuing in northern England, drier in the south.
TalkSport.
Licensed broadcaster of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
They are back in front.
Euro on a great number here, matey.
Euro Game Day Live. England Build-Up with Jeff Stelling and Gabby Agbonlahor on TalkSport.
We're in Gelsenkirchen awaiting kick-off of the opening game for England in Euro 2024. England against Serbia. England fans are here in their numbers, though their spirits have been a tiny bit dampened by an absolutely torrential downpour. It's left Oscar's Im Canal underwater at the moment. It has to be said. It is easing off just a little bit at the moment. Thankfully, no reports of any further trouble inside of Gelsenkirchen. A lot of police on the ground at the moment. Not too many fans around. One suspects they've decided to stay away from the stadium for as long as possible because there's not a great deal to do actually in the immediate environment around the Veltins Arena. So, we are less than 2 hours away from Serbia versus England.
Questions have been asked and answered by this England group, and now it's time to get the ball out. Harry Kane, history maker and record breaker.
Vlahovic is waiting inside. He's got a chance to get the shot away, which he does. Vlahovic has scored for Serbia.
Šeško trying to get the ball out under his feet, gets the shot away. It's a superb solo goal from Slovenia's star man. Ball delivered into the box, comes back towards Rasmus Højlund, who turns and fires in. And Lewandowski dispossesses the defender, and there is the moment. Robert Lewandowski.
He will put it back to Pai. What a finish into the bottom corner.
You'll hear live across the TalkSport network as we bring you the passion, the energy, the culture, and most importantly, the big goals and moments across this tournament in Germany.
Ollie Mers and Mark Wright have driven from England this morning to be here.
Jeff, we've just swum.
Yeah,
from the bar to get here. That's how wet it is.
Yeah, you thought it would be swimming in German lager, didn't you? But actually, in fact, it's
right,
swimming
his armbands.
in rain at the moment. I'll tell you what, both of you boys, though, I'm just thinking of that England team now, 2 hours away from kick-off. You'd have given your right arm to be one of them, wouldn't you? Preparing for a game like this.
Yeah. Dream. We were saying it earlier, wasn't we? When we were driving over, we was like, just think those players. They know that England fans in their masses are travelling across the water right now, coming to see them play, plus the whole nation stopping back home to watch them play. What a feeling. I mean, me and Ollie played in Soccer Aid and obviously played for England, and we felt like England superstars.
we thought we were England superstars.
Yeah, and that felt good.
I mean, that felt for us, just being in the tunnel at Old Trafford, walking out to 76,000 people, with an England shirt on. I mean, it's completely different to what they'd be experiencing tonight, but they're experienced players in there. They know what they need to do.
Yeah, I feel like you said there, you're going out there, like you've got people spending their hard work money to come over and support you. You want to perform. You don't let your friends and family back home, fans back home all over the world. But these players, they've been in big games. They're used to these pressurised games. They know. Stones won the treble. Foden's won the treble. 5 Premier Leagues. They're good with this pressure.
Well, players in there have been in the Champions League final, been in major cup finals, big games. So, yeah, they'll enjoy it. I'm sure they'll be excited about it. But I think once Gabby, once the game starts and the whistle goes, they'll forget about that and go, right, we've got a job to do tonight, guys. Let's get 3 points.
I just want us to win the tournament. I just feel like
in our lifetime.
Yeah, some German fans are calling us like the serial losers. Do you know what I mean? We're getting mocked.
All the years of hurt.
Yeah.
It's got to happen soon.
When?
It has to. This year, it's happening in Germany.
This is it.
Look, and I know a lot of these players are experienced, but a lot of them aren't as well, by the way. We've got a lot of kids in this squad as well, but you boys all know what it's like. I would imagine, even though you've all performed, whether it be on a football pitch, or a concert, whatever, you still get edgy, don't you, before you go out there?
Yeah, 100%. God, I mean, it's how you control them nerves, isn't it? There's going to be a few players in that team. Yeah. And it's funny because when you listen to a lot of these podcasts, you speak to the England players and you see them chat, and they say, you in the tunnel you could see a few of the boys didn't fancy it, or they, not these England players, but you know what I mean. It'll be interesting tonight who steps up. It's a massive game, first game, and especially the young boys. Fair play to them.
Yeah.
Gabby, just for fans and myself, actually, I'm asking this question. You've played at elite level. How, like the Iceland game, the last friendly that we had. Everybody's, oh no, we're rubbish, we're not going to win it now because I've seen that game. Now, Serbia might not go tonight the way that it should go, i.e. 3 or 4-0. It may just be a scraping win, it may even be a draw. Can we base the whole tournament on a game like that, or can every game be so different?
Every game can be different. How does the game start? Does Serbia go and score off a corner? They're one of the tallest teams in the tournaments. How do the players, get back into the game after going one behind? But what I know about this team, while speaking to some of the players, is that they're so together. They're so, like Jeff said there, some experienced players, but a lot of experienced players, they'll know. You draw tonight, not the greatest result, but you can still finish the group with 7 points, win the next 2 games. You've got to sort of block out the fans as much as it and the media as well. Block out maybe a bit of negativity might come from the media and fans. And just think to yourself, this is our time. I made a suggestion earlier about Argentina. They were determined to win the World Cup. Nothing was stopping them. They won it.
Is it confidence?
Mentality, isn't it? It's like determination. Harry Kane hasn't won a trophy yet. Go win the Euros. Get all these players.
But you know what? You just need to get through the group, don't you? No matter what it is. It doesn't matter how you do it. As long as you get through the group. Doesn't matter if it's... if it's 3 wins, amazing. But if you have to draw 2 and then win the last one, however you do it, get through the group. Because after that, it is.
No one remembers how well Greece played when they won it.
We were just talking.
No one cares. We could win every game 1-0. No one cares.
Exactly.
Let's just win a tournament.
Exactly.
Well, they bored most of the opposition to death, to be truthful. But it doesn't matter because they won it 150 to 1. Massive outsiders.
I'm a Manchester United fan, right? As people know. And if you look at our FA Cup run last season, we weren't the best team in the FA Cup. We dug deep and we got lucky in some of the games. We fought till the end against Coventry in the semi-final. I mean, it could have gone either way. So in this at the end of the day, we won the FA Cup, and since then everyone's like, well, United won it. So it's like England. It doesn't matter how we do it. Let's just win it.
That's tournament football, though.
Exactly.
Joe, I'm looking at that. I said Harry Kane's our most important player, but a player that I'm looking at is Bellingham. Because when I watch him, I remember watching a game against Ukraine at Wembley, and he was shouting at Kane, he was shouting at Henderson. I'm thinking, this is a little kid, but he doesn't care.
He ain't a little kid. That's
exactly. He's not. Don't forget about his age. He's a man who he could be the one that really takes us. Just won the Champions League as well. Big game player.
I just hope he's had enough rest. He looked for me in the last few games of the season. I felt he looked tired. He did enough.
He's carrying an injury as well, isn't he? He's got a shoulder injury.
Yeah, he did enough for the team, but he didn't look the same Bellingham that we had during the start. So him and Kane for me are 2 biggest players. I think they're the 2 players we need fit, and I hope they've had enough rest leading into this game.
Do you think Mark, do you think we'll get to see any of the kids? Not necessarily tonight, but in the tournament. Do you think we'll get to see Maino or Wharton or Cole Palmer, Anthony Gordon?
I think if we don't, I think it's a stupid mistake dropping people like Grealish and people like that, because if he's not going to play the kids, then he should have just kept the likes of Grealish around just to be in the camp, just for that experience, just for that team bonding. They've been around a long time. I think this time Gareth knows that if he doesn't win anything, it is his last tournament. It's do or die. He's got the licence to kill, and he needs to take risk and needs to change it up. And I think, like you just mentioned Argentina before, although they were a very experienced side that won that World Cup, they have that we don't care attitude. We're going to go out and win this tournament. And maybe it is time to bring the kids in to just let people play fluid. Feel lucky to be there. Just feel like, you know what, the fact that I'm on this pitch.
But that might be the reason why he didn't take Grealish and a few of the other guys, is to give a little bit of fresh blood in the squad. You know what, we've got 20 minutes to go and you're throwing on Jared Bowen Anthony Gordon, and you're saying, guys, you know what, get on the ball, run at them, scare them.
Yes.
You know what I mean? You've got that. They've got that
points to prove. They've got
that freedom.
You're probably going to look back at the bench and be like, which one? I can pick any of them.
Yeah.
You know what?
Watkins and Tony, you're not mentioning.
And some players can be a bit predictable. You know what you're going to get from them. What I kind of like a little bit from Bowen, and particularly Gordon, is you're not really sure what you're going to get. And I mean as in, they might go left, they might go right, they might run at someone, they might do something completely, a bit like Wayne Rooney was when he first come in the team. I mean, he was an unbelievable player, but he just had that fear. He wasn't fear. Sorry, he had no fear, and it was so unpredictable how he played. No one could figure out what he was going to do, and maybe for Gareth, that was his thinking in big games. Like Serbia are not going to know what to do with Anthony Gordon. They'll know what to do with Grealish. I'll tell you what, we'll play like this. We know what he's like. But with Anthony Gordon, Jared Bowen,
different.
They're just going to give you something different.
And they haven't got the battle scars that some of the others have got from previous tournaments, so they're going in with no fear. I was talking to Manu Petit, and he was saying with the French squad, he said, we go there, we don't talk about losing, we expect to win.
Yeah.
You know, and I feel it's a different attitude.
Jeff, that is a different mentality with England, and I always say, like, we can have the best team in the world, and right now I believe we should be favourites for this tournament. We have the best squad by miles. But it's something about England players, and maybe it's because I'm an England fan, so I'm trying to not be disappointed. It's something about England teams, and it's been forever like this, except for 66, of course, that we just... It doesn't matter how good we are, someone like Argentina or someone like Germany or someone like Greece, as you mentioned, will just find something within their heart and their belly and that fire to win it. And England, sometimes we just lack that. I just wish we could just go, right, our team is unbelievable, let's go out there and win this tournament like we should. But something always seems to stop us.
I just think as well, like you said, watching Argentina, you're like, we're winning this tournament for Messi. We haven't got a choice. We're winning that tournament for Messi in the final against France. We're going to find a way to win. That's what I want to see from England players.
Well,
Harry
they need to say we're winning this for Harry Kane.
Yeah, like, come on, like Harry Kane's not won a trophy. Let's go win it for Harry.
Yeah, but
never mind win it for Harry Kane. Win it for all of us.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Just us four.
Jeff, hang on a minute. Wasn't you around in 66?
Yeah, I was.
So not for you then, for us.
How old was you? 20?
Were none of you around in 66? 1966, I was 11 and watched it on a black and white TV.
Wow.
Yeah. There you go.
You know, which we hired a brand new black and white TV on the day of the World Cup final, because that's what you did in those days. You rented things. It was rediffusion, and we spent the morning looking out the windows, desperately hoping that the rediffusion man would turn up in time to put the TV set in for the World Cup.
Do you remember the celebrations?
I don't remember. We won the World Cup. I remember everything about it.
Wow.
You know? And people were literally out dancing in the streets afterwards. It was
that's
just
what we need. Come on,
we want to dance on the street, don't we? That's what it is.
They need our song. They need our song to pump them up. You heard about the song we've written?
Go on, hear it.
Get the lyrics up. I've had a couple of beers. I'm ready to sing.
Come on.
Because what happened? We was on the way here, and Wrighty said that he felt that England need another song, and he said, "You know what, Mers? We should use one of your songs. You know, we're in the car." We're having a laugh.
And rewrite the lyrics.
Anyway, we've rewritten some lyrics to one of my songs. I'll let you sing it, Righty.
No, you're singing it. You're the singer. I'm the writer, you're the singer. You ready for this, Chef?
We're ready, come on.
It's a world exclusive.
So you changed some lyrics last second.
No, so his song is Heart Skip, beat. You know that song, right? Everyone does, right? So this is what we've changed it to.
Wait a minute. So Saka, spin me around, cause football's gonna come home. And when you cross it to Kane, you make a heart skip a beat. I know I should, but I can't leave it alone. Cause when England play, they make my heart skip a beat. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Hey, brilliant, boys.
Can I just say, we did a whole interview like we've never had a beer yet. And we've just shown that we have been drinking.
Brilliant. That could catch on.
I tell you what,
I like it.
You know, it blows no Scotland, no party out of the water.
Exactly. More words. More different words.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I need a better singer there. Have you got any better singers out there?
I'm the writer. I don't need to sing.
Ollie, Mark, it stopped raining. Go and enjoy another beer before the game.
We're the best fellas.
They kick us off now. They know that we're drunk. They're saying, see you later.
You're listening to Euro Game Day live on TalkSport, presented by Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction. Get your favourites delivered now.
Euro Game Day live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
I genuinely think England can do it this Euros. You send that back four, not having it. But we did make the final last time. Got the best squad on paper, and Southgate is basically the English Guardiola. Ha! It's coming home! It's the Euros, and believe it or not, England are favourites. To celebrate, Paddy Power are giving you a completely free bet builder on Serbia v England. Paddy Power. Pre-match online bet builder bets only. Min 4 legs plus. Must have previously deposited to avail. Max free bet varies from £1 to £25 per customer. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Put your three lines knowledge to the ultimate test with the all-new TalkSport Football Trivia board game, England Edition. Use your on-target trivia skills to take on all challengers and score the ultimate board game bragging rights just in time for the summer of football. Featuring hundreds of weird and wonderful questions about the England men's football team. The TalkSport Football Trivia board game, England Edition. Available online and in-store at Sports Direct and Game. Shop.talksport.com.
That's not simple. That's not simple. Now that's simple. Hastings Direct Car Insurance is simple, because when life is this complicated, finding a great deal shouldn't be. Great cover, great price, and a great app makes us one of the UK's top choices when comparing car insurance online. Hastings Direct. Simplicity is the best policy. For verification, see hastingsdirect.com/verify.
Can't beat the races. I like flat racing.
Especially Ascot. I love the top hats.
You have your bets on for the races, you've talked about it with your mates.
Zero strategy behind who I choose.
I back the outsider. I study the form.
I always pick the favourite.
However you pick your horses for Royal Ascot, bet Fred. For price boosts and extra places throughout the festival. Love Royal Ascot, bet Fred. Official bookmaker of Ascot and Royal Ascot. Selected races only, 18 plus BeGambleAware.org.
Satisfy your appetite for a truly mouth-watering tournament of football. Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Post-match action doesn't get any tastier than a Gourmet King's Barbecue Steakhouse Angus Burger. The unbeatable partnership of a flame-grilled burger and crispy fries. And every epic winner tastes better with a classic Whopper.
Brilliant goal!
Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Total food satisfaction delivered to your door. That's food fulfillment.
Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
Drittes!
UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
Brilliant goal!
Tonight from 8, uninterrupted, on-location commentary of Serbia versus England.
He's done it again!
Sounds like summer, feels like Fußball.
On TalkSport.
Yeah!
Come together on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
We are just an hour and 40 minutes or so away from England's curtain raiser in Euro 2024 against Serbia at the Veltins Arena in Gelsenkirchen, and I'm pleased to say that finally the rain has relented. There is blue sky above us, a bit of black around as well, but it looks a whole lot more hopeful right now than it did do. It did, absolutely. And as you said, Gabby, conditions are going to be absolutely perfect for
a footballer.
Yeah.
Perfect. Don't need the pitches need water in, not too hot. Lovely conditions for a footballer and a football game.
In the other game in the group, there are 65 minutes in. It's still Denmark leading Slovenia by a goal to nil. Still that Christian Eriksen goal separates the sides. It's live on TalkSport 2 right now. It's a decent game as well, being a good contest. And England, you know, they won't find either of these two sides pushovers, will they? Not from what we've seen anyway.
No. But if you look at Denmark, it's got some good players. Højlund, Højbjerg, Eriksen.
Yeah.
You know, at the back as well, they've got some really good defenders. Kasper Schmeichel in goal as well.
It's great for Eriksen. I'm going to ask, you know, is he going to be able to do it again, you know, 4 days later as the tournament goes on and on and on? Anyway, building up to Serbia against England, we've been asking you to send in your voice notes to let us know how you'll be watching. Let's take a listen.
Listen, the England fans are in full voice. You already know that. They've been incredible all afternoon. I've got Sam here as well. Also, in Estonia, it's like these two got dressed together this morning in the hotel. Sam, what are your predictions for the whole tournament? What do you expect from England? Are they going to go all the way?
I think it's going to be difficult, but I can see why not. Hopefully we can. Be good. Be about time as well with the players we've got. So fingers crossed. definitely. Why not?
Who's going to be your star man this summer? Is it going to be Jude Bellingham, Harry Kane, Phil Foden? Do you think one of them could pick up that player of the season, player of the tournament award?
I think Foden's been quality all season. Now it's about time he does it for England. So I think if he turns up, England will turn up. So I think it'll be Phil Foden. I think if anyone, so hopefully Phil Foden will turn up.
I bumped into Ben wearing his Stone Island covered in rain. It seems like he's got his sports shorts on. If he needs to do a bit of running to the Beltins Arena because it is chucking it down. What are your expectations from England this summer?
We're going to smash it. We're going all the way. We're going to be absolutely fine. Group stages, win all 3 games, top of the group. France probably in the quarterfinals, beat them, win the final in Berlin.
Well, that's the ideal scenario, isn't it? But, you listen to some of those fans. One of the first ones there, Gabby, he said, well, it'll be about time if we win one, won't it? And it's that sense that, that we deserve to win it and therefore we will win it. It doesn't work that way.
Listen, we're not winning this tournament unless everyone's bang at it. We talk about the second halves. Gahey, can he have the form of his life? Can John Stones get back to that level? He's not played much Premier League football since March. But we've got the players, Jeff. That's what fans get frustrated. It's like some of these players walk into other teams and they're on our bench. Talk about Cole Palmer. Yeah. How good has he been this season? He won't be starting tonight. Watkins, 19 Premier League goals, no penalties. How much is he going to play? Yeah. Ivan Toney. We've got so many options. Let's go and blow teams away.
I hope you're right. I hope we can blow teams away. Thanks to everyone that sent voice notes today. Even the bloke who said, well, it's about time. That was all thanks to Carling. 18 plus. Please drink responsibly.
Come together on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus. Always drink responsibly.
Right, we're heading back to TalkSport HQ, where we have the sports bars. Jason Cundy in position. Jason, good evening.
Good evening, Cundy.
Hello, boys. You're looking mighty fine, I have to say. Look at the pair of yous up there, honestly. Very, very jealous. Back here at Talk
You ought to see the producers, Jace. They are like, bedraggled cats after the rain that we've had here, mate.
Yes, I can see you, boy. Not a hair out of place, Jeff. Not a hair out. I can't tell for Gavin. He's got his cap on, but not a hair out of place.
I'm hiding my no hair. That's why.
It's the big occasion, Jace. You've got to look the part. You know that yourself,
Jeff,
mate.
Jeff, you always look the part. We know that. Anyway, good to see you, boys. Good to see us.
And you, Jason. What are you expecting from England tonight?
Well, I'm expecting or hoping for a performance. I've been thinking about this game for a number of days now, and I'm just watching the Slovenia-Denmark game and thinking about how they're going to set up against England. It's quite an open game, actually. And I'm thinking, what are Serbia going to do? Well, if they saw the first half against Bosnia and the game against Iceland, I'll be stunned if they try anything different than to frustrate, make life difficult, get a bank of 4 or 5 and then condense that space where the likes of Bellingham and Foden like to get on the ball and turn and try and pick passes. Because against Iceland it just didn't happen. First half against Bosnia didn't happen. If they do that, we've got to do what we did against second half Bosnia. Move the ball quickly. There was a malaise about our performance, lacklustre, no energy, and I suppose that sometimes you can kind of excuse it maybe before a tournament because you don't want to get injured and so on. But now, the real deal. So I believe that it will be all right in the night. That's how I feel, that there will be an energy, a zest, a zip about our game. If there's not, then we almost play into Serbia's hands. And let me tell you now, if we do that, we saw against Iceland, we can be picked off.
Condi, do you think that, Serbia will sit back, won't they? They'll make it difficult for us. Is that why it's important that Trent does play in midfield today? Or just get him on the pitch? Because you're going to have to get Bellingham in the box. We know Harry Kane likes to come off, so Bellingham can make them runs in the box. Mm-hmm. We're sitting for Real Madrid this season. He likes to get in the box late and score headers. With Trent getting on the ball and putting crosses in, that could be the key to unlock the Serbians.
There's going to be many different parts of that, Gab. I think that's one of it. I also think if you look at where Bellingham has played, he occupies that space. But I've seen the way that he's linked up with Rodrigo one side, and then you've seen Vinicius Junior, and then the pair of them down the middle. And you look up and you go, Bellingham's on the left. So I expect Bellingham and Foden to be telepathically linked up. If Foden comes inside, you don't want Bellingham sitting in there because all that'll do is condense the space that you expect Serbia to. They want it busy in there. They want that congested. By having more bodies in and around that area on the edge of the box, I think kind of plays in their hands. The width of the pitch is absolutely crucial. We saw what Germany did against Scotland the other day when, you know, so Scotland sat in some 5-4-1 and they got it all wrong. But it shows, if you use the width of the pitch, how you can really disrupt that midfield. If we start trying to play footballs through the middle and you're adding more bodies in there, all you're doing is congesting an even more congested area. I think we need to try and keep the space. So Trent's role, you would expect him to be that 8 of the 2. We expect that, right?
Yeah.
I expect him. So I don't want him to go driving necessarily in there and staying in there. There needs to be rotation. That's how you create space. If you go in there, you got Bellingham, you got Foden in there, and you got Trent. All you're doing is just playing into their hands. So it's all about the movement. Might take a bit of time, Gab, but yes, there's a lot to consider in around their final third.
Jace, you got your list of Serbian names ready for the big intro?
I do. Jeff, do you want to test me? Is Branislav Ivanovic still playing?
Probably. Jace, they all end in itch.
Yes,
so
they
you're
do.
okay, mate.
They do, yes.
Yeah.
Itch, yeah. Well, luckily for me, I'm not doing the commentary, but by the end of it, the sports bar, myself and Mr. Jamie O'Hara at 10:30, we will be there. We'll have all our itches in a row. And I'll be scratching O'Hara's itch, all right?
Jace, enjoy it, mate.
Cheers, boys. Good work, well done.
Thank you. By the way, Ollie Kay, respected journalist, of course, is just tweeting. So for any England or Serbia fans still in the middle of Gelsenkirchen, or worse, not there yet, I recommend you set off on foot if you can. It's about 3 miles, but the transport situation is a total mess, which is slightly alarming. But I have to say, it's what has tended to follow matches around here at these Euros in Germany. Been brilliant events, but actually getting in and out of them.
Do you know what though? The Scotland game was chaotic, but because we had the show and we got there at like 20 minutes before kickoff, it was quite empty. All the Scotland fans was wanting to get to the game quickly and get inside. But after the game was a bit chaotic, I have to admit. Well, let's hope that's the case this evening, because as soon as this is finished, we're dashing off the 3 miles to get to the Mertens Arena. 3 mile walk. Get our steps in.
Yeah, I've done my steps for today, thank you. It remains Slovenia 0, Denmark 1 into the final, 17 minutes or so in that one. But Slovenia doing a little bit of attacking a present. It's certainly not game over right now. You're listening to Euro Game Day live on TalkSport, presented by Carling, the UK's #1 lager, 18+. Please drink responsibly.
Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. What's better than a last-minute winner? A crispy chicken royale delivered straight to your door.
I genuinely think England can do it this Euros. You said in that back 4, not having it. But we did make the final last time. Got the best squad on paper, and Southgate is basically the English Guardiola. It's coming home! It's the Euros, and believe it or not, England are favourites. To celebrate, Paddy Power are giving you a completely free bet builder on Serbia v England. Paddy Power. Pre-match online bet, but a bets only. Min 4 legs plus. Must have previously deposited to avail. Max free bet varies from £1 to £25 per customer. T's and C's apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
No, we're not allowed. We can say that sticks like Turbo is an amazingly fast-setting adhesive. We can say sticks like Turbo can be used in all weather conditions. We can even say sticks like Turbo holds up to 300 kilograms in just 15 minutes. We just can't say what sticks like Turbo sticks like, but you can probably guess, and it really does. Sticks like Turbo from Evo Stick.
Get match ready with Club Card prices. Like 25% off 6 or more bottles of wine or fizz. With Tesco Club Card, everyone can feel the to lower prices. Tesco, every little helps. 18+, drinkware.co.uk, majority of larger stores, end 17th of June, exclude Scotland. Club Card or app required.
With high maintenance fees and a lack of availability, timeshare ownership for many is now just a liability. MyTimeshareClaim.co.uk has helped thousands of owners who were missold exit their contract and claim compensation. For advice and to find out about your options, text timeshare to 78900.
We're BetMGM Sports and Casino.
We know things aren't always golden. That's why we offer you the tools to keep your place safe. Set timeouts to always ensure you take a break when you feel like you need it. Set reality checks so you know exactly how long you've been playing. And set deposit limits to help control what you spend. Stay golden with BetMGM. Play responsibly.
18 plus. As the biggest teams in Europe go head-to-head this summer, TalkSport and Carling have come together to make sure the UK is match-ready for the big games.
Brilliant football!
From expert pub pundits to on-the-sofa supporters, get your mates together anywhere and enjoy all the unbeatable football action.
Super entertainment. It is game on!
Make sure you're well on side and listen to Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Get the ultimate food satisfaction this half-time with the flame-grilled bacon double cheeseburger XL. Order now on the Burger King app.
TalkSport News.
With your latest headlines, I'm Will Hobbs. Good evening. 80 countries are jointly calling for a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine if it upholds Ukraine's territorial integrity. However, Russia was not invited to the summit and China refused to attend. The police officer who ran over an escaped cow in Surrey has been removed from frontline duties while an investigation takes place. The 10-month-old calf was running loose in Staines on Friday night when she was struck. And Labour insists it's taking nothing for granted when it comes to opinion polls ahead of next month's election. One published in The Times suggests the party could secure a landslide victory when it comes to seats, beating the Tories by 456 to 72.
Talk Sport.
Police say several arrests have been made, believed to be Serbian fans in Gelsenkirchen ahead of kick-off tonight. England fans were caught up in a standoff in which bottles and chairs were thrown in a bar. On the field, we believe Gareth's headline selection is Trent Alexander-Arnold in midfield. In the group's other game, a moment of true footballing heritage. 1,100 days after his cardiac arrest at the last Euros, Christian Eriksen gave Denmark the lead over Slovenia. They have just equalised, so it's currently 1-1. And Wout Weghorst and Cody Gakpo were the difference for the Netherlands as they squeezed past Poland 2-1.
UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
On TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
Summer 2024. The pride of nations will rise. As Europe's best teams battle it out for the prize.
What a hit!
To lift the coveted trophy every country desires in a moment of glory, the world to inspire.
That was truly stunning.
And amongst the brave warriors, Southgate's England team will march onwards in Europe to bring home the dream.
This stadium is shaking!
Achtung, baby!
UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
On TalkSporten und TalkSporten 2.
Yeah, what a piece of the scoreline. Mentioned a moment or two ago that the game wasn't over. That's the Slovenia-Denmark game. It's absolutely in the balance. It's Erik Jansa, who's Gornik Zabra's defender. He struck a shot. It's taken a wicked deflection, but nevertheless,
they're not rolling over.
Slovenia have been getting on top. You could see it coming, that is for sure. And it's arrived, and there are still 11 minutes to go right now, and it's the Slovenians who are celebrating in that crowd. I tell you what, I don't know where they are, but no one's got a shirt on there. It looks absolutely glorious. What a contrast it is to
they're not as soft as me, who moans about the weather, are they?
Well, you and me. Look, let's get off to the Veltons Arena. Our England host and award-winning broadcaster Adrian Durham is in position for TalkSport's live commentary of Serbia against England. Less than 90 minutes away from kick-off right now. Team news is imminent. Good evening to you, Aid.
Good evening, Aid.
Good evening, Gabby. Good evening, Jeff. And the England players have just taken to the field here at the Veltons Arena. I'm just watching through the Durham binoculars. Trent Alexander-Arnold, he's had a word with Bukayo Saka. He's wandered towards the Serbia fans and then started to get booed, so wandered back towards the England fans. And he's out there pretty much on his own in the centre circle. The rest of the England players have gone in and he's just savouring the scene, and I'm wondering what he's thinking, because we all believe that he's going to be starting tonight. What impact can he have? We know the talent he's got. Let's see him do it on the big stage for England in a tournament. Cannot wait.
It sounds like there's a bit of an atmosphere there already, is there, Raid? Are there plenty of people in the ground?
You're not wrong. There's still plenty of empty seats. A lot of people get into the game. And listen, I got here about maybe 4 or 5 hours ago, and it was difficult getting in then. Never mind those who are getting in closer to kick-off. But yes, a lot of Serbia fans in away to our left. A lot of red in those blue seats away to my left. So they're making a lot of noise. Their players are out inspecting the pitch right now. And you know that when England are playing, all of those George Cross flags are draped over the side, different tiers, different levels, loads of different clubs represented. And I want to say this because everybody seems to think it's always Bristol Rovers or Plymouth or Farnborough Town. They're the only ones represented. Directly opposite me, there's a Manchester City flag and there's an Arsenal flag. The two top teams of the Premier League last season. The big boys won it with England as much as the minnows.
Adrian, we're not going to see any more surprises, are we? Are we looking at, you reckon, Trippier left back and Foden left wing? Not Gordon, maybe?
No, I can't see any surprises. The information that we've had is that Trent in midfield is the only kind of talking point, if you like, the only one that maybe there was a debate over. So I'll be very surprised if there's anything else. If there is, it's possibly down to something last minute, and we wouldn't wish that on any of the England players. Listen, I think that the fact that the other game right now is 1-1 in the closing stages tells you all you need to know about this group. I think England, on paper, you look at the players they've got, should top the group. That's not arrogance. You're looking at rankings. They should top the group. But it's a competitive group. All the teams in it, all 4, can compete. It's not like they're going to batter anybody, I don't think. So I think it'll be tight, but I do expect England to finish on top of the group. And I think there will be disappointment if they don't. And if they don't qualify from the group, well, that's really unthinkable, isn't it? So let's just not even think about it.
We won't think about that, Aid. Aid, thanks very much indeed. Enjoy the night.
Thank you, Adrian.
Cheers.
And Adrian mentioned that game that's going on, Slovenia against Denmark. Kasper Schmeichel's just pulled off a very decent save to ensure his side stay level at 1 apiece. TalkSport teamed up with Burger King to speak with football legend Ledley King about his experiences in past tournaments.
Footy Fulfillment on TalkSport with Burger King. Satisfy your burger craving with the ultimate flame grilled experience delivered to your door. Order your Burger King delivery now.
Ledley, thank you very much for your time. Have you ever done an interview in a Burger King before or anything like this? Something a little bit different?
It's a bit different. It's a first. Obviously, I'm a big fan of Burger King,
yes.
Especially after my playing days now.
Yes.
So, yeah, no, it's different, but it's great, yeah.
During your playing days, were you always someone that was very strict, sticking to a diet and stuff, or would you ever veer away from that?
No, I tend to have the odd burger here and there, but I suppose as I got a bit older, with injuries, I had to eat a little bit more carefully because of the lack of training that I was doing.
Of course.
So then I really did concentrate on my food, cut the burgers out, and brought someone in to prepare food for me because I knew it could make a big difference.
Good man. And just to throw you a question, if you had to be reunited, let's say, with one of your former teammates here at Burger King, share a burger and a nice catch up with a former teammate, anyone in particular that springs to mind?
Probably the one that sticks out that I haven't seen for quite a while because they're still playing is Luka Modric.
Yes.
You know, he actually left the football club when I retired, and he's still going 12, 13 years later, which is unbelievable. So yeah, I probably have to wait for Luka to finish his playing days before I can get him in there.
Yeah, because he was some player, wasn't he, by the way?
Top player, brilliant.
Euro 2024, it's not far away. You, of course, represented England at major tournaments. 20 years ago, you were at Euro 2004. Just going back to that tournament in particular, because you look at that team on paper in 2004, we called it the Golden Generation. I mean, stacked full of world-class players. Kind of going into that tournament, when you looked around the options England had, was there real belief within the team that we can go all the way here?
I think we always had, we always knew we had top players. When I think back, I don't think we really had that belief that we was going into tournaments to win it. I think we was more hoping that we could do well, rather than really believing in ourselves. Although we had tremendous talent, and that is probably something when I look back on that's kind of disappointing now that we didn't really believe in ourselves the way I believe that the current England squad do.
Would you say that's the key difference? Because I think I've heard some of the former players speak out about how there was kind of club rivalry would kind of maybe have impacted that team. Liverpool, Man United sat on different tables. Is that what you remember?
I think that's natural. When people talk about sitting within your team groups, I think it's natural. They're your closest friends. But there's no doubt that I feel that we held our rivalry even when we were with England, and I think it was a subconscious thing. It wasn't something, it wasn't that we wasn't getting along or we wasn't talking. It was more a fact that we just didn't really let go. And I think that would have helped the England squad if we was able to really come together and connect as a group, as the England squad does at the moment. I think it really does play a big part in how far you can go in a tournament.
Footy Fulfillment on TalkSport with Burger King. Satisfy your burger craving with the ultimate flame grilled experience delivered to your door. Order your Burger King delivery now.
And our thanks to Burger King. Right, the England fans are having to walk the 3 miles up to the stadium ahead of the opening game, but our roaming reporter Harry Durham caught up with a member of the TalkSport family earlier on.
TalkSport viewers, TalkSport listeners, welcome to Gelsenkirchen. And just over there, you will be able to see the Veltins Arena. It might be a little bit cloudy, but guess what? It's an indoor stadium. England kick off their Euro 2024 campaign against Serbia. And the man you'll be able to see in the shot right now is Alex Zonneveld. Alex is part of the TalkSport family, and members of the Trans-Europe Express, listeners, fans, will know this man very, very well. I'd like to pass him the mic and he can tell his story and his journey to Euro 2024.
Thanks, Harry. My name is Alex Zonneveld. I worked for TalkSport between 2018 and 2023. And in the summer of 2023 in June, I was diagnosed with Ewing sarcoma, which is an incredibly rare type of cancer. Less than 300 people in the UK every year are diagnosed. And I started treatment. I went through 14 rounds of chemotherapy, pretty brutal chemotherapy. I had a 12-hour operation on my spine to remove the tumour, and it was an incredibly difficult period of my life. But around January time, I'd been through 9 rounds of chemotherapy, and I'd had my surgery, and I was really struggling, and I realised I needed something to keep me going, and that was the possibility of getting to Euro 2024. So I sort of set that out as my long-term goal and put that on my bucket list, so to speak. But at the time, I had no tickets, I had no work, so I had no idea how I was going to get out of here, but I knew I wanted to get out here. So I reached out to Twitter and put out a post explaining my story, and incredibly, people responded. Strangers came back to me offering their tickets, and I couldn't be more grateful, and I wanted to pay, and they refused to take any money, and these were tickets which were selling online on the black market for £400 or £500, and they didn't want to take a penny after hearing my story, and that was amazing, and that really kept me going and pushed me through. And so I finished my 14th round of chemotherapy 2 months ago, and I'm just so happy to be out here for England against Serbia, and it's incredible to be here. And thank you so much to everyone for your support, for my friends, for my family, for the people who have provided those tickets. It's just incredible. It's just an amazing experience.
Alex, there'll be people that hear this, watch this, who are going through similar hardships right now. What message do you have for them? Because there'll be people who should have been in that stadium who sadly lost their lives, and people who just aren't well enough to be here. What message do you have for them and their loved ones?
The biggest thing I can try and emphasise is you're not alone. There were times during my treatment I felt so desperate and so lonely, and felt like it was never going to end, and that there were no options. But seeing the kindness of strangers and how people really do want to help, and they just need you to tell them how. So I don't know what everyone's going through, but all I can say is reach out for help. Ask people, be it neighbours, friends, family, strangers, doctors, but people are there for you, and we're all rooting for you, and we're all rooting for each other, and that for me is what England's all about. That's what football's all about. It's all coming together, rooting for the same team, rooting for England, and feeling that part of community, and that's really it. It's remembering, you'll get through this. This isn't the end.
Wow, well, Gabby, it's an amazing, inspirational story.
Yes. Yeah, Alex, I remember working with him, and whenever he used to come into the studio, Chelsea might have lost, I'd give him stick. Chelsea fans walking through again, having a banter with him. And I remember him leaving, and he was saying he's going to New York. He's going to try something different, go to New York.
Yeah.
And then last summer, hearing that, he had that cancer, it's like, wow, come on, like the kids, young lads, want to go to New York, try something different, and he's been so strong, like he said there. He's had a lot of support as well. And even when Stilian Petrov and Carly Kimi went through it, you know, you can just see what he does to people. It's horrible to see, and I'm glad now that he's in recovery, and I wish him well. Hopefully he can have some fun over here, get to as many games as he can, and carry on with the rest of his life, cancer-free.
Yeah, hear. It's fantastic to hear him
Top
here
guy.
this evening. Slovenia won, Denmark won. They've had a minute of 4 minutes of added time. It looks like the honours are going to be shared in this opening game in England's group. Of course, we're expecting the England team news within the next few minutes. And if it breaks while we're still on the air, of course, we will bring it to you. If not, Adrian Durham will be along immediately afterwards, and you will not miss a single thing. You're listening to Euro Game Day live on TalkSport, presented by Carling, the UK's #1 lager, 18 plus. Please drink responsibly.
Euro Game Day live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager, 18 plus. Always drink responsibly.
We're BetMGM, and we know how to put on a show. This is the European Championships, Vegas style. At BetMGM, we've got something for every football fan. Bet builders, actors, price boosts, and daily specials. Plus, new customers bet £10 and get £40 in free bets. Tournament football just got golden. BetMGM, it's showtime.
New customers only. Wagering requirements and conditions apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
With surprisingly big savings, visit fittingly.co.uk. It's totally fittingly yours.
It's nice to be treated as an individual. That's why with an Aqua credit card, we give you a personalised credit limit that could grow as we get to know you. So you can feel confident on your credit building journey, knowing with an Aqua card it's tailored just for you. Aqua, the smart way to build better credit. Search Aqua Card today. Representative 34.9% APR variable credit issued by New Day Limited, 18 or over, subject to status, terms apply.
Painting your lounge the perfect shade of off-white. Building a summer house for a delicious slice of serenity. Finally sorting your plumbing to stop that dreadful noise. It matters. And when it matters, it should be done splendidly. So type your postcode and what you need into trustatrader.com and find a Trusted Trader professional who cares about your project as much as you do. When it matters, trust a trader.
TrustedTrader.com. This tournament, prepare for greatness with William Hill. Get ready for last-minute winners, legendary goals, and straight red cards. Oh, what was he thinking? Win 50% more on every England game this tournament with Bet Builder Extra, online or in the app. Only from William Hill. Available day before match to kick-off. Bet Builders are 3+ selections at 3-1 or more. Pre-match singles, match stake £20. Full T's and C's apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
Satisfy your appetite for a truly mouth-watering tournament of football. Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Post-match action doesn't get any tastier than a Gourmet King's Barbecue Steakhouse Angus Burger. The unbeatable partnership of a flame-grilled burger and crispy fries. And every epic winner tastes better with a classic Whopper.
Brilliant goal!
Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Total food satisfaction delivered to your door. That's food fulfillment.
Euro Game Day live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus. Always drink responsibly.
TalkSport. Uninterrupted, full match commentary of every game of the tournament.
He really thumped that.
UEFA Euro 2024, Germany.
Euro Game Day live. England build-up with Jeff Stelling and Gabby Akbonlahor
on TalkSport. The Carling correspondent on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus. Always drink responsibly.
It has finished. Denmark 1, Slovenia 1 in England's group, the opening game in the group. Let's cross live, though, now to our Carling correspondent who is capturing the build-up to Serbia against England, live from the Mayfair pub in Newcastle. He's taking his life in his hands going back to Newcastle. It's Ian Abrahams. Evening, Moose.
Yes, Jeff, I didn't think you'd let me forget that. I really didn't let me forget that. But I am in Newcastle at the Mayfair pub, which, by the way, absolutely packed Nearly everyone is in an England shirt. A few bucket hats to be seen. England flags on every single table. Shearer is the shirt that's predominant around here. I've got 3 guys with all in England shirts. Looking forward to tonight. Ben, Craig and Jack. Ben is actually from Middlesbrough, so you've made a bit of a trek to get here. Well, it's not really much of a trek, 10 miles. What do you think about Alexander-Arnold playing tonight?
Buzzing. I think the fact that he's going to be able to supply the balls up to top, it's absolutely class. I was very, very concerned about the lack of delivery, but he's the man for it. Buzzing.
Craig, do you think that Gareth Southgate is now going to take the handbrake off England?
Absolutely. I think our only choice is to go forward, especially with Maguire missing. So, yeah, we've got to go forward.
Jack, we're in a Newcastle pub. There's a great big Newcastle emblem behind the bar, but no Anthony Gordon. You disappointed?
Yeah, of course. Well, of course I'm disappointed. I think out of everyone on the left-hand side, I mean, I'm glad he's been chosen over Rashford, but hopefully he'll come on and make an impact.
Do you think he should have played tonight?
Yeah, why not?
Do you think he should have played, Craig?
Yeah.
And Ben?
3 out of 3, yeah, absolutely.
Even though you're a Middlesbrough fan?
I've been to university up here, so I'm a team fan at heart.
Finally, give me a score prediction. All of you. We just seen Slovenia draw 1-1 in England's group with Denmark. Your score prediction?
3-1.
3-0.
England to win both halves. 3-0, I reckon. Come on, England!
Come on, England!
There we are, Jeff. Everyone here is confident England are going to win and score at least 3 goals. And by the way, I love Newcastle.
Well said, most brilliant. And 3 goals. Well, I tell you what, Gabby, I think we're in their camp, aren't we? We both reckon England will score 3 goals. I hope we're not being arrogant by saying that.
I don't think so, Jeff. I feel like we've got the quality. As long as we can cope with Mitrovic up front and Tadic getting into little holes, I think we've got enough to go and get a 3-0 win. 100%.
That was our Carling correspondent. Thanks to Carling 18+. Please drink responsibly. I mean, I know the one thing that you want and I want as well is that we go, not gung-ho, but we go for the jugular early on, you know. No tippy-tappy, let's get at them straight away.
I just want us to front foot, Jeff. You know, what's your first tackle like? No nonsense. Harry Kane, press straight from the kick-off. Let's just go after him. We've got more than enough quality to cause these Serbians a lot of problems. These players, think of all the fans across the world watching, all the fans that have spent their hard-earned money to come to Germany to watch the game. Think of them. Could be your last tournament. Go out. It's our time. In my lifetime, I want us to win something, Jeff. Come on.
Yeah, I've seen us win something, and believe you me, it was one heck of an occasion if we could just do it again. And what I think as well is those Serbian defenders. You imagine England a bit concerned about Serbia. Imagine what those Serbian defenders are thinking about playing against Harry Kane, about playing against Bukayo Saka, about playing against Phil Foden. I mean, they are going to be a little uncomfortable.
After 60 minutes and you see Watkins or Tony getting warm, or Gordon or Palmer. Oh, imagine that.
Yeah.
Nightmare. Come on, boys.
Yeah, I mean, it is a nightmare. You know, the one thing, though, that I really wish for this tournament, I wish Gareth would put the waistcoats back on.
You think so, yeah?
Oh, yeah, the stuff he's been wearing's been shocked. You would not wear it, mate.
No, I'm not cool enough for me. I'll put a waistcoat on, though.
Yeah, but we shall see it anyway. We are expectant. England is expectant. Gareth Southgate, I'm sure, is expectant. What a way it would be for him to go out, if he was to go out, if they win this tournament. I think if we don't win the tournament, I don't think he'll have any choice, Gabby. But if they win it, then he will have a choice.
100%. Look at the Germans, first game, front foot, 5 goals. Why can't we go out there and make a statement? The whole of Europe will be thinking England are here to win, not just to compete. We're here to win it this time. Final last time, we lost to Italy. This time, let's go one further. Come on, boys.
Can't wait for it. Just a reminder, breakfast is back tomorrow at 6 o'clock. I'll be there. Alan Pardew, Ashley Young, David Moyes, they'll all be there. And Gabby will be there as well. Up next, it's Serbia against England with Adrian Durham, Jim Proudfoot and Stuart Pearce. Team news coming up very shortly.
Come on, boys.
Every sub, every send-off, every sublime set piece.
Official broadcast partner of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
Euro Game Day Live
on TalkSport.
I like it.
This is TalkSport at the Euros. Welcome to Gelsenkirchen in the west of Germany, and welcome to England's opening game, where I can confirm the news we've been bringing you all day on TalkSport. Trent Alexander-Arnold does start. We'll confirm the rest of the team news in just a moment. Since Gareth Southgate took the England job just under 8 years ago, we've become accustomed to going deep in tournaments. At the same time, our academies have produced some stunning talents who have won trophies through the England pathway. Put it all together, add a huge dollop of English arrogance, and now there is an expectation that with these players, England should be winning the European Championships. If it happens, Gareth Southgate might be asked to run the country.
This is a party political broadcast from TalkSport.
This summer, there's change ahead.
A three-line stand where they've stood so often before, 7 games away from glory.
Cuts will be made where necessary.
Jack Grealish has been left out of the England squad.
We're not just in a process of giving caps, we're preparing for a tournament.
And national service will take on a whole new meaning.
Slips it in, it's Harry Kane. It is the perfect start for England.
But the main question, who will be in at number 10?
But it comes to Phil Foden. Who else?
England puts it away, and England have 2.
And if it all goes to plan...
Might need to rewrite that honours list.
Arise, Sir Adam Wharton.
Hold on. What about the future of Scotland?
We'll get back to you on that.
So, for all the debate...
It's Kane, and it's 7.
Achievable goals.
Into Trent Alexander-Arnold, who finishes it.
Kane has got it through for Saka.
And one promise we'll definitely keep.
The TalkSport Network, your home for all of the England action.
Euros round the corner. TalkSport on your radio.
It's time for England's campaign to begin on TalkSport.
Some radio stations will be juggling Euros and elections and dropping clangers left, right and centre. Not TalkSport. We're here for the Euros. We're here for the football. Times Radio on the TalkSport app for all your election needs. Good evening. I'm Adrian Durham, proud and privileged to be on England duty at Euro 2024 for the world's biggest sports radio station, and this is TalkSport. The former England captain Stuart Pearce is with us for this one. We'll speak to Stuart shortly. Time now, though, to look at the team lineups with Burger King.
Team lineup on TalkSport with Burger King. Introducing the ultimate lineup with the Gourmet King's Barbecue Steakhouse Angus and Bacon Caesar loaded fries. Order your Burger King delivery now.
So let's confirm those lineups with your England commentator on TalkSport, Jim Proudfoot.
Good evening, Adrian. Well, it is the side that everyone was expecting. Kieran Trippier at left back in Luke Shaw's absence. Trent Alexander-Arnold chosen to partner Declan Rice in midfield with Phil Foden on the left. The 11 that was widely predicted for this game from the moment the squad was announced. So of the 11, only Mark Gahey hasn't played in a major tournament before. 6 of the other 10 have played a dozen or more tournament games in the past, including Harry Kane, who's not only making an English record 12th appearance at the Euros, but who passes Ashley Cole and Raheem Sterling's mark of 22 tournament appearances, more than any other player in England's history. So, it's Jordan Pickford in goal, who equals Peter Shilton's record of 20 goalkeeping appearances at World Cups and European Championships. A back four of Walker, Stones, Gahey and Trippier. Rice alongside Alexander-Arnold, Saka, Bellingham and Foden, and Kane. Everybody else is on the bench, including Luke Shaw. 6 of those subs are yet to make their competitive debuts. It's the oldest side ever picked by Gareth Southgate at a major tournament, and only the England team that played in the first game at Italia in '90 has begun a tournament with more international experience than this 11. Now, there was plenty of talk about Serbia's defensive formation, whether it would be a back 3 or a back 4. They do have a tendency to match up the opposition, but it is a 3. Rajkovic plays in goal instead of Vanja Milinkovic-Savic. That's the major surprise in their side. Back 3 of Milenkovic, Veljkovic and Paulovic. Zivkovic, Lukic, Gudel and Kostic. Then Sergej Milinkovic-Savic partners Vlahovic in behind Alexander Mitrovic up front with 58 goals in his 91 international appearances. So no place for former Southampton man Dusan Tadic. And the referee tonight, the Italian Daniele Orsato. Good omen potentially, because he took charge of England's first game at the last Euros, which they won.
Jim, thanks very much. That was a look at the team lineups. Thanks to Burger King.
Team lineup on TalkSport with Burger King. Introducing the ultimate lineup with the Gourmet King's Barbecue Steakhouse Angus and Bacon Caesar loaded fries. Order your Burger King delivery now.
Well, he went to a European Championship semi-final and a World Cup semi-final alongside us for TalkSport on England duty as ever it is. Stuart Pearce, how exciting is this? What a venue. The number of George Cross flags we can see draped around this stadium just brings it all home, what it means to the nation when England are at the tournament.
I'll tell you exactly what it means to me. If the Gate ends up winning this tournament, I'm voting for him in the general election. I'm just going to fill a box in with the Gate. I'm going to write next to it and I'm going to tick it or put a cross in it, whatever I've got to do. We had a little taster last night. Myself and Jim went to the Albania-Italy game and the atmosphere was intense. It was brilliant and it gave us a taster. Tonight, it's the real deal, isn't it? Our team are out there playing. The other game's finished in a draw, so it's all to play for in this one, and very excited to see us play.
Yeah, Slovenia-Denmark ended a draw. Good result for England in terms of the group, which we're expected to get through. Remember, the 4 best third-place finishes get through as well. Let's hope it doesn't even come to that. Serbia fans making a lot of noise. Still waiting for a lot of England fans to come in. There's been 1 or 2 problems getting into the stadium. The travel in Gelsenkirchen isn't particularly brilliant, I have to say. Let's talk about the team. Trent starts. We were expecting it, but what do you expect him to bring in the 90 minutes?
Well, I think you know and I know that it's that level of passing that is his key selling point as a player. He's quite comfortable in that midfield area. For me, if I was a manager, all I would be saying to him, every time you get the ball, get turned and face the opposition's goal. Every time you can play a pass in behind the opposition, it's got to be your first look. You don't always have to play it. Your footballing IQ will tell you when to play it and when not to. But I want you to look there first. And if he does that, all of a sudden it sends a message out to Saka, to Foden, to Bellingham, to Kane, spinning behind.
Well, you can hear some boos, and that's the Serbia fans booing the England goalkeepers who are out there, just come out and are just about to start warming up. That gives you an impression, just an idea of the amount of Serbia fans that are in already compared to England and the amount of noise they're going to make as well. Another quick one, Gareth Southgate highlighted yesterday Jude Bellingham's on the leadership group of 4. He's just been included in it. Very young to be on it, but he said that he's on that group because there are a lot of young players in the squad and they need to have somebody to relate to who can maybe pass on messages. Yet this 11, 10 of them, as Jim just said, have tournament experience. So yes, there are fresh young players in the squads, but in terms of the starting 11, there's a lot of caps, a lot of experience, a lot of goals as well.
Indeed, it surprised me that this is that experienced as a squad, but it just shows how well our players have done of recent tournaments, getting to the latter stages of most of them. And when they step out tonight, should be no surprises for anyone. The fact that Jude's on the leadership committee, no surprise. He's an old head on young shoulders, and he obviously ticks the box of the youngsters as well and represents them, which I think is a masterstroke.
Well, Jude Bellingham is one of the front 4 that have 114 club goals this season. So Jeff Stelling just a moment ago live here in Gelsenkirchen telling everybody who wants England to be on the front foot. Certainly at club level, that front 4 have the goals. Let's hope that's repeated on the international stage at the Euros with England as they take on Serbia tonight. Now Faye Carruthers is pitch side, our England correspondent. Let's head down there. Faye, just give us your exact location, please.
I am about 2 metres away from the goal on your left-hand side, so when Jordan Pickford comes over here, I can literally give him a high five. I'm that close to the pitch. It's absolutely incredible, the location here. I think it's the best ever that TalkSport have had, and we've had some crackers in the past, but I'll be able to hear everything that is going on, all the communication, particularly between the back 4, who we know that that's where the question marks lie in terms of England's experience, with Mark Gahey stepping alongside John Stones. I'm going to be really interested to see how those two in particular communicate together tonight.
Well, let's listen to the manager, shall we? You and I were at the press conference yesterday, Faye, and Gareth Southgate was asked about it possibly being his last tournament.
Well, I hate to put pressure on all the coaches, but it could be the last tournament for all of them. So this is the world we're in. I'm probably more relaxed about it because I've been to 3. I know exactly what it involves. I know the events you have to deal with, the path you have to navigate. I'm very fortunate to have very good players with a great spirit, great staff that work with me. We're really looking forward to that challenge, and you're even more determined to make sure that we're giving ourselves the very best chance of winning.
Well, Faye, you speak to Gareth more than the rest of us. Deep down, he knows he's got to deliver, and you know that he wants to deliver as well.
Oh, he's desperate to, absolutely. He knows how close they've come before, and there feels like there's a little bit of calmness. I mean, he's always very calm, Gareth Southgate, anyway, but he doesn't seem, the way I see him, to be experiencing any kind of pressure that he has to deliver this time around. He knows it, he wants it, the players want it, they want it for him as well as for themselves and for the country as well. But it is really important, they have to keep themselves calm. Just before you went on air earlier on with Jeff Stelling and Gabby Agbonlahor, the roar that came out when the England players came out from the Serbia fans who were behind me was really intimidating. And Declan Rice has just spoken in his pre-match interview about the fact that it's really difficult to try and keep a calm and composed head in those kind of circumstances. They're going to have to do that, the players, tonight, and so will Gareth Southgate and his coaching team, depending on how the game goes. And they're taking it game by game. It sounds like a cliche, but whenever I've spoken to Gareth Southgate about this tournament specifically, he said they've broken it down into sections. Qualify out of the group first of all, game by game, and then look at how it's going to go. They have got a process, not just to get themselves to the final, but to win this final.
Faye, pitch side for TalkSport tonight, behind the goal where the Serbian keepers are just warming up at this moment in time. She'll keep us in touch with anything that's happening at ground level tonight. Trent Alexander-Arnold, when he came out with the rest of the England squad as they arrived here at the Veltins Arena, he stayed out there that little bit longer in the centre circle just to soak it all up, just to get used to the stadium, the surroundings, the environment, and make sure that he has the very best opportunity to give off his best for England tonight at the European Championships. You're listening to Euro Game Day live on TalkSport, presented by Carling, the UK's #1 lager, 18 plus. Please drink responsibly.
Euro Game Day live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Get your classic Game Day flame grilled Whopper made fresh and delivered to your door. Order your Burger King delivery now.
This tournament, prepare for greatness with William Hill. Get ready for last-minute winners, legendary goals, and straight red cards. Oh, what was he thinking? Win 50% more on every England game this tournament with Bet Builder Extra, online or in the app. Only from William Hill. Available day before match to kick-off. Bet Builders of 3+ selections at 3-1 or more. Pre-match singles, match stake £20. Full T's and C's apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
Well, you can see why people are talking about Asda, can't you?
Of course, on paper, Asda have a great lineup with 24 packs of Budweiser, just £14. Then there's pizza price drops, including the talented spicy chicken fajita flavour. Was £3, now £2.
And don't forget the dependable garlic flatbread was £1.80, now £1.50. Could be the difference maker. What a lineup!
Get match ready at Asda this summer. Asda, that's more like it. Selected stores online subject to availability. Budweiser 300ml, price not available in Wales and Scotland. May exclude Express and small stores. See asda.com/small stores.
This Euros, The Sun is bringing you all the gossip, goals and giants of the game. Get insights and analysis from Harry, should have been England manager, Redknapp, Jack, the maestro, Wilshere, Gordon, no nonsense, Strachan, and Jurgen, the winner, Klinsmann. You won't want to miss it. Don't miss out, only in The Sun.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. On the beach, on the beach, on the beach.
Booking geniuses, save your summer. Get a wiggle on and book yourself a bargain with On the Beach. Big budget or small, we've got a mega holiday for all. Should have been a rapper. On the Beach, book like a genius, holiday like a fool.
ATOL protected.
On the beach.
You could skydive out of a plane or swim with sharks. You might even skinny dip in icy cold waters. Or you could get that inexpressible high, that guaranteed rush from finding just the thing you wanted, the thing you needed, at a great sale price. IKEA Summer Sale, now on. IKEA, the wonderful everyday.
Let's go live to hear about that winning goal.
The crowd's gone absolutely wild here. How on earth do you sum up your emotions right now?
Amazing. A hat-trick is just the best feeling ever.
Is it though? Is kicking a ball into the back of the net really better than food fulfillment from Burger King? That warm, fuzzy feeling of total food satisfaction, like finishing the last bite of a Gourmet King's Barbecue Steakhouse Angus.
No.
Correct. Burger King. That's fulfillment.
Here she is, the 3-time world champion. What has she got in store for us today? Things are starting to heat up. Here she goes.
Triple builders, double stir. I don't believe it. And a chocolate digestive to finish it off. A thing of beauty. You have to say, the judges are going to love this one.
British Gas. Powering home fans during this summer of sport.
Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
That's a magnificent goal.
Tomorrow afternoon from 2, uninterrupted, on location commentary of Romania versus Ukraine.
And it's got in!
Soccer Punch Your Summer
on TalkSport 2.
Live in Gelsenkirchen, we're at the stadium live on TalkSport ahead of England's opener. Serbia out there warming up, and here come England, and the noise of the fans greeting the England players as they climb the steps here at Gelsenkirchen, the home of Schalke, and make their way on to the field of play for the warm-up. They'll be focused, there may be nerves, but they can channel those nerves into good, positive energy, surely, for the 90 minutes ahead, live on TalkSport. Now, earlier today, the Netherlands came from behind to beat Poland 2-1 in Group D. Wout Weghorst, formerly of Burnley and Manchester United, with the late winner. And then in England's group, Denmark and Slovenia drew 1 apiece. 21 goals then in the first 6 games of the tournament. Only 1 clean sheet kept by Spain. So just like the Premier League last season, we are averaging more than 3 goals a game at this European Championships.
Plays it back to the edge of the area, and Ray Chan places it into the bottom corner. Crown a 5-star opening night for Germany. The biggest victory in the history of the opening night of the European Championships.
Now a chance maybe to wrap the game up for Switzerland, and they do. Brilliant Boulot. You don't get much more direct than this, really. It's Hungary 1, Switzerland 3. Yamal with a cross swept in towards the near post, and it's the 3rd goal for Spain. And Dani Carvajal. It's Spanish joy and Croatian misery. Their equal biggest ever European Championship defeat. It finishes Spain 3, Croatia 0.
And it's fired in superbly by Barella from outside the penalty area. And Italy have turned things around within 15 minutes.
Great game. Poland 1, Netherlands 2.
What a start to this tournament.
We have to be exceptional to progress firstly through the group.
Yeah, we have some great goal scorers in the team, players who are definitely on form.
I expect everybody to enjoy the football.
Trying to win the European Championship is what we're trying to do. If I win the Golden Boot along the way, then fantastic.
Well, we'll talk about England's approach in just a second, but we're just looking at England warming up, and there is one player missing from the warm-up, Stuart Pearce, and that is Luke Shaw. Now, in the press conference yesterday, Gareth Southgate said there was one decision to make, and that is whether Luke Shaw will be able to come off the bench if needed for England. Presumably, he is not able to come off the bench, sadly.
Well, you would certainly probably read into the fact that is the case. You know, we always felt this game was going to be too soon for him, if at all. So, for me, reading into that suggests to me that he's not even considering him, named him on the bench, but probably not even considering him to contribute tonight.
If they do need a backup left back, Joe Gomez can fill that position. There are others who can do it, and presumably, I mean, he's been named in the squad, he's been training as well, so if England, as we expect, do get through the group, he will be fit and available at some point in this tournament.
In all honesty, I hope he's fit before the knockout stage. I really do. I wouldn't like to see the first pick of Gareth with Luke Shaw. You're playing in the knockout stage, whether it be the 16, the quarters, whatever it may be. I would like to see him get some football prior to that.
So no Luke Shaw in the warm-up. That means we are deducing he will not be available for a substitute appearance here tonight as England face Serbia. What about the approach, Stuart Pearce? Because I mentioned before about the goals that the front four have got. Kane got 44 club goals, Foden 27, Bellingham 23, Saka 20, a total of 114 goals for the front four for England. Is absolutely phenomenal, by the way. It's astonishing. And so in the last programme on TalkSport, Gabby Agbonlahor wanted a big press from the front. He wanted England to go for it. Jeff Stelling said, get on the front foot. We've got good attacking players. You can understand why they and most of the fans want that approach with the goals we've got in the team.
Well, those stats are quite astounding. I don't think there's been ever in the history of English football a front four with those sort of stats for taking him from their club football into international. It's not an exact science, we know that, but it's a good starting point. It shows that these boys have had particularly good seasons for their clubs.
It does. Let's compare with the last European Championships 3 years ago, where we kept clean sheets, we only conceded 2 goals. Things were very different. England was a very different team back then. They scored 13 in 5 at the World Cup in Qatar. The final of the World Cup in Qatar was 3-3. It seems that football has changed and become more goal-filled, more attacking.
It certainly does. I mean, the games that I've been watching have been very open. You know, there's counter-attacks and that are getting on top of teams. A lot of room in midfield, a lot of room to play between the thirds. I've got to say, obviously, the laws of the game are such that defenders can't be as aggressive as they used to be. And I think this is probably going to be the most open and high-scoring championships that we've seen for a very long time.
Yeah, there seems very little doubt that will be the case. But it's interesting that of the last Euros, that game that you were talking about, the first game against Croatia, which England won 1-0, 7 of the 11 that started that game 3 years ago start again tonight. It's the same formation, and yet there is a completely different feel about England's MO. Now, it's not going to be the ability to grind out 1-0 wins and get to the final of the tournament having only conceded once en route. There's a sense that more often than not, England are going to concede. Their defensive record has gone downhill pretty rapidly over the last 3 years. And so England are going to have to blast sides out of the way, which seems to be the way that most sides will win the tournament. I think that even, 3 days in, you look at whoever's going to win the tournament will probably concede over their 7 games 6-7 goals. That would never have been a recipe for success in the past, but things have changed so quickly.
Jim, you talked about 7 of those players 3 years ago started then. Talk to me about those players that have come to supplement that and the talent that they've brought, the extra 4. We're talking Bellingham, I take it, Foden.
No, Phil started. He started on the right. So the difference is Tyrone Mings started in the absence of Harry Maguire that first game. Harry came back for the 3rd game in the tournament, having been injured and missed the first 2. So obviously Gahey is playing in there. Trent is playing instead of Calvin Phillips in the midfield alongside Declan Rice. Different role for Phil Foden, who's out on the right-hand side. Saka didn't start that game, so Saka has come in. He effectively takes a wide berth in place of Raheem Sterling, and Jude Bellingham plays instead of Mason Mount. So those are the 4 changes from that side 3 years ago. So you can see, just with the difference in personnel, that although it's the same formation, it's a much more attack-minded side that has been picked.
Indeed. Well, that win against Croatia at the Euros 3 years ago was England's only ever win in their first game of a European Championships. They've drawn 5, lost 4 of the others. Incredible stat, really. And the goal that day, the winning goal, was created by Calvin Phillips, scored by Raheem Sterling. Neither player, as Jim was saying, in the England squad for these Euros here in Germany. Now, this stadium was opened in 2001. It's the home of Schalke, who finished mid-table in Bundesliga 2, the 2nd division in Germany. And the last time England played here was at the 2006 World Cup. It was England against Portugal. It was Rooney against Ronaldo, and of course it didn't go England's way.
And what's the referee done here is another Portugal player goes down, holding his face, and Ronaldo is going in there and remonstrating, and this is a dangerous moment for England, and Rooney is sent off. England are down to 10 men, and that will be that, and we're going to get penalties. We've done it. The whistle's gone. Here's Jamie again. Right footed, and the keeper has tipped it onto the bar. Robinson has to save it. If Ronaldo scores, we're out. A stuttered run up. It's the same old story. England eliminated from a major tournament by those dreaded, blasted penalty kicks.
Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
This tournament, prepare for greatness with William Hill. Get ready for last-minute winners, legendary goals, and straight red cards. Oh, what was he thinking? Win 50% more on every England game this tournament with Bet Builder Extra, online or in the app. Only from William Hill. Available day before match to kick-off. Bet Builders are 3+ selections at 3-1 or more. Pre-match singles, match stake £20. Full T's and C's apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
Well, you can see why people are talking about Asda, can't you?
Of course, on paper, Asda have a great lineup with 2 for £20 on packs of beer like Peroni. Then there's party wear from £1. The midfield trio of bunting, face paint and flags.
And don't forget the dependable 2 for £7 on Coke 8-packs could be the difference maker. What a lineup!
Get match ready at Asda with beer and decorations on offer until the 14th of July. Asda. That's more like it. Selected stores online subject to availability. Beer packs 10 times 330ml each. Not available in Scotland. Coke 330ml, £4.25 each. May exclude express and small stores. See asda.com/small stores.
Let's go live to hear about that winning goal.
The crowd's gone absolutely wild here. How on earth do you sum up your emotions right now?
Amazing. A hat-trick is just the best feeling ever.
Is it though? Is kicking a ball into the back of the net really better than food fulfillment from Burger King? That warm, fuzzy feeling of total food satisfaction. Like finishing the last bite of a Gourmet King's Barbecue Steakhouse Angus.
No.
Correct. Burger King. That's food fulfillment.
This Euros, The Sun is bringing you all the gossip, goals and giants of the game. Get insights and analysis from Harry, should have been England manager, Redknapp, Jack, the Maestro, Wilshere, Gordon, no nonsense, Strachan, and Jurgen, the winner, Klinsmann. You won't want to miss it. Don't miss out, only in The Sun.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
On the beach, on the beach, on the beach. Booking geniuses, save your summer. Get a wiggle on and book yourself a bargain with On the Beach. Big budget or small, we've got a mega holiday for all. Should have been a rapper. On the Beach, book like a genius, holiday like a fool.
At all protected.
On the beach. Create your avatar. Pwn your first nude. Enjoy your newfound power. Climb the leaderboard. Dominate the leaderboard. Listen to people scream your gamer tag. Kirsty_26. 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 For less.
Selected IKEA gaming setups are now at a new lower price, along with thousands of other products. IKEA, the wonderful everyday.
Game over. Here she is, the 3-time world champion. What has she got in store for us today? Things are starting to heat up. Here she goes.
Triple builders, double stir. I don't believe it. And a chocolate digestive to finish it off. A thing of beauty, you have to say. The judges are gonna love this one.
British Gas. Powering home fans during this summer of sport.
Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Get the ultimate food satisfaction this half-time with the flame-grilled bacon double cheeseburger XL. Order now on the Burger King app.
I say, this summer vote for TalkSport, your official general election and football station.
Full live commentary of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany throughout the tournament.
They're off and running! Plus, almost full commentary at general election started already. TalkSport is first between the posts every day. We've got the polls.
And the goals.
What a strike! We've got the landslides.
And the knee slides.
How about that? It's balls, ballots and Berlin on your Football 2024 election station.
Oh, that's top European quality.
Order.
TalkSport.
Half an hour to kick off live on TalkSport. England, Serbia. England getting their Euro 2024 campaign underway. Let's remind you of the team news. Here's your England commentator on TalkSport, Jim Proudfoot.
And 7 of the side that started the Iceland defeat are on duty tonight in a team that was widely anticipated. Kieran Trippier at left back, Trent Alexander-Arnold in midfield, Phil Foden on the left. So it's Pickford in goal, Walker, Stones, Gahey and Trippier, Rice and Alexander-Arnold, Saka, Bellingham, Foden and Kane. 8 of that team started the World Cup quarter-final at Alcor 18 months ago. The big surprise in the Serbian side, the inclusion of Rajkovic in goal. There's a back three of Milenkovic, Velkovic and Pavlovic, Zivkovic, Lukic, Gudel and Kostic. Sergej Milinkovic will push forward alongside Vlahovic with Mitrovic up front. 7 of that 11 play in one of Europe's top 5 leagues. Kick-off here in Gelsenkirchen, 13 minutes away.
And it is England against Serbia, Euro 2024. Let's look at the latest odds ahead of the action with William Hill.
In the Zone on TalkSport with William Hill. Prepare for greatness with William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Lee Phelps from William Hill. Talk to me about the game then. England against Serbia. I'm assuming England are favourites.
Yeah, the 1-2 favourites, but we've got them at even money on the Epic odds at the minute, and that has been absolutely hammered, I can tell you. The traders are very nervous now. People have been getting all over that all day, not unsurprisingly, because you can get even money, even if it is a max bet of a tenner. I think a lot of people are confident, and since the team news, we've seen a lot of supporters for the goal scorers and the assists. It looks a more attacking lineup, doesn't it, against this Serbia side who, listening to that team news there, they're no mugs. This isn't going to be a walkover, of course. Serbia are 6-1, by the way, to win the game. The draw is 16-5, and I could well see them getting on the score sheet here, because I think England's weakness has been the defence. So maybe if you're looking at just the outrights, you're looking at maybe a match result on both teams to score. That might be the way to go with it. But look, it's all about England, and it's all about Kane. Everyone wants to be with Kane to score, not surprisingly. He's odds on to score at any time, though. To score first, he's 3-1.
Well, listen, we're going to focus in just a moment on what Serbia offer, what strengths they've got, what dangers they've got. We'll do that in a moment, but let's focus on the group, because Group C opened up earlier with Denmark 1, Slovenia 1. So how has that affected the odds to qualify from the group?
Well, England, not surprisingly, 25-1 on to qualify from the group. Denmark 1-2, Serbia 8-15. So between them, it's almost a pick-em. And Slovenia, the outsiders here, at 6-4. But between those three, it's fairly tight. England, absolute, 1-25, it's pretty much through, according to the bookies.
Lee, we'll leave it there. Thank you very much. That was a look at the latest odds. Thanks to William Hill. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. Be gambleaware.org.
In the Zone on TalkSport with William Hill. Prepare for greatness with William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Early ball into Mitrovic! What a header! What a goal! And Serbia are level!
Mitrovic is obviously a goal scorer. He's proven that throughout his whole career for both club and for country. As a striker myself, you appreciate other strikers who score a lot of goals.
Headed goalwards and in! Alexander Mitrovic on mark, 6 yards out. The result was inevitable.
With Mitrovic, I think he really knows his craft. He knows the areas of the pitch that he's particularly dangerous. He's an outstanding goal scorer.
Well, let's focus on the Serbian legend. Actually, a bigger Serbian legend was just on the big screen. There's a big cube hanging high above the centre circle. 4 big screens are on it, facing each side of the ground. And Novak Djokovic, an absolute Serbian legend, the tennis god, was on that big screen wishing the team the best luck. Huge cheer when he appeared on the screen as well. Alexander Mitrovic probably admits he may well be second to Novak Djokovic when it comes to being in the hearts of the Serbian fans, but he is about goals, Stuart Pearce. He scored 28 in 28 winning the Saudi Pro League this season with Al Hilal, and for context on that, Ronaldo scored 35 in 31 for Al Nassr, who finished second. They were far and away the top 2 scorers in Saudi last season. Mitro got 5 in 7 in qualifying, and his record is comparable to Harry Kane's at the international level. 58 in 91 for Serbia. Kane has 63 in 91. Alexander Mitrovic tonight, captain of the team, cannot be ignored.
He certainly can't. He's, dare I say, an old-fashioned centre-forward. He pulls off onto the far post. Decent with his feet on hold-up play, but you know full well that ball comes in the box, he'll clamber over the top of you and get his head on it. And to be fair to him, he's good at his trade. His stats are quite incredible. When you told me them yesterday, I couldn't believe how strong they were. That's quite incredible when you compare him to Harry Kane. And Harry Kane, well, you know, he's a special striker. Mitrovic is certainly one. When the ball comes in the box, our 2 central defenders and fullback have got to be aware of where he is.
You know, we say sometimes that a team is big, but this Serbian team is very big. Only one of their players is under 6 foot tall. And there are a lot of people saying it should be Lewis Dunk alongside John Stones at the back because he's tall. Mark Gahey, I think, is around about 6 foot. So he's not the biggest centre-back in the world. So have England got a bit of a problem there with a lack of height compared to Serbia, who are a big side?
Yeah, we possibly have, but quite often it's your movement, it's your blocking of the runs, it's a multitude of things that will make you decent in the air. And listen, I'm not so sure that I'll be leaving a player like Gahey out the team for somebody else like Dunk for those couple of extra inches in a game like this, personally, if I felt as though one was a much better bet than the other.
I'll give you another stat that might make you think a little bit more about that. A third of Serbia's 15 goals in qualifying were headers, highest ratio of all teams who made it to the European Championship finals, and that to me is a concern. Set pieces will be a concern, balls into the box will be a concern, and if you're talking about blocking off to try and defend, I understand that, but we've got to remember VAR's in operation as well. No, got to be cute, haven't we?
Having heard that, I would change both centre halves and put a couple of head-on sticks in there now. Listen, they've got to be aware of it. As you say, the stats bear that out. They will be bombarded, the back line, with stats. The goalkeeper especially, by the way. We talk about defenders dealing with it. The goalie's got to come and claim stuff as well and be strong when he goes and does that. But if we can keep the ball out of our box and stop set plays, all well and good.
Yeah, that's going to be one of the keys tonight. Mitrovic is so good in the air, as you've detailed, and they've scored in 23 of their last 25 games. They've scored in each of their last 10. So many goals from headers. To stop the supply is going to be a lot easier than beating Mitrovic in the air. They tend to build up down the left-hand side, where they've got Kostic and Pavlovic. The left-footed centre-half will come forward. They work in tandem. Then there's a switch of play, and they like a right-footed delivery from Zivkovic on the right-hand side, looking for Mitrovic. That's how they will try and exploit England tonight.
Kostic is a talent. We come up against him at West Ham, and I remember he had a real good effect in the game against us, can get a goal, can deliver, got a wonderful left foot. So he is a threat as well.
Well, that was in the Europa League run that's with Eintracht Frankfurt, wasn't it? And they won the final against Rangers, so he's got that under his belt. He is a talent. Are you surprised that Dusan Tadic, at those 35, has been left on the bench? Because he's an assist machine. 16 goals, 16 assists for Fenerbahce, all competitions, 4 assists in 6 qualifiers, and over 108 caps, 23 goals. So he doesn't just create, he scores as well.
Well, slightly, but as we've said time and time again, you might have to dip to the bench. You know what I mean? And I think both teams will have to dip to the bench for shoring up purposes, or alternatively to win the game purposes.
My thinking on that would be that they want an extra body in the midfield. They brought Goodell back, who's had these injury problems, so he'll play in midfield as a defensive-minded central midfielder. Fulham fans will tell you that Sasha Lukic will do exactly the same. He's not going to be showing any attacking industry. So the fact that they've gone with Sergej Milinkovic-Savic to play that little bit deeper probably means that they just want to make sure that they're shoring things up in the middle, and that's where they might be able to get a numerical advantage against England with 4 bodies in there as opposed to the 3 that we know that England are going to have. They're going to lose a little bit of attacking intent by doing that, but they've got Vlahovic who will push forward in support, and possibly a more natural player, a little bit more pacey, to play in behind Mitrovic in support. So I think that's the thinking why Tadic is going to be used as an impact sub tonight, because they want Milinkovic-Savic to be in there to bolster the midfield in those 3 along with Lukic and Goodell.
So Stuart, Jim, are we looking at a clash in styles tonight? England will try to play their way towards goal, while Serbia will try to aerially bombard the England net. Is that what we're looking at tonight, do you think?
From England's point of view, I would like us to mix it up a little bit. The other night I thought we played some intricate stuff through the thirds, but when it went out wide, I don't think that ball come in the box. I would still like us to put the ball in the box and create chaos when we can.
And one of the things that we've seen over the 6 games that we've seen in this tournament so far, which I'm pretty sure we're going to see again tonight, is a high, not particularly mobile back line from Serbia. So I think if you're going to exploit them, it's not necessarily your ability to be able to thread those very clever eye-of-a-needle passes. It's going to be hit it into space and play with pace. And the concern would be that there's not a magnificent amount of pace in that England side, but that I think is a way that you can exploit Serbia if you can get them turned I know, having spoken to a couple of Serbian journalists, they're worried about them.
But the frustration in those two friendlies that we just mentioned, the Bosnia where they won 3-0 in the end, Iceland where they lost 1-0, there was a low block. That's not going to happen here tonight. But they have gone with 3 at the back, and I'm wondering how England will perceive that. What will be the message from Gareth Southgate when he's addressing the players and saying, well, they're 3 at the back, this is what you've got to do?
I always find it easier to play out from the back with a 3. That will be my experience. I don't think we particularly pressed particularly well against Iceland, and mitigating circumstances I understand. I think getting the press right and making sure that they can't get a foothold in the game and play through the thirds. If Jim is suggesting that they've got a numbers superiority in midfield, last thing we want them to do is build from the back, play into midfield where they've got a numbers game on us.
So do you think, if you were Gareth, would you rather your side played against the 3 or against the 4?
I always think if my team are better than the opposition, I'll match them up and beat them, because man for man we're better than they are. I don't want their lineup and their tactical approach to even the balance, if you like. You know what I mean? But it's one of these. If you're England, you've got to play your own game. And this lineup for England can switch to a 3. Walker slides in 1, Saka drops back slightly, Trippier advances. All of a sudden, we've got a 3 on our hands.
And a quick one in terms of what to watch out for. Gabby Agbonlahor said on the previous show he wants Kane to be pressing from the front, from the off. So just say the Serbia keeper's got the ball, rolls it out to one of his 3 centre-backs. Are you expecting Kane to be right on top of him?
No, because it's not his game. Harry Kane's not a heavy press type of player. If you've got Gabby up front, and he done it brilliantly for me in the under-21s, he's got the legs and the energy to do it and do it time again and predict play one way or the other, and then accordingly you come in from behind. I'm thinking with our front 4, I'm not seeing a great pressing front 4, to be fair. Now, listen, they're intelligent players, all of them, and if Gareth's worked on it, I think we'll see it evident tonight.
Defensively, though, they don't have a great record. Only 5 clean sheets in their last 25 competitive internationals. What's the major sticking point as far as they're concerned? Individual errors under pressure. England can get the press right tonight. It's the key to winning this game.
I am feeling a little bit nervous. There's a lot of white now. The England fans have made their way through the town and out here to the stadium, and have made their way to their seats as well. They'll all be nervous too. That team news is that Trent Alexander-Arnold is in midfield for England. He does start. It's Gay alongside Stones at centre-back. You're listening to Euro Game Day live on TalkSport, presented by Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction. Get your favourites delivered now. There's 15 minutes to kick off, live on TalkSport.
Euro Game Day live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Save big with the $4.99 King Box. It's the ultimate match day lineup, featuring a barbecue double melt burger, chili cheese bites, fries, and a drink.
This tournament, prepare for greatness with William Hill. Get ready for last-minute winners, legendary goals, and straight red cards. Oh, what was he thinking? Win 50% more on every England game this tournament with Bet Builder Extra, online or in the app. Only from William Hill. Available day before match to kick-off. Bet Builders of 3+ selections at 3-1 or more. Pre-match singles, match stake £20. Full T's and C's apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
Well, you can see why people are talking about Asda, can't you?
Of course, on paper, Asda have a great lineup with 2 for £7 on Coke 8 packs. Then there's pizza price drops, including the talented spicy chicken fajita flavour and classic 4-cheese deep dish. Worth £3 each, now £2 each.
And don't forget the dependable garlic flatbread was £1.80, now £1.50. What a lineup!
Get match ready at Asda this summer. Asda, that's more like it. Selected stores online, subject to availability. Coke 330ml, £4.25 each. Pizzas and flatbread end 17th of July. May exclude express and small stores. See asda.com/small stores.
This Euros, The Sun is bringing you all the gossip, goals and giants of the game. Get insights and analysis from Harry, should have been England manager, Redknapp, Jack, the maestro, Wilshere, Gordon, no nonsense, Strachan, and Jurgen, the winner, Klinsmann. You won't want to miss it. Don't miss out, only in The Sun.
Let's go live to hear about that winning goal.
The crowd's gone absolutely wild here. How on earth do you sum up your emotions right now?
Amazing. A hat-trick is just the best feeling ever.
Is it though? Is kicking a ball into the back of the net really better than food fulfillment from Burger King? That warm, fuzzy feeling of total food satisfaction, like finishing the last bite of a Gourmet King's Barbecue Steakhouse Angus.
No.
Correct. Burger King. That's food-fulment.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
On the beach, on the beach, on the beach. Booking geniuses. Choose from thousands of amazing all-inclusive holidays with On the Beach. Go all in on all-inclusive. Leave the bank cards at home, but not your trunks. On the Beach. Book like a genius. Holiday like a fool.
ATOL protected.
On the beach.
Roll out of bed. Put the kettle on. Get into serious altercation with your 3-year-old. Try logical reasoning. Fail. Become the voice of Mr. Snuggles. Negotiate your way out of a tantrum and become the greatest parent of all time. For less.
Selected IKEA soft toys are now at a new lower price, along with thousands of other products. IKEA, the wonderful everyday.
Here she is, the 3-time world champion. What has she got in store for us today? Things are starting to heat up. Here she goes.
Triple builders, double stir. I don't believe it. And a chocolate digestive to finish it off. A thing of beauty, you have to say. The judges are gonna love this one.
British Gas, powering home fans during this summer of sport.
Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
Soccer punch your summer.
UEFA Euro 2024, Germany.
And just how big could that goal be?
Euro Game Day Live
On TalkSport.
Zeit für den Fußball.
We're getting ready for kick-off. It's just over 10 minutes away. Live on TalkSport, it's England against Serbia. The noise inside this stadium is something else, and it's going to ramp up when it gets going as well. Euro's now well underway. Holders Italy off and running with a win. Hosts Germany got off to a flyer. Spain looked quality, demolishing Croatia. The Dutch came from behind to win today. And in England's group, Denmark won, Slovenia won. Those performances and the big wins and results for some of those sides only add to the already immense pressure Gareth Southgate and England are dealing with as a nation awaits, a nation expects. Southgate, he literally laughed off a question about expectation yesterday in the press conference. I think after 8 years he gets the brief all right. Scotland are on the wrong end of that Germany thrashing. They need a win on Wednesday in Cologne as they take on Switzerland, to beat Hungary in their first game. That's live on TalkSport. Final group game for the Scots is in Stuttgart against Hungary a week tonight. We'll have that as well. We've got all 51 games from these Euros. England's remaining group games after this one here in Gelsenkirchen. Thursday afternoon in Frankfurt against Denmark, who they beat in the semi-finals of the last Euros at Wembley, of course. And then next Tuesday evening in Cologne against Slovenia. As I say, they're all live on TalkSport. Jeff Stelling and Gabby Agbonhor, they just did the previous show building up to this game. It sounded like great fun. Ollie Mers was there, right there as well. Sounded like brilliant fun. Fantastic duo, those two. They're both here in Gelsenkirchen. And Jeff and Gabby will be doing the breakfast show together tomorrow morning. Ashley Young was playing in the Premier League last season. He played under Gareth Southgate at the World Cup in 2018. He's on TalkSport's breakfast show tomorrow morning between 9 and 9:30. And then the man who led West Ham to a European trophy, David Moyes, is on breakfast from 9:30 till 10 UK time. Alan Pardew also on the breakfast show as well, Premier League manager. As the flags are unfurled, the flag with the European Championship trophy in the middle of the pitch, the colours of the tournament, the colours of the nations involved in the tournament around, surrounding that European Championship trophy flag. The Serbia flag in a triangle away to our left, and the St George Cross away to our right in front of the England fans as well. And the England St George flags, I mentioned them earlier. Opposite me there is a beautiful Arsenal flag with different Gunners' crests from their history in each corner. It's a really well made flag. Next to that, the Sheffield Wednesday flag, then a Manchester City flag. You got flags from Wolves, Coventry, Leeds, Derby, West Brom, all represented to my right. Loads more flags in the top tier and the bottom tier as well, of clubs that are represented: Wolves, Coventry, Leeds, Derby, West Brom, Palace, Port Vale, Preston, Middlesbrough, QPR. There's Premier League flags in there as well. Ipswich, yeah, they're Premier League. Forest and Spurs sandwiched between Barnsley and Farnborough. Could just see a big Birmingham City flag at the front as well. That's going to make Jude Bellingham happy. I have put pictures of the flags on social media. Just check out X at the Adrian Durham. You can see all of those. And check out all our social media platforms on TalkSport for some brilliant content from Germany. The video they've got of the fans singing the new Phil Foden song to the tune of Bruce Springsteen's Dancing in the Dark will wow you. That's going to stay in your head for a long, long time, and I'm hoping they get the chance to sing it tonight as well. Among the guests here at Gelsenkirchen tonight, the FA Chair Debbie Hewitt's here at the game. So is the former England manager, who Stuart Pearce worked with actually, Fabio Capello. He's here in his role as a UEFA technical advisor. But here in Gelsenkirchen, England have their demons from the past. We heard earlier how they went out on penalties in the quarterfinals of the World Cup back in 2006 in this stadium. And those who missed the penalties, by the way, Jamie Carragher with that twice taken one, and before him Steven Gerrard and Frank Lampard. Of all the players to miss their penalties, it was those two. Portugal missed a couple as well, but we just couldn't nail it yet again. Those demons have been exercised in big tournaments, beating Colombia on penalties in Moscow in 2018, and now we come to another big tournament. And for Gareth Southgate, it's been semi-final, final, quarter-final, and if it is to be his last tournament, will it be finally a win in a major tournament? We shall see. The players are in the tunnel here in Gelsenkirchen. Declan Rice takes a drink from a water bottle. He's in that leadership group, Declan Rice, very proud to be in the leadership group as well. He's not exactly old, but he does have a lot of experience and winning experience as well. He's won a lot of games with England. He's gone deep in tournaments with England. He's won a trophy at club level with West Ham United as well. As the noise just ramps up that little bit more, as the players start to make their way down the tunnel, they will appear on the green lush turf in Gelsenkirchen very, very shortly. The St George Cross flag is just to their right as they will make their way out, and that Serbia flag just to the left. It is a long old tunnel here as the officials make their way out, and behind them the players. Harry Kane, the captain, leading England. Jordan Pickford behind him, yet another game in a major tournament for him. Kieran Trippier, John Stones, Mark Gahey, his first ever tournament game, the Crystal Palace centre-half. Little injury at the end of the season, but what a brilliant season he had. Earned the right to be in this England squad, and he's earned the right to be in the England 11 tonight, Mark Gahey, as they all line up behind the flag that spells out Gelsenkirchen, the name of the town we're in this western part of Germany, the home of Schalke 04. As those nerves just ramp up a little bit as we're 5 minutes away from kickoff. Listen to the fans of both nations in this ground. No alcohol being served, it's a high-risk game. And we will observe the national anthems, starting with God Save the King. Well, they put the lyrics on the big screen, but you don't need them. Those players, every single one of them belted it out. And now the Serbian anthem, God of Justice. Wow, what a noise. So win your next 7 games and you'll be European champion. Sounds simple, but somehow the Three Lions always find it impossible. Come on, England, let's get it done this time. Let's get the job done. Let's take the trophy home. It's England against Serbia, live on TalkSport from Gelsenkirchen with former England captain Stuart Pearce, alongside TalkSport's England commentator Jim Proudfoot.
Thank you, Adrian, and a very good evening to you, and welcome to the very start of this latest chapter. A clean page, another story to be written with its heroes yet to be cast. The much heralded latest instalment to a lengthy canon whose previous sequels have concluded without the happy ending. Illustrious tales that have been seared on the mind's eye, as vivid now as they were then. And here we wait for those next crucial moments. Moments that will be talked about and relived forevermore. Earnestly hoping that these latest snapshot images of our tomorrows are etched in glory. And before a ball is kicked, the permission please to dream that this time it will be different, that the gut-wrenching near misses can be substituted with triumph, that nearly 6 decades of hurt will evaporate in one iconic instant. I know that was then, but it could be again. This is how England line up with 8 of the team that started the World Cup quarter-final. It's Pickford, Walker, Stones, who starts a 20th successive tournament game, Gahey, who makes his tournament debut, and Trippier, Rice and Alexander-Arnold, Saka, Bellingham, who becomes the first European player ever to feature at 3 major international tournaments before his 21st birthday, and Foden, with Harry Kane up front. For Serbia, Rajkovic plays in goal instead of Vanja Milinkovic-Savic. Milenkovic, Velkovic and Paulovic. Zivkovic, Lukic, Gudel and Kostic. Sergej Milinkovic-Savic and Vlahovic, with Alexander Mitrovic up front. The referee tonight, the Italian Daniele Orsato. England in all white and Serbia in all cherry red, and they will kick from left to right. England defending the end of the ground here at the Veldins Arena that houses the vast majority of the England support. Flags, as Adrian's been saying, all around, from clubs of all different shapes and sizes. Crystal Palace and Wolves and Arsenal over on the far touchline, and I've spotted one for Thrapston, one as well for Fordingbridge Turks over on the top of the far stand. Every England fan hoping that this time it'll be different. The start of the latest journey. Another month in which footballing immortality beckons. But for who? England embarking again on a well-trodden path, hoping the familiar tale has an unfamiliar ending and that this is their time. The quest for European glory is underway. Let history unfold.
I think tonight will be a night for cool heads in the England ranks. I really do. It's important we do that, and I go back to Adrian's point about Bellingham. He's got to make sure he keeps a cool head. There's a lot of aggression between the two anthems, definitely, but why the game was being built into, and tonight the players have got to play with a real cool head about them.
So here is Jude Bellingham in possession for England and bringing the ball forward towards halfway. Man whose last appearance saw him win the Champions League. His 30th international appearance tonight. To his right-hand side for Trent Alexander-Arnold. Now work back for John Stones on the edge of the centre circle. Stones, his magnificent record, one of the very few in England history to start 20 successive games in international tournaments. Ball work now towards Bellingham on the England left, who'll work towards the edge of the penalty area. Apart from Mitrovic, everybody comes back for Serbia, not playing with too high a line at the moment. Here's Bukayo Saka on the corner of the box, on his left foot, then work back towards Kieran Trippier. Now towards John Stones again. Stones out towards the right-hand side of the England midfield. Phil Foden comes back to link up the play. Now back for Mark Gahey. England finding possession very easy to come by, but it's much closer to the centre circle than the edge of the Serbian penalty area at the moment. Alexander-Arnold playing it forward. Foden working it wide. Back out towards Bukayo Saka. England 15 yards outside the penalty area. Clever little back. He'll flick round the corner towards Foden, who is caught. England have still got the ball, so referee Orsato says play on. Actually, a free kick might have done England a favour there. In an advanced position, they'll be forced to work it back. Trippier works it in, but it's whacked away to safety by Milinkovic-Savic, and England will pick it up again very deep.
You and I sat in the stadium watching Italy play in the first half yesterday, Jim. They passed the ball with great efficiency in that first half, 1 and 2 touch. But when they got it out wide to Chiesa, he went straight at the fullback, and I would advise Saka to do exactly that now. He's received the ball 2 times, played backwards. Kostic is there to be taken on. He's not a great defender. You can't let him off the hook.
Now he's got it again here, Bukayo Saka, and he was caught, and this time it will be a free kick. And he just showed a clean pair of heels to Milinkovic-Savic, who fouled him. And Trent Alexander-Arnold just tells his England teammates to calm things down. He's going to take charge of this free kick, which he motions to take quickly. Phil Foden making a darting run inside the penalty area. That was just a decoy. And England set up here with 2 lines of 3 around the edge of the penalty area. With 3 minutes in here in Gelsenkirchen, and it's still 0-0. All England in the early stages. Trent firing the ball inside the penalty area. A little bit too low and flat, it's clear. England pick up the seconds and go out towards Rice on the edge of the box. Rice back to Kyle Walker, the deepest of England's outfield players. From him to the right-hand side for Alexander-Arnold. He'll pick it up and go back for Kyle Walker. Walker's on the emergency exit of Jordan Pickford behind him. First set piece, not quite what it might have been. It is certainly going to be one of the key areas for both of these teams, because England, with the aerial prowess of Mitrovic and Pavlovic coming forward from the back, have to make sure they don't give too many free kicks away themselves.
Yeah, they certainly will. I think the way this game's developing will suit England. The Serbians dropping off, England having lion's share of possession and just easing their way into the first group game. But it's important that they do things with the ball. It's okay moving it, but when you expose people one-on-one, go and take them on.
They needed to play with that little bit of tempo, with the rotation and clever movement that the Italians showed last night. Is yet to really be forthcoming at any great degree of pace for England in these early stages. But possession's probably in the mid-70s. Bellingham has the ball right now. Just play it through the centre circle, where it's easily controlled by John Stones. Stones going out of the England right-hand side. Play back again towards Kyle Walker. And Serbia doing an awful lot of chasing at the moment. Those nights they're glad they're not getting paid by the touch. Foden with a clever layoff. Bellingham back in towards Foden, who couldn't take the ball on the turn. It's whacked away from him by Milenkovic. But it's been a really good purposeful start for England, albeit that they're yet to have a side of Rajkovic's goal.
Say some good purposeful passes and one thing and another. On that occasion it was Walker playing a ball 60 yards to Trippier in behind the back line. I think he was just caught offside. It's really important we mix it up though, and I can't emphasise enough how our wide players and one-on-one scenarios have got to dip their bread when they get the opportunity.
Serbia in the last World Cup finished bottom of their group. They drew with Cameroon in a match in which they led 3-1. Also lost to Switzerland from a winning position and were beaten by the Brazilians as well. Lost a couple of friendlies this year, beaten by Russia and Austria. They've beaten Cyprus and Sweden very comfortably in their last game. They won 3-0. That was a result that spoke as much of Sweden's misfortune as much as Serbian strength per se. But they are ranked up around the top 20 in the world. They fire a ball inside the penalty area now, and it's headed away. Clearance from Kieran Trippier, not the best. Brought down by Živkovic. He'll play it back towards Veljkovic. Veljkovic inside his own half. Pavlovic just trying to fight the press really from Harry Kane, but just paying lip service at working it back, and now Milenkovic has got it easily on the edge of his own penalty area. Now we're 0-0 with 6 minutes gone. Heavy rain earlier today. Massive difficulties getting to the ground for supporters coming out of town. It's a stadium that's not particularly well served by public transport. Plenty of those supporters getting a right drenching, but the game being played under blue skies on a unseasonably cool northwest German night. Kyle Walker's in possession, 7 minutes in. The official possession at the moment, incidentally, 77-23 in England's favour. Trippier just working back for Mark Gahey. Everybody apart from Pickford is in the half of the field away to our left-hand side. Gahey taking a touch, getting it back from Foden. Foden not happy for a moment, just trying to get a message across to his teammates, but he's found a little bit of space if there's a switch. England haven't been able to switch the ball effectively in these early stages yet. Saka working it back, and again, just to illustrate Stuart's point, working it back rather than trying to take Kostic on. Stones, 15 yards inside the Serbian half, to his right-hand side for his club teammate Walker. Now he goes out towards Saka, who dropped the shoulder and tried to take Kostic on, and he came off Kostic, then back into Saka, and he goes out of play for a throw to Serbia. 0-0, you're with TalkSport.
Yeah, probably the opportunity that he had no room to manoeuvre, and that was an opportunity to come backwards and feed back rather than take Kostic on. Just looking at Milenkovic, who's playing centre of the defence, we probably expected him to play on the right-hand side. He slipped into the centre of the three at the moment.
Yeah, Velkovic and Milenkovic playing the other way round to how they normally do, which is an interesting tactical nuance, whether they're concerned about Phil Foden. So that's why Velkovic has moved out there, and Milenkovic is dealing with the aerial prowess of Kane. Stones bring the ball forward for England. We're 8 minutes in. Earlier today, the Netherlands coming from behind to beat Poland 2-1. Another game in this group finishing 1 apiece between Denmark and Slovenia. Denmark, England's next opponents. And that's a game that you can hear 5 o'clock on Thursday. On TalkSport, we'll be in Frankfurt to talk you through the action. And with a bit of luck and a following breeze, etc., etc., winning that might just about cement top spot in the group, but there's plenty of work to do yet. Here's Declan Rice over on the right-hand touchline for England. He's chested it down. It's just gone over the touchline and out of play for a throw that'll be taken on the Serbian left-hand side. Solid but unspectacular opening 9 minutes for England.
Yeah, it is. As I say, we've had all the ball. We've settled into the game nicely. What I would say is I think we've let the Serbians off the hook a little bit. They've come into the game, they've sat back. When we've got the ball into those wide areas, we really have to go and take players on. Otherwise they'll grow into the game, and all of a sudden you'll find they get a foothold in the game where we don't deserve them to have one.
Now England getting between the lines for the first time. Bellingham doing well. Good ball retention, and the referee waiting to see how that developed before giving a free kick against Sasha Lukic. And England have a free kick, but not quite in the shooting position, about 20 yards outside the penalty area. Up to about a minute or so ago, Serbia had had 1 pass in England's half. England had had 61 passes in Serbia, so we're still inside the opening 10 minutes. Kieran Trippier is going to take this free kick to the central area, and as I mentioned, it's 37 yards from goal. It's just worked it square to his right-hand side. Kyle Walker, he's the man that can clip it in. Declan Rice coming round the back, but the referee has found against John Stones for a collision just on the edge of the box as he tried to wrestle his way past Mitrovic. Referee Orsato didn't like the way that he did it. Both players ended up on the deck, and it's a free kick to Serbia. 10 gone 0-0. Here's former England captain Stuart Pearce.
Yeah, I think the referee called that one right. He just blocked the run of the Serbian defender, and Declan Rice was the one who benefited from it in behind. But as you say, at the end of it, when we look back, we're going to look at how many shots are on target, how many times we've worked their goalkeeper, and more importantly, how many goals we've scored in the game.
Well, the answer to all of those at the moment is none. Because England, for all the possession that they've had, and it's an overwhelming advantage, they just got around the edge of the penalty area and no further. Walker playing it back for Alexander-Arnold. It's very much a back five that Serbia are fielding, not the three in an advanced position. It's as much of a low block as Serbia will ever give you. So England having to try and answer the questions successfully that they couldn't field with any degree of skill a week last Friday in that game against Iceland. Foden's got possession and finds Rice. Rice has got 3 in cherry red converging on him. He just plays the ball the way that he's facing, back towards Mark Gahey, out towards Trippier, and he's won a throw.
Just going to ask you a question here. Are the Serbs playing deeper than you felt they might?
Absolutely. 15 yards deeper than I thought they were going to.
Yeah, and I think it's probably a wise move from their coach, to be fair, to set them up this way.
Yeah, and I've looked at the way that England played, with the struggles that they had against Iceland, and also with the way that Bosnia had limited success in the opening 35 minutes against England up in Newcastle. That's part of the fortnight ago. And they're going to try and frustrate England. They're going to be happy to see possession. We've seen that. Walker, good ball round the back of Kostic. Saka getting towards the byline, works it inside the penalty area, and Jude Bellingham with a flying header has given England the lead. The young man who's had the season of his life converts England's first opportunity. What a start to Euro 2024. Jude Bellingham, 1-0 England.
Well, we talk about physical prowess prior to the game of the Serbs. If you're brave and you're prepared to put your head where the boots and heads are flying, you'll score goals. Jude Bellingham, brilliant ball. Declan Rice in behind the back line, I think it was. Saka, great run off the back of Kostic. We said that his defensive work isn't great, and Bellingham just flying in at full stretch. A brilliant finish. First time we've really asked questions of them, first time we've hit the back of their net.
The major strength of Serbia, particularly going forward, their aerial prowess, and England have done to Serbia what Gareth Southgate must have feared could potentially be done to England at the other end. It is a brilliant header from Jude Bellingham. It's only his fourth goal for his country, and one of the aspects that we've talked about at length is players making third man runs forward from midfield to supplement Harry Kane. First time that Bellingham does it, he scores, and with the first attempt of the night, England have the advantage.
I don't think I done Cole Walker credit there. I think it was Cole Walker's pass in behind Saka. Good run from Saka. Just dropped his shoulder, spun in behind Kostic, and he is a real weakness defensively. But if you don't ask the question, you don't get the answer.
Jude Bellingham scoring his 26th goal of the season for club and country. His fourth in 30 games for England. And Hey Jude rings around the Arena Al Shauka. Stones to Walker. Now towards the right-hand side of the England midfield again. Play back towards Trent Alexander-Arnold. Serbia are going to have to be a little bit more proactive now that they're behind. Milinkovic-Savic are getting it out towards Pavlovic. Now Pavlovic to the centre-half, Milenkovic. And out comes Rajkovic, the goalkeeper, who will clear from outside his penalty area. TalkSport's England correspondent Faye Carruthers with us throughout the course of this tournament. Of course, Faye, you're very close to the goal. You would have had a magnificent view of that flying Jude Bellingham header that's given England the lead.
It was spectacular. His movement, the precision, and then the celebration afterwards was something to behold. Just one thing to let you know, Jim. A flying glass bottle of Jägermeister was thrown our way when that goal was scored, so we'll keep an eye on what the Serbian fans are doing as England press again.
Yes, the Serbian fans are right behind you. 15 minutes gone, England leading by a goal to nil. Jude Bellingham, who scored in the opening goal of the World Cup against Iran, has scored the opening goal of many, we hope, on England's latest tournament journey. 1-0 they lead here on TalkSport. Walker in possession over on the England right, back through the midfield for Declan Rice. We have, of course, got every kick of every game throughout the course of the tournament. Tomorrow, 3 more matches. Romania against Ukraine gets the triple bill underway. It's over on TalkSport 2. It kicks off at 2 o'clock live from Munich. And then in Frankfurt, Belgium against Slovakia, the 5 o'clock game here on TalkSport. And just down the road from here in Dusseldorf, France taking on Austria at 8. Those 3 games, like every other in the 51, live on the TalkSport network for you. Phil Foden in possession, plays it back for Mark Gahey, and England with all the possession, and now with something to show for it.
I think it's really important. We've got our nose in front in the game. We've got a wonderful goal. It's important we get the balance right, Jim, between keeping possession of the ball and still trying to hurt the opposition and score a second goal and a third goal. At this moment in time, they're on the ropes and they've been shaken. Don't let them off the hook.
Rice getting it through the midfield, worked away, but straight back to him again. I think it's notable for all the possession that England have had that Harry Kane hasn't touched the ball at all in the opening 17 minutes. Well, here's a man who's come up with the most dominant touch of the night, Jude Bellingham, and he's fouled. And then there's an angry word in his direction from Zivkovic, the right wing back, who had a very prolific season in that position. 19 goals in Greek football this season for Pound. It's Walker playing it forward, but not to good effect this time. It's a killer pass for Saka's assist for the first goal, but he's given it away this time. Ball at the back with Milenkovic. Lukic coming that little bit deeper, wearing 22 to his right hand side. Just played down towards the centre half. Velkovic back for Milenkovic again. Pavlovic using the width on the left hand touchline. He's got a very good understanding with Kostic further forward down that left hand side. That tends to be where Serbia build their attacking moves from. And much more of the ball in the 5 minutes since England took the lead. Gahey's not well to step up from the defensive line and work it forward here. Bellingham, then Kane with a layoff. Bellingham and Kane both go down injured. Foden's got possession, works it to his right. Alexander-Arnold drags the shot from the edge of the penalty area. High tariff attempt, way across the face of goal and wide. And Bellingham complaining and telling the referee that he thinks he was elbowed there. And Kane's had a word with him on the way past because he wasn't happy with the challenge on him either.
Yeah. Bellingham's gone to ground slightly and he's just caught a rogue elbow. I'm going to give credit to the Serbian player that I don't think there was any intent there at all, but a good movement all the same by England and Phil Foden.
Vidal, Milenkovic coming out from the edge of their penalty area again. The Serbs coming into this on the back of 3 wins in their last 8 games. Not a good record in competitive internationals against sides ranked above them in the world. Kostic play the ball in towards Mitrovic, and then we'll work it back towards Jordan Pickford. Pickford will play out calmly, back towards Gahey, now towards Stones. Stones getting it forward. The off-balance Kyle Walker couldn't keep that in. It wasn't a great ball to him from John Stones, and the two of them just look at each other. Question marks hanging in the ether over both of their furrowed brows. The play continues with the throw taken quickly by Serbia back towards Lukic. For 19 minutes in here on TalkSport, and Jude Bellingham's flying header on 13 minutes remains the difference between the two sides here in Gelsenkirchen. Gahey's had a really good start to this game. Wins that one. It's ricochet back off Alexander-Arnold, though England have given it away, and Pickford diving at full stretch to his left is very grateful that one has gone past his post. First sight of goal for Mitrovic after an England error, and he's missed the target.
Well, this goes back to my whole point. Serbia have done absolutely nothing in the game, and then a miscontrol from Trent Alexander. We opened the door for him, and he had dynamite in his boots then, but no accuracy, fortunately, for England. And you do know when you've got an ascendancy in any game, you have to press it home, because if you don't, you know full well that Serbia will have a moment in the game.
Well, he scored against Cameroon and Switzerland in the last World Cup, Alexander Mitrovic, who's coming into this having netted in each of his last 2 tournament games. Saka now is brought to the ground. This is about 12 yards outside the penalty area. Now Pavlovic with his arms all around him. Pavlovic put his hands up to protest his innocence, but the referee's still giving the free kick. Rajkovic lining up. Just a one-man wall. He just wants one man in the way because he's sensing that this is going to be a ball teased inside the penalty area here rather than a direct shot from Trent Alexander-Arnold. So England have got Bellingham coming back at the moment past the penalty spot towards the edge of the penalty area. Gahey stands at the far post. Stones is there a little bit deeper, hands on hips. Rice and Kane both in that kind of area as well. Chance for Alexander-Arnold to tease it in. Declan Rice, it's hit him really and got wide. Just looked as though he took his eye off it.
I don't understand what he's done there, to be fair. He's jogging back with a rueful smile on his face. 2 Serbian defenders went up with Harry Kane for the ball. it went past him and literally hit Declan on the shoulder and wide. Great opportunity.
It just looked as though he wasn't expecting it to get his far, and he turned away, almost taking evasive action, and it's just flicked off his right shoulder. Lukic back towards the edge of his own penalty area. And Serbia will play out from the back. Rajkovic, the goalkeeper, on the edge of the 6-yard box. The man who plays his club football in Spain for Real Mallorca. Ball forward towards halfway, but Kieran Trippier has won it. Another player with so much experience of playing in La Liga before coming back home. Vlahovic trying to work it forward, cut out though by Walker easily at the back. 10 yards outside his own penalty area. Turning it back for Jordan Pickford, who takes a touch, works it forward with his left foot, over halfway, and over the head of Jude Bellingham as well. Kane chasing the seconds, but didn't get there. Zivkovic will pick it up on the right-hand touchline, the right wing-back for Serbia. Play back towards the edge of his own penalty area, where it's mopped up effectively by Milenkovic. He goes back to his goalkeeper, and Kane again just paying lip service and putting a press on, no more than that. Rice losing out in the midfield. And all of a sudden it's dangerous. 4 against 5. Serbia bringing it forward. Vlahovic, shot blocked by Gehi, ricocheting out towards the right-hand side of the England midfield, and Saka, with good footwork, works it back through the midfield area for Foden. Now England, if they can switch it quickly, might be able to break. Milenkovic-Savic really dived in. Foden had played the pass. There's no contact made, but just seeing Milenkovic-Savic out the corner of his eye forced the error, and a poor pass from Foden, and a good opportunity came to nothing.
I've got a big concern, Jim. The game's been so comfortable for us and our players, it worries me that we get blasé to the game in many ways, and we've had a couple of instances there. Mitrovic's shot earlier, the break just then from the Serbians, and we've got to make sure we press home our advantage.
Something that we've talked about in the past is paying reference to Jude Bellingham and Red missed, and clearly fired up, scored the goal, but just got involved there with Filip Kostic where there didn't appear to be any need to, and he, not with a great degree of force, but he rammed his left shoulder into the solar plexus of Kostic, and there were angry words between the two. I think that was a hangover from a couple of previous incidents. Bellingham has been victim of a couple of pretty heavy challenges, but he's just got to make sure that he keeps a lid on his emotions. Very easy for me to say, of course. He's got it again now. Milenkovic-Savic has beaten him. Bellingham coming back, a very well-timed challenge. Trippier trying to make another. Vlahovic comes away with the ball, squeezing it through the midfield. Alexander-Arnold did well, saw where it was going, slid in and won it. Saka out towards the right-hand side of the penalty area. Big chance for England, tapped across the face of the 6-yard box. Kane didn't gamble and couldn't tap it in. Brilliant work from Kyle Walker, but it comes to nothing.
Fantastic counter-attack there. That's the counter-attack threat you've talked to me about all week. And when we went, my goodness me, we looked effective. First time we've really gone for the heart of them and looked so effective doing it. Do it again, gentlemen.
And they've had to change the game plan, of course, because they're 1-0 down, but I'm surprised that they've changed it as early as they have. Ordinarily, you would expect, with the way that Serbia were able to frustrate England and not allow them any opportunities, that they might have sat in a little bit longer, but they already have come up to the kind of height on the pitch that we were expecting with their back line, and we've seen there that England have the wherewithal to be able to capitalise upon it when they can turn over possession in the midfield. Trent did it brilliantly there, but we couldn't make the most of the chance. 25 minutes gone, it's 1-0 to England here on TalkSport. Jude Bellingham's 13th minute goal, not too many opportunities to add to it since then, just one further attempt and a couple of attempts from the Serbian players which have not resulted in Jordan Pickford having to make a save as yet. You would TalkSport.
Yeah, as I say, comfortable within the game. With a fantastic start for England, 1-0 up on 25 minutes. Would like to have seen us threaten the opposition's goal a little bit more. It is available to do so. We've just got to take it.
Mitrovic, down to Veljkovic. Sasha Lukic coming forward. Long, high switch of play out towards the far touchline. And a little cushion header from Kyle Walker gets it back for Jordan Pickford. Pickford, who started England's last 20 games now at major tournaments. He's tied Peter Shilton for 20 appearances at major tournaments as an England goalkeeper. Harry Kane making his 23rd appearance at a major tournament tonight, and that is an all-time England record that he has claimed tonight. He was a part of a three-way tie prior to this evening. Ball played in his direction now. He just tried to roll Milenkovic. And referee Orsado has said he did so by foul means rather than fair. He just had his left arm around the midriff of Milenkovic, all into the ground. Free kick that Serbia take inside their own half. Kane's goal-scoring record in major tournaments, 12 in 22 coming into tonight, part of the 63 international goals that he scored. He's played an identical number of internationals to Mitrovic, who's only scored 5 goals fewer, which gives you an idea of just how potent he has been in his international career as well. Ball is on the right-hand side for the Serbs, right in front of us. We're about 15 yards inside the half that England are defending in this first half. Haven't had too much defending to do so far. A lot of England's attacking play coming down the right, as we perhaps anticipated, with Foden playing a slightly narrower role on the left. Declan Rice has got the ball. Waltz's round one challenge, brilliantly finds Trippier. Trippier infield for Bellingham. Bellingham immediately sensing who was where and what was around him, could take a touch with his left foot and working with his right through the midfield to Walker. And Alexander-Arnold now finds Rice, and Rice exchanges passes quickly with Foden, and now will bring the ball out of the centre circle. You're with TalkSport, England leading 1-0 here in northwest Germany, and a reminder that next up for England is Denmark on Thursday. Tea time game, that one, 5 o'clock, and you can get out of work early, take us with you on your way home as you listen to the game live from Frankfurt. Ball out towards Saka. Stewart to my right, urging Saka to make the run round the back of Kostic. He's been playing in again. Little ricochet back Saka's way, trying to knock it down on the edge of the area. Finds Bellingham after a fashion. England pick it up, and a challenge on Alexander-Arnold has given England a free kick in a really good position here. It's Goodell, who just mistimed it. Alexander-Arnold's first touch too good for him, and he got it away from Goodell, who slid in. Contact actually pretty minimal, but enough to give England a free kick.
Yeah, free kick in a good position, and once again I was berating Saka for not turning and attacking Kostic on that occasion. Credit to him, dropped the ball off, spun him behind, got him behind. He causes absolute panic running at people, and I'm going to say it, and I'm going to make this statement as early as possible. We talked about early substitutions leading into it on the shows we've had. I'll tell you what I would do. I'd bring Eze on now to go and attack instead of Foden. You ask me for my opinion, I'll give you an opinion, and I'll give you a solution on 29 minutes.
Yeah, I'm going to come back to that and revisit that thought in a moment, Stu. First of all, this free kick, which Alexander-Arnold is spotting down. There's a line of foam on the floor. Trippier not happy with the positioning of the wall, although it looks 10 yards to me. It's right of centre, but not by much. So it's an angle that means that there's an element of doubt in Rajkovic's mind which way this is going to go, whether it's going to be a right footer or a left footer that's going to strike it. Foden stands over it, but he's only feigning interest, really. Trippier's come away from it, man who has scored a free kick in a World Cup semi-final. Trent's looking favourite, hits it right-footed straight into a 5-man wall. Not the best free kick, and the clearance that followed it, even worse. Vlahovic able to get it away about 5 yards. Trippier picks that up and goes back for Jordan Pickford, and he clears it left-footed, looking long over the top, and it was a good run made forward by Phil Foden. Rice will pick it up, it bounces in midfield, and then Bellingham, what a pass that is, drilled a sidewinder straight out towards the right-hand side for Walker.
There's no doubt that Bellingham's got his towel up now. He's got the goal, and what a goal it was, the bravery of it. He wants on the ball, he wants to spray the ball around, and if I was a teammate, I'd give him the ball and encourage him.
Saka takes on Kostic, gets to the byline, chips it inside the penalty area, hits the defender's head and goes out towards the edge of the box, and England will clear. Picked up again by Gahey, who's done really well in the opening half hour. Clipped in by Bellingham, Saka going up for it, it's headed away by Pavlovic. Comes outside the penalty area again to Declan Rice, 20 yards outside the box. Played half an hour here on TalkSport. England are leading 1-0 with really good value for it as well. Jude Bellingham with the goal. Alexander-Arnold back towards Rice. To Alexander-Arnold again. And he's just been able to work it past Mitrovic. It was a close run thing. He did find Stones, but only just. Walker down the right-hand side. Saka taking on Pavlovic as he shoved him to the ground. Assistant referee over on the far touchline is flagged the other way, and it's going to be a Serbian ball. So let's go back to what you were talking about substitutions. You were talking about to frame this conversation, the next big development really in tactical development within the game is the use of substitutions, and they might get earlier and earlier. So you would make a change now from what you've seen to bring Eza on for folks. Explain why and why you do that.
On what I'm seeing at the moment, I'm seeing an England team attacking solely down the right-hand side. There is no attack down the left-hand side whatsoever. Trips obviously being a right-footed left-back is not offering anything in the advanced areas. Phil Foden's tucking in and being a sort of utility player almost. I would love to see us having a joint attack on either side, and I think the way they've set up Serbia, they're almost lying down and saying, please don't hurt us that much while you're on the ascendancy. And we've only got Saka that has got the ability to go and attack someone as an out-and-out winger. I would like to see another one on this side.
Milenkovic finds Milenkovic-Savic in the midfield. The ball goes out towards the far touchline again over on the Serbian left. We'll check in with our England correspondent Faker Others again shortly. Serbia bring the ball forward and play down towards Zivkovic. He's midway inside the England half. Better, more sustained possession for the Serbs in England territory just for a moment. Lukic to Mitrovic, has dropped deep into a pocket in order to pick it up. First chance for Zivkovic really to take it on. It's a decent ball inside the penalty area. Well headed away by Gehi. Standout England defender so far. Cleared out towards Bellingham. Bellingham towards Foden. Foden helping it on. Kane didn't get there. And it's mopped up in the midfield by Milenkovic again for Serbia. And that was the first real chance that they got to get the ball out wide and fire inside the penalty area. That is their modus operandi, and it was a good defensive header away by Mark Gehi that stopped it being an effective cross.
Yes, and you know and I know when that ball was pulled back onto the left and whipped in there, your heart's in your mouth because you know it's such a good opportunity for them to be effective.
Ball inside the centre circle with Milenkovic. And Milenkovic is inside the centre circle now. And we'll be able to work it forward towards Sasha Lukic. Lukic turning, getting the ball out to the left-hand side. Pavlovic can bring it forward. First time that he's really been able to work it to the left-hand side of the penalty area in conjunction with Kostic. Now a left-footed ball inside the box. Bellingham is back there to be able to sweep it away. Now let's catch up with our England correspondent Faker Others down behind that goal away to our left-hand side. Faye, you've got a closer view of Harry Kane than we have. What have you made of his performance and movement inside the opening 35 minutes?
He's getting into the right pockets. He's demanding balls to his feet. He's just not necessarily getting them. I don't think there's anything awkward with the way he's moving in any way, shape or form. He's just not quite getting the service that he's looking for.
Faye, thank you. Serbia bring the ball forward towards halfway. Now venture into England territory. Just having a little bit of a collective breather over the last couple of minutes or so. Bellingham putting the pressure on Goodell. Absolutely crucial that they were able to get the Sevilla man fit. He's won a couple of Europa Leagues in his time with the club. Came on against Sweden last weekend on the left-hand side of central midfield, which is pretty much the role that he's playing in tonight. Flits around and gravitates with Lukic, but he can also play at centre-half. England bring the ball forward. Gehi, first error that we've seen from him, stepping up for the defensive line, overcommitted for a moment, and might just have hurt himself. He's okay, he's looking fit to continue, but just a little twinge there, I think, as he got the ball away and gave it away. Alexander-Arnold did well, dropped him behind though, and now he can pick up possession, and his crossfield ball was loose. Probably the last minute or so has been England's most ragged of the game, but they're well on top here, leading 1-0.
I don't know whether I'm being over-conservative here with this statement, but I see a little bit of apathy in our out-of-possession work, and we can't afford to be. We've got to be good and forthright in our attacking play, but out of possession we've got to be around them, rat around them, and make sure that ball doesn't come in our box.
So how's that manifesting itself? Just that there isn't the unanimity in the press, that there isn't the real intensity in it?
In the main, yeah. I think our players getting a mentality of, this game's very easy, we'll keep passing it, and when we haven't got the ball, someone will get it back. Well, that someone has to be you. because your life becomes a lot harder if you let them get on the ball.
As England legend Stuart Pearce giving you his thoughts here on TalkSport as Zivkovic brings the ball forward. Now Vlahovic, and Bellingham again is back. He's everywhere, including on the score sheet. And he just nicked it away from Vlahovic. And now he will be able to bring the ball forward inside the centre circle. The ball out towards Saka is always on. Bellingham caught off the ball there, lies down inside the centre circle. Now he'll take on Pavlovic and he's beaten him. Saka inside the penalty area, in behind Harry Kane. Foden coming to meet it as well. Neither could get the touch, and Serbia will clear.
See, the England players shouldn't even look. That ball should be going out to Saka, and Saka, he's dropped his shoulder and walked past Pavlovic as though he was stood still towing a fridge, the fella. I mean, literally, you cannot let them off the hook. And that's why I'd like to see someone on the left-hand side that could do the same as Saka.
Happy moments when he's looked like he's being sponsored by Electrolux tonight. He's got the ball in the midfield. Lukic down towards the far touchline. What he can do, though, was it's easy to turn him, and we've seen that. He's really good at being able to build the play, come out from the back, very confident centre-half with the ball at his feet. Srđan Pavlovic, who plays his club football in Austria, scored in the recent friendly against the Austrians. Zivkovic picking it up on the right-hand touchline. Just working back through the midfield again. Lukic, Gudelj. England just a little bit tardy in stopping the ball out towards the left-hand side. Kostic can fire it in. And too hot for Vlahovic, right back with a defensive header. Serbia in their best period of the game today. Zivkovic taking on his man. Beat Trippier, but the cross is going to be easily knocked away by Declan Rice. Rice coming forward, ball back inside his own half from Foden towards the edge of his own penalty area, picked up by Bellingham. It's a proper 9 out of 10 performance from Jude tonight so far. He'll drive forward through the midfield there and get caught by Gudelj, who's going to pick up a yellow card, I think, the first of the game here for the Serbian central midfield.
Yeah, Gudelj, he's gone in for the challenge there, and I think he's been cute, stayed on the floor as well, hoping to avoid a yellow. I don't think he is. The referee's waiting for him to get up to administer it.
First yellow card, and Jude Bellingham has been a marked man. He clearly needed the break we felt after the Champions League final, and looks refreshed for having had a fortnight off, and the success that he's had with the league and Champions League double this season for Real Madrid. But he's really led by example tonight. Still a couple of weeks short of his 21st birthday. It's extraordinary.
He certainly has, and you can see that arrogance oozing into him as soon as the diving header put the ball in the back of the net. His body language says, give me the ball, I'm the best talent on show on this pitch, in the right way.
Are you concerned by the lack of impact that Harry Kane has had so far? Just one touch so far, and that was 20 minutes ago.
I'm more concerned about the lack of impact that Phil Foden's had, if I'm being honest with you. I think Phil's knitted it together, passed it backwards, passed it sideways, but we need someone in his position to take players on and go past them. Harry Kane's not that person.
Well, the rain beginning to fall here again, angry black clouds overhead. Here in Gelsenkirchen, the roof is open, but that means that those down at pitch level are having another soaking. Rice down towards Foden. Foden a couple of yards in Serbian territory. In towards Jude Bellingham. Good quick feet from him, but converging on it from both sides. They won it cleanly. Lukic getting it back towards Milenkovic. And play by Veljkovic back inside his own penalty area for Rajkovic, and Rajkovic just taps the ball out of his penalty area and out of play because Kostic has gone down with an injury, and the way that he sat down with the frustration etched across his face suggests that might be a bad one. It's his left leg, and the Serbian medical staff are coming on now to attend him.
I think technically it's called a Saka muscle, that one, you know. He's had enough of Saka already and thought this could be a long night for me. I want to play in the opposition's half, and all I've had to do was play in my own half at present.
Jude Bellingham just coming across the Gareth Southgate now, and the England manager having a few words with him. What do you think the gist of that message is going to be just down on this near touchline whilst this break in play is being made?
I think more so, keep moving the ball quickly, don't get blasé in the game. We've also got, this is what I would say, there is another side of the game, the out of possession, that we've got to be very good at as well. We get that right, we'll win the game by more goals. And this second goal is vitally important to us. If we can get it before half time, the second half becomes very comfortable. The difference between quality between both sides is enormous. The only thing that might close that gap, Jim, is ourselves. We might shoot ourselves in the foot by getting blasé.
Well, Kostic is still down, receiving treatment over towards the far touchline. Let's go back pitch side again to Faye Carruthers in the rain. Faye?
Yeah, I'm getting nice and wet down here at the moment. Just watching Harry Kane and Bukayo Saka, the only two players that didn't go over for any kind of instructions from the bench there, or to take on any fluids just as the referee is about to get things underway again. Bukayo Saka has the ball under his arm.
Can we just touch on Gahey while we got this moment in the break? He's done very well in the game, hasn't he? He's cut things out, he's got that little bit of pace, reads the game. There's no panic when he's faced one-on-one. That's what I like about this kid.
Absolutely, and it is worth just reiterating as play restarts with England restoring possession to the Serbian goalkeeper Rajkovic. Mark Gahey, the only player in the starting lineup tonight who's never played in a major tournament game before. The most inexperienced at international level by some distance of these England players. It's his 12th appearance for his country tonight, but he's had a really solid start. I don't think we're going to be seeing Kostic again. The Serbs are getting a substitute ready. And England have possession over on the far touchline there, right, and pinging the passes together. Slam forward right-footed, and the referee has spotted an infringement. What's he seen there?
John Stones has kicked the ball away when it's gone out of play, and basically he's fortunate not to take a booking, I think, Jim. Referee's just warned him on that occasion.
So Serbia will make the change. Kostic unable to continue, and he's going to be replaced by Mladenovic, who's a left wing back, plays his club football for Panathinaikos. So it's a straight swap. He did start one game of the World Cup, the defeat of Brazil, and he comes on for his 32nd cap. Kostic, one of the most dangerous of the Serbian players, off injured. Mladenovic on to replace him, and in possession straight away, the substitute wearing 25. Just works it with his left foot back towards the halfway line. 90 seconds to go, and probably a couple of minutes to be added on at the end of the first half. England lead with Jude Bellingham's flying header half an hour ago. 1-0 to England. It's comfortable, but you feel that England need a second goal. They just need that little bit of insurance at the moment. Ball is with Milenkovic. Get in and work it back to his goalkeeper Predrag Rajkovic, who's a non-playing member of their World Cup squad, and he drives it forward right-footed over halfway. Mitrovic controls it back to the direction of play as he brought it down from his chest. Rice nicked it away from him. The ball's worked back for Pickford, whose first touch was a little bit awkward, but he gets it effectively out towards the right-hand touchline for Saka, and Saka's done well. Good ball retention from him. Working back for Walker to Stones, and Stones will clear right-footed towards halfway, but goes there to win it back and get the seconds and go back to his goalkeeper Rajkovic. England with the overwhelming majority of possession, but Serbia have had much more of the ball in the last 10 minutes than at any previous stage of the game. I think Gareth Southgate, with the way that the last 10 minutes go, I'll be quite pleased to get England in, actually, just to reiterate a couple of important messages and press the reset button. Still, Jordan Pickford hasn't had a shot on target to face. Vidal, the one player that's been booked so far. Good turn from him. 1-2 with Milenkovic-Savic. Out towards the left-hand side from Mitrovic. Mladenovic, the recently arrived substitute, back in towards Sergej Milinkovic-Savic, who made his name with more than 300 appearances for Lazio. Into those 2 extra minutes at the end of this first half here on TalkSport. And it remains 1-0 to England. Ball chipped over the top. Vlahovic would have been offside if he'd gone for it. He wouldn't have got to him anyway. And it goes out of play for a goal kick that will be taken by England away to our right. First half stoppage time, Serbia 0, England 1. Stu?
Yeah, as I say, it's been a reasonable performance, I would say. I'm always looking 2, 3, 4 games down the line, Jim, and I'm thinking, where are the warning signs in this performance that might cause us a problem further down the line? For me, a little bit, like to see more punch on the left without a doubt. Would like to see us a bit more aggressive out of possession as well. Too many times I see 3 or 4 players wrong side of the ball, and that's dangerous against good sides.
Serbia, after an advantage play by the referee, bring it through the midfield before they're stopped by Alexander-Arnold. Free kick given and taken quickly into the feet of Mitrovic. And it has been a decent England performance, but if you're always looking for ways to improve, the one concern for Gareth might be that these are the same ways to improve that have been detailed in previous games. More defending for England to do before the break. Serbia look to draw themselves to parity again. Živkovic, 5 yards in for the right-hand touchline. Little collision inside the penalty area. Shift inside the box, flying header, and then it hits Stones on the knee and goes out of play for a corner. First corner of the night. Barely time to take it, but it's been won by the Serbians on the left-hand side, and that all came about in a panic-stricken England penalty area because they allowed the cross to come in.
Exactly, that little blaseness, allowing players too much room to get turned, get their head up, pop the ball in the box.
First Serbian corner of the night. Mladenovic is going to take it. It's a left-footed away swinger in towards the near post. It wasn't a good delivery. Jude Bellingham was there, scoops it clear. Back it comes in though for Sergej Milinkovic-Savic. He comes outside the penalty area towards the far touchline. Can't get the crossing before the whistle is blown. And England's first 45 minutes of the Euros have been very successful. Jude Bellingham with the goal. England's first attempt coming 13 minutes in. A brilliant flying header after great play, firstly from Kyle Walker and then from Bukayo Saka. But if you're being critical, England went off the boil in the last 10 minutes and need to reset off the ball. England 1, Serbia 0 at half-time.
Well, we'll take it, but there's a lot to analyse from that first half performance. And what a first half performance from Jude Bellingham as well. Let's take a look at the half-time highlights with Carling.
Half-time highlights on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
Well, let's start with the positives. Stuart Pearce, we are leading by a goal to 0, and Jude Bellingham has got that goal. He's had a lot of touches of the ball. He's been really involved. Little moment where he could have seen the red mist but didn't. Jim detailed that in the commentary excellently. He's been targeted as well. He's been fouled twice as many times as any other player on the pitch. That's going to happen. He's got to deal with it. But what a performance from the young man, and what a goal as well.
He's gone into the game with confidence. When he scores his goal, the confidence goes through the roof. He's got brilliant arrogance on a football pitch. I've got to say, the bravery of the goal as well, something that maybe he's renowned for, maybe he isn't, I don't know. He's gone full stretch. I think he's second favourite to get on the end of that. You know, you could split your head open with that. He's gone in, irrelevant to that, and put the ball in the back of the net. Fantastic from his point of view. Like to see us with more tempo to our attacking play. I'd like to see us more balance on the left-hand side with our attacking play. Now, I've outlined the substitution that I would make, and probably would have made it on 29 minutes on what I've seen, if we're really going to go after teams.
A lot of people might have been listening to that, shocked at what you said, and possibly thinking, well, what would that do to Phil Foden if you dragged him after 28, 29 minutes and said to him, no, I prefer Berit Chiesa to have a go at that wing-back on that left-hand side. So, I mean, how would you, if you're a coach, substitute a player of Phil Foden's quality? Let's remember he's the Premier League Player of the Year as well. How do you do that and keep him happy?
Well, I think, and I'm judging our first 45 minutes, not just on 45 minutes first game of the tournament, let's build up to it. I'm judging it on all the tournaments that have gone before and how we fell short on those performances and what it's going to take to win 7 games, if it is, to go and win the final. And to do that, I'm looking at this, and this particular game needs someone on the left-hand side to offer us threat as well. They've looked so poor defensively when we've asked questions, running with the ball and running without the ball. But I think we've done it too rarely. That would be my opinion, Jim.
Well, if the players were told in meetings leading up to the tournament, look, this is something I'm going to do, it's in my mind, I might make changes, it's nothing personal, but don't feel that there is a stigma attached to being hooked after 30 minutes because it's purely tactical and it's in my mind to do it. I think the players would buy into it, providing that conversation had been had. I mean, it looks bad, but then it would get explained by Gareth post-match that it's something, and then I think everybody would be happy with it. But if you can improve a performance by doing it, why wouldn't you do it?
I think there's a game here to be won 3 or 4-0. That's my opinion on what I've seen. If we do the things that I think we can do and do them better. The other side of that, the flip side of that, is if we get really confident in look at us, we can pass it around and we don't get under pressure. They'll toss the ball in the box now and then, and it could become 1-1. And then all of a sudden, from a performance that should be a 3 or 4-0, we come away from it scratching our heads.
And one very quick stat to illustrate that, Aid. After 11 minutes of this game, England had 100 more passes than Serbia. We get to half-time, they've only had 63 more. So that shows that over the last 35 minutes of action, the Serbs have had more possession and more passes than England have had. That's a concern.
So we need to grab hold of that emphasis again, second half. And let's have a look at what Saka did on that right-hand side, because there was more than one occasion he's created the goal on the right-hand side. Beautifully cute pass from Kyle Walker to let Saka in, and Saka then puts in the cross. Jude Bellingham, as you say, brave header. There were a couple more occasions. Kyle Walker with a break. Ball didn't came across but didn't fall for Foden or for Kane, who were in the box. Haven't quite got that final ball right. Otherwise, England could be 2-3-0 up, Stuart Pearce.
Yeah, they certainly could. As I say, Saka's been the one that looks to cut them open. He is that natural, more of a winger type player, has the ability to go past people. I would encourage him a lot more. If I was the fullback playing behind him, you shove the ball into his feet and say, oi, by the way, I don't want it back. Go and take him on. And he's got the ability to run with the ball and go past people. More importantly, he's got the ability to go without the ball, which he showed brilliantly.
Saka, 27 goal contributions in 24 starts for England. That's an extra special record, needs to do that. And what is wrong with Phil Foden? Why isn't he trying to do that? He's not really that sort of run at a defender winger, is he?
No, this is my point. I've not got a downer on Phil Foden. There's nothing wrong with Phil Foden. Phil Foden's playing Phil Foden's game. I don't think this game and the opposition need a Phil Foden today. I think we need a winger on both sides of the pitch that's going to receive the ball and go past them. From what I saw from Eza last week, he is very impressive. He's got his tail up, and he is that type of person to put the opposition on the back foot. You put them on the back foot, you drive them backwards, they can't put the ball in your box, and that's a concern.
Quick word on Trent, because a mistake from him led to what I think was Serbia's best chance. Mitrovic with a fierce snapshot that went wide of Jordan Pickford's left-hand post. Trent was receiving the ball in midfield, but his body shape wasn't right. It wasn't on the half turn at all. Didn't control the football. Is that us looking at a player who's in midfield? Doesn't normally start in midfield for Liverpool. It's less than a handful of times he's started in midfield for Liverpool. So we're looking at somebody there who just needs to brush up, work on things a little bit, and certainly not receive the ball in the way he did then.
Yeah, it was just a miscontrol on that occasion. But what I would say to you this, Aid, is how many times have you seen him sprayed a 50, 60-yard defence-splitting ball in this first half? It's not been one of those games for that. You know, we've put him in the team to do it. The way the game pans out, it's not developed like that. This is a game, opposition playing narrow, slide the ball out to two attacking-minded wide players and encourage them from behind. If they get in trouble and run aground, you're always there and available for them. If not, that is the ball that he's got to play tonight. You can't come away from the game this first 45 minutes and say, well, Trent hasn't played the killer pass 5, 6, 7 times. It's just not a game for that at the moment.
England lead. That was the half-time highlights, thanks to Carlin. 18 plus. Please drink responsibly.
Half-time highlights on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
England 1-0 up, could be more. Can they build it in the second half? Live on TalkSport, Jude Bellingham with a brave header. He's the man who's got the goal, and England are in front in these Euros.
Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
This tournament, prepare for greatness with William Hill. Get ready for last-minute winners, legendary goals, and straight red cards. Oh, what was he thinking? Win 25% more on every single game this tournament with Bet Builder Extra, online or in the app. Only from William Hill. Available day before match to kick-off. Bet Builders are 3+ selections at 3-1 or more. Pre-match singles, match stake £20. Full T's and C's apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
Here she is, the three-time world champion. What has she got in store for us today? Things are starting to heat up. Here she goes.
Triple builders, double stir. I don't believe it. And a chocolate digestive to finish it off. A thing of beauty, you have to say. The judges are gonna love this one.
British Gas, powering home fans during this summer of sport.
Let's go live to hear about that winning goal.
The crowd's gone absolutely wild here. How on earth do you sum up your emotions right now?
Amazing. A hat-trick is just the best feeling ever.
Is it though? Is kicking a ball into the back of the net really better than food fulfillment from Burger King? That warm, fuzzy feeling of total food satisfaction, like finishing the last bite of a Gourmet King's Barbecue Steakhouse Angus.
No.
Correct. Burger King. That's food fulfillment.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
Booking geniuses, save your summer. Get a wiggle on and book yourself a bargain with On the Beach. Big budget or small, we've got a mega holiday for all. Should have been a rapper. On the Beach. Book like a genius, holiday like a fool.
ATOL protected.
On the beach.
Settle down for a night of crime. Witness a heist. Follow a car chase. Eat too much popcorn. Meet a mafia boss. Join in on a bank robbery. Think about making a cup of tea. Be too comfortable to get up. For less.
Selected IKEA sofas are now at a new lower price, along with thousands of other products. IKEA, the wonderful everyday.
Well, you can see why people are talking about Asda, can't you?
Of course, on paper, Asda have a great lineup with 24 packs of Budweiser, just £14. Then there's pizza price drops, including the talented spicy chicken fajita flavour. Was £3, now £2.
And don't forget the dependable garlic flatbread was £1.80, now £1.50. Could be the difference maker. What a lineup!
Get match ready at Asda this summer. Asda, that's more like it. Selected stores online subject to availability. Budweiser 300ml, price not available in Wales and Scotland. May exclude Express and small stores. See asda.com/small stores.
This Euros, The Sun is bringing you all the gossip, goals and giants of the game. Get insights and analysis from Harry, should have been England manager, Redknapp, Jack, the maestro, Wilshere, Gordon, no nonsense, Strachan, and Jurgen, the winner, Klinsmann. You won't want to miss it. Don't miss out, only in The Sun.
Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. What's better than a last-minute winner? A crispy chicken royale delivered straight to your door.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker.
Official broadcaster of UEFA Euro 2024, Germany. TalkSport.
This is TalkSport live at England's opening game of Euro 2024. They lead Serbia by a goal to nil. Let's look at the latest, all thanks to William Hill.
In the zone on TalkSport with William Hill. Prepare for greatness with William Hill. 18+, gambleaware.org.
So it's 1-0 to England, and England are 5-1 on to win. Serbia 16-1. The draw is 9-2. Harry Kane to score the second goal of the game is 11-2. That was a look at the latest odds thanks to William Hill. Terms and conditions apply. 18+, begambleaware.org.
In the zone on TalkSport with William Hill. Prepare for greatness with William Hill. 18+, gambleaware.org.
Let's get the very latest on the US Open golf. Here's TalkSport's Rupert Bell.
Well, Bryson DeChambeau started this final round 3 shots clear, but he scrambled his way to drop one drop shot at the fourth, and he is at 6 under, and that lead is now down to just 2. Rory McIlroy opened up with a birdie at the first, but since then he's lost a bit of his sparkle, and he is currently level par for his round. He dropped a shot at the par 5 fifth hole, an ugly miss coming off the green, and he couldn't get up and down. So he is at 4 under along with Patrick Cantlay, and Matthew Pavon is back at 3 under. But Bryson DeChambeau, as they approach the halfway stage of the final round, leads by 2 at 6 under par.
And we'll keep you updated with that here on TalkSport. But in Gelsenkirchen, England lead by a goal to 0 now. I want to be giving my marks out of 10 for each of the England players tonight and after every England game as well. Now, you may know the French sports paper L'Équipe is particularly miserly with its marks out of 10. I'm TalkSport's version of L'Équipe when it comes to marks out of 10. However, I was generous with the Scots after their 5-1 thrashing against Germany. 9 players got 1 out of 10. Ryan Porteous got 0 out of 10. Their man of the match was a sub. Grant Hanley got 5. Stand by then for the England marks out of 10. They'll be up on the website not long after full time this evening. Head to talksport.com. And also on the website, the doyen of football writers, the great Henry Winter, will be giving his verdict on England tomorrow morning and the morning after every England game at this tournament. Very special. And it's going to be on the website talksport.com. Stuart Pearce, you may be interested to listen to these. These are messages from on our text service on TalkSport about what you said about Foden. Steve has said Foden looks completely lost. He has to be subbed off. David, the Chelsea fan, says, why do you think Kane has basically only had 1 touch in 45 minutes? Had 2 touches, actually. But still, I mean, the Serbian sub, Mladenovic, had 9 touches, to put it into context. Do we disappoint Foden or the English public? He says. So that kind of backs up what Stuart was saying. I'm sure he'll elaborate in the second half. And Perry Groves, who's doing the watch-along with Jamie O'Hara on the TalkSport YouTube channel right now, agrees with Stuart. Eze on for Foden has to be an option in this second half. But we shall see. England take to the fields for the second half. Quick word on Harry Kane, Stuart Pearce, because didn't have many touches, wasn't really effective in that first half. He's got to improve, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got to improve, but what I would say as well is give him another wide player on the left-hand side. That wide player will supply more balls into the box, and there is no one better in international football than finishing than Harry Kane. So give him a supply line in the box when the defenders are turned, and that will give him more of an opportunity to get into the game. It's been a difficult game for him to get into at present.
We're ready for the second half. Live on TalkSport, England leads Serbia 1-0 at Euro 2024. And here's your TalkSport commentary team of Stuart Pearce and Jim Proudfoot.
And there is going to be a change at half-time, but it's a Serbian change in the heart of midfield. Gudel, who picked up a yellow card in that first 45, hasn't reappeared. And Ivan Ilic, the Torino midfielder, once on the books of Manchester City, has come on to replace him. Ilic for Gudel at the beginning of the second half. It is the same England 11. Daniele Orsada, the referee, waiting for the signal to get this second period underway. England in all white, kicking from left to right, leading courtesy of Jude Bellingham's 4th international goal on 13 minutes. 1-0 as the rain continues to pour from leaden skies here in Gelsenkirchen on the banks of the River Ruhr. Ball played forward by the Serbs to halfway. First touch for Ilic, who has a second and then a third. He's already had more touches in the game than Harry did. He's got that again now. Serbia in cherry red shirts, shorts and socks, and in possession over on the far touchline. Back for Ilic again. Ilic played forward towards the edge of the penalty area for Milinkovic-Savic. Back to Ilic, and now coming forward Milenkovic. Milenkovic towards the edge of the penalty area, goes back to his right hand side for Veljkovic. And the Serbs, who had the majority of possession over the last 20 minutes of the first half, getting a foothold in the opening exchanges of the second period, completely in contrast to the way that they started the first 45 minutes. But they go for their goalkeeper Rajkovic. Rajkovic out towards the right hand side. Ilic again. Ilic coming forward towards the right hand side of midfield, in towards Alexander Mitrovic. Good sliding challenge comes in on him to win the ball back from Jude Bellingham. Poked away from him though by Sasha Lukic, and Milenkovic-Savic will pick up again. 90 seconds into the second half here on TalkSport, and England still leading 1-0. Lukic, Milenkovic-Savic out towards the right hand side for Živkovic. England winning it back well with Foden, and then coming in off the left hand touchline, they could try and get the ball in the midfield and play in the switch of play out towards Bukayo Saka. Saka with a little cushion layup towards Alexander-Arnold. Got the ball out from underneath his feet. Kane will pick it up. Oh, Kane hit the referee. It would have been a really good ball forward. And the referee stands, hands outstretched, and said, I'm sorry, I was looking to see where play was developing. I couldn't get out of the way of it. Kane with a Makes the ball down the inside right channel before it hit the referee, and play restarts. Stewart with the drop ball. Here's Declan Rice.
Yeah, good offensive play there. Kane receiving, getting turned, looking to play that forward pass. Walker on his way quickly. Good to see.
And England have got it again, with Bellingham being blocked off towards the edge of the penalty area. No foul. Mitrovic picking up possession. Goes out to the right-hand touchline for Zivkovic. Now Rajkovic, the goalkeeper, onto his left foot, and he will clip it forward over halfway. England just on the back foot again for a moment. Opportunity for Serbia to bring it forward. Sergej Milinkovic-Savic, who's slowly getting into the game, becoming more of an influence. He steps up from the defensive line to curtail this latest attack. Out towards Saka. Saka into the feet of Kane. Kane losing out to Milenkovic. Now Foden will chase after a ball that squirts through the midfield, but Veljkovic is there first. And another opportunity for Zivkovic to bring it forward. Zivkovic running at Kieran Trippier, didn't know whether to stick or twist, almost came back his way after a ricochet on the edge of the box. England clear and get it out towards Bukayo Saka on the right-hand touchline right in front of us. Midway inside the Serbian half. Saka not too much in the way of support, tried to engineer a crossfield ball out towards the England left. It didn't come off, and England need to get a grip of this possession. It's the opening 3.5 minutes of the second half of entirely belong to Serbia.
Well, totally agree there. We've come out and the Serbians are the one passing the ball around, and we're paying lip service to putting them under any pressure at all with the ball, and that is spelled out in the first half can be very, very dangerous.
Stones will head the ball back for Jordan Pickford. Defensively, England have conceded nearly a goal a game over the last 18 months or so. 20 in the last 21 and a half matches. That after conceding only 13 in the previous 42, when it was only about a goal every 4.5 hours that they were conceding. Now it's a goal every 1.5 hours, which is a concern. And they just need to try and settle things down here. 4.5 minutes gone in the second half. Pickford, the ball at his feet inside his own penalty area. Forward towards Kane. Kane who's trying to roll Milenkovic but can't do so. Milenkovic turns it forward, and then Milinkovic-Savic lays it back to his goalkeeper, which ordinarily in the national side is his brother. Not tonight. It's Rajkovic who's in goal instead. And Mark Gahey will pick up possession as it's clattered forward in his direction, and now Walker could turn it into the feet of Declan Rice. Better from England over the last 2 minutes. More sustained possession. Not really possession for anything more than possession's sake at the moment. Foden being followed by Ilic, drops into a number 4 role. That just lays it back to his goalkeeper, and he only just had the legs to get there. Ilic chased after it. Pickford was there first. Played through the midfield. Pavlovic beating Bukayo Saka in the air. Alexander-Arnold winning the seconds, but then losing out. Sasha Lukic bringing it forward. The Fulham man stopped before he got to the edge of the penalty area by Rice. Walker gets it out towards Saka. It's a really scrappy passage of play, this, with both sides making mistakes. Neither side able to get their foot on the ball for long periods of time at the moment. Kane coming back, beaten by Pavlovic. Milinkovic-Savic inside the centre circle for Ilic. This is feeling a little bit nervy. Start of the second half not transpiring how England would have wanted it to if they thought that the last 10 minutes in the first half saw them go off the boil. There, probably a little bit further south than the start of the second.
Yeah, unbeknown to our players, we've encouraged Serbia to come into the game. We didn't realise it. Instead of getting on the front foot and really killing them off, we didn't do that, and this is the sum total of what you get if you do not.
The second half so far, Stu, Serbia have had 75% possession, albeit only through 6 minutes, but it's a nervy start. Gahey getting it back for Pickford, who slams it forward with authority. A slightly awkward bounce for Milenkovic, but he was there ahead of Kane and could nod it back to his goalkeeper.
Yeah, as I say, at the moment it's all Serbia looking to build through the thirds and into their half, and we've really got to wrestle the ascendancy back in this game again.
Milenkovic inside his own half for Serbia. England leading it, courtesy of Jude Bellingham's flying header. 13 minutes in. England next in action on Thursday. 5 o'clock kickoff against Denmark in Frankfurt. Vlahovic, ball inside the penalty area from him. was an effective one, but Trippier was there to be able to dig it clear. And then Saka was waiting, and Pavlovic took over. He'll bring it towards the edge of the penalty area. Mitrovic takes over now and just tries to thread a through ball. He missed Vlahovic, and it goes through for Jordan Pickford. England have got to get a grip of this.
This was written all over the first half, this performance, and the longer the first half went on, the weaker the performance had become. And as I say, it's difficult to pick the momentum up when you're used to not playing with the momentum out of possession of the ball.
So how do England get more of the ball? Because it seems at the moment, if they're struggling to defend and they're struggling to do their work when they haven't got it, one way to try and curtail that is to get a grip of it and get more of the ball to stop Serbia being able to ask these questions.
Well, you've got to upgrade your defensive work, more aggression and more energy in our defensive work, and couple that with more aggression with our attacking work. We've seen us put them on the back foot on occasion in the first half, just need to do it a little bit more.
Saka heads it on. Foden came to meet it. He tried to get a flick to take the ball past Veljkovic, who Foden claimed caught him. The referee, I think rightly, says play on. And Serbia have it again, and they'll bring it forward with the lively Živkovic, the right wing back. In the midfield, Sasha Lukic, senior partner in the centre of midfield for Serbia, drops deep. Exchanging passes between him and Milenkovic. And the centre half, wearing fork and bring it forward towards halfway. No pressure on the ball for England, who is still dropping off in a shape as Ilic brings it forward to find Lukic, who's now 20 yards outside the England box. Pavlovic back towards Lukic again. Played past Bellingham and Kane. And towards the right-hand side for Živkovic. And still the possession is good for Serbia. An attempt to play a potent ball down the right-hand side of the box. Missed his man. And he goes out to play past Vlahovic and out for a goal kick, but it'll be taken by Jordan Pickford away to the left. This is the England side. It's the same England side that started the game. Pickford in goal. Walker, Stones, Gahey, Trippier, Rice and Alexander-Arnold, Saka, Bellingham, Foden and Kane. But I know that you feel that changes not just need to be made now, they should have been made by now.
I think they should have been made on the half hour at least, because you make them now, it won't have an impact in the game now, because a pattern has been set in this second half, and we've got to wrestle that back off the Serbs, because they're enjoying their football too much at the moment. We've dropped down to a standard, Jim, and playing to their standard and their tempo, and we can play a lot higher than that.
Historically, I remember saying so many times in previous tournaments, 1-0 to England could be such a dangerous lead. And, you know, we can all think of games in which England have had the advantage, have had a quite a good start, and then have sort of retreated back into their shell. This feels like a movie we've seen before. Worth pointing out, though, that England are unbeaten in 11 group games in the Euros. That's a run that stretches back to another game that transpired a little bit like this. Back in 2004, when England played France and led very, very late, going into the 90th minute, ended up losing that 2-1 as Zidane worked his magic. Harry Kane's got the ball, what England would give for a second goal here. Foden to Rice. Alexander-Arnold from distance. Flashes a shot in. Stojkovic got his hands behind it and beat it away. Got it back outside the penalty area. Rare shot on target from England. Saka, good quick feet from Bellingham. Players all around him. Laid it back towards Walker. Now a right-footed ball from Rice. It's an excellent one. Alexander-Arnold plays it back inside the area for Bellingham. Really good challenge from Ilic. Poked it away from him inside the penalty area. Clearly a clean tackle to get it clear. Maybe a goal-saving tackle at that.
Yeah, great interchange by England. Much better there. And when the ball was played back to Bellingham, Ilic, I've got to say, had to get his tackle right, did get his tackle right.
Shot from Trent, the only shot on target we've had since the goal. When I say we, I mean as spectators for either side. So just the second attempt on goal of the night so far is Declan Rice. England leading at 1-0. Tomorrow, Romania against Ukraine is on TalkSport 2. That's the first of the triple bill. Kicks off at 2 your time. And live from Munich, then Belgium-Slovakia at 5. Here on TalkSport from Frankfurt. And then about 20 miles west of here, in Dusseldorf, the 8 o'clock game. France get underway against Austria. And we've got them all covered for you. All 51 games on the TalkSport network from here in Germany. As Bukayo Saka picks up possession for England and brings it forward. The last 2 or 3 minutes a little bit better for England. They've had possession, they've had better possession, they've had it in much more advanced areas as well. This is without any potency, it has to be said, by and large, but it's more redolent of the opening 10-15 minutes or so of the game. Rice getting it for Phil Foden. 12 minutes gone in the second half. Declan Rice has got it again. Saka just in an offside position for a moment, but playing on the shoulder of Pavlovic. Ball played forward is through a central area instead, and goes straight through for the Serbian goalkeeper Rajkovic. Let's go back pitch side and catch up with TalkSport's England correspondent Faye Carruthers. Faye?
It's been interesting watching the conversations between Jordan Pickford and his back line. He was angry with Kieran Trippier. In fact, their lack of communication between the two of them earlier on he wasn't particularly happy with, and he's been trying to calm everybody down.
Faye, thank you. Serbia in possession now. They're 10 yards inside their own half, and Milenkovic will be able to bring the ball forward. They've had the majority of possession in the second period, and actually not an awful lot in it, Serbia. Now they're able to get in the box. Stones with an excellent blocking change. Pickford comes out, ends up with the ball in his hands. He was at his feet for a moment. He leans over him and almost gives Jordan Pickford a hug. So grateful was he that he was able to get the ball in his hands. Mitrovic has ended up in a crumpled heap inside the penalty area. Pickford bowls the ball out of play so that he can receive treatment, but that was nervous, because they got Mladenovic in from left wing back, in behind the fullback Carl Walker. John Stones having to come across and make the challenge, and Mitrovic very nearly got there.
Yeah, and it was the sum total, Jim, of us allowing the Serbs to get up to the halfway line unopposed, play the ball forward, receive unopposed on a couple of occasions, and it's too dangerous. You cannot play that way.
Excellent Serbian movement right in front of you, Faye.
And it was Alexander Mitrovic with all the trouble for the English defence, but actually Pickford was worried that he'd damaged Mitrovic's knee and put the ball out of play. Nice interchange between the two players, and he's back on his feet now.
Yeah, Alexander Mitrovic taking a tumble. Goal scoring record he's had, 111 goals for Fulham at a rate of better than one every other game, and 36 in 38 for Al Hilal this season. A really good goal scoring record for his country as well, 58 in 91. Serbia have already made 2 changes. They're going to make another 2, and they're going to bring on a striker and a 10, Jovic and Tadic. They clearly feel that they've not quite got England on the ropes, but that they can do some damage here. There's a straight swap up front. Jovic coming on for Mitrovic, who crosses himself as he leaves the field, now turns and applauds the Serbian support, frustrated at his inability to score in a third successive tournament game. So he comes off, and he'll be replaced by Luka Jovic, who scored 10 international goals, but only 1 in his last 10 games, 9 for Milan this season after signing for Fiorentina. And the other change is going to see Dusan Tadic come on, and he will replace Lukic in the centre of midfield. So I would imagine that Milinkovic-Savic will play that little bit deeper. Tadic will play at 10 alongside Vlahovic, and it's going to be a proper 3-4-2-1 now as they try to get themselves back into this game.
Yeah, they've obviously got something in the air that they fancy their chances of getting back in, and this second half and later on in the first half has given every encouragement possible. England playing to a tempo and a standard that the Serbs are quite enjoying, and they're playing through the thirds unopposed and putting some pressure on the England backline with the odd skirmish.
Well, Dusan Tadic very much in the veteran stage of his career now, as Harry Kane is brought down. Started all 6 games at the last couple of World Cups. He's played more international games for Serbia than anybody else. The former Southampton man came off the bench to score in Sweden last weekend, and maybe at this level only has 30 minutes of absolute top quality football in his legs these days, but boys here, man, that can pick a pass, and England have got to be careful now, because he represents a fresh challenge from what they've had to deal with so far. We've played 62 minutes, and it's still England leading by a goal to 0. Jude Bellingham with it, but you could argue over the piece as a whole now, Serbia deserve pretty much to be back on level terms. England have got to make sure that they don't allow them the opportunities to get there.
Well, they've certainly had some good chances within the game. They've got into wide areas, slid the ball across the face of our goal a couple of times, and as you say, all the warning signs are there. I just hope they don't hit the back of our net when it's too late for us to respond, or too late for us to get into any sort of momentum to wrestle the game back.
Still no changes made by England. Just in a moment I'll be asking you for aside from the one that you've been talking about for most of the evening, Eza for Foden, whether you think other changes need to be made to enable England to get a grip. Maybe Gallagher to be introduced, or Wharton. They'll come forward again over on the right hand side. Milinkovic-Savic for Serbia, yard in from the right hand touchline. And now we're back through the midfield again towards Milenkovic. Milenkovic is 15 yards inside the England half. England just defending in a shape, very regimented 4-1-4-1 off the ball. Declan Rice, the deepest of those midfielders. Serbia again allowed to come forward. England setting traps for them to some extent, knowing that if they can turn possession over in this kind of area, they might be able to get Bellingham isolated against one of the centre halves. But they've got to turn possession over first. Ball worked down the left-hand side. Milenkovic getting on the end of a wonderful little flick back by Milinkovic-Savic. He gets it back in, right-footed cross, heading at the far post, back towards the penalty spot. Good header away comes from Walker, back outside the penalty area, and England have dealt with the threat.
Got to say, Jim, my heart's in my mouth every time they breach us, every time they're going forward at the moment. There's no white shirt ratting around the ball, getting in the eye line or the passing line of any of the Serb players, and this is very, very worrying.
Mladenovic with a deep cross from the left-hand side. Foden bringing it down inside his own penalty area, and he's just launched it upfield. It's going to come back again. You want to see Gallagher on?
In all honesty, if you turn round to me and said Eze is coming on for Foden, Gallagher's coming on, and potentially Wharton's coming on as well, I think it would improve us at this moment in time.
Feels as though it has the potential to be a long final 25 minutes. Ball inside the penalty area for Milenkovic-Savic. Stones in the way, and it's cleared by Alexander-Arnold. I'm sure you'll be aware the other game in this group earlier ended all square, 1-1 between Denmark and Slovenia. Tadic getting it through here, and Jovic couldn't get it out from between his feet. That is the danger in a nutshell. Now that Dusan Tadic is on, got between the lines, committed a defender, brilliant ball, and if Mitrovic was still on, it might have been 1-1.
Yeah, they've had a couple of, really, really good efforts. You've got to say to the Serbs, they pulled themselves back in the game with no little help from England, I've got to say. But certainly, it looks as though England, the way things are going, Jim, England have got to get a second to win this game.
Yeah, it feels that way. And in fairness, we've been saying for a few months coming into this tournament that it feels with England's defensive record and where the strengths and weaknesses are in this particular team, with no disrespect intended to anybody at all, that England might have to score 2 goals more often than not to win matches. This feels as though this is a case in point. They've got a free kick here inside Serbian territory. They're not going to be in any hurry to take it. Declan Rice is standing over it. He hits it right-footed square to his right-hand side for Kyle Walker. Walker rolling it forward into the feet of Harry Kane. Kane taking it on inside the penalty area to find Trent, who's won a corner, which is England's first of the night. And it comes just before the midway point of this second half.
You asked me a question, substitutes. I said to the 3 substitutes, now, on a controversial vein, you play Bellingham as a false 9, you take Kane off, you take Foden off, and you take Trent off to bring on Wharton to sit alongside Rice, Eza playing on the left-hand side, and Gallagher playing as that ratty number 10 to stop the Serbians getting any form of momentum with their build-up play.
Alexander-Arnold is going to take the corner on the England right. And they've got 4 players inside the 6-yard box. Gahey is up there. Saka waits as well. He's preparing to make a run in towards the near post area. Kane with the potential to be able to spin round the back. John Stones is in that area as well. It comes in deep. Goalkeeper punches it away. Helped on by Tadic. Back towards the deepest of the England players, Walker, but he's still well in advance of the centre circle. He finds Foden in towards Trent, right-footed ball in from him, headed away inside the penalty area, not the best header, falls out the left-hand side of the box to Jude Bellingham. Bellingham will take it on again, little drop of the shoulder, trying to take on Illich and beat him. He's beaten him once, he's beaten him a second time, he's clipped it in towards Saka, but not with the height to get past the goalkeeper who can make the save.
Yeah, really good wing play there. Just needed a bit more loft on it to get it up to the far post potentially. And England had players in the box. John Stones doing extremely well there to maintain the attack just before Bellingham received.
Well, at 10:30 tonight, we'll be waiting to hear your reaction. Jason Cundy and Jamie O'Hara taking your calls, which will be interspersed with all of the reaction from the England camp. We'll hear from Gareth Southgate. And we'll hear from the men that matter as well, the headline makers, joining Faye, our England correspondent, tonight here on TalkSport. We'll be celebrating a victory. Will it be a post-mortem into a slightly lacklustre performance that is framed in the context of a win, or are England going to be blowing the lead? We'll find out together over the next 25 minutes or so. They're going to make a change here, the first of the night, and we are going to see Conor Gallagher come on for Trent.
Yeah, I can see that. It's his energy. We've talked about potentially, was it Trent, was it Gallagher? Horses for courses. Certainly the game at the moment needs someone with the energy of Gallagher to get around players. That takes away that extra defensive shield potentially. Whether he'll play Gallagher sort of advanced, him and Bellingham, or drop Bellingham back alongside Rice, I don't know.
So Gallagher coming on for Alexander-Arnold. It's the first England change. They've got a throw to defend. TalkSport breakfast tomorrow. Bumper way to start your week. Listen to this for a stacked lineup. Jeff Stanham, Gabby Agbonlahor, Alan Pardew, Ashley Young and David Moyes. That's a 5-ball from Dusseldorf. And it's coming your way tomorrow. TalkSport breakfast, reacting to this England performance and looking ahead to another 3 live games on the network. The build-up for which comes with White and Jordan. Also, live from Dusseldorf tomorrow on the TalkSport network. The ball is hooked inside the penalty area. Needs dealing with. Saka can head it away. It comes out towards Pavlovic. Pavlovic with a left-footed cross. That's blocked by Gallagher. The first contribution from him. Goes out of play for a throw that will be taken on the Serbian left, level with the edge of the England penalty area. 20 minutes to go. The second half, Serbia have had almost 50% more passes in the opposition half than England. Serbs have it again, worked inside the box, little near post flick header. Pickford comes out, could have caught that, punched it instead. Saka hooks it away, then a right-footed crossfield volley is poor from the Serbian midfield and drifts straight out of play for a goal kick. We're in the final 20 minutes, England leading 1-0, but it's looking an increasingly precarious advantage.
Jim, we spoke in the build-up to the Serbian team playing a high line, pushing on, pressing, enough to having a counter-attack threat. As we stand at the moment, they're pushing on, they're squeezing their team up the pitch a little bit, but they're doing it in possession. And on the counter-attack, we're not looking as though we've got any drive, energy to spring that sort of space in behind.
Well, to the extent that just a couple of minutes ago, Saka, Foden and Kane between them had only had 4 touches in the final third in this second half. But England have a free kick now. It's an ability to be able to try and kill the game and grind out the victory from this point, and a second goal may well be enough to seal it. England do have the advantage. It's not as if they're under the cosh chasing the game or still the status quo intact. England have the advantage. They've had it for almost exactly an hour, and they've got a free kick here, deep over on the left-hand touchline. Phil Foden to take it, left-footed ball, swung inside the box. Gahey was the target, headed away at the far post by Milenkovic. Comes out for Saka, left-footed ball in from him, headed back across the edge of the 6-yard box where it took a deflection into the hands of goalkeeper Rajkovic from Declan Rice's header.
Yeah, got himself in a good position there, Declan. Just didn't get enough loft on it to put it back into the danger zone, hit the first man, and goalkeeper was pleased to see it drop into his palms.
Ball cleared again from the edge of the Serbian penalty area out towards the far touchline. Trippier can take control of that. Working in towards Phil Foden. And Foden will go back for Mark Gahey. And now to Jordan Pickford inside his own penalty area, right in front of you, Faye. You've noticed something about the pitch, particularly in that penalty area Jordan Pickford's defending.
Well, because there's been so much rain here in Gelsenkirchen, the pitch is really soft and there are so many divots that Jordan Pickford is having to repair with his studs, and he's just pointed down to the pitch at me and shook his head and been very annoyed and started trying to repair it again. It's really affecting him.
Thank you. It's a concern, but if it's only just in the head of Jordan Pickford. Saka's done well, pushing forward through the midfield, a dynamic run, and then flipped it with his right boot and towards the left-hand side for Jude Bellingham. There's action on both benches. Serbia have only got one change left, and it's imminent. England have still got 4 left. I think we're going to be seeing Eza sooner rather than later. Later than Stewart would have wanted. Rice in towards Bellingham. Bellingham with his back to the direction of play on the edge of the penalty area, finding Foden. Foden's got it again after an exchange of passes with Trippier. Now towards Declan Rice. Rice is 15 outside the penalty area, with England winning 1-0 here on TalkSport, but not playing brilliantly. Foden again, coming in off the left flank. Inside the centre circle for John Stones. England have won the first game in all 3 major tournaments that Gareth Southgate has led them in, including an 89th minute winner against Tunisia back in the 2018 World Cup. Now the ball is played for by Foden. Looked like a good turn by Bellingham. Bellingham is judged to have fouled Tadic. He then continued his run. The referee's given a free kick Serbia's way. They will make their final change. Bemancevic is going to be coming on to replace Živkovic. So the right wing back comes off and he's been replaced by Veljko Bemancevic, who plays for Sparta Prague. He's on for his competitive debut. He did come on in this position to replace Živkovic in Sweden last weekend, and it's another straight swap. The bearded youngster coming on, scored a stoppage time winner in the Czech Cup final earlier this season. Will he be able to make a late impact in this game? Worked forward towards Tadic over on the right-hand side for the Serbs as we approach the final 15 minutes. England have done well to win the ball back over on the left-hand touchline with Foden. His low centre of gravity bringing it forward. Bemancevic diving in. England have played past him. Foden coming forward again. Foul by the retreating Tadic, who gets a yellow card. Second player caution today. The action on the England bench suggests the changes will be made probably the next break in play. We're not just going to see Iberici Eza, we're going to be seeing Jared Bowen as well. So a double change imminent for England, Stuart, who lead 1-0 with 15 to go here on TalkSport.
Yeah, as I say, Eza just put his training top back on, so maybe not just yet for him. Bowen potentially coming on. You would think for Saka potentially. I'd be more tempted. I don't know the fitness situation of Saka, but I think I'd be more tempted to slide Saka over to the left-hand side personally and put Bowen on this side.
Well, he leaves the field with an assist against his name, Bukayo Saka, and Jared Bowen will come on to replace him. Bowen, who hasn't played a competitive international for England since that ill-fated Nations League campaign back in 2022. He's never won a competitive international for England. He comes on for his 9th cap to replace Bukayo Saka. So that's interesting. There's only one further opportunity to make changes for England now, because the 2 changes they've made have been singles. As are still warming up in front of us on this near touchline. Bowen for Saka. A long ball from Pickford will try and find him. Saka almost able to roll Pavlovic to get on the end of it. Then when it's teased over the top of Pavlovic, he was able to retreat before Milenkovic-Savic fouls Gallagher, and England get a free kick midway inside the Serbian half. 1-0.
Interesting to see how the subs have been made for each team. You know, on 73 minutes, all 5 subs were dealt out for the Serbs. Obviously thought that they were attempting to get back into the game.
Here's the blonde-haired Bowen on the right-hand side of the penalty area. Stands up a beautiful cross. Kane's header hits the bar. Well, he's hardly been involved tonight, Harry Kane, but he's rattled the frame of the goal with a header. Goalkeeper maybe just got a hand to it and flick it onto the bar.
Brilliant save by the goalkeeper. And once again, he's been on the pitch, 10 seconds, Bowen, dropped the shoulder, gone past someone, run at somebody, and the goalkeeper's made a point-blank save. with his left arm and just shoved it onto the bar.
Kane did everything, I'm sorry, Stu, that he was told to do with a header back across the face of the goalkeeper from where the cross had come. And Pavlovic just stuck up her left hand, as you say, and tipped it onto the bar.
Yeah, it's one of those, we asked the question why Harry Kane has not got involved. I will say because we've not had enough Jared Bowen runs down the wing and balls into the box. Put it in the box, he'll get on the end of things.
Very close to probably making this game safe, but he didn't, and it isn't. Ball inside the penalty area that England are defending here. Not the best defensive header from Kieran Trippier. Back out of the Serbian right. Trippier then very nearly nutmegged by Birmancevic, but he can recover and get it back for Jordan Pickford, who clears upfield. England have got it again and then lose it to Sergej Milenkovic-Savic. He's also playing his club football in Saudi Arabia these days. He's got it again. Hasn't quite had the influence that he would like, but he can bring it forward towards the edge of the box. Knocked away though easily by England's left back here and Trippier, and then just squeezed through towards Harry Kane, and Stewart gives Kane the instruction to turn and run and take it into Serbian territory. Great back heel pull back, but the pass then from Foden didn't find Gallagher, and England are on the back foot again after a scrappy passage of play in the midfield. Pavlovic bringing it forward, left-footed ranging pass from him, bounces once in the England box, but will be cleared easily for towards Phil Foden, who can turn neatly to play in Declan Rice. England slowly sensing that the finishing line is getting closer. They lead 1-0 thanks to a great goal from this man Jude Bellingham. Wonderful first half performance from him, but has been less influential in the second. And now England have got a problem, and not only have they got a problem, they've got a problem at left back. Kieran Trippier down injured, lying on his back now, looked as though he was feeling his hamstring potentially. That is a monumental blow.
Well, that's not an understatement by any means. In a position we did not need to lose a player, we've probably lost one exactly where we have. And if it is a hamstring problem, I think the likes of Luke Shaw could get rushed into action in the next game potentially. Let's hope it's not too bad. More importantly, who's going to come in and fill in for this game to finish off if we do have to make a change?
Well, Gareth Southgate's face is a picture of concern. His principal options would be Gomez or an unfit Shaw. And you mentioned before the game, Stu, that Luke Shaw wasn't even warming up, so it's not going to be that. England are also in the position that if they make a change to replace Trippier, they have to make every other change they want to make tonight now, because this is the only time they can do it. They've only got one substitute junction left. Trippier has been helped off the field. He's got his right boot up on the electronic hoardings on the far side. He's got almost a watery smile on his face as he grimaces. He's going to try and stretch things out and continue. And Serbia very sportingly with Pavlovic restore possession to England, who would put the ball out of play so that Trippier could receive the trip. Now he's coming back on.
Yeah, I've got to say, if there was any doubt whatsoever with Trippier, I'd make the change personally. I really would. Last thing you want to do is make an injury worse and lose him for a couple of games, if not the tournament.
Gallagher's done really well to win that back. The referee didn't agree with that assessment. I don't know what he saw there, whether the foot was raised too high as he came back to win it. I think it was. He just caught Ilic actually having seen the replay, and the referee's got it right. It's a free kick that the Serbs will take 15 yards inside their own half. We've got 9 minutes of normal time to go. I would imagine at least another 4 minutes of stoppage time already. So 13 minutes of playing time maybe as a guide for England to be able to protect this 1-0 lead and get the job done and go top of the group.
I've got to say, the referee I think's had a really solid game tonight, Jim. You know, he's dealt with everything, give the right decisions. I think he's done really well.
Yeah, he's one of the best. Daniele Orsato. The last time that he refereed an England game was the first match of the last Euros. England beating Croatia 1-0. They lead Serbia 1-0 tonight. Ball on the edge of the penalty area though. Pickford just got his hand to it, held it on his way over the bar. Relatively comfortable save, but a well-struck shot from Vlahovic 20 yards out. He's able to turn on the edge of the box, beat his man, left-footed with power. Pickford saw it coming from a long way out and helped it on its way.
Yeah, really good touch there. As I say, turn on the edge of the box. He opened the goal up a touch, hit it, and to be honest with you, it was probably rising just over, but Pickford weren't making sure. He just helped it on its way.
Only Serbia's second corner of the night, only the third corner of the game. Tadic to take it, left-footed away swinger, Stones with a good header, right-footed effort back in, Pickford throwing himself at it, didn't get that far, it was headed away from inside the 6-yard box by Kane, and then an England player goes down inside the box and the referee's given a free kick England's way. All a little bit harum-scarum at times inside that penalty area. But it was a good block by Harry Kane. Pickford would have saved it. Kane not to know, couldn't take the chance. England now have a free kick and they've got 7 minutes of normal time to navigate.
Yeah, we've been in the mode of seeing the game out for too long now, so we're not going to break out of that mode. We're in a lethargy, if you like, and I can't see us getting the second goal to extend things and making life a little bit easier. And we've just got to make sure we starve Serbia and the ball and keep them away from our goal.
03717 223344. You can book your calls now as you react to this England performance. At the moment, it's an England winning start, but not a vintage performance. And Jason Cundy and Jamie O'Hara would love to hear your views on 03717 223344, and you will hear reaction from the England camp over the course of the final half hour of this show until 10:30 when Jason and Jamie start, and more reaction to come as well during that time. Got it all covered for you here on TalkSport. Don't forget, tomorrow morning, breakfast live from Dusseldorf with Jeff Stanning, Gabby Agbonlahor, Alan Pardew, Ashley Young and David Moyes as well. Then White and Jordan bring you the 1 to 3 live commentaries tomorrow across the TalkSport network. Here's Bellingham trying to get on the end of a throw on the edge of the box and it's headed away. Stones, Gallagher's been a calming influence in the midfield since coming on. The referee takes evasive action. Bellingham comes in, steams around the blind side of one of the Serbian midfielders and finds Bowen. Stood again urging Jarrod Bowen to turn and try and get England going forward. They've gone the other way, back towards Pickford. Pickford now with a wonderful piece of distribution. Sends one down towards Bowen. Bowen has got Pavlovic forcing him towards halfway. And now Walker will be able to pick it up. Walker has turned and chipped it through the midfield towards Bellingham. Bellingham towards Harry Kane. Kane on the left-hand side. That's given away. England chasing after it with Gahey. Vlahovic might be there first. He's won a throw. England's final change is going to see Kobbie Mainoo brought on very shortly. 5 minutes of normal time to go. It looks as though that's going to be the only change. That will be England's last. Kane is then fouled on the edge of the centre circle by Vlahovic. And it's a free kick going to be taken by England. Dragan Stojkovic, the Serbian coach, has picked up a yellow card for the dissent that he's shown to fourth official Ivan Krusliak, arguing against a recent decision. So he's in the book. And here's the final England change. Bellingham off, Mainoo on.
Yeah, interesting call, I think, that one. Wouldn't have been the shout that I made, but listen, he's been the one that's been the difference between the two sides tonight. Eventually, I think the second half he's not shown as well as he can do, but I don't think the whole team have. But his bravery has got us a goal and maybe the 3 points, hopefully.
Excellent first 45 minutes for Jude Bellingham. He leaves the field. And a 20-year-old being replaced by a 19-year-old, Kobbie Mainoo, getting his first taste of competitive international football. The man who scored the winner in the FA Cup final, who only recently made his England debut against Brazil, and he's come on for his 4th international appearance and his first in both a tournament and indeed a competitive game. 3.5 minutes of normal time to go. 5 minutes maybe to be added. Here's Pickford inside his own penalty area. Left-footed ball forward over Harry Kane. Kane letting it run. Milenkovic was turned. Pavlovic wasn't. And then Mainoo, as he handled that, as the ball came forward through the midfield, he has. And it's a free kick to Serbia on halfway. And England Coming back, trying to get the bodies back behind the ball quickly. Serbia take a free kick relatively quickly. Don't commit the bodies forward. Set up on the edge of the penalty area, they just restart play. Pavlovic coming forward. Left of the three centre-halves. Clipped out towards the far side. Foden with a slight misjudgment on a poor cross. Mainu then goes up for it. Foden is able to pick up the seconds, and he will take it on. Past a couple in the midfield, and then was body checked by Veljkovic. And that'll be a free kick to England just inside their own half. What it has done, though, is disrupt the flow of the game. They're trying to take the free kick quickly, curiously quickly, and have lost it. Tadic will bring it forward again. There's absolutely no need for England to do that. Tadic working it back towards halfway. It's 1-0 to England on TalkSport with 2.5 minutes of normal time to go. Still protecting this 13th minute lead. Birmancevic, left-footed ball inside the area. Good flash cross came in. And it's cleared by England. Now towards Kane, who can't hold it up. Tadic has got it. Tadic now towards the near touchline. Bowen trying to buy a free kick. Hasn't been able to do it. It's a throw to Serbia. And Mladenovic has taken it quickly. Ilic, who came on as a half-time substitute. Little 1-2. Back towards Milenkovic. Milinkovic-Savic. Mladenovic, good turn from him, getting the better of Bowen. Can he work the cross in? Didn't fancy it on his right foot. Lays it off. Milinkovic-Savic with a curving effort, but he got across it, and it's gone high and wide. And England are 2 minutes away from getting to stoppage time.
Real worry there as Tadic has got the ball coming. I think it was Tadic. Sorry, it was Milinkovic-Savic. Sorry, come inside, open the goal up, and the shot just didn't come inside that far post. Thankfully for England, but too much room once again, Jim, allowing us to play through the thirds in and around our box. It's a dangerous game.
It's a fragile lead, but it's still a lead. Mainu helping it on. Ball goes back for the goalkeeper Rajkovic, who made that stunning save to deny Harry Kane England's second goal, which would have made the point safe. Kane has the ball now in the midfield. Gallagher winning it back. Kane had gone down. England have still got possession. Rice goes back for Gahey. His performance, one of the positives for England tonight. Gahey working across the edge of his own penalty area for Stones. Back for Pickford again. And he clears it long through the midfield, where Kane has done well to flick it on down towards Jarrod Bowen. Wearing 20, back from him to number 16, Conor Gallagher. And now Kyle Walker will bring it forward. And the giant clock on the massive monitor that hangs over the pitch shows that there are only 20 seconds of the 90 minutes left. Foden chipping one over the top. Trying to release Kieran Trippier, who's continued gamely despite that injury that he picked up. The ball's gone out of play. He's having another stretch now. He's clearly not right. But just trying to labour through here. We're going into stoppage time. And good news for England that it's only 4 minutes. It might have been more.
I was expecting more, I've got to say, Jim. And I still feel as though in that period of time my heart's going to be in my mouth on the odd occasion.
Gallagher to Mainu. Back for Gallagher again. And forward towards Kobbie Mainu again. Walker. Walker a yard in from the right-hand touchline. Gallagher trying to poke it forward towards Mainu, and Gallagher's been fouled. This will do for England, just disrupting the play, breaking it up, making it fractious and fragmented. And that will certainly see them over the line. 3 minutes to go. Kyle Walker playing the ball back inside his own half for John Stones. Stones out towards the far touchline. England have only kept 3 clean sheets in the last 10 games. Can they keep one for another 3 minutes? They can. They're off to a winning start. Gallagher came in and he's bought the free kick. And that again will do nicely. He's done okay since coming on.
Well, he's offered energy. That's what he's done, and that's his key point. And the game needed that from a defensive point of view. He's knitted things together, and he's hurried and scurried the opposition a little bit more than any of the other England midfield players. And it's almost horses for courses, Jim, in some ways. You know, the game needed that.
Well, he's just looked up at the big screen. Not to admire the close-up of it, but just to see how long is left. And he doesn't know because it just says 90 minutes. It's not ticking on in stoppage time. The answer, Connor, 2.5 minutes to go. England work the ball down towards the right-hand touchline. Bowen can't get it to stick, and it goes out of play for a throw. Mladenovic nicking a couple of yards, throws it back towards the edge of his own penalty area for Milenkovic. He clatters it forward over halfway. Good powerful header from John Stones. Serbia win the second. Tadic turns it wide, out towards the right-hand side. Danger here for England if the cross is good. It's well blocked by Trippier. Comes back out for Tadic though. Tadic has got Veljkovic in support behind him. Veljkovic to Ilic, 1-0 England lead, 2 minutes to go, but the Serbs around the edge of the English box. Good cross coming in, well blocked by Bowen, out of play for a throw.
Yeah, got a round of applause there from John Stones, did Bowen, for blocking the cross, and it's important that all of us have got that mindset. Block the cross, block the shot.
Ilic with the shot, Gallagher with the block. And Bowen on the right-hand side of the penalty area is able to get it away. Veljkovic, Milenkovic, Pavlovic, blocked by Bowen, out for another throw.
Yeah, as I say, the Serbs, they're looking at it, their last hurrah at the moment, they've got plenty of the ball in and around the halfway line, they're looking for that opportunity in wide areas to whip the ball in the box. They've got big numbers in the back line.
We're in the 94th minute, England lead 1-0, Ilic, right hand side of the penalty area, it's fired in, it's headed on, it's headed away. Bowen then awkwardly but effectively clears it left-footed over his own shoulder down towards the right-hand touchline where Kane has bought a free kick quite brilliantly, and that should see England to victory.
Absolutely amateurish defending by Milenkovic. You could see Harry Kane just slowing up, waiting for the contact, worldly wise, and giving England the relief they needed.
By the time the free kick is taken, there will be about 20 seconds to go. Pickford's just going to put his foot through this and get it into Serbian territory. He hits it, left-footed. Now will trot back towards the edge of his own penalty area. Headed away by Milenkovic on the edge of the Serbian box. Foden turning it forward. Takes an awkward bounce. Pavlovic will get it away. And that is victory. England off to a winning start. Boy, is there room for improvement. But if you're going to play in a lacklustre fashion in your first game, if you can ally that performance to a victory, that might just be a winning combination. England know that they can and have to get better. But a Jude Bellingham header on 13 minutes has won this tonight, and England are top of the group. A fourth successive tournament under Gareth Southgate, and in all four they've got off to a winning start. England 1, Serbia 0.
Look, at the start of the evening I said England win their 7 games, they're European champions, but I'm not sure if I can cope with victories like that. I can't emotionally. Who can cope with an England performance like that? The result feels so fantastic, but that second half, it was like we were trying to chuck it away. You wonder what they're trying to do. And yes, the result is everything. I don't mind if we play terribly for those 7 games. I really don't mind, as long as we win them all and take home the trophy. But those nerves were shredded in the second half. And Jim Proudfoot on commentary has just mentioned room for improvement. I mean, there's a 36-storey hotel with loads of rooms for improvement in this England side based on that second half performance alone. Stuart Pearce, I never want to fall out with you, and I don't think we will fall out, but I've got some serious questions to ask, because I think that second half performance from England is why there are so many doubts among the England faithful about Gareth Southgate's ability to get the job done and win England a trophy. We basically handed over control of the game to Serbia. Why on earth did we do that? Then there's a trickle of substitutions. Rather than decisive substitutions, it was a trickle, a little drip here and there of substitutions, which robbed him of the chance of making more substitutions, left us in danger when Trippier went down. I think that a lot of people will look at that second half and point at Gareth Southgate, and I can understand why they do that. Can you understand that?
Well, wherever your finger points in whatever direction, what was needed, and outlined it in the first half. When we had the ascendancy, you've got to put your foot on the opposition's throat and really nail them. We didn't do that. We eased down, we let them play at their standard and their tempo, which isn't as good as ours, and eventually, for the majority of the game, from 35 minutes on, we couldn't wrestle momentum back from them. I said to you in the first half, the substitution was made. We needed a double-sided in this game. On the 25 minutes I saw, 20 minutes I saw, we needed a double-pronged attack in the wide areas. Players that could go past defenders that were slow. We never did that. We done it too rarely. Saka was the only one who half done it with and without the ball. Would still have liked to have seen him do it a lot more. That worries me, this momentum. When the opposition grab it from you, we didn't get anywhere near them, and they played through the thirds and got too close to our goal for my liking.
I'm a big fan of Dusan Tadic, and when he came on, he created, with a bit of magic, the best chance, and Serbia should have scored. England have won 1-0, but Serbia should have equalised tonight. Tadic with a lovely little threaded ball. Jovic couldn't control it. It ran through for Jordan Pickford. They equalised then, and they should have equalised then. You wonder what, we'll never know, but you wonder what would have happened for the rest of the game, because their momentum was up and we couldn't grasp back the initiative. It didn't look to me like we could anyway. So that to me is a major concern. We're doing Sweet Caroline. The players have gone over to the fans. I do understand that, because we've won the game, but that goes in and it should go in. It's a different story, Stuart.
Yeah, it certainly should. They had enough balls across the face of our box. They've had enough balls in and around our penalty box. Good thing is, Aid, we've won the game. Good thing is we've kept a clean sheet. They've had as many chances, maybe more chances than we had. We got a wonderful goal in Bellingham. No doubt about that. It was a great goal. We've got to learn from this, because if we're going to go, and I'm looking and commentating on the first 45 minutes, but I'm giving you an insight of what's down the road. And if we drop away from the momentum of games and let teams have the ball and not get in their face and threaten them and think it's someone else's job, we're going to come out on the wrong side of a 1-0.
When we're talking about substitutions, you did say in the first half in commentary, we talked about it at half-time, that after that first 25 minutes or so, you would have thought making a substitution would be a good thing to do. We didn't make a substitution till halfway through the second half, by which time Serbia had made 4 substitutions, 3 of them tactical, 1 an injury substitution. Foden stayed on the pitch for the whole game, and maybe that was because Gareth Southgate thought, right, if we're going to keep hold of the ball, Phil Foden is probably one of the best players at keeping hold of the ball. When Bowen came on, I thought that he was electric for the first few minutes when he came on, and he created that great chance for Harry Kane. That probably should have been 2-0, but it's a complete wonder save. But Bowen coming on and racing down the right-hand side, that was exactly what we need, but that was probably the only time he did that, really.
Yeah, it probably didn't matter who come on, as long as they had a mindset of getting turned and running. If you ask any of the back line of Serbia, what did you not want tonight? They would turn around and tell you straight away, I don't want someone taking me on and running at me. Kostic was a disaster at left-back, you know. He's brilliant in the opposition's half. He delivers great balls. Jim outlined it fantastically well, that he is a real threat in the opposition third and whatever. In his own third, he's scared stiff. We didn't ask enough questions of him. When we did, we scored goals and created the odd skirmish.
What is it about Gareth Southgate and substitutions? Because his in-game management has been questioned. It will be questioned again tonight, given what happened. Why does it take so long for him to make substitutions? What's going on in his head, do you think?
You're always dealing with the emotional effect of players. You're always dealing with, look, we got our nose in front. The manager's mentality and foresight of what's going on is different to mine. I'm up here in the state. I've been in the technical area. Your head's a jumble on occasion. When you're up here, there's clarity. There's calmness, there's clarity, there's sweets, there's chocolate, there's all the good things in life. And you can see things a lot clearer. I've not got any emotional buy-in to taking a player off or bringing them on. So there isn't that either. And I've been there as a manager, and sometimes you have that emotional tie and think, well, what will I do to his confidence and all of this nonsense that comes into your head, when the greater good is England winning the game and England getting better and better by the performance. This game, in my opinion, and I said it in the first half, should have been won 3-0. If we'd have gone after them after Bellingham hit the back of the net, or even from the first minute where they looked at us and thought, we're scared stiff of you, you're quicker than us, you pass it quicker than us, and one-on-one, you're much better than us. We didn't do that. We eased into the game, we allowed them to get comfortable, and on 35 minutes couldn't wrestle momentum back.
Well, we've discussed the substitutions. It's one of the criticisms levelled at Gareth Southgate, and I think it might be after tonight's game as well. Another one is that he is cautious that we didn't go for the throat when we were totally on top, which you've just outlined there. His nickname is Gareth Safegate, and I think it's a well-earned nickname, and I think that those critics will point to the second half and say, well, he was playing safe, we were getting behind the ball, we weren't prepared to be adventurous, even though we've got all these brilliant attacking players. So is that the hallmark of a manager who just wants to hold on to victory? I'm
going to turn around to you and say, at the start of the game, did we all sit here and think, I like the look of the team? Yes, we did.
Yep.
I would throw the ball into the court of each individual player, especially the ones at the front end of the team, and say, when you receive the ball, does your manager tell you, don't turn and don't take someone on? He'll tell you don't give the ball away, but I'll tell you what, I don't mind you giving the ball away if you force a corner out the opposition. You know, I think we should have done that a bit more. And so, the information for me, if you bring Eza on this side and Saka that side, say, whenever you receive the ball, don't turn backwards, don't pass it backwards. Brian Clough used to say to our wide players, I don't pay you to give it back to the fullback. Your job is to go and take someone on. And they had fullbacks tonight. Their fullbacks weren't Kyle Walker that could defend brilliantly and quickly and whatever. I mean, on occasion when Saka dipped his shoulder and run without it or went with it, it took your breath away as a fullback. I thought, I don't want that. It should happen minute after minute after minute in the game.
But this is a recurring theme. We talked about this after Iceland. We're talking about it again tonight. We've talked about it in the past. And I, like you, I don't believe that the message isn't being conveyed from the manager. So, what do we do to change it? Because if the message is coming from the manager to the players and they're not doing it, then we're just going to be reliving games like that. And sooner or later, England aren't going to get away with it and they're not going to win. So how does it change from here?
Well, that is the $24 question. It's either a more aggressive stance in regard to substitutes from the bench, maybe a game plan that says, look, I'm not sure how this game's going to pan out. I think I know. We got a brilliant analysis department here. I've got a great set of coaches working around me. This is the team we put up. These are the tactics we're going to employ. It might not pan out that way. It's like me. If I'm playing fullback against a winger and that winger keeps turning away and don't want to take me on, I'm going tighter and tighter and tighter. Probably on his first instance. If he comes and takes me on, rocks me confidence, I'm thinking, here's trouble here. You've got to work it out as an individual on the pitch as well for yourself, you know. Harry Kane's hardly got a kick of the ball tonight. Phil Foden's been a what would I say? A
peripheral figure?
A peripheral figure in the game.
3 or 4 out of 10, yeah.
A 3 or 4 out of 10. He's passed it inwards and sideways. For me, if you would have took Harry Kane off and put Bellingham as a drop number 9, put another holding midfield player on, put Gallagher on for his bit of energy, and put Eza on one side and Saka on the other, and said, I'll tell you what, we're coming after you. You know, Harry Kane, if that substitute was made in the second half, it wouldn't have mattered at that stage. We'd lost momentum and we were never ever going to wrestle momentum back off the Serbs, so I'm sad to say.
Let's have a look at individuals. I want to start with Harry Kane because the stats are really interesting. There's positives in there. He nearly scored, by the way, with a header. He had to be really physical with that. Keeper's made an absolutely world-class save, so he nearly got on the score sheet. He had as many touches in England's box as he did in Serbia's box. That's 1 each. He won 5 fouls, which was the most in the match, and that's a positive as well. But just 24 touches and 1 shot, the header that was well saved. You're looking for more from a key man for England, a captain for England, aren't you?
You definitely are. If I'm Harry Kane, I'll probably walk in and someone pins me and say, any chance of you getting involved a bit more? I'll turn around and say, we had a wide player go down the wing once, put a decent ball in the box, and the goalkeeper's made a world-class save to keep me out. Otherwise, I'm on the score sheet, and I'm in your face saying, do it again, and do it again. Otherwise, I can't get a foothold in this game. That would be my defence if I was Harry Kane. And he's got the ability to score. I'd love to know how many crosses we got in from the left-hand side of the pitch.
We could try and find that stat for you. In the meantime, we have got 2 strikers. We've taken 3 strikers this tournament. There are 2 strikers sitting on the bench watching that, and they're probably both thinking to themselves, I'll be amazed if they're not, I can impact this game more than Harry Kane is. But they're not saying I'm better than Harry Kane. They're thinking, I know I can come on and make a difference here, and yet they stayed there and Harry Kane stayed on.
They'll be thinking that, but they'll also be thinking, well, if you don't cross the ball, I'll never get I'll never get a goal. If you're never getting wide areas and cross the ball.
I agree with you. I think we've got to work that out. Harry Kane, the other question on Harry, is he fully fit? Because at the end of the season, he was taken off with a bad back in a crucial Champions League game that Bayern Munich went on to lose without him. Only came on late in the Iceland game. It started the Iceland game, but didn't look fully fit. Faye was pitch side and said his movement was fine. He looked okay. And I mean, that's what it looked like tonight. Was he 90 minutes fit, Harry Kane, in your opinion, Stu?
I can't tell you that. Only the kid himself will tell you whether he's fully fit, as in from a clinical aspect. What I would say is, I want my captain and one of our most integral players to be on the ball a little bit more, feeding things in, receiving to feet, popping the ball out wide, both left and right, seeing our wide players go and take people on and go past them, and putting the ball in the box for Harry Kane, who spun and got in the box, and Bellingham arriving in the box. Now, Bellingham arrived, he shot himself out of a cannon to get on the end of that. What we've got to do is say, if this kid's got the ability to get on the end of things, which he has done all season for his football club, feed the ball in the box. Because we had the ability to go past them, but we just turned it down too often for my liking.
Yeah, it makes sense. England have won 1-0, by the way. It might sound like we're ripping apart a defeat, but England have won the opening game 1-0. It's just the performance that warrants that. You can have your say, 0371 722 3344. With the main men on the Sports Bar tonight, Jamie O'Hara and Jason Cundy. They're coming up at past. We're going to get reaction from the England camp very shortly, but time now to cross over to our Carling correspondent, who's capturing the aftermath back home live from Newcastle.
The Carling correspondent on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
And it's TalkSport's Ian Abrahams in the northeast for us, soaking up the atmosphere. Whereabouts are you, Ian?
Thanks, Adrian. Welcome to the Mayfair pub here in Newcastle, where I think it's fair to say that people are in good spirits, but they're more relieved, I think, of that England performance. Elliot, what's your overall impression?
We won, and that's class, but we weren't that good. Tactically, we were all over the shop. We got a lucky goal. It was class. I mean, we've got a lot of work to do before the knockouts.
Kenny, there's been some really good football in this tournament so far. Did we see it tonight?
Not the greatest, but we won in the bag, and that's what we need. Always win your first game. It's always a massive plus for every tournament, no matter what. But it wasn't the greatest, but at the end of the day, 3 points is 3 points.
Do you think the rest of Europe, the rest of the teams here will be frightened of England?
They're all frightened of her. The performance wasn't great. The performances will improve over the tournament. They always do. We'll always seem to get better as the tournament goes on. So, yeah, the other teams will be worried about her. Because, yeah, the other teams have scored 3, 4, 5 goals, but it's not how many goals you score, it's the performance itself, and I think that could be a bit of a problem.
Finally, Elliot, who should be worried about their places after tonight? Who didn't play well, in your opinion?
Trent. I love Trent. I'm a Liverpool fan. But Trent, he was out of position all night. He didn't play any decent balls in. I don't think he should have a spot on the team. Kane was out of position all night. He's been playing in the box, and he wasn't in the box all night. People were going forward, and there was nobody in there to put a ball into. Kane should be worried. I'd rather play as a...
There we go. I think everyone's happy that England got 3 points tonight, Adrian, but I certainly think as well there's room for improvement.
Ian, great work. Thank you very much. Good to hear the views of the fans in the northeast. That was our Carling correspondent. Thanks to Carling. 18 plus. Please drink responsibly.
The Carling correspondent on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
We're going to hear from the England camp very shortly on TalkSport, but they've won their first game of the Euros. They've beaten Serbia 1-0 live on TalkSport.
Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Get your classic game day flame grilled Whopper made fresh and delivered to your door. Order your Burger King delivery now.
This tournament, prepare for greatness with William Hill. Get ready for last-minute winners, legendary goals, and straight red cards. Oh, what was he thinking? Win 25% more on every single game this tournament with Bet Builder Extra, online or in the app, only from William Hill. Available day before match to kick-off. Bet Builders are 3+ selections at 3-1 or more. Pre-match singles, match stake £20. Full T's and C's apply. 18+, begambleaware.org.
Here she is, the 3-time world champion. What has she got in store for us today? Things are starting to heat up. Here she goes.
Triple builders, double stir. I don't believe it. And a chocolate digestive to finish it off. A thing of beauty, you have to say. The judges are going to love this one.
British Gas, powering home fans during this summer of sport.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. On the beach, on the beach, on the beach.
Booking geniuses. Choose from thousands of amazing all-inclusive holidays with On the Beach. Go all in on all-inclusive. Leave the bank cards at home, but not your trunks. On the Beach. Book like a genius. Holiday like a fool.
ATO protected.
On the beach.
Let's go live to hear about that winning goal.
The crowd's gone absolutely wild here. How on earth do you sum up your emotions right now?
Amazing. A hat-trick is just the best feeling ever.
Is it though? Is kicking a ball into the back of the net really better than food fulfillment from Burger King? That warm, fuzzy feeling of total food satisfaction. Like finishing the last bite of a Gourmet King's Barbecue Steakhouse Angus.
No.
Correct. Burger King. That's food fulfillment.
You could skydive out of a plane. Or swim with sharks. You might even skinny dip in icy cold waters. Or you could get that inexpressible high, that guaranteed rush from finding just the thing you wanted, the thing you needed, at a great sale price. IKEA Summer Sale, now on. IKEA, the wonderful everyday.
Well, you can see why people are talking about Asda, can't you?
Of course, on paper, Asda have a great lineup with 2 for £20 on packs of beer like Peroni. Then there's party wear from £1, the midfield trio of bunting, face paint and flags.
And don't forget the dependable 2 for £7 on Coke 8-packs could be the difference maker. What a lineup!
Get match ready at Asda with beer and decorations on offer until the 14th of July. Asda, that's more like it. Selected stores online subject to availability. Beer packs 10 times 330ml each. Not available in Scotland. Coke 330ml, £4.25 each. May exclude express in small stores. See asda.com/small stores.
This Euros, The Sun is bringing you all the gossip, goals and giants of the game. Get insights and analysis from Harry, should have been England manager, Redknapp, Jack, the maestro, Wilshere, Gordon, no nonsense, Strachan, and Jurgen, the winner, Klinsmann. You won't want to miss it. Don't miss out, only in The Sun.
Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. Official broadcaster of UEFA Euro 2024, Germany.
TalkSport.
It's TalkSport live in Gelsenkirchen, and we're still in the stadium. It's emptied out. This is where England have just won 1-0 in their opener at Euro 2024. Serbia 0, England 1. Jude Bellingham with the only goal of the game, but the performance has raised a lot of questions. It's Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport, presented by Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction. Get your favourites delivered now. We wanted the stats on crosses. Jim Proudfoot has got all of those stats. So what do you know, Jim?
Well, the question that you asked was how many crosses there were. 9 is the answer to that,
for
compared
England
to Serbia's 19.
Okay.
2 of those 9 came from the England left. Only one of those 2 from the England left flank came from the byline, where a player has beaten a full-back and with the ball in. The other came from midway inside the Serbian half. Phil Foden's stats, and you know, we're all huge admirers of Foden, but the conundrum remains how to bring the best out of him, and increasingly it seems that playing him on the left isn't the answer to that. Key passes tonight, 1. Crosses, 1, but it was inaccurate. Long balls, 2, both inaccurate. Shots, none. Dribble attempts, none. possession lost 11. So that's Phil Foden's performance tonight in a nutshell. And that isn't to have a go at Phil, but the point remains that he's played 35 games for England, and you could probably count on the fingers of one hand how many real match-winning performances he's had in those 35. And when you consider how stellar his form has been on such a consistent basis at club level, it just makes you wonder why England aren't getting the best out of him. The answer would seem to be increasingly because he's not been played in the right position.
I would say this. This conversation and tonight's commentary isn't about bashing Phil Foden. Not for me, it isn't.
Agreed.
You know, I support all the England players, but sometimes in games it might be a case of saying, look, this we can hurt the opposition by making an interchange early on. I think we could have done, personally. And the fact that we turned the opportunity down led to the second half. I wouldn't say it was an onslaught, but the second half when we were under pressure on the odd occasion.
And the change doesn't have to be taking Foden off. If he's ineffective in that position, you can change things around elsewhere. You could perhaps take Harry Kane off. He didn't come off at all tonight. But you could take Kane off. You could play Bellingham through the middle as a false nine with Foden in his role as a 10 and then have orthodox wingers on both sides. It would give a different look to the England midfield, and that's something that so rarely happens. When you look at Kane's performances, particularly in the big games for England, he very seldom comes off and only does when England are in a real position of strength and he's been taken off to rest him because England have already got the game won. He's never taken off as a positive change to make things happen.
And we glorify leading into this tournament about the options we got in the advanced area of the pitch. I would say out of those 4 players who play in the advanced area today, and I don't know whether either of you would agree with me, I thought Saka done okay and was a real threat, and Bellingham's got his goal, which is, you know, and I thought he played quite well in the first half, not so well the second half. The other 2 have had little disappointing games. Now, if you've got an embarrassment of riches, exchange them.
Because there are attacking players in the squad on the bench who could do something. If Harry Kane isn't fit, there are 2 strikers. But Bellingham as a false 9, Foden as a 10, could that possibly be the way to go forward in this tournament, Stuart, and get the best out of Phil Foden? Because it's a big question. Right, hang on a second. We'll answer that in a moment. Let's get to Faker Others, who's with Harry Kane.
Yes, I'm sitting here with the England captain. Congratulations, Harry. First win of the tournament. How did you feel out there tonight?
Yeah, it was a tough game. I think we started the game really well. We caused them a lot of problems early on and got the goal and deserved to be ahead. I think after that and spells in the second half, we found it difficult to play the football that we wanted to, and it became more of a battle, which we knew against Serbia it would be, and they credit to them, you know, they caused us some problems, but I think overall it's about, you know, grinding out this result and sticking together and defending the box well, because if we want to be European champions, we're going to have to keep clean sheets like we did today. So overall it's an important win, and we're happy to get off with 3 points.
Why was it that you couldn't get a foothold in that second half in particular? It felt like you lost control of the game a little bit.
Yeah, I think so. I think they changed their pressure. I think they went more man for man, and we struggled to keep the ball like we did in the first half. So yeah, that's something we have to improve for sure as you go further in the tournament. You know, that can happen, especially when you've got a 1-goal lead. So we spoke, you know, previous to the tournament about controlling the games better. So we'll have to analyse it and see where, you know, we could have done. We can improve and improve for the games ahead, because, you know, we've still got difficult games in the group. So yeah, we'll see. But, you know, this game was just about getting the 3 points, and we've done that.
One quick last question, because we're having a debate at the moment. You were playing a slightly different role. It felt you weren't dropping back like you would normally do, and didn't get as much of the ball as we're used to you seeing. Did you feel that? Where were you playing your game?
Yeah, I think you know, I spoke before the game about how my role as a striker will change for different opposition, and I think today, you know, they like to play the man, so I was kind of staying as high as I could to allow the space for Jude and allow the space for Phil and even Trent on that right hand side, and yeah, especially in that first half I didn't touch the ball probably as much as I'm used to, but, you know, being a striker sometimes you have to do what's best for the team, and I felt like that was the right call. Second half was more of a battle, more of, you know, typical number 9 of winning fouls and holding the ball up and bringing others into play, which is a different side to my game as well. So yeah, as a striker, you do whatever it takes to help the team. And I had the one chance in the second half where I think the keeper saved it onto the bar.
It was a great save, it was.
Yeah, so it would have been nice if that one obviously went in, but overall the most important thing is that we won the game.
Congratulations, 3 points on the board. Thank you, Harry.
Yeah, thank you. Cheers.
Yeah, really good interview, and Harry Kane giving us a lot of information there. 2 touches he had in the first half, which I don't know about anyone else, but for me that is a concern. Having said that, the flip side is there's a positive. He nearly scored with a bullet header in the second half. It was a world-class save. It's Euro Game Day live on TalkSport, presented by Carling, UK's #1 lager, 18+. Please drink responsibly. Look, Harry Kane, you can't leave him out, I don't think. That will be a major bold call from any manager. But if he isn't fit, that Bellingham false 9, Foden as a 10, is that a possibility, Stuart Pearce? Just to try and get the best out of Phil Foden, who we know is a brilliant player.
It should be a possibility. I'm not suggesting, look, it's one size fits all. So we've seen enough tonight to suggest that our captain, our centre-forward, who's the record goal scorer for England, should not play again for England. What I'm suggesting is this. On occasion during games, and the second half would have been one of those occasions where we probably needed to fill up with legs a little bit more, our midfield, to turn the ball over, to attack quickly the opposition who'd come onto us. Harry coming off might have been the way forward, and either dropping Phil Foden into a number 10 role, or just have just behind Jude Gallagher for his legs and energy to go and press and all those types of things. It's got to be interchangeable. This is the top echelons of football in the world, near enough. So it's got to be interchangeable. We've got to do it. We've got to do it quickly, and we've got to take the ego and everything out of it to do it. Because I think we got away with it tonight in a game that I thought, if we'd have really gone after them, it's a 3-0 comfortably. We'd have blown them away. We didn't do that, and we didn't look particularly good at trying to stop the flow when they come at us. It was almost, we'll get back in shape, but I don't really want to go and press you aggressively, collectively and individually, and we nearly paid the price for it.
Let's try and get a bit more positive, because England have won the game. They are top of the group. Let's take a look at the King performance, thanks to Burger King.
King Performance on TalkSport with Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction with the Gourmet King's Barbecue Steakhouse Angus. Order your Burger King delivery now.
Well, all three of us have got a say in this. I don't know if you're aware of this, but the King Performance tonight in association with Burger King, I think it's actually quite obvious who warrants the King Performance. But Stuart Pearce, you go first of all. What do you reckon?
It's a choice of two. It's Bellingham or Saka, and I think, personally, probably Saka had more influence in hurting them, and he was more of a thorn in their side than Bellingham was. That's what I would say on this one.
I thought the Bellingham took his goal absolutely fantastically. I thought his first half performance off the ball was really good as well, the way he was coming back, and he made a couple of really good interventions around the edge of the penalty area. So I would go for him. Obviously, completely hear what you say about Saka, but an honourable mention as well for Guehi in his first game in a tournament. I think did everything that could have been expected of him and played his part in a defensive performance that allowed Serbia only one shot on target.
I was going to mention Guehi. You will hear from Mark Guehi in the Sports Bar with Jamie O'Hara and Jason Cundy very shortly, so stand by for that. Get your calls into them as well, 03717223344. So have I got the casting vote then?
Yes, you have.
I hear what you say about Saka. I thought he faded in the second half.
So you're in agreement with me then?
No,
good.
not.
2-1.
Lost. Let me finish.
Unanimous done.
I think it might be 2-1.
I thought he was brilliant first half, and he put a couple of balls across, created the goal, faded badly, lost a couple of duels as well, could have been taken off before he was. I've got to go Jude Bellingham. I just thought it was an incredibly brave header. It reminded me of Brian Robson, that header.
It was an incredibly brave header. As I said, he was second favourite to get on the end of that, no doubt. He's got there, he scored the goal, and you need interactions like that, whether they be bravery, a bit of skill, whatever it is, they're game changers.
How lucky are we to have Jude Bellingham?
I think we're lucky to have a lot of players in our squad. More so Jude Bellingham. He's got the personality on the pitch. Certainly that first half showed that after the goal as well. He wanted it, and the rest of the players as well almost stepped away and let him have the ball on occasion. So we need one or two others to step up alongside him and show that arrogance that he has.
I mentioned before about how I worry about his discipline and the red mist. There was a teeny bit of that, but he controlled it. I thought the other worry is he gets targeted, and he was fouled a lot tonight. Let's go back to Faker Others, who's with Jordan Pickford.
I am. He's just trying to work out whether or not he's coming over to speak to us at the moment. He's done so many interviews so far. One last one, Jordan. I know. Congratulations. 3 points. Clean sheet as well. Another one in a major tournament for you.
Yeah, another team effort. Very proud and to get the clean sheet, but it's a team effort. You know me, I don't take the plaudits all myself. I think it's a team. You know, all 11 on the pitch, lads coming off the bench. We work hard off the ball, and that's what gets us results. And I'm just there, ready to make saves when called upon.
Yeah, you weren't called upon too much in the first half, but the second half felt like a little bit of an onslaught.
Yeah, we know you've got to suffer as a team, and that's what you've got to go through in tournament football. Them suffering, you know, we've had them experience over the last 6-7 years of me being part of the England squad, and yeah, we knew that was going to come. We know we could have scored more goals, we didn't, but we got the clean sheet and we got the win. That's most important.
In terms of the back four, second time obviously they've played together, but first time you've played with the four of them together. It is. And well, it doesn't feel like it then in that case, but there were quite a few conversations going on at certain points. Was everybody in the positions that you wanted them to be? How did they get on?
Yeah, we know each other well. Even if it's my first time, we know how everyone plays, and yeah, we just, you know, we've got the three lines on. We're working as a team, and information. You know, we demand of each other to get better because we don't want to be sloppy in the game, and I don't think we were. I thought we worked very hard off the ball, and that's what, you know, all the way from H all the way back to me. That's what it's about.
It felt like you did that better than was done against Iceland as well in terms of the press.
Yeah. Every game's different, and you know that was Iceland. But now we're in the tournament. Now we're in the main part of it, and we've done our job. First job done. The major tournaments, to win your first group game is huge, and that's what we've done tonight. And enjoy the win, recover well, and get ready for the next one.
I'll tell you what you've also done tonight, as you know, is equalled Peter Shilton's appearance record for England with 20. Congratulations for that. That must be a really proud moment for you and your family. Yeah, it's a great moment for me and my family, and you know, to be up there with one of the greats in the game is a great achievement. But I put a lot of hard work in to be the best version of myself, and I think I've got to take that proudness from that, because if I don't put the hard work in each day, I'm not in this position I am today, and I'll keep wanting to improve, and something I'll always keep doing. Brilliant stuff. Thank you, Jordan. Congratulations. Thank you. Cheers. Thank you, Jordan.
Jordan Pickford. Isn't it funny, we've been talking about how a lot of fans on TalkSport have been saying England's a bit ropey at the back. That's the worry. We're going to keep a clean sheet in the first game. And Jordan Pickford, yeah, he's matched Peter Shilton's 20 appearances in major tournaments. That is some record, and he is and has been under Gareth Southgate the undisputed number one goalkeeper. So we've heard from Jordan Pickford and Harry Kane. More reaction from the England camp to come, including the manager Gareth Southgate as well. Jude Bellingham was our King Performer, our King Performance pick in association with Burger King.
King Performance on TalkSport with Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction with the Gourmet King's Barbecue Steakhouse Angus. Order your Burger King delivery now.
Just finally and quickly, Stuart Pearce, let's be positive. We got a win. It's good, isn't it?
That's my middle name, Positive. But I've got to say, I'm positive when we get beat. When we win is the best time to point the finger, and I think Gareth will have a wonderful opportunity in that dressing room when the dust settles tomorrow to turn around and say, you know what, if we're going to go and win this tournament, it's got to be better than that. And why did it not go as well as we would have liked?
It was a scruffy 1-0 win. There are plenty of things worse than a scruffy 1-0 win.
That's so true. Jim Proudfoot, Stuart Pearce, thank you very much. We brought you live on TalkSport tonight. There's a reaction to come in the sports bar, 03717223344. Get your calls, and I'm sure you've got plenty to say on that. Those calls will be racking up, and Jamie O'Hara and Jason Cundy will be taking those calls. Jeff Stelling and Gabby Agbonlahor will be on breakfast tomorrow, along with Ashley Young, David Moyes, Alan Pardew, all on breakfast, live from Germany tomorrow morning from 6 UK time. And don't forget to look out for Henry Winter's verdict on this England performance on the website talksport.com tomorrow morning. And coming up very shortly on that website, talksport.com, I'll be giving you my marks out of 10 for the England players tonight. Jude Bellingham's mark is quite high. I can reveal that. He was England's hero. I suspect that won't be the last time I say that in this job. Sports Bar next. O'Hara and Cundy, 03717 223344.
Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
We're BetMGM Sports and Casino. We know things aren't always golden. That's why we offer you the tools to keep your place safe. Set timeouts to always ensure you take a break when you feel like you need it. Set reality checks so you know exactly how long you've been playing. And set deposit limits to help control what you spend. Stay golden with BetMGM. Play responsibly.
18 plus. Well, you can see why people are talking about Asda, can't you?
Of course, on paper, Asda have a great lineup with 2 for £7 on Coke 8 packs. Then there's pizza price drops, including the talented spicy chicken fajita flavour and classic 4-cheese deep dish. Worth £3 each, now £2 each.
And don't forget the dependable garlic flatbread was £1.80, now £1.50. What a lineup!
Get match ready at Asda this summer. Asda, that's more like it. Selected stores online subject to availability. Coke 330ml, £4.25 each. Pizzas and flatbread end 17th of July. May exclude express and small stores. See asda.com/small stores.
Big game today. Talk us through how you got all the snacks.
Yeah, no, obviously I'm in the area, seen the BP, obviously parked up there, catch the crisp, grab some drinks, hit the line, I'm ready to pay. Obviously, scan me BP, me rewards card, back of the net. Yeah, no, so we're off to a good start, aren't we? So, yeah.
BP is here for all your big game essentials. Plus, BP Me Rewards members can earn points to put towards great saves. BP, here for all of life's journeys. Obviously. BP Me Rewards card or app required. For full T's and C's, visit bpmerewards.co.uk.
Well, the wait is finally over. And watch this. The fans appear to be playing the free Coral Reward Shaker. Here come the English, still managing to shake under all that weight of expectation. Oh, can you believe it? The free bet is coming home. Play the free Coral Reward Shaker to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers throughout the Euros. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK. Max 1 reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
Do you belong here? Next to me, about to jump into the sea on an army coast-steering expedition. What's your gut saying? Walk away from the edge? Or jump in and join a team that will be by your side for life? Still listening? You belong here. Army, recruiting now. Search Army jobs.
Who are you going for at Royal Ascot?
The favourite? Yeah, the favourite.
The favourite without a doubt. This Royal Ascot, everyone's going for the free favourite pull-out in the sun. It's jam-packed with top tips and form guides for all the runners and riders. Plus a free £2 in-shop bet with Coral on Tuesday. Get your free favourite pull-out in the sun every day of Royal Ascot. T's and C's apply. 18 plus only. BeGambleAware.org.
This tournament, prepare for greatness with William Hill. Get ready for last-minute winners, legendary goals, and straight red cards. Oh, what was he thinking? Win 25% more on every single game this tournament with Bet Builder Extra, online or in the app. Only from William Hill. Available day before match to kick-off. Bet Builders of 3+ selections at 3-1 or more. Pre-match singles, match stake £20. Full T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Get the ultimate food satisfaction this half-time with the flame-grilled bacon double cheeseburger XL. Order now on the Burger King app.
Great Scott! Euro 2024 on TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
Come listen here and we will see Scotland's fate in Germany. Tune in each day. The games are free on medium wave and DAB.
Listen to TalkSport for full flavour, totally tartanised transmissions of Scotland's classic Caledonian Crusade in Germany.
Of lesser talk, we've had enough. We've got the single malted stuff to stop your head from feeling rough.
Euro 2024 on TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
TalkSport. Every game, goal and glorious moments from the tournament. Rein, sealed and delivered. Every day.
He sinks to his knees in relief.
Euro Sports Bar Weekender with Jason Cundy and Jamie O'Hara on TalkSport. Pump up your summer.
Yeah, good evening and welcome to the Euro Sports Bar Weekender. I'm Jamie O'Hara and I'm beside tonight Jason Cundy.
Has anyone seen Scotland? Oh my God.
Still Scotland.
Still Scotland.
Right, England win their first game of the Euros 1-0 against Serbia. But that performance inspire you. Phil Foden wasted on the left-hand side. Harry Kane's performance not great. Trent in midfield. Loads to talk about. It's the Sports Bar. We're already waiting to get on. So get involved in the show. 03 717 22 33 44. Hello, mate.
Hello, mate. What's going on with the music?
It feels a bit weird, doesn't it?
What's
The old
that
music.
there? Bit of Euro music?
What's this? It's a bit different. It's
Bit
not the
of
Sports
Euro.
Bar. Keep it simple, lads, will you? Trying to change it up.
Bit of Euro music. Hello, matey. How are you? How
I'm
the
good,
devil are
mate.
you?
I'm good. I've just done a live watch along on YouTube. You've just done one with Adiola Depot.
Yes, I did.
Which was downstairs. So I haven't actually seen you. This is the first time. Normally we come on and we pretend that we've not seen each other and we've been sat with each other for 2 hours. But I've genuinely not seen you.
Not seen you at all.
So what did you make of that performance, first and foremost?
First half, I thought it was okay, stroke decent, without being brilliant. I liked the movement up front. I thought Bellingham and Foden started all right together. Saka out on that right-hand side. More often than right, we're a bit lopsided. No threat down the left at all. No threat.
Awful.
And it was no surprise that our goal come from the right. Brilliant ball. And the way they were set up with a 5 at the back, I thought it'd be almost impossible to get Saka involved in the game. But the pass from Walker, the run from Saka, had to be spot on. A little bit fortuitous, the way that it ricochets off the underneath.
We're going to have to go to Faye Carruthers because she's with England manager Gareth Southgate.
Gareth, congratulations. 3 points in the opening game. What did you make of the result and the performance?
Well, very pleased with both. I think in the first half we used the ball really, really well. Had complete control of the game. Could have had a second, I think, really, and that probably determined a bit of the flow of the game later on. Second half, we didn't keep the ball as well. I think we expended a lot of energy in that first half, and we started to end up a little bit deep, albeit, not under huge pressure, because I thought we closed the spaces really well. But when you get deep, it does invite balls in your box, and we had to defend those very well, which we did. Could have had a second with the header towards the end, and then there were some moments where we did manage to run the clock down well by keeping the ball and buying fouls, and I'm pleased actually that we had to show both sides of the game, because as we move forward we're going to need to do that, and to come through a tense game at the end I think is good for a lot of the players.
Yeah, you were under a lot of pressure towards the end. Let's talk about the goal first of all. Bukayo Saka, there was so much good happening on the right hand side of the pitch in that first half in particular, but talk me through the goal from your perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't actually watched it back in detail yet, but I thought it was a lot, as you said, Bukayo was causing a lot of problems. Lovely pass through to him, good spin run, and then due to the timing of that run is what he's been doing so well. So and it was a brave header really to go thundering in the way he did. So really pleased with the quality of the goal.
I've just spoken to Harry Kane and he said he had to play a slightly different role tonight to allow the other players to have a bit of space. Jude included, Phil as well. How do you operate those front four in particular, and what was your thinking going into tonight's game?
Well, that they had as much freedom as we can give them. It meant that actually Trent and Declan had to balance off a lot, and they did a really good job of breaking up the attacks and mopping up the second balls, because you end up with a lot of those against Serbia. But I thought Phil and Bukayo also on the wings put in a hell of an amount of work to get the angles of pressing right, to recover. They did a fantastic job without the ball for the team, as well as using the ball really well.
That's really interesting, actually, because in commentary there was a lot made of the fact that actually we weren't getting a lot of width on the left-hand side in particular, and we weren't maybe seeing the best of Phil Foden that we know we see from him in the Manchester City shirt in an England shirt. But do you see it differently to that?
Well, clearly we're using Kieran to give us the width to allow Phil to drift, and I thought he retained the ball in a spell, especially in the second half where we were struggling a bit to retain the ball. I thought he retained it really, really well. So it's not easy for everybody to be the star turn when there are so many good attacking players on the pitch, and I was very happy with the job Phil did for the team.
How is Kieran, by the way? Because there were quite a few concerns stretching his hamstring out. Is he okay?
Yeah, just a bit of cramp, really. So, that's his first 90 minutes in months, and to play the way he did just shows what an incredible character he is for us.
I just want to talk about the control of the game in the second half, because you mentioned it yourself. Harry Kane mentioned it when I spoke to him as well. It felt like you lost that a little bit. How much of a concern is that, and what do you need to do better in the second game against Denmark?
I think we need to conserve energy better in the first half. We made an incredible number of runs and played with great emotion, but I think we took a lot out of ourselves in that first half. And physically, we have had players miss a lot of football, not have 90 minutes for a while. So that's something we've got to consider when we're making the changes that we had to make, and making sure that the squad is in a good place. But they'll be better for the game. I think there's always huge emotion with a game. First game of a tournament, but also a game like today where the opponent are aggressive as well, but they've dealt with it really, really well.
A couple of quick last questions for you. One is on the substitutions, and what was your thinking in making them?
Well, we needed fresh legs, really. I think we'd started to end up a little bit deep. Connor can get up to the ball quickly, gave us the legs in midfield that we needed. Bukayo obviously has missed quite a bit of training, so we were always going to choose a moment to bring Jared on, and I thought he had a really good impact. Super cross for the header at the far post, but also got back, worked, stopped crosses coming into our box as well. And then again, Jude was cramping up. We probably could have done that earlier, but he's having such a huge impact on the game that you're conscious of not taking him out of that at that moment too early. But great for Cobby to get that experience of playing an important role, not for a long period, but a critical part of the game.
Just finally, the earlier game in the group finished 1-1, which is great from an England perspective. You're now top of the group, puts you in a really good position going forward, which you must take confidence from.
Yeah, but we have to start again. Tonight's a good night for us. The next objective is to qualify from the group, and we know Denmark. We know so many of their players that we know the tough games we've had against them in the past, and we'll have to be spot on to be able to beat them.
Congratulations again tonight, Gareth. Thank you.
Thanks, Faye. Thank you.
Faye Carruthers there with England manager Gareth Southgate. Let's get straight to your calls. Let's go to Kevin, who's a Newcastle fan. Hi, Kev.
All right, Kev.
All right, Jamie. You all right, Cundy? How you doing?
I'm good, mate. Look, you've just heard Gareth Southgate there talking about his England side. What did you make of it?
Well, let's get the positives out the way first of all. I think the first 30-35 minutes was pretty good. Saka, I think, was really, really good on the right-hand side, and Jude Bellingham, obviously man of the match. But once it started getting towards the 60-minute mark, I've got to question a few of the substitutions, if I'm being honest. I think it's been well seen that the left-hand side was a problem, and I'm a Newcastle United fan. I know that Kieran Trippier is very good at right-back, but on the left, when he is further forward, he does have to cut inside, or he needs to pass on to somebody.
All the time.
And I'm not quite sure where Phil Foden was told to play tonight, but you mentioned that he was wasted on the left-hand side. I didn't see him there very much at all. And for me, it was quite obvious that we needed somebody on the left-hand side. And in Anthony Gordon, I think that was the perfect substitution, because in the second half, Saka was getting a bit tired, and they were putting extra men on him. And then when the ball Bowen on, it was just much the same. They just kept them same men on Bowen. And when was the thought process from Southgate to say, actually, we need an outlet on the left? And it never ever came. And I was a bit worried by that.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you, mate. I can't believe Anthony Gordon didn't feature, even Eze, just to make something happen. But if you're talking about directness, which I think we lacked on the left all night, you're absolutely right. Trippier, for me, was just coming inside. And, Southgate's talking about Kieran Trippier giving us width. I mean, he's a right-footed playing left-back. He's not going to give you width to get the balls in the box and get to the byline, is he? You needed someone who was going to make something happen in Anthony Gordon. I couldn't believe Phil Foden, bless him. I felt for him because he's such a great player, but he shouldn't have been on the pitch in the second half.
O'Hara, I said to my friend earlier on, Foden could do things that are Gascoigne-esque when he's played in the right position.
Yeah.
I'm just unsure what Southgate said to him and said, right, this is your position, this is where you need to play. And whatever that was, it was clear after about 40, 45 minutes, that wasn't working. And we're main distribution area where we needed to... Trippier was recycling the ball back inside and it was slowing down a bit. I was saying, come on, let's get Gordon on. He's got a bit of pace. He's done it all season for Newcastle United. And it never once came into my thought process. And I don't want to be a negative Norman. We've won. It's a first group game. You can only beat what's in front of you. But against a better team, I think we need to start thinking a little bit more outside of the box when it comes to substitutions instead of doing like for like.
Yeah, absolutely. Kev, great call. Let's go to Michael. He's a Man United fan. All right, mate?
Mikey.
Hi, mate. Oh, I know too, bud. How are you?
Yeah. Oh, I'm good. How are you feeling after watching that?
Well, first I thought we played really, really well. And then Southgate does what he 30 minutes. And then obviously I thought Trent gave the ball and, God, you're a lucky boy. Lucky boy in first half, Brennan played brilliantly and that. But, I mean, again, Southgate does what he does best. He's not proactive in his substitution. Where was Cole Palmer tonight? He should have been on the pitch. SA should have been on the pitch. You could see in the first 40 minutes after the second half, they were at it. And I'll tell you what, we were lucky tonight.
Yeah.
Anyone else would get battered. And let's be honest, England are meant to win the Euros, are favourites to win Euros. I don't think we are.
No.
I can't see how we can. And about 4, at times, they were dodgy.
I thought Gay was brilliant. I have to say.
No, he was brilliant. But there was a couple of balls that went in the box. Obviously when Pickford came out for, well, God, you're a lucky boy.
I don't think the word lucky. I wouldn't say lucky.
Trent was lucky.
I wouldn't say...
lost the ball in good tight areas.
I wouldn't say that we were lucky, though. I felt that the best side won. I have to say, though, second half performance wasn't great. The left-hand side, this is not breaking news. This left-hand side is a problem, and it will continue to be a problem until, Shaw gets there, because he said that Trippier's our width. He's not, because the same happened with Eze against Iceland. He comes inside and he's like a number 10, and that's all well and good when you've got movement. There was the odd time that we saw Bellingham come out to that left-hand side. There's no natural width, and we become lopsided. The only way we're ever going to get through the left-hand side is redundant. There is no threat.
So bad.
There's no threat. And I think, I agree with the previous caller, I feel for Foden because it's not his natural game. He played in the FA Cup final on the left-hand side, and he kept coming inside, and all he had was running into Kobe and Amrabat.
Yeah, I know.
And he kept running into those two.
Yeah.
And they kept... They blocked off really well. We need width. We need natural width. The only person I can see, and I think we might be looking at a situation, incredibly, that Phil Foden starts on the bench.
Yeah, I know. I agree.
I think we might be looking at Gordon staying there, staying high, staying wide. Foden naturally wants to come inside, and that's great. There's nothing wrong with that. But when you've got playing against a 5 and a 3 or a 5 and a 4, there is no space to run into. You are literally running into bodies.
Yeah.
Running into bodies.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
That was the problem he found.
Mike, thanks for your call. Keep them coming in. Got loads to get through tonight. I want to talk about that Gareth Southgate interview as well. We're talking about taking more time in the first half and not... I mean, the whole point is to go after teams early on, surely, right? And go and get 2 or 3 goals up against a bang average Serbia side and then use subs in the second half. I mean, what is he talking about? Unbelievable. 03717 22 3344. But it is all hotting up in the US Open, and let's get to Rupert Bell to talk about it.
Well, it really is, and you're talking about Rory McIlroy and Bryson DeChambeau. It's a battle between these two, you would think, because we're coming to the end of this final round with McIlroy. After 4 birdies in 5 holes, he got to 8 under par and was 2 clear of DeChambeau, but DeChambeau has responded with a birdie to get to 7 under. But just a few moments ago, Rory McIlroy at the par 3 15th, unfortunately went through the green and he couldn't get up and down, so he's back to 7 under. So as McIlroy tries to win the US Open for the first time in 13 years, he hasn't won a major for 10 years, but he's in an excellent position. But DeChambeau is not driving particularly well, but is scrambling brilliantly, and that's why the pair are locked at 7 under par. Patrick Cantlay is at 5 under par, but it looks now the battle for the US Open here at Pinehurst is between McIlroy and DeChambeau, both at 7 under.
US Open update on TalkSport with Arnold Clark. Get the UK's best used car deals, guaranteed.
Right, get your calls in 03 717 22 33 44.
A Mexican wave. It travels at the speed of a gold medal sprinter. Around the world's biggest grounds in under a minute. And produces enough energy to power a stadium's lights. It's a movement so colossal, it can turn the tide of a game. So next time a wave comes your way, join in. Ladbrokes, bring your wave. 18 plus, take time to think.
Put your Three Lions knowledge to the ultimate test with the all-new TalkSport Football Trivia board game, England edition. Use your on-target trivia skills to take on all challengers and score the ultimate board game bragging rights just in time for the summer of football. Featuring hundreds of weird and wonderful questions about the England men's football team. The TalkSport Football Trivia board game, England edition. Available now at shop.talksport.com.
TalkSport Bet. Back auf das Net Broadcaster. Bring it on, Bookie. 18 plus. Gambleaware.org.
Do you belong here? Next to me on an anti-poaching operation. 2 days drive from anywhere. What's your gut saying? Want to change the radio station?
Will it in sport this week?
Or jump in and keep us company. Still listening? You belong here. Army. Recruiting now. Search Army jobs.
We're BetMGM Sports and Casino. We know things aren't always golden. That's why we offer you the tools to keep your place safe. Set timeouts to always ensure you take a break when you feel like you need it. Set reality checks so you know exactly how long you've been playing. And set deposit limits to help control what you spend. Stay golden with BetMGM. Play responsibly.
18 plus. This Euros, The Sun is bringing you all the gossip, goals and giants of the game. Get insights and analysis from Harry, should have been England manager, Redknapp, Jack, the maestro, Wilshere, Gordon, no nonsense, Strachan, and Jurgen, the winner, Klinsmann. You won't want to miss it. Don't miss out, only in The Sun.
Get match ready with club card prices. Like milk chocolate Toblerone, now £2.75, down from £5.50. With Tesco Club Card, everyone can feel to lower prices. Tesco, every little helps. Toblerone, 360 grams, majority of larger stores, ends 16th of June. Club card or app required.
The Sports Bar with TalkSportBet.com. Belting broadcaster, brilliant bookie. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Crank it up. UEFA Euro 2024 Germany on TalkSport.
Oh, can you believe it?
From Munich to Berlin and Düsseldorf to Dortmund.
Every game, every goal.
It's in!
Euro Sports Bar Weekender with Jason Cundy and Jamie O'Hara on TalkSport. Zeit für den Fußball. Love's got the world in motion and I know what we can do. Love's got
Keep your calls coming in on the Sports Bar 03 717 22 3344. England 1, Serbia 0. What did you make of that performance? Let's go to Darren from Portsmouth. Can we get him on? All right,
Dazzler.
Hello.
All right, Dazzler.
Hello, it's Dan, by the way, not.
Oh, Dan.
All right, Danny boy.
I don't know how they got wrong there. But...
Danny boy, how are you?
Yeah, no, good, thanks, lads. How are you doing?
Yeah, we're good, mate. Bit frustrated with the performance, but what do you make of it?
Yeah, a little bit frustrating. I thought first half we played all right. I think in the second half we really dropped off. It was quite poor. But I just wanted to call about Foden really on the left. I just really don't think it works. I don't know how you find the best out of him. But you've got the likes of Palmer, who's had the season of his life.
Palmer can't play on the left either. You're getting the same player.
But yeah, well, I think okay, you've got Gordon on the left.
You got Gordon or Eze for me next game. I'd start Anthony Gordon.
I'd personally go with Foden again. I'd go with Foden again, but if it doesn't work for the first 45, I'd take him off at half time. But Southgate isn't going to do that, so kind of point.
It is a problem. There's partly it down to the fact that we don't have a natural left back, because what you really want, if Foden comes inside, that's all right as long as there's an overlapping naturally left-footed wing back. But we don't have that.
I just think I'm just not too sure what we do, because I think Foden is so good, and he's been, like I said, he's Premier League Player of the Season. But I just feel like he has to be in the team, but where you play him in that system.
But he's got Premier League Player of the Season because he played right mid or number 10. And at the end of the day, Saka's put in a performance. He's good enough to play there. He gives you directness. He makes things happen. And Bellingham's unbelievable. So he's not Premier League Player of the Season playing on the left. Simple as that. He's not a left winger.
Or you play Foden in the 10, and Bellingham goes back with Royce. I know.
Yeah, but then you lose that late run into the box, like the goal come from.
It can still run in from that deeper position. I don't think we lose.
I think what Southgate's had to wrestle with is the fact that he knows he's got two brilliant number 10s in Foden and Bellingham, and it now comes down to a preferential choice of, do you want Bellingham there or do you want Foden there? You're absolutely right, Dan. Bellingham can drop in there. But Jamie's right, because as soon as you drop in there, you lose that late run, that run in. The goal is the perfect. Foden is probably not as good at doing that as Bellingham. I think in opening defences in that area, I think Foden is probably slightly better than Bellingham. But what do you want? So if Kane does drop deep and there's a gap, I can see why I'd rather Bellingham filling that space. And there's the problem you've got, and I'm not sure there's a right answer here. I really don't think there's a right answer.
There is a right answer. It's Anthony Gordon.
No, what I mean is, then you have to drop one. What I'm saying is, he's trying to get them both on the pitch. I'm not sure there's a right answer. I'm trying to get them both on the pitch.
I think, like I said, the way Bellingham played, especially in the first half tonight, I thought was brilliant. Yeah. And I'm going back on my point, but Bellingham really has to play number 10. I think he was our best player tonight, and it's just how you get the best out of both of them wanting to play in the number 10. I don't know.
It's a problem. How do you get the best out of Foden?
Well, let's go to Kieran. He's an Aston Villa fan. Can we get Kieran? All right, Kieran?
Hiya.
All right, Kieran.
Just want to say, guys, I'm a huge fan of the show.
Thank you, mate.
Cheers, Kieran.
Thank you, mate.
Good to finally be on. First time caller.
Good man. All right, what'd you make of it?
So I was going to say about the whole left Foden situation, but that's been well trodden now. So I'm going to have a talk about Southgate. Now, I think we can say that he's a very good man manager. He gets the best out of the spirit in each of the players. But tactically, there is something really lacking for me. There is an indecision problem where you get into 86 minutes before you're making pivotal changes in the substitutions. You bring them on at 55 and suddenly things can be played for. Let's say Eze comes on for Foden and Wharton comes on for Trent. Something like that. Something that really shakes up the midfield. And, by the way, physicality against a physical side. We're not seeing the actual judgment of the game. All of us could see that Foden wasn't coping, and there's an obvious answer for that. And for me, this comes down to one thing, and this is my point. You should be using the friendlies to blood and bed in a team. You should not be using it to scout players. And I think that's where we've come undone here, because most of these players have not played together over the course of 2 years.
Yeah, I was just so annoyed that in the second half I'm seeing the same old Southgate. He's had 3 tournaments to change his ways, but it just doesn't look like he's ever going to change. He doesn't want to be proactive when it comes to making a substitution. Now, we've won the game because, really and truthfully, Serbia were a bang average side and didn't really hurt you. But you come up against a top team, and we play like that in the second half, we're getting undone. It's as simple as that. Same old Southgate, and even his interview about conserving energy in the first half. What are you on about? We've got 10 subs.
Yeah. This is the point at which you're supposed to be expending energy to show the other teams what we're made of, to show that we have the best attacking talent, some of it in the world. That we should be making our stance now. The same could be true of the Iceland game. I know there's injury concerns and you don't want to expend too much on, on a friendly, but let's have a look at Netherlands, for instance, who beat people 4-0, 4-0, 4-0. They are saying to other teams, as are the likes of Germany, France, Spain, they are saying we're a dominant side. Yeah. What we're saying is we're afraid. We're defensive. Come at us because we're going to try and spring you on the counter. That doesn't inspire me with confidence. And it's a shame because we do have generational talent in this team. And, back to the Foden situation, bench him. You've got to bench him because then you have Bellingham for one game. Maybe you play Foden for a different style of play. And then you're keeping both players fit, but both involved. It shows nous, and that's what we need.
Yeah, absolutely. Kieran, top man, thanks for your call. Keep them coming in. Want to hear from you. 03717 22 3344.
The Sports Bar with TalkSportBet.com. Download the shiny new TalkSport Bet app at the App Store and Google Play today. 18 plus BeGambleAware.org.
Getting a car is all about choices. At Lookers, you choose from over 30 manufacturers and over 6,000 vehicles online. Choose to buy completely online or completely in person, or even a mixture of both. It's up to you. Choose to collect in-store or have it delivered to your door. Whatever you want, however you want it, you choose. Lookers. A good deal. Better. Visit lookers.co.uk.
Friends, Germans, football fans, lend us your ears. Der Fußball in Germany is here. Und natürlich, TalkSport Bet have got a tasty tournament load of top offers to check out, including Daily Bet Boost, In Play, Cash Out, Lucky Dips und Special Broadcast Boost on all England and Scotland games. TalkSport Bet, back of das Net broadcaster. Bring it on, bookie. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Do you belong here? Next to me, about to jump into the sea on an army coast-steering expedition. What's your gut saying? Walk away from the edge? Or jump in and join a team that will be by your side for life? Still listening? You belong here. Army, recruiting now. Search Army jobs.
At BetMGM, we know how to put on a show. So we don't just do offers, we do golden offers like this.
MGM Millions, our supersized jackpot where right now you could win over £19 million.
Get ready for the golden era in online casino. BetMGM, it's showtime.
Minimum 10p game stake. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
Santander's Edge current account gives cash back to reward customers.
Do they also reward treachery?
What? This contains the names of people who have their salary paid into
our rival's current account.
Nicholas!
They give me cash back on my big supermarket shop.
You'll be hearing from our lawyers.
Finding your edge with the Santander Edge current account.
18 plus, £3 monthly fee to maintain the account. Paying £500 a month excluding internal transfers and have 2 active direct debits. Cashback exclusions apply.
Create your avatar. Pwn your first nude. Enjoy your newfound power. Climb the leaderboard. Dominate the leaderboard. Listen to people scream your gamer tag. Kirsty_26. 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 For less.
Selected IKEA gaming setups are now at a new lower price, along with thousands of other products. IKEA, the wonderful everyday.
Game over. The Sports Bar with TalkSportBet.com. Brilliant broadcaster, best in class bookie. Say no more. 18 plus BeGambleAware.org.
On 1089 and 1053 AM. Online, on the app, on your smart speaker.
Official broadcaster of UEFA Euro 2024, Germany.
TalkSport.
Talk Sport.
Keep your calls coming in on the Sports Bar 03 717 22 3344. But let's get news and sport headlines now with Will Hobbs.
Thank you, Jamie. What an evening of sport. So for the first time, Southgate's England are 1 from 1 in a major tournament. A story of Bellingham brilliance.
You can see that arrogance oozing into him as soon as the diving header put the ball in the back of the net. His body language says, give me the ball. I'm the best talent on show on this pitch, in the right way.
There was a sprinkling of Saka stardust.
Good run from Saka. Just dropped his shoulders, spun in behind Kostic, and he is a real weakness defensively. But if you don't ask the question, you don't get the answer.
But question marks for Kane and certainly Foden.
Phil's knitted it together, passed it backwards, passed it sideways. But we need someone in his position to take players on and go past them. Harry Kane's not that person.
England legend Stuart Pearce there on co-commentary. Gareth Southgate came out in defence of Foden, saying not everyone can be the star man every game.
We were struggling a bit to retain the ball. I thought he retained it really, really well. I was very happy with the job Phil did for the team.
In the group's other game today, a moment of true footballing heritage. 3 years after his cardiac arrest at the last Euros, Christian Eriksen opened the scoring for Denmark. Erik Janse equalised for Slovenia thanks to a wicked deflection, so a useful draw for England. In the day's earlier game, Wout Weghorst and Cody Gakpo were the difference for the Netherlands as they squeezed past Poland 2-1. To the US Open final round now, Rory McIlroy hasn't won a major in 3,500 days. Is that about to change, Rupert Bell?
Well, nerves are starting to jangle with the leading two because Rory McIlroy has just had successive bogeys. He's missed a 3-foot putt for a par on the latest hole, the 16th, and that means he's slipped back to 6 under par. Meanwhile, just 5 minutes before that, Bryson DeChambeau got the putting collywobbles as well because he missed a short putt and he got back to 6 under. So it really is boiling up to a terrific climax, but nerves are definitely starting to play their part. Bryson DeChambeau has now got a chance to try and capitalise on that 16th. He's just ripped his drive down that fairway. He hasn't been driving particularly well, but it now looks as if it's a straight battle between McIlroy and DeChambeau. Cantley, the next best player, at 4 under par, but the leaders are locked at 6 under par.
Rupert Bell will be with us until the very end. And a huge boost for the Brits ahead of Wimbledon. British number 1 Jack Draper came from a set down to beat Matteo Berrettini in the Stuttgart Open final. It's his very first ATP title. Katie Bolter also retained the Nottingham Open title, beating Emma Raducanu in the process.
TalkSport News.
80 countries have called for any peace deal between Moscow and Kyiv to be based on the territorial integrity of Ukraine. Today's joint statement is the result of a 2-day peace conference in the Swiss resort of Bergenstock. Russia were not invited and China didn't turn up. 2 men have been arrested on suspicion of manslaughter after a 16-year-old boy was killed by a falling tree. Nottingham police arrested a 28 and 31-year-old man. A 28-year-old woman was also arrested on suspicion of assisting. And the police officer who rammed an escaped cow in Surrey has been removed from frontline duties while an investigation takes place. A 10-month-old calf was running loose in Staines on Friday night when she was struck by the vehicle.
TalkSport weather.
Spells of rain continuing in northern England overnight, drier in the south.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. The Sports Bar on TalkSport.
Yeah, good evening. You are listening to the Euro Sports Bar Weekender with me, Jamie Horror and Jason Cundy. England win tonight 1-0 against Serbia. Wasn't the best performance, especially in the second half. What did you make of Gareth Southgate's team? What did you make of Phil Foden on the left? What did you make of Trent in midfield? What did you make of them at the back and Southgate's changes? All a little bit boring to me. But 03 717 22 3344. We will give you updates through the night on the US Open as well. You just heard Rupert Bell there talking about Rory McIlroy missing a 3-footer for par, and he's dropped back to 6 under with DeChambeau. I'll be keeping an eye on that, that's for sure. But let's go to Ray. He's an England fan, right, Ray?
Razor.
Yeah, hi Jamie, hi Jason.
Razor.
How you feeling?
Thanks for letting me on the show.
Oh, cheers, Razor. Welcome. What do you want to say, bud?
Well, I thought England were really good in the first half. You know, they had good tempo. Yep. But throughout the second half, it kind of fizzled out, you know, in the last 10 minutes. We were under a lot of pressure, you know, to keep the ball behind, you know, out of the goal, you know. So,
What do you mean? Keep the ball out of the goal.
Good. We had a lack of composure in the second half compared to the first half, but the first half was very solid.
Yeah, I felt our in-game management, we didn't manage the second half particularly well at all. I felt we looked a little bit like Scotland against Germany.
I definitely agree.
Yeah, but we kept the ball out the goal.
Pardon?
We kept the ball out the goal.
Yeah, we're lucky for that. Well, you should have been at least 2-0 up. You know, Kane as well specifically. He didn't really link the play as much as he should have. He wasn't so involved.
Couldn't get him involved. If he was higher than he normally plays. You know, normally he drops a bit deeper, but he stayed high. But we kept the ball out the goal.
Yeah. But we only had one goal up. You know, I mean, it is a very solid start. But in theory, we could have done a bit better, but it was solid.
Yeah. Get the ball out of the goal. Ray, top man, thanks for your call.
We did that. That's what it's all. They
Factually
didn't.
correct.
We did.
Yeah. Let's go to Andrew. He's from Preston. All right, Andrew?
Andy?
Hi, lads. Are you all right?
Yeah, good, mate. How are you?
All right, Andy.
I'm all right, thank you. I want to bring up the point that from what I've seen from Gareth Southgate's reign, that he's gone. So 2018, he went 1-0 up in the semi-final, and then the standard dropped. And then obviously against Italy, we went 1-0 up, standard drop. And I've seen the same thing tonight. So for some reason, we go 1-0 up, and then we just don't do anything. And that's the problem. We need to be ruthless and see off a game, and we're not doing that. And it's a mentality thing. It's nothing to do with who he picks. The side is, it's obviously questionable from everyone's point of view, but we're not finishing off teams. And then you get scenarios in the second half where you invite this kind of pressure, and it's the same scenario happening time and time again on the Southgate. But I don't know why. Could you guys answer that for me, possibly?
Well, there is definitely a change in the way the game went at 1-0. You know, I would like to see us be a little bit more ruthless and put our foot on the throat and do what Scotland had done to them by Germany. You know, sense blood, sense you're on top, sense you can get the next goal and probably take it away from them. But we're a little bit fragile when it comes to that, and we showed second half how fragile we are. We aren't great when we get our noses in front and we're on top, which actually happened. Then it's like, how do you react to that? And I thought second half we were too deep. We couldn't get anyone. We were literally booting balls. Even Pickford was doing it from his hands, going long when we're deep.
Sorry to interrupt you, but it's a mentality thing, mate. Like, if you go 1-0 up, you should be going for it when you're on top. If we went 2-0 up before half-time, that second half possibly wouldn't have happened. The opposition then is still in the game.
It's not as if we didn't try that.
Time again.
Yeah, but there were chances. Walker had a great chance on the right. I thought Walker should have pulled the trigger. He looks like he's kind of got between a shot and a cross. I don't quite know what he was trying to do.
That's called not taking your chances.
There was another ball on the right-hand side again, all coming down the right, ironically, because we had nothing there. Where the ball's come across the 6-yard box and gone to no one because we got no width. So it's not as if we sat on it, but we weren't ruthless enough. We didn't smell blood, and I think that is
and that for me is the problem. We've got to take our chances. Don't go 1-0 up, go 2-0 up and see the game out.
Yeah, well, that's what that's what Germany have done. That's what Holland have done. That's what Spain have done. They've made statements. We didn't make a statement there tonight.
Second half was disappointing.
Second half was awful, in my opinion. And you got to think these other nations are going to be watching that game tonight, like we've all been watching them, and they're going to be looking at that saying, "We can beat England." Yeah. I'm sorry.
I disagree. I think that they look at that in the first 35 minutes and think they're going to cause a lot of problems. But when they go 1-0 up, they just sit back and relax. And that's when other nations will go.
We had no control of the game. We lost control. We had no real input in the dictating the way the game was played. And I felt that Serbia, even though they didn't really create a great deal themselves. I mean, I remember Pickford diving. There was one shot from it come down. You expect them to save it. But having said that, 1-0, the game is never cooked.
No. You come up against a decent side. Andrew, thanks for your call. Let's go to Tony, who's Aston Villa fan. Right, Tone?
Right, Tone.
Hello, mate. How you doing?
Right, Tone.
I'm good, mate. How are you? Look, we're talking about England's performance. I think everyone's pretty much got the same thing to say, but do you see anything different?
Well, to be honest with you, I mean, we got the win. I'm happy with the win. which is good. You know, he'll be forgotten about tomorrow, the next day, whatever. But for me, it's a simple fix. You know, if you're going to play the players that they started tonight, I'd have put Bellingham on the left personally. I still think Foden's an impact player. He's a very good player. I would have put Gallagher in the middle and then maybe bring Foden on, you know, when legs are tired, you know. I don't see any problem. You know, I think with what we've got at our disposal, we're more than capable of weathering any team in 7 games, simple as that.
Yeah, but you say you ain't got a problem. Well, we have got a problem because the second half performance weren't good enough. And there's telltale signs. You look at it, Trent in midfield, give the ball away twice in dangerous areas against a top side that you will get punished.
I think that's
Foden on the left, you're putting a round peg in a square hole.
Yeah, I get that. But the thing is, I think a lot of people are forgetting the fact that this Serbia team, you know, they're unorthodox, they're physical, you know, their journey's completely different to ours. You know, we want to win a tournament. You know, we've got the players there to do it. If we could switch out a little bit, you know, I mean, when Shaw comes back, we've got a different team altogether.
Yeah, I know, but you're talking about, you know, a fit Shaw. You know, I agree, but we're talking about Shaw that hasn't played for, was it 2.5 months? You know, look, I don't want to be too harsh because it's the opening game of a tournament and we picked up 3 points and kept a clean sheet, right? We were the better side and over the 90 minutes deserved to win. But, and there is a but.
Were we the better side?
Yeah, we were.
The first half hour we were.
No, we
weren't the better team in the second half. In the last 10 minutes, in the first half, Serbia were the better team.
They didn't like
score.
It
was because of a lack of quality.
I know, but what I'm saying...
In terms of a team performance, Serbia probably deserved something from the game.
No, they didn't. That's come on, mate, that's ridiculous.
That's because there's a lack of quality players that they've got.
Fine. But let's look at what we saw tonight, right? They didn't deserve anything out of it, Serbia. We were the better side. And was it brilliant? No. Was it unconvinced second half? Yeah. But I thought over the 90 minutes we've done lots to think about. This is not the complete performance. And if Southgate... And he's not stupid. He won't be kidding anyone that is going to be good enough to win the tournament, right? He will not be fooling anyone. He won't put the ball over my eyes or yours or anyone, right?
No.
But it's clean sheet with chances. If we won that 2-0, no one would have been surprised, right? But there's work to be done. And the problem position, as it was when we went into it, is the place next to Rice, place on the left-hand side of a 3, and the place at left back. They are massive problems. He's got to try and find a solution.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you can have your say. Keep your calls coming in, but it is hotting up in the US Open going into the final few holes. Let's go to Rupert Bell.
Well, Rory McIlroy is currently playing his final hole at 6 under par. He's been suffering from nerves, having got to 8 under par, 4 birdies in 5 holes, but back-to-back bogeys rocked his quest to end his 10-year drought for a major win, and he's now at 6 under. He had to get up and down from the par 3 17th. But Bob Bupker alongside me, have to say DeChambeau hasn't been driving particularly well, but he's held it together and just might have a chance to get his second US Open title.
Yeah, and it's far more at stake, Rupert. Believe it or not, and I think this is the first time it's going to be said on TalkSport. Rory McIlroy basically is playing for the PGA Tour. Bryson DeChambeau is playing for LIV. If Bryson DeChambeau wins, then there's no doubt those two tours are going to come together. If Rory McIlroy wins, there's still a chance they will come together, but it will not be automatic. And Bryson DeChambeau still has that tough par 3 17th hole to play, and that's no automatic 3 on the scorecard.
Well, he's got a 20-foot putt for that birdie to get to 7 under. His driving's been letting him down, but he just might have found the key as Rory McIlroy on his final hole has found the rough down the left-hand side or the scrub. So pressure on McIlroy, who did play brilliantly around the turn. But as we come to the climax of this US Open, they're locked at 6 under par. DeChambeau on the 17th, McIlroy now walking down the 18th.
US Open update on TalkSport with the Arnold Clark app. Everything for your car, all in one place.
Right, keep your calls coming in on the Sports Bar 03 717 2233 44.
The Sports Bar with TalkSportBet.com. Download the app today for tantalisingly tip-top odds and exclusive offers. 18 plus BigGambleAware.org.
Don't know your history. Those were the words of Nelson Mandela and the foundation of a new podcast from The Times and The Sunday Times, Your History. Join me, Anna Temkin, Deputy Obituaries Editor of The Times, each week as we explore the astonishing lives that have shaped our own lives. Your History, available wherever you find your podcasts.
At BetMGM, we know how to put on a show. So we don't just do offers, we do golden offers like this.
MGM Millions, our supersized jackpot where right now you could win over £19 million.
Get ready for the golden era in online casino. BetMGM, it's showtime.
Minimum 10p game stake. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
Oh, not near the house, please. Come on, up the other end of the garden.
It's fine, Mum.
Oh, it's gone straight through the kitchen window.
We'll get someone out to replace that for you. Don't worry.
With Direct Line's accidental damage cover added to your home insurance, whether you've smashed your window or spilt wine on your carpet, we'll get you from problem to solution as quickly as possible. Direct Line. We're on it.
Excess applies. Home insurance underwritten by UK Insurance Limited.
Do you belong here? Next to me on an anti-poaching operation. 2 days drive from anywhere. What's your gut saying? Want to change the radio station?
In sport this week.
Or jump in and keep us company. Still listening? You belong here. Army. Recruiting now. Search Army jobs.
Elite football deserves an iconic venue. The Village Hotel's Pub and Grill has everything you need to turn the big match into an epic tournament experience. Catch every game live on giant screens in 33 locations across the UK. With stadium-style seating in our dedicated fan zones, plus an unbeatable lineup of food and drinks, you can kick back at kickoff and never miss any of the action.
Absolutely first class!
The Pub and Grill at Village. Get in! Find out more at villagehotels.com.
All eyes on Germany this summer.
Come on, England! Come on, the Town Army!
I fancy us to win it this year, you know. We'll never hear the end of it if they do.
With free bets, offers and price boosts, bet Fred this tournament and get an offer on every game.
Oh, what a strike! Love football? Bet Fred.
A minimum of one offer per match between the 14th of June to the 14th of July. Offers may vary. European Championships only. T&Cs apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Drittes!
UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
Wouldn't you just know it?
Tomorrow night from 8. Uninterrupted, on-location commentary of Austria versus France.
And he scores!
Sounds like summer, feels like Fußball.
On TalkSport.
Yeah!
The quest for European glory is underway. Let history unfold. Saka getting towards the bar, works it inside the penalty area, and Jude Bellingham with a flying header has given England the lead.
You need interactions like that, whether they be bravery, a bit of skill, whatever it is, they're game changers.
What a start to Euro 2024. Jude Bellingham, 1-0 England.
The timing of that run is what he's been doing so well. And it was a brave header, really, to go thundering in the way he did.
Bellingham! 1-0 England! And the immensely talented teenager is off and running on his World Cup debut. It's gone, England leading by a goal to nil. Jude Bellingham has scored in the only goal of the World Cup against Iran, has scored the only goal of many, we hope, on England's latest tournament journey. And hey Jude rings around the Arena Al Shauka.
You are listening to the Sports Bar on TalkSport with me, Jamie O'Hara and Jason Cundy. We're taking your calls on England's performance tonight, but let's get back to Germany, where Faye Carruthers is standing by with England defender Mark Gay.
Mark, congratulations, 3 points and a clean sheet in your first tournament appearance. How was that?
Very happy. The performance of the team, I think it was a really assured performance, professional performance against a tough opponent. They made it really hard for us, but I think we dug in, stuck together, and that's the most important.
In the second half, they did particularly make it very difficult for you. Did you feel as if you lost control of the game a little bit?
I don't know, it's hard to say. I think when you're playing a good team and a good opposition, they always find a way to make it tough for you. You know, they've got so many top players themselves, a lot of players that play in top leagues and for top clubs. So you know they're going to find a way around our press and the way we play. But I just thought we adapted well. I think that's the most important in these tournaments: how you adapt and how you move on.
Did you feel as if it was backs against the wall a little bit in the second half? Obviously, you just had the one goal cushion.
Yeah, we could have nicked another one. I felt, you know, we had some chances, but I think it's always really good to suffer as a team, especially early on in the tournament. We can now take that opportunity, that learning opportunity, and move on.
Excellent, brilliant stuff. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Mark. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's Mark Gahey there with Carruthers. I've just got my head in the US Open.
I'm interested.
Unbelievable finish to this. We'll get over to Rupert Bell, but it is all going off. They're all absolutely apple crumbling. But my uncle John has been at the game tonight for England. I've decided to get him on. All right, John.
John boy.
All right, James, how you doing?
How you doing, John boy?
You all right?
Yeah, John, you've been at the game. Look, we've obviously been talking loads about it. I've been speaking to you over text. What was it like in the ground? What was the feeling amongst the fans there?
Well, to tell the truth, we started the first half brilliantly, I thought. We controlled the game. It was all us on the ball. We should have been more than one up, I think. We had a few good chances. But what the worry was, I would have thought, is in the second half, when the Serbians changed it a bit and they was dominating the ball, we didn't really know how to get back in control, did we? You know what I mean? They kind of kept the ball. And I think tactically we looked like we didn't know how to get back onto the ball against them. Bit of a worry, I thought.
Yeah, like John, in terms of the atmosphere, like in the ground, I'm sure it was amazing. But was there like any moments where the fans were turning a bit, or were they looking at it going, you need to make a change? Because obviously we're sitting here watching it on TV and we can sit there and scream at it. But sometimes you see it differently in the ground.
No, the atmosphere was fantastic as it goes. It got to be, that's what I'm saying to you. When they changed it, and then for the first 20 minutes of the second half, they controlled the game. We was just, they didn't make no changes, did he? Something needed to happen to change. He brought Gallagher on. It didn't really do a thing, did it? Although, to tell the truth, they never really got on our goal, did they? No, really?
No.
You know what I mean? They never looked like scoring.
No, and even though I felt you're absolutely right, we did lose control of the game. It never felt that they had wrestled the control completely out of their hands and they had control. They only felt threatening from my point of view because the scoreline was so slim. I don't know what it was like that last 10 minutes, even though we were the better side, I felt. At 1-0, you're never 100% sure.
There you go. It felt like we was hanging on to a game that really we should never have been hanging on to. We should have been clear and gone, look, it would be a worry. Against a decent team there, we would have probably got done, wouldn't we? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Maybe a good team would have exploited. And I think Denmark are watching that. They would have seen had Serbia come out in the second half and be looking to do that, and we should be able to change tactically, surely, against it, shouldn't we? We felt like we was hanging on to a game in the end.
We lost the thing.
We dominated and cleared.
But we kept, in the end, we were so deep because of felt a bit of fear. We couldn't keep hold of the ball. I mean, Kane, I have to say this a couple of times, Kane won free kicks, like the experience where he nicks the ball, goes down, he wins a couple of those and gets us 40 yards higher up the pitch. But in terms of possession, I thought that we
disappointed.
It was, yes, it was.
Yeah,
last half hour of the game.
Kane, Kane did have a good game, did he? I don't think
couldn't get him involved. Couldn't get him involved in the game.
But there was 3 crosses went across the box in the first half, and they was laid across for tap-ins, wasn't they? You'd expect Kane to be there to tap them in. I don't know. He didn't look fit. I don't think, Kane.
One of them he stopped running.
Yeah, he did stop running. He didn't look fit. And they looked fitter than us in the second half, I thought. You know, they run the game better than us. I thought Bellingham and Rice was fantastic. But around that, Saka seemed to fade, didn't he? A lot of our players seemed to fade. They was really tired.
Yeah. John, look, just you're out there. I know you go out there, you follow England all over the world. What's it been like? The atmosphere, just going there? You getting to the other games?
Yeah, we're going to go now to the other games. The weather's been a bit rainy as it goes, so that lets it down. But to tell the truth, it's not. We haven't been into none of the town centres. A lot of these grounds now, they're in like shopping centres, isn't they? Away on the outside. Right. So, but we're going to drive now then down south now for a bit of warmer weather as it goes. Then we go to Frankfurt and to the other games.
Right, John, I know what you're up to. Just behave yourself.
Come on, John boy, be a good boy,
mate. Uncle John, no messing about. We know your game.
I won't do. Joy, sort some tickets out and James.
It's expressing yourself and it's good to speak to you. I'll speak to you soon.
Hey, listen, I'll call you in Frankfurt. There you go.
Yeah, all right, phone us in a bit. Uncle John there, big England fan, Millwall fan as well, gets about, that's for sure. I can't wait to get to Rupert Bell because you are not going to believe what's happened in the US Open. But let's go to Leon, who's an Arsenal fan. Leon.
All right, Leon.
How you doing, lads? You well?
Yeah, right. I'm good, mate, I'm good. Are you happy with that today?
Definitely happy with the result. No doubt about that. I mean, getting 3 points, winning the opening game, I think that was the most important thing. So happy about that. Keeping a clean sheet. You can never be disappointed keeping a clean sheet. And we only faced one shot on target. So from a defensive point of view and a result, definitely over the moon. Second half, kind of expected Serbia to come out a little bit more after the way we dominated for the majority of the first half. You kind of expect that. But I think it's the same thing once again, putting the wrong players in wrong positions. I mean, Foden doesn't play on the left for his club. You can see that at international level. Trent doesn't play in centre midfield for his club. You can see that at international level. And if we carry on doing that, I think it will become undone.
Yeah, I don't think you'll... Well, it'll be interesting to see what he considers doing in the middle of the park because it is a problem area. I think Kobe Mainoo has shown that he is capable. In the friendlies that he's played there, in his back end of the season for United, I understand why he wants a bit of experience in there because we've lost it with Maguire. The left-hand side has been a massive problem before, even if everyone is fit, and everyone is fit, the problem he's got is at left fullback. If he's got Shaw, there's a balance of the side, then you don't mind necessarily either Eze or Foden or Gould, whoever it is, coming inside. There is no natural width on that left-hand side.
Yeah.
There is nothing. We have got nothing out there. I can't remember at any point in the game where on that left we drew their wing back out on that left-hand side to create space elsewhere. It didn't happen at all, and that is a massive problem for you.
Liam, thanks for your call. We've got loads to get through. We will be going to Rupert Bell after the break of the US Open. DeChambeau is just hitting his last shot into the 18th after Rory McIlroy's absolutely apple crumble, but it's still all to play for. 03 717 22 3344.
The Sports Bar with TalkSportBet.com. Belting broadcaster, brilliant bookie. 18 plus BeGambleAware.org. 18 plus BeGambleAware.org.
I'm thinking of starting a riding club.
Based on true events, The Bike Riders is TalkSport's must-see movie thrill ride of the summer. When outsiders become outlaws.
I don't want any trouble here.
One biker has to choose.
I have to admit, he took my breath away.
Exactly where his loyalties lie.
What do you want me to do?
Don't miss The Bike Riders, starring a sensational front three of Austin Butler, Jodie Comer and Tom Hardy.
Hey, you can't have those colors on in here. You'd have to kill me to get this jacket off.
A story of love, betrayal and brotherhood.
We gotta go. Nah, we don't. You're scared of us.
With people who do anything for their club.
I built this club out of nothing. This is my family.
Freedom is for the fearless.
Some people would rather crash than slow down.
The Bike Riders.
How many stoplights did you run? I said 7. Felt like more.
Only in cinemas. Out June 21st.
And now we hear from listener Ian on his fascinating collection of garden gnomes.
Well, I've been collecting and categorising gnomes for about 17 years now. I've devised an 8-character coding system relating to gnome size, gnome colour, gnome boot shape, gnome facial expression, gnome fishing rod, gnome no fishing rod, gnome hat contortion.
Get on, Bally!
Bally Casino has arrived. The American gaming experience is now here in the UK. Join and get free rewards every day after your first £10 deposit. Get 30 free spins when you spend £10. Play online today.
UK only. New members only must opt in. Free spins on Secrets of the Phoenix Megaways. Multi coin size 29's 30-day expiry. Further terms apply. 18 plus. Play responsibly. BeGambleAware.org.
Do you belong here? Next to me, about to jump into the sea on an army coast-steering expedition. What's your gut saying? Walk away from the edge? Or jump in and join a team that will be by your side for life? Still listening? You belong here. Army, recruiting now. Search Army jobs.
When Andre sold his car on finance with Motorway, he got more money. Ooh! He then put that extra money into tickets to follow his team around the country. Come on, lads! Selling on Motorway was completely stress-free, which is more than I can say about being a supporter of... Yes!
Sell your car the more money way, where 84% of sellers sold for more. Motorway. Validated against 2 independent sources. Visit motorway.co.uk/claims.
This June and July, the greatest show in European football comes to Germany. And TalkSport have teamed up with BetMGM to bring you an essential daily update with all the latest form, odds, and markets. Get ready. It's showtime. Every match day on Euro Game Day warm-up on TalkSport with BetMGM. Visit betmgm.co.uk or download the app. 18 plus gambleaware.org.
Talken Sporten und Talken Sporten 2. Official broadcaster of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
And it's a magnificent goal.
It's Destination Deutschland as TalkSport embarks on a totally Teutonic travelogue of European football.
Oh, what a winner!
From the matches in Munich to the clashes in Cologne.
Brilliant football!
TalkSport and TalkSport 2 bring you full, uninterrupted commentary of every game of UEFA Euro 2024 live from Germany.
Magnificent! Absolutely magnificent!
Euro 2024 live aus Deutschland.
It is game on!
On TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
You are listening to the Sports Bar on TalkSport. Me, Jamie O'Hara and Jason Cundy taking your calls on a big night for England. They win 1-0 against Serbia. Wasn't the best performance. You can have your say on it. 03 717 22 33 44. But we are going into the last putt on the US Open, and we have to get to Rupert Bell and Bob Bubka.
Yeah, it's enthralling, but you have to say Bryson DeChambeau now on the 18th with a 2-foot putt for it, but Rory McIlroy has blown his chance to end his drought of major wins because he was sitting at 8 under par, having had 4 birdies in 5 holes, but he's ended disastrously, missing a 3-foot putt to stay at 6 under par on the 18th. But Bryson DeChambeau, Bob, he's had to scramble throughout his 18 holes, but he's just produced a bit of magic in front of the packed grandstands at Pinehurst.
Yeah, absolutely. The pressure's been on Bryson DeChambeau. He's got the crowd behind him. You know, it's unfair. Rory McIlroy certainly deserves to probably win this championship, but, you know, when the chips were on the line, Rory just missed a couple of short putts. And, you know, one thing about Bryson DeChambeau, everybody marvels at his swing. But when you really break it down, it's a combination of the best things that Ben Hogan did and the best things that Jack Nicklaus did, Rupert. He's combined them to give him an opportunity now from inside of 3 feet to win his second U.S. Open.
And he has done it. He's leaping about around because he has won it for the first time since 2020. He's had to do it the hard way. Rory McIlroy will definitely have some scar tissue after this because it looked to be his for the taking when he'd moved to 8 under par. But just by digging deep, so typical of Bryson DeChambeau, he basically found a way to win. His driving was all over the place, but some of his recovery shots were quite extraordinary. Matthew Pavon's just got to bring this US Open to a conclusion. The Frenchman certainly can be mighty proud of what he's achieved this week as he completes the final shot of this year's US Open. But Bryson DeChambeau, runner-up in the USPGA, and had a brilliant Masters Championship. The Live golfer, won for Live, but Bryson DeChambeau, a big superstar, and he deserves it. But for Rory McIlroy, he will be feeling pretty sore.
US Open update on TalkSport with Arnold Clark. Get the UK's best used car deals, guaranteed.
Unbelievable from Bryson DeChambeau. A wicked tournament that he's had. Fair play to him because he's come from nowhere to be a fan favourite and he's got it done. Rory McIlroy is sat in that dressing room now watching that and he must be absolutely sick as a dog.
Close up. of him on his dressing room. The putt that he missed, if he'd putted that, they'd be now going to a playoff.
They would have been going to a playoff, yeah, but he's made 3 bogeys in the last 5 holes. He can't get away with that. Absolutely apple crumbles in the big moments. But fair play to Bryson DeChambeau. Yeah. He is the winner of the US Open. Live Golf with a big shout there. Fair play to them. I love Bryson DeChambeau, so I'm happy for him. Gutted for Rory, though. But let's get back to the football and go to Mark. He's a Stoke fan. All right, Mark?
How are you, Jamie?
Mark. I'm good, mate. How are you?
Yeah, not bad. First time I've spoken to you since I saw you at Warsaw.
Oh, okay, Johnny boy. Remember that well.
His name's Mark.
Marky Mark.
Johnny.
Go on, Marky Mark.
Go on, Mark. How are you feeling about tonight?
Glad I got the win. But what is it with Southgate, with his negative tactics? You get a goal and he just keep going backwards and backwards. And I thought second half, I thought they were bullied. I thought they were intimidated, I think.
But is it same old Southgate, though? Do you know, do we not have this conversation every single tournament? Like, the first few games are like, oh, here we go. It's same old. And I'm just sitting there thinking, well, I don't know what we're expecting. Are we expecting anything different? Because it doesn't change. It is what it is with him. And maybe we just need to accept it.
Well, do you think we'll get anywhere past the quarters? I don't think we'll get anywhere near there.
I think if we top the group, I think we've got a pretty easy run till the semi-final.
Same old then, isn't it?
Well, look, I think I think we've got to remember that winning a tournament, it goes on a journey. What we've seen tonight, mistakes were made. It wasn't perfect.
Yeah.
How do we move forward? What can we improve and make better from tonight? And we've learned over the last 2 games against Bosnia and Iceland, and move forward against Denmark on Thursday night. What can we improve? Well, the left-hand side we've discussed at length.
Foden has to be... Foden, I'm sorry, I love Foden, but he's got to be benched.
That might have to be a tough decision. And also...
Him from Newcastle there.
Alongside Rice. Who plays alongside Rice? The Trippier situation isn't going to improve anytime soon because Shaw is not fit enough to start. So that problem can't be... But the ones that he can remedy, alongside Rice and on that left-hand side, what does he do?
Well, you're about the left back. Would you not think Gomez? He can hit with left hand. He don't always put it in with his right. He can hit left. He can hit with his left foot. Every time Trippier, he's always turning onto his right foot.
I wouldn't have a problem with Gomez there, but I'm not sure it solves the problem.
I know he did well for Liverpool, didn't he? I don't
know whether it...
But it doesn't solve the problem of having a balance there. Do you know, what we need is Luke Shaw to be fit. You know, I don't think he even warmed up tonight, so I don't know how far away he is from actually having some minutes. But look, maybe going into the knockout stages, he comes back into the team. But I felt like, look, Trippier done well. He's solid. Defensively, he's great. He covers the back post. He does all right.
It's fine. It just ain't what we want right now.
We need more. We need star quality, and I just think he's a good player, just not enough. We're just putting, for me, players in positions that don't play in that position.
We're too predictable down the right. And Saka, I've got to say, I thought Saka really turned up tonight.
Yeah,
him and Walker down that right-hand side linked up well. That's where the goal come from. That's where our main threat come from. I think the time has come for Gordon to start. I totally agree with that. Yeah.
All right, let's go to Clayton. He's a Man United fan. All right, Clayton?
Hello, boy.
All right, Clayton.
I'm all good, mate. How are you?
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Okay. I'll tell you what, I just want to say quickly, I work evenings and I listen to this every single night. And I want to say the chemistry between you two is probably unrivaled between Goldie and Bent, mate. I won't lie.
Goldie and Bent? Get out of here.
Never heard of them.
Never heard of them. Don't even know who they are. Shambles.
Oh, mate, I love it though, boys. But yeah, I just wanted to say, I want to start off with a positive. I want to say, Gahey, what a performance tonight.
Yeah.
For a young lad, even, I don't know if you saw his interview on BBC After, he spoke like Bellingham. Do you know what I mean? And they're both young boys who are showing that they can come through and control the game and show some of the older boys, you know, like Foden, who didn't really turn up, that we can win games if we're a bit more organised. And I don't know about you boys, but I think earlier on in the game, I think Mainu should have come on. He showed all season that when we're being pressurised in them centre positions and we're losing the possession, that for United, who obviously plays with a bunch of really good players, that he can come on and control situations. I think he should have come on earlier. And I can't lie, Foden's a great player, don't get me wrong, yeah. But I think earlier on, either Gordon or Eze should have come on. And I think Kane, I love him. Don't get me wrong, he's brilliant in situations. But tonight, I think we needed that pace up front. I'd have bought either Ollie Watkins or...
we haven't really talked about Harry Kane, have we? He weren't great tonight at all. He had 2 touches in the first half.
Yeah, no, he wasn't. Couldn't get him in the game. I think there's also an element. They played the 5 at the back, which he's got 3 centre-halves around him, and it wasn't the game that I felt that he didn't drop deep, which I'm pleased to see because it gives more space, I feel, frees up the likes of Bellingham. If he drops into that space, I feel he crowds it out when he comes deep. I want him to stay high. And it was one of his night. We can't be dropping in Kane, all right? Second half, his performance, hold-up play, winning free kicks, that nous that he's got came to play. And it wasn't his greatest night. I think that as the tournament develops, we'll start to see the Kane that we know because he'll get more space. They played a 5 and a 4. It's horrible. Horrible to play against that, mate. How are you going to get him involved? How are you going to get him involved?
But I feel like we've had to change the way we normally play as England because Rashford's been poor this season, because he's wanted to play Phil Foden on the left. You've actually taken away from other people's games. Kane normally does get on the ball, he drops deep, and you have runners in behind. But that didn't really happen tonight, apart from Saka. So actually, we've really adapted the whole way we play as a football team because we've tried to pick people and put them in certain positions.
Well, that left needs to be sorted. That is an
left's a problem.
Look, do you know what? If you think about what happened before, Denmark draw, Slovenia draw, right? That is a good result for us. We once not beat Serbia. We're now top of the group. We're at 2 points clear. Another point sees us through. I know we shouldn't be looking like that, but we're pretty much out the group already, right? We're pretty much out the group, right? Now what we want to do is make sure we go and take it away from Denmark, right? That Thursday game now, you can almost, I'm not saying experiment, but you can be brave. We're in the box seat. Denmark cannot afford to draw. They almost need to beat us now.
Yeah.
Don't they? They almost feel like they need to win. Because if they lose...
Well, they're out.
Then, feels like it, doesn't it?
All right, keep your calls coming in. Loads to get through. We're going to take your calls right up until 12:30 tonight. So if you're an England fan, you want to have your say, 03 717 22 344.
The Sports Bar with TalkSportBet.com. Download the shiny new TalkSport Bet app at the App Store and Google Play today. 18 plus BeGambleAware.org.
Game today. Talk us through how you got all the snacks.
Yeah, no, obviously I'm in the area, seen the BP, obviously parked up there, catch the crisp, grab some drinks, hit the line, I'm ready to pay. Obviously, scan me BP, me rewards card, back of the net. Yeah, no, so we're off to a good start, aren't we? So, yeah.
BP is here for all your big game essentials. Plus, BP Me Rewards members can earn points to put towards great saves. BP, here for all of life's journeys. Obviously. BP Me Rewards card or app required. For full T's and C's, visit bpmerewards.co.uk.
Germany 2024 und der Fußball ist hier. Wunderbar. Und natürlich, TalkSport Bet have got a tasty tournament load of top offers to check out, including daily bet boosts, in play, cash out, und if you're feeling lucky, play the TalkSport Bet Lucky Dip for a chance to win big. TalkSport Bet, back of das Net broadcaster. Bring it on, bookie. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Do you belong here? Next to me on an anti-poaching operation. 2 days drive from anywhere. What's your gut saying? Want to change the radio station?
In sport this week.
Or jump in and keep us company. Still listening? You belong here. Army. Recruiting now. Search Army jobs.
All eyes on Germany this summer.
Come on, England. Come on, the Town Army.
I fancy us to win it this year, you know. We'll never hear the end of it if they do.
With free bets, offers and price boosts, bet Fred this tournament and get an offer on every game.
Oh, what a strike!
Love football? Bet Fred.
A minimum of one offer per match between the 14th of June to the 14th of July. Offers may vary. European Championships only. T&Cs apply. 18 plus BeGambleAware.org.
Who are you going for at Royal Ascot?
The favourite.
Yeah, the favourite.
The favourite without a doubt.
This Royal Ascot, everyone's going for the free favourite pull-out in the sun. It's jam-packed with top tips and form guides for all the runners and riders. Plus a free £2 in-shop bet with Coral on Tuesday. Get your free favourite pull-out in the sun every day of Royal Ascot. T's and C's apply. 18 plus only. BeGambleAware.org.
At BetMGM, we know how to put on a show. So we don't just do offers. We do golden offers like this.
MGM Millions, our supersized jackpot where right now you could win over £19 million.
Get ready for the golden era in online casino.
BetMGM. It's showtime.
Minimum 10p game stake. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
TalkSport.
Official broadcast partner of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
The goal is given. Fast-paced football fallout. Euro Sports Bar Weekender with Jason Cundy and Jamie O'Hara
on TalkSport.
Keep your calls coming in on the Sports Bar 03 717 22 3344. But speaking to TalkSport earlier in the show, Gareth Southgate spoke on how England can improve against Denmark. Here's what England manager had to say.
I think we need to conserve energy better in the first half. You know, we made an incredible number of runs and played with great emotion, but I think we took a lot out of ourselves in that first half. And physically, we have had players miss a lot of football, not have 90 minutes for a while, so that's something we've got to consider when we're making the changes that we had to make and making sure that the squad is in a good place. But they'll be better for the game. I think there's always huge emotion with a game, first game of a tournament, but also a game like today where the opponent are aggressive as well. But they've dealt with it really, really well.
Yeah, that was Gareth Southgate speaking after the game. Can we get Thomas on, the Liverpool fan, because Cundy wants to have a bit of a Barney with him. Right, Thomas?
Thomas?
Yeah. Hello.
Hello, mate. How are you?
Hi, Jason, Jamie. I love the show.
Thank you, mate. Thanks for coming on. What do you want to say?
Yeah, no, I just want to ring up and just think, I don't know what on earth you think you should bring it home from Germany, currywurst. Because I don't understand why England fans think they're bringing anything home. But as you look at that tonight, what on earth are you bringing home?
What do you mean we?
You, England fans. I'm just asking you, what he's bringing home.
Are you English?
Yeah, but I don't support England, but I'm asking you, what do you think you're bringing home?
Well, I mean, we're going to win. We've got a chance of winning the tournament. It wasn't great tonight.
You won't get the ball off the Germans. You won't be able to stop the French and the Portuguese from scoring. Well, I don't understand. And I tell me, how are England going to win this?
I don't really know how to take you seriously. It feels weird having an argument about England winning the tournament and you're English.
No, there's no argument. I'm just asking, how do you think you're going to bring it home?
Well, we've got to improve. Got to be better in the next game, and we've won. We've got 3 points. I mean, what you on about? I mean, you've still got a chance of winning it.
That Serbia team is horrendous. You know about 3 of their players.
Milenkovic was good.
You didn't really do much against them. Do you know what I mean? Not really. At the end of the day, do you know what I mean? How on earth are England going to cope against France and Portugal or Germany?
No, we'll find out, won't we? Because it's like beginning of the season. You still don't need your best team. And we'll see. No one's convinced by what we saw that we think we're going to win it. But I remember Argentina when they won the World Cup. They drew the first game.
No, what, Jason? That's a fair point, to be fair. But look at Southgate. The only thing more boring than Southgate is his tactics, and I mean that they are. Oh my God!
Portugal drew their 3 games when they won it. They got out of the group with 3 points. It's not impossible.
How good some of them English players are. They got Foden, Kane, Bellingham, and people saying Trent's got no experience. Trent's played in 3 Champions League finals.
Yeah, but he's not. But he kept giving the ball away tonight, didn't he, in midfield?
So did a lot of people.
No, I'm just saying. But you've mentioned Trent, and he's trying to work. He's trying to get the formula right. And no one's dislodging Saka right now. No one's dislodging Bellingham. No one's dislodging Kane. Right?
Yeah, but none of them really turned up, did they? Let's be honest.
Say again.
When none of them really turned up tonight. I know Bellingham got a goal. Listen, Bellingham was one of the best players in the world, but didn't really turn up, did they? And all this, it's coming home and all that.
A match.
I've heard it's coming home. Sorry to interrupt you, but the first tournament I remember was 2000, maybe 2002, so the Euros or the World Cup. It's been coming home since then. I don't understand. Well, why is it so deluded?
Well, you got a dream, right?
What's that? Sorry,
you got a dream.
You're a Liverpool fan, you know. Do you think you're going to win the league every season, even when you don't?
Yeah,
Exactly. So you're a dreamer. Do you know what I mean? You got to back your side. We're English. You're English. You don't support England.
I don't think anyone watching that tonight is going to be convinced. I mean, who do you think's going to win it? Pick one team, Thomas.
Honestly, I think it's France or Portugal.
We haven't even seen France yet.
I know, but I've seen a lot of them, and I've seen a lot of them.
I said pick one team. You've gone France and Portugal.
All right. Go on, I'll give you France then, Jason. I'll give you France, but my second is Portugal.
Yeah, I know. I mean, you're not really sticking your neck out, are you? I mean, everyone expects. You've got the world's best player.
Go on, I'll stick my neck out. I'll give it France.
No, we don't know. Look, I'm not convinced. Right, from what I saw tonight.
No,
but
it's this England team that they're just a big
but we got the best player in La Liga in Bellingham, right? He won. He's
Germany.
He's got. I think it's defensively where I'm worried.
Well, we got a clean sheet tonight.
Yeah. But going forward,
not convinced, are you?
No, and I don't think anyone is. I think Southgate's not convinced about what he saw. It's not the worst, ain't the best. Can it improve? Yes. Must it improve? Absolutely.
Would you start Anthony Gordon in the next game?
Yes, I would.
Would you drop Foden?
I would bench Foden, yeah, I would. If you're going to play Bellingham as a 10 and you're going to play the 4-2-3-1, you can't find a place for him on the pitch.
Would you play Trent?
No, I'd play Kobe. I mean, I would. I've seen what he can do. If the kid's good enough, we've got 3 points on the board. I don't think it's... If we saw Kobe Mainoo start alongside Rice, I don't think anyone in an England persuasion would be the least bit concerned about what they've seen that boy do. Would you?
I think he is a really good player. I think he's young. I think it's a lot of pressure to heap on his shoulders.
I don't know if it is, mate.
I think that what I've watched when he's played for Manchester United, I think he's been put in some big performances. He's been good. He also does give the ball away.
Oh, I don't know whether he does enough worse than Trent I saw tonight.
Look, I wasn't convinced with Trent from the start. I don't know why Southgate's put him in there, because he thought he was going to have loads of possession. But actually, at the end of the game, we didn't have loads of possession at all. We was hanging on. That's why he took him off.
Didn't really work.
Didn't work. And Foden didn't work either.
It didn't,
no. All right, we'll keep your calls coming in. We're going to take them for another half hour. You want to have your say on it. Sports Bar 03 717 22 3344.
The Sports Bar with TalkSportBet.com. Download the app today for tantalisingly tip-top odds and exclusive offers. 18 plus BeGambleAware.org.
Put your Three Lions knowledge to the ultimate test with the all-new TalkSport Football Trivia board game, England Edition. Use your on-target trivia skills to take on all challengers and score the ultimate board game bragging rights just in time for the summer of football. Featuring hundreds of weird and wonderful questions about the England men's football team. The TalkSport Football Trivia board game, England Edition. Available online and in-store at Sports Direct and Game.
Super-sized jackpot where right now you could win over £19 million.
Get ready for the golden era in online casino. BetMGM, it's showtime.
Minimum 10p game stake. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
Do you belong here? Next to me, about to jump into the sea on an army coast-steering expedition. What's your gut saying? Walk away from the edge? Or jump in and join a team that will be by your side for life? Still listening? You belong here. Army, recruiting now. Search Army jobs.
Well, the wait is finally over. And watch this. The fans appear to be playing the free Coral Reward Shaker. Here come the English, still managing to shake under all that weight of expectation. Oh, can you believe it? The free bet is coming home. Play the free Coral Reward Shaker to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers throughout the Euros. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK. Max one reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
Imagine having over 20 years of credit expertise in your corner. Well, with an Aqua credit card, you get exactly that. You get access to a team of experts and credit building tools like Aqua Coach. So you're supported every step of the way. Aqua, the smart way to build better credit. Search Aqua Card today. Representative 34.9% APR variable credit issued by New Day Limited, 18 or over, subject to status, terms apply.
At Vodafone, you can get your hands on big deals this summer, including the epic Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra with Galaxy AI, where you can save a massive £704 when you claim £200 cashback. But hurry, this deal ends 25th of June. Vodafone, the nation's network.
Saving based on 8 gig plan over 36 months and device promotions. Credit checks and terms apply. Claim verification at vodafone.co.uk/network.
This tournament, prepare for greatness with William Hill. Get ready for last-minute winners, legendary goals, and straight red cards. Oh, what was he thinking?
Win 25% more on every single game this tournament with Bet Builder Extra, online or in the app. Only from William Hill. Available day before match to kick-off. Bet Builders are 3+ selections at 3-1 or more. Pre-match singles, match stake £20. Full T's and C's apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave. On DAB, online and on your smart speaker.
Official broadcaster of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany. TalkSport. TalkSport News.
With your headlines at midnight, I'm Will Hobbs. England are on the board at Euro 2024. It wasn't perfect, but Gareth says he'll take it.
The squad is in a good place, but they'll be better for the game. I think there's always huge emotion. First game of a tournament, but also a game like today where the opponent are aggressive as well. But they've dealt with it really, really well.
The battle-hardened Jordan Pickford was encouraged by England's second-half toughness.
Yeah, we know you've got to suffer as a team, and that's what you've got to go through in tournament football. We know we could have scored more goals, we didn't, but we got the clean sheet and we got the win. That's most important.
Whilst the star man Jude Bellingham is just loving life.
I feel like I can decide games, but that happens on any given game instead of looking too far into the future. And the truth is that I really enjoy playing football, so when I go out there I play with the fearlessness because I love doing it so much. It's a release for me.
In the group's other game today, a moment of true footballing heritage. 3 years after his cardiac arrest at the last Euros, Christian Eriksen opened the scoring for Denmark. Erik Janse equalised for Slovenia thanks to a wicked deflection, so a useful draw for England. In the day's earlier game, Wout Weghorst and Cody Gakpo were the difference for the Netherlands as they squeezed past Poland 2-1. Bryson DeChambeau is the US Open champion thanks to an extraordinary McIlroy capitulation at the very end. 2 3-foot putts missed late on helped take Rory from 8 under to 5 under in the last 4 holes. DeChambeau held his nerve with a stunning sandwich on the 18th for a tap-in final stroke for glory. And in tennis, finally a huge boost for the Brits ahead of Wimbledon. British number 1 Jack Draper came from a set down to beat Matteo Berrettini in the Stuttgart Open final. It's his very first ATP title. Katie Boulter also retained the Nottingham Open, beating Emma Raducanu en route.
Talk Sport.
80 countries have called for any peace deal between Moscow and Kyiv to be based on the territorial integrity of Ukraine. Today's joint statement is the result of a 2-day peace conference in the Swiss resort of Bergenstock. 2 men have been arrested on suspicion of manslaughter after a 16-year-old boy was killed by a falling tree. Nottinghamshire police arrested a 28 and 31-year-old man. A 28-year-old woman was also arrested on suspicion of assisting. And the police officer who rammed an escaped cow in Surrey has been removed from frontline duties while an investigation takes place. A 10-month-old calf was running loose in Staines on Friday night when she was struck by his vehicle.
Talk Sport. Weather.
Talk Sport.
Listening to the Sports Bar on TalkSport. Me, Jamie R and Jason Cundy. We are going to continue taking your calls on an England result tonight. They win 1-0 against Serbia. You can have your say on Gareth Southgate's performance as manager. What did you make of the team's players out there? 03717 22 33 44. Bryson DeChambeau has won the US Open as well. Rory McIlroy left the building straight after the putt went in.
Feel for him, mate.
He's left. Hasn't even stayed for the ceremony. Hasn't stayed to do any interviews. He's got straight out there, McIlroy. An absolute apple crumble from him. I feel for him, but fair play to Bryson DeChambeau for winning the US Open. It's the second one that he's won, so fair play. Unbelievable night for him. And love me golf. But we'll...
Sorry, Jay.
Go on.
During the last ad break, they showed Rory's putts that he missed. And there's about 3 of them that are from like 3 foot, and they're all so similar. Hit the cup. It's called the edge of the cup.
Edge of the
rim.
cup.
The rim.
Yeah.
Goes round the rim.
He rimmed it.
Rimmed it.
I know.
Rimmed it. And then
I mean, as a golfer of his level,
can't be rimming.
I think I see a stat from 3 foot. He's had 263 out of 263 until the last 4 holes of the US Open today, and he's missed 2 from 3 foot. I mean, that has got to be one of the biggest crumbles you're ever likely to see, and he looks sick as a dog as he walks away. But I mean, look, it's one of them.
Terrible.
Probably should stay and be the front runner of the PGA Tour, but he's got straight out of there, so he's going to have to deal with some serious questions when he comes back. But he ain't answering no questions tonight, that's for sure. Bryson DeChambeau's your winner. But let's go to the calls on England. Dave's an Arsenal fan. Hi, Dave.
Right, Dave-o.
How are you, boys? You all right?
I'm good, mate. How are you?
Yeah. Well, I'm a little bit flat, to be honest, boys. Do you know what? At the start of this tournament, right, I was really excited about it. I saw Foden flying for Man City, Bellingham doing his thing, Kane doing his thing in Madrid. And I thought, going into this tournament, just give me something to sort, there's all the mess going on at the moment with, the voting and all that, and I just thought, just give me something to cheer about, and I was watching it tonight, and the first 20 minutes I'm thinking, this is good, this is all right, yeah, okay, yeah, looking good, and then towards the end of the first half, I'm thinking, they've run out of ideas, they look tired, they look leggy,
no,
and then they come out the second half, and we couldn't get out of our half, we had nothing. And I'm thinking, this is like watching the tournament 4 years ago.
Yeah.
I don't see anything different with this manager than what I saw 4 years ago.
But what I would say is, Dave, we did get to the final of that tournament.
Again, yeah, but we got to the final, though, Jay. But what happened? We went 1-0 up against Italy, and what did we do?
Would you be happy if we got to the final in this tournament, playing that way?
Of course I'd be over the moon, mate. But look, my heart wants it to happen, right? But my head and my football brain is thinking, we've got nothing on the left. We haven't got a proper left back.
Yeah, but Dave, see, here's the thing, right? It's 1 game old.
I know what
we're talking. Gareth Knight. Yeah, but Gareth's not. He has to rectify that, and if he doesn't, we will then have an inquisition about what he hasn't done because but it's 1 game in, Dave.
I know.
No, I just think we are ready to beat ourselves up as England fans because we've been here before. I think we have to see how this one plays out. Right? He's been brave in his.
Oh no, mate! I want to get excited. I really want to get excited about it. But what I've seen the same cracks and the same.
Yeah, it's 1 game in. It's 1 game in, Dave.
I agree with you, Dave. I agree with you. It's exactly the same.
We keep seeing it. We keep seeing it, though. I know it's only look at the Germany game. All right, I know they played against a poor Scotland team, right? But look at what Germany done. Now, people were writing Germany off. Oh, they're not the German team of old. They're not this, they're not that. They got Wirtz. They got that, the other young kid, Musiala, right? And they was ripping. We should be doing that with the players we've got. We should be doing to Serbia what Germany done to Scotland.
Yeah, but Scotland.
Scotland were awful.
No,
I mean, Serbia were a little bit better, more organised.
Serbia are much better, are they?
Yeah. Yeah,
I mean,
they are.
After watching them tonight, then I'd say yes, but
what I'm all right then. Okay,
I don't think you can do that, Dave. Look,
look, Spain. Then take a look at Spain, right? Coming into the tournament, the Spanish ain't got no. I hear it all the time. They butter up England this, England that, England that, England this, England that, England
Dave,
this.
we won 1-0, mate. Honestly, I know, but Dave, you phoned up. Right?
I'm like Jay, mate.
But you want
a lot of the same cracks.
No, but Dave, you're 90 minutes into it. This is the first step, right? We will see on Thursday, and then we'll see the following Tuesday.
Well, I'll tell you what, mate. I'll be ringing you back next week, and I'll be ringing you back in the quarterfinals or whatever we get, and I'll just say.
Well, we'll see then. We'll see then. But you know,
we are.
You might be right, but right now.
Kane should have been knocked off at half time. He was getting bullied. He spent most of his time on the floor, right?
But you're not going to take Kane off, are you, Dave? That's not going to happen.
I know,
but the change was in midfield with Trent, and the change for me was with Foden. That was the change to make. That was where you had to make the changes. That could have influenced the game, but Southgate didn't. He didn't do that. But we won.
I know we won, boys. Don't get me wrong. I'm over the moon we won, but all I'm saying, I'm not being.
Dave, I agree with you, by the way. I agree with you. What you're saying is
all I wanted was a big lift, right? I wanted to see the performance that I saw, Germany, Scotland, Spain versus Croatia. I wanted to make a statement.
You might see that. You might see that on Thursday, Dave.
I think you will.
You might see that on next Tuesday.
I'll tell you the biggest mistake he made, boys. I'll tell you the biggest mistake. He's put Trent in midfield and he left Maddison at home. He's got no one on the left and he didn't take Grealish. Right? Now, come on.
Grealish doesn't deserve to be another as Maddison.
I don't think Grealish would have influenced that game tonight.
I don't know.
He'd have drawn fouls, mate.
I would have took Rashford.
He'd have given us something. In a game like that, he'd have drawn fouls.
Well, Anthony Gordon is what Rashford is. That's what he's took him for, to be that player. But
he's trying to get Foden in the team, and he might have to come to the sad reality is you can't have two number 10s in that team.
I bet you any money he doesn't play Golden. I bet you any money he doesn't play Golden.
He might start Eze.
I bet you he doesn't play Golden. Well, honestly, he's going to stick to what he knows, and it's going to be the same old.
We'll discuss it. We'll discuss it on Thursday, right?
Not good enough.
We'll discuss it on Thursday. But
we'll never win a tournament with this manager. Would you have him at your club? Would you have him at Chelsea?
But that's not the conversation because we're talking. Of course, no.
There you go.
No, but Dave, that's not the conversation we should be having.
It's a conversation, Joe.
No, but it's in situ now, Dave. Honestly, you England fans, they drive me insane.
No,
you do.
It's not
You've seen 90 minutes of a tournament. Right, the first 40 was decent. Yeah, the second 50 was terrible. Right, we got to do better. We come away with a clean sheet and whatever. Honestly,
but Jay, if Serbia had scored, right, they would.
But they didn't, Dave. Dave, they didn't. But Dave, they didn't score, Dave. What if England got two more?
I know they did.
Yeah, if we got two more, then we've. I'm
being as ridiculous as he is. I'm being as ridiculous as he is.
No, but that's not ridiculous, though, because we didn't look like scoring. Serbia did look like scoring.
Kane, mate. If Kane scores the header, mate, Dave ain't phoning up.
One chance in the second half out of a poor performance.
I'm not saying it was brilliant. I'm just saying, Dave.
If Serbia had any, more than better players and average players, then they would have got something from that game.
But they didn't.
You play like that, you play it like that in the knockout stages.
Mate,
we're out,
mate. But teams won't play like that. They give us a bit more space. Honestly, I've been here before, mate. Just wait and see how it plays out, Dave, and then we'll have the conversation on Thursday.
All right, mate. All right. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll keep the faith, boys. All right. I'll keep the faith. All I'm saying, I'm with Jamie on this.
Well, history tells you you're going to be correct. History tells you're going to be correct, but. This not that there's a better performance in this English team, and I will wait and see it. Do I think we're going to win it based on what I see? No, I don't. But right now, it's too early to say. That's what I'm saying.
All right,
Dave, top man, mate. Thanks for your call. We're going to do one more round before we move on. So if you want to have your say on England's performance, give us a call on 03 717 22 3344.
The Sports Bar with TalkSportBet.com. Belting broadcaster, brilliant bookie. 18+ BeGambleAware.org.
A traffic update for all late-night travellers. There are delays outside getting to bed due to a hold-up at Grand's Never-Ending Stories. Please take the diversion via Mayo Chicken or a warming latte, which will see you home. Plenty of McDonald's restaurants are open late tonight. See mcdonalds.com for opening times.
You can't really be proud of yourself if you don't know your history. Those were the words of Nelson Mandela, and the foundation of a new podcast from The Times and The Sunday Times, Your History. Join me, Anna Temkin, Deputy Obituaries Editor of The Times, each week as we explore the astonishing lives that have shaped our own lives. Your History, available wherever you find your podcasts.
Sometimes running a trade or construction business can feel like working out in a sauna filled with wasps. But Xero accounting software can help. You can quote an invoice on the go to get paid faster. Soon it'll feel less like working out and more like chilling out. To Whale Song. Sung live.
This one's for you, construction business owner.
Search Zero with an X, because healthy business is beautiful business.
Where can you get the latest breaking sports news delivered with the laser-like accuracy of Michael Van Gerwen? And hear passionate opinions debated with the confident dexterity of Virgil van Dijk.
The Liverpool fans celebrate!
Answer on the radio show that's got the nation's sports fans buzzing like a Van de Graaff generator. Early breakfast with Shabana Hearn. Weekday mornings from 5 on TalkSport with Adrian Flux Van Insurance. Insurance for the individual. Search Adrian Flux Van Insurance to find out more.
Tritt es!
UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
Wouldn't you just know it?
Tonight from 8. Uninterrupted on-location commentary of Austria versus France.
And he scores!
Sounds like summer, feels like Fußball.
On TalkSport.
Ja!
It's coming home, it's coming home, it's coming, football's coming home, it's coming home, it's coming.
Who put this on? This is for Dave. Oh, doom and gloom merchant Dave.
Yeah, keep your calls coming in. You want to have your say? We got 10 more minutes before we move on. 03 717 22 3344. We're going to be doing a sports bar all week, me and Cundy. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, bringing you the nation's favourite, should we say, the sports bar. And we've got big games, so we're going to build up to them. We're going to speak to Matt Spiro in a bit as for the Austria v France, which is on tonight. We'll be taking calls straight off. It'd be good to compare the two, actually, won't it? See if France put in a big performance. So, you know, we've seen Germany win, we've seen Spain win, we've seen Holland win. You know, we see Italy got a result. So all the big nations have won. England have won, but it wasn't a great performance. Let's go to Matt. He's a Liverpool fan. All right, Matt.
Matty boy.
You're right, how you go?
I'm good, Matty. What did you make of that tonight?
It started quite well. I think it is the same old questions with Southgate. But what do people expect?
Well, expect him to learn from the last 3 tournaments and be proactive in games. That's what I want. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, okay. So do I. But if that's not what he's going to give, then why hasn't someone upstairs made the decision to put someone alongside him who can? Because he is good at some things, isn't he? He's good at creating a good atmosphere in the squad. It's a much better atmosphere in the squad than there has been previously.
Yeah.
You know, he's a good organiser in some ways. So why is there not a Harry Redknapp beside him?
Harry Redknapp there, is he? I mean, look, his guy, Steve Holland, that's the guy he turns to. That's the guy he likes, and you have to accept that that's his background stuff.
But Steve Holland is pragmatic as well. Why have the SA not said, right, if you're still in charge, we're having someone alongside you who's going to help you make more attacking decisions when it needs to be made. Like you guys saying tonight, it's clear as day to most of us who've...
At the end of the day, the gaffer's the gaffer. He makes a decision. You know, Steve Holland's just there to...
Southgate would walk away. I mean, that's basically undermining him as a manager.
You're basically saying we're not quite happy with how you do it.
Yeah, you might as well get rid of him.
And I think the FA are very happy with how he does it. Because he gets to the back end of tournaments all the time now. But... just tonight, it wasn't so much the performance of tonight. It was because you look at it and go, right, we've won the game. It's just, as we know, we're going to get out of this group. We know we're going to win a group. We know it's the same old. And you go, well, hold on a minute. It's like when we come up against a France, you know, we come up against an Italy. If we see that performance and that pragmatic style and that boring nature and that mindset of, we need to conserve energy and we need to sit in, it's just going to be the same old rubbish that we're used to.
The inability to change things is just...
scary.
It's really frustrating.
It is really frustrating because I feel like everyone must have been going mad at the TV tonight saying, please change the left side, please. Didn't change it at all. He left it for the whole game.
The obvious one, and Gord, with Shaw not being available, then I mean, for a start, why is there not another left back in the squad? But there isn't. So the obvious answer was Gordon tonight. But also, you guys were saying about Harry Kane was losing the physical battle. I can say he's on the bench. He's brilliant. I think you guys a minute ago were saying that Harry Kane was losing the physical battle towards the end of the first half.
Yeah, but Harry Kane, I understand what you're saying, and Ivan Toney, yes, I agree, is an option. But in a big game experience, Harry Kane, yes, he wasn't brilliant, but I tell you what, in the last 5 minutes, he got some big fouls for us. He uses his experience to get his body in positions.
And he was really close to getting the second goal, and then
he's had a header, was a great save. There might be a penalty that you're wanting to take.
Then, I guess.
I just don't think you take Kane off in them moments because them last 5 minutes were massive.
Maybe not as tournament progresses, but in the first game.
But he headed one off the line.
Kane's
he did.
Kane's not there. I felt our problem. We lost control of the game. In the end, we started clearing balls to no one. We were too deep. Bellingham's on the edge of our box. Rice is in the back four. We were too deep as a unit.
Same old England, though.
We lost control of the game. We lost control of the game, and we sat in. Having said that, Serbia really didn't have the ability to hurt us.
No.
But that's where it goes back to the point you're making. If we come up against a team that's better than Serbia, like a Holland or whoever, then we might pay. But then Holland will perhaps give us a bit more space. The way they play, the way they set in, it's horrible.
Is different, which is why you say them of a game might be
It's a 1-0 victory, first game of the group, clean sheet. Honestly, I've been here, I've watched England so many, last 30, 40 years I've seen. We're normally slow starters. Historically, we're not great starters to tournaments. We're really not.
Well, look, Argentina, you go back and made a good point. They lost to Saudi Arabia in the World Cup, won.
Portugal drew the 3 group games, got out the group, won it.
Did they?
That's what they did, mate.
They drew all their group games?
They got out with... I think
they went through with 3 points?
Mate, they only won one game in 90 minutes.
No way.
They did. They won the tournament, mate. They only won one game in 90 minutes.
And that was the semi-final, Jack just said to me.
Yeah, they won one game in 90 minutes. They won everything else either in penalties or in extra time.
That's unbelievable.
Well, it's about hanging in there, isn't it? It's about, they weren't great. Mind you, they did have Ronnie up top. But he didn't play in the final.
Didn't play in the final, come off injured. Yeah, unbelievable. That's unbelievable. How can you get...
Well...
They actually would.
Yeah. But look, it's one game, 3 points, clean sheet.
A special mention to Christian Eriksen tonight.
Yeah.
Fair play to him after what he's come back from. For him, he's scored a big goal tonight for Denmark.
Yes, he did.
It is an unbelievable achievement, and just seeing some pictures
took his goal well. Took it well.
And that's a miracle journey back from him.
Yes,
so well played to him. And let's go to Colin though in the shed, the Man United fan. All right, Cole.
All right, Cole.
Hello, boys. Good evening.
All right, Cole.
I'm absolutely livid with Southgate.
Go on.
It was obvious the first half, Saka, which I'm not a great lover of Saka, I have to be honest, being an Arsenal player, but he really did boss the game. And then they doubled up on him, and we had no threat on the left, which we all knew. Foden playing out of position. I'd have took off Trent, because he obviously is not a midfielder. I've dropped Bellingham back, put Eze on the left, because he's got a lot of speed, and put Foden in the middle. And we better pray that Shaw can give us 70 minutes against Denmark, otherwise we are in trouble, because that's where they attack around the right. And I thought the back four did well, to be honest, today.
I thought Gay was really good. I thought he played really well, Gay. I liked what he was about. He was solid.
The problem with Gay is his distribution out is not great, but give it to Stones and let him have it. But Southgate, as usual, we've gone back to where we were the last 2 or 3 tournaments. He doesn't change things, which is absolutely obvious to everybody who's got half a brain cell. And Foden
do you think he just lacks a bit of bravery, Southgate? Just to be like, right, he goes with the tried and tested all the time. He doesn't want to really make a change. And, instead of being brave and going, right, I'm going to do this. I'm going to make this change. I'm going to start this team. I'm going to put this player in that position because he's going to make it happen. I just don't feel like he's got enough about him to make a big call.
Absolutely fair point, that is, Jamie. Absolutely fair point. But the greatest thing at Hampton tonight was a 1-1 draw in the other game.
Yeah,
and
basically
we got 3 points, so it puts us in a good position. But if we can get 70 minutes out of Shaw, and we can put Eze on the left, and then bring Foden inside and put Bellingham next to Shaw and let Bellingham roam forward, we got a better chance. Saka was great. It was obvious he wasn't totally fit, but he was brilliant in the first half hour. Brilliant. He even went round the outside.
You're taking out the match winner and you're putting him deeper.
Yeah, because he can
Well,
go.
he won the
forward
match.
with the ball.
No, but the goal that we scored, you can make a good case to saying that Foden wouldn't be there.
Yeah, he would, but if Foden is good at the little balls through to Kane and little balls out to the wide and everything else, and then getting in the middle.
I don't think you take Bellingham out of there.
I don't think you can just because he's played there all season and he's been Real Madrid's best player.
I think you'd be mad to
and he
take
scored
him
the
out
winner
there.
tonight.
Right.
It's simple as that. He has to play number 10. You have to drop Foden.
The answer is Foden, unfortunately, has to be on the bench.
Don't do that. If you don't do that, you've got to drop Foden and bring Manu in. Or I didn't think the Chelsea lad did badly when he came on. He got himself stuck into what was going on.
I think the subs did all right. I thought Bowen done well, actually.
Bowen come on, actually done well. Fair play to him. I've not been a massive advocate for Bowen getting in
I thought
there.
he'd done all right, Bowen.
But,
defensively as well.
I thought he'd
kind of
done
want to cut the free. I thought the subs actually steadied the ship a little bit.
Yeah,
actually.
well, Bowen, what he did is he worked hard and he stopped crosses as well. Yeah. Like he wasn't allowing easy ones into the box.
He does that well, doesn't he, Bowen?
He does that well. So, fair play. He's one that you say, right, you deserve more of an opportunity. He puts a great ball in for Kane. And obviously they hit the bar. But no, I thought Bowen was right. Gallagher, he's going to give you energy and bite in midfield, which I think we're going to need as we move into the dawn. I don't think Trent can play in the knockout stages as a centre mid. Just don't think he can play in there.
We'll see him on Thursday, won't we?
Cole, thanks for your call. Let's go to Wayne. He's a Villa fan, right, Wayne?
Right, Wayne.
How you doing, boys? You all right?
Right, Wayne.
Yeah, mate. Yeah. What did you make of it?
Well, for me, first and foremost, it's the first game in the tournament, and we won. So there's a positive right there.
Yes, sir.
But for me, in the game, I was watching the game and I was thinking, there's a couple of things that I was like, wow, is that really happening? So for me, when I'm watching it, I'm watching Serbia getting on the ball in the second half and just driving straight down the middle of the park. Where was the press? Where was the people putting pressure onto the ball? For me, I think Rice carried Trent defensively. I think Trent put in some fantastic cross-field balls, which we all know he can do. But what I saw was that defensively, Rice was by himself. He was in the middle. He was getting headers on. He was defending his back four.
Rice was unbelievable tonight.
Yeah.
He put in a stellar performance.
He did. Yeah. Him and Bellingham and Saka were probably our three best players.
I think Rice was the best player. Yeah. I mean, Bellingham gets the plaudits because he scored the goal, but if you watch his all-round performance, Declan Rice, he was everywhere. World-class performance from him.
But I also think Bellingham was very good. How many times did he make those recovery challenges and win the ball back?
You can make a case for the pair of them. They linked up well. But that, like I said, go again, mate. The same old problem. We had this conversation after Bosnia. Who plays alongside Rice? We had this conversation back in March. Who plays alongside Rice? That answer has still not been answered.
No.
Has it?
It ain't Trent.
Still. Right.
That's answered it for me tonight. Yeah. It's not Trent.
I'm inclined to agree with you, mate.
You either go with Manu or you go with Conor Gallagher. Yeah, that's where you have to go.
I go Manu, mate. I go Manu with control of the ball.
Yeah. I think a couple of points. I think Kane, for me, I believe he's world class, but I do think that today's performance, I feel he was complacent. If you had a look at a couple of times, Bellingham's closing down the ball and Kane's just trotting, and then they managed to get out because no one's putting the pressure on the ball.
I don't know what the press was actually at times. It was a bit rubbish, wasn't it? Our press. It felt like, at one stage, you got Trent, the highest player. He was in front of... what's Trent doing there?
I think people are forgetting, Harry Kane's been injured. It's gone under the radar. He come off in some big games, and I don't think he's been 100% fit. Yeah. And I think tonight maybe you saw that he looked a bit leggy.
Well, we will find out if he feels. They'll have that conversation. That's where you got the fitness and conditioning staff.
Well, if you win the next game, you rest him. That's what I would do.
Why not?
Just give him a rest, and see how we go from there. Hopefully, get Luke Shaw back and get him some games. But let's go to Sal, who's a Man United fan. All right, Sal.
Hiya.
Hi, Sal.
Boys. I just want to say a few things. One of them is that I don't think our Southgate is the man to take us forward, to take us any further away. I don't think he's the man.
You want to sack him now?
Well, I don't think it is. I tell you what, what I've seen so far, right? Look, against Spain, Morata, let's say Spain, if Morata for Spain the other day, he got taken off. Even though he was the captain, he got taken off. We should have took Harry Kane off today. We should have given Ollie Watkins some time. We should have given the other kid from Brentford, what's his name? Tony.
What's his name?
We should have given him some minutes. Why not? Well, listen, let me say something to you boys, yeah? Goals wins you tournaments. Remember that.
Yeah.
Right?
Goals win games.
If we score goals, if we come out and we're just wiping teams out, and even if we concede 1, 2, or even 3 goals, if we were 5-0 up and we concede 3 goals, we're still winning.
But we won 1-0.
That's how you win tournaments.
But we won 1-0.
go out and...
We'll find out. I think Jamie made the great point. Kane's not been fit. We'll find out whether he's fit enough.
I know that. I know he's not fit. So why? I'm not saying. Listen, I love Harry Kane.
Whether he's fit enough to start or not and play 90 minutes.
One of the best finishers in Europe, Harry Kane. Don't forget that. But obviously, we have to start him because he's our main striker. I'm not saying don't start. We have to start it. But at the end of the day, you've got to give Watkins some credit. You've got to give Tony some credit. No, I'm not saying give him half an hour. Give him 10, 15 minutes at the end.
All right, Sal, thanks for your call. Appreciate
There's another thing I was going to say. We should make use of the demands we've got. We made 3 changes. Why not make 5 changes?
All right, Sal, top man, mate. Thanks for your call. Appreciate everyone phoning in tonight. It's been a great phone-in. We're going to move on now, though, and speak to Matt Sparrow, French football expert, coming up next.
Reasons to like TalkSport. 1, 2, 3. A bit of Simon Jordan, the hottest news from F1, the latest transfer deals done. Hawks.
Now these were the swinging 70s end.
Tony Cascarino, a trip to the casino, a pint of cappuccino. Alan Brazil.
Just brilliant.
Adrian Durham, come here if you want some. We'll bloom and take you all on TalkSport's got skills.
Don't be a blockhead. Listen to TalkSport on DAB Digital Radio 1089 and 1053am, on the app and on your smart speaker.
TalkSport.
The Sports Bar with TalkSportBet.com. Download the shiny new TalkSport Bet app at the App Store and Google Play today. 18 plus BeGambleAware.org.
We can't say sticks like Turbo from Evo Sticks' full name on the radio. We're not allowed. We can say that sticks like Turbo is an amazingly fast-setting adhesive. We can say sticks like Turbo can be used in all weather conditions. We can even say sticks like Turbo holds up to 300 kilograms in just 15 minutes. We just can't say what sticks like Turbo sticks like, but you can probably guess, and it really does. Sticks like Turbo from Evo Stick.
Good evening, night workers. This is the last train home, calling us a job well done and ready for bed via 6 McNuggets or a warm apple pie. Our final destination, as always, is home.
Plenty of McDonald's restaurants are open late tonight. See mcdonalds.com for opening times.
At BetMGM, we know how to put on a show. So we don't just do offers, we do golden offers like this.
MGM Millions, our supersized jackpot where right now you could win over £19 million.
Get ready for the golden era in online casino. BetMGM, it's showtime.
Minimum 10p game stake. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
This summer, TalkSport and The Sun have Euro 2024 vision. We know the players to watch in each home nation's team. The stars who will shine as the fans dare to dream. Now is the time for new heroes to rise. And maybe, just maybe, they'll bring home the prize. Get ahead of the game with breakfast tournament previews on TalkSport. With goals, the ultimate daily football pullout from The Sun. Join us for a glorious summer of football on TalkSport with The Sun.
First kick of the day.
The Weekend Sports Breakfast. Tomorrow morning from 6 on TalkSport.
First live football, fixture talk, and full flavour fan food.
With big game previews,
big name exclusives,
and qualifying comment from the nation's Destination Dawn Chorus.
Unequivocal, qualified comment and concentrated club talk.
On the Weekend Sports Breakfast.
Pitch perfect and ready to play.
Tomorrow morning from 6
on TalkSport.
TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
Official broadcaster of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
Full match commentary of today's games. Romania versus Ukraine. Kick-off 2 p.m.
on TalkSport 2.
Oh, it's in! Belgium versus Slovakia. Kick-off 5 p.m.
on TalkSport.
Curled in an absolute cracker.
Austria versus France. Kick-off 8 p.m.
on TalkSport.
It's a header, it's in!
No one gets you closer to the action.
He's put them in front.
UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
All the goals at all the games on TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
Kylian Mbappe, right-footed, saved by Jan Sommer, and the world champions are out.
I think the loss to Switzerland quickly at the Euros was psychologically was like, okay, we let the country down.
and we can't do that again. Mbappe has a hat-trick. He has his place in history.
France, for me, are the roadblock. It's an obvious thing to say, but you look at the quality of players they've got, the mindset they've got, the experience they've got. They've been over this track before.
With France, we don't need 2, 3, 4 occasions to score. When they come, we take it.
Where are the weak points? And there aren't many.
Griezmann is through. It's 4. Alaba with a high ball into the area. Arnautovic, a stooping header.
The only concern about them is some key players missing. No Sasha Kalajdzic up front. The goalkeeper's missing, Schlager, he's injured. Sava Schlager in midfield, he's injured as well. And no David Alaba as well.
You're listening to the Sports Bar on TalkSport with me, Jamie O'Hara, and Jason Cundy. It's now time to take a look at Austria versus France with TalkSport Bet.
Football form on the Sports Bar with TalkSportBet.com. Download the shiny new TalkSport Bet app at the App Store and Google Play today. 18 plus BeGambleAware.org.
We are now joined by French football expert Matt Sparrow. Matt, how are you?
Good morning, boys.
Matt, many have picked France as favourites for the Euros. Is there an expectation from the French that they will go all the way?
Yeah, I think expectations are very high. I think it's perfectly sort of reasonable and understandable. This is a team that's got used to getting to major finals in recent years, and they've got a huge amount of depth, they've got a huge amount of quality. There are some question marks. One being the form of Kylian Mbappe, because in the last few months he was clearly struggling. There was the weight of his situation, his departure from Paris Saint-Germain, seemingly sort of hanging over him, but. He looks to be liberated of that now, having joined Real Madrid, and certainly in the friendlies leading up to it, he looked very sprightly indeed. So, yeah, very, very strong squad. And, of course, the man in charge, Didier Deschamps, he's been there for 12 years now, been there, done it before, and he's ready to go.
Matt, there's been a lot of conjecture, actually, about the centre-half pairing. Konate and Upamecano feel that Didier Deschamps, that's the way he will go. However, Saliba might have forced himself in the record, not just because of what he's done at Arsenal in the last 18 months, 2 years, but also he did very well from what I've heard in the friendlies building up to this. What do you think Deschamps will do?
Yeah, he did pretty well against Canada in the last friendly, William Saliba. It is looking increasingly likely that Saliba is going to get his chance tonight against Austria. There's been sort of, a lot of disbelief in the UK that Saliba could be maybe left out. Upamecano and Ibrahima Konate have been the first choice pairing for a couple of years now, and they got France to a World Cup final. Didier Deschamps is a very, very loyal coach. He's similar in some respects to Gareth Southgate, certainly until recently, in that he has his guys that he knows are reliable. But Saliba's performances, over 2 seasons now, he's been getting the plaudits, probably, even more this season, absolutely outstanding. And it's putting a certain amount of pressure on Deschamps to make a change. Upamecano's lost his place at Bayern Munich this season. Ibrahima Konate's been in and out a bit at Liverpool with injuries. I mean, they're all terrific centre-halves, but I think Saliba's going to get his chance. And, Deschamps has been critical, surprised a lot of people by saying that Saliba does some things sometimes that I don't particularly like. And it's true that when he's played for France, he hasn't quite looked as assured. He hasn't quite looked like the Saliba that we've seen at Arsenal. But he's 23. He's ready to go. And I think once he does get his chance, once he gets his place in that team, he's going to be there for a long while.
Kylian Mbappe returns to France training ahead of the first Euro 2024 game. Will we definitely see Kylian Mbappe start against Austria? There was a slight worry that he may miss out on the first game.
Yes, Mbappe, he'll start. He was talking in the press conference last night, saying, that he's absolutely ready to go. He said, I'm 100% in my head, and I'm hoping that I'll be 100%, with my legs as well. And I think even if Mbappe isn't quite 100%, he still plays. He's the captain of this side. He's the leader. The one question would be, does he start on the left or does he start through the middle? I don't think there's much doubt it's going to be Ousmane Dembele on the right. It's going to be Marcus Thuram up front with Mbappe. It's a question whether Thuram starts wide left or whether Thuram starts through the middle or whether it's Mbappe. But, Thuram and Mbappe know each other really well. I think either way, it will be quite fluid and they've got a good understanding. But, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how sort of fit and how close to his best Mbappe is, because like I say, it's been a pretty long sort of dip with Paris Saint-Germain. It was a difficult end to the season for him, so it's going to be fascinating.
Matt, the thing I love about this French, I'll say love, I mean almost fear is probably a better word, is it's got a lovely blend of players that are perhaps coming to the end of their cycle, players that are in the middle, and players at the beginning. It almost feels like, we've seen Croatia come to the end of that cycle, and we saw that the other night. It feels that this French cycle keeps continuing, and it almost feels seamless. Do you see that same kind of squad?
Yeah, I think, at the World Cup in Qatar, it was maybe still a bit young. I mean, they got to the final, and like you said, they had those experienced guys, and Griezmann was brilliant in the World Cup. Olivier Giroud, who's almost certainly starting as a substitute, and at the Euros, he was also outstanding at the World Cup. But you're right, there are guys like Thuram, Mbappe, Dembele, the front three, but for starters, who are all mid-20s now, and in their prime. You've got Theo Hernandez at left back, who's been doing it at the top level for a while now at Milan. I think what is interesting is that Deschamps absolutely does still want that experienced spine. He's lost Lloris and he's lost Varane, and I think that's maybe significant in him calling N'Golo Conte back, which no one was expecting. But he, by all accounts, has been absolutely brilliant in training. He's been playing in Saudi Arabia for a season, so that's another one to look out for in tonight's game. Just, is he still the N'Golo Conte that we know? I mean, everybody is saying that, he's just slipped seamlessly back into the side, and if he's top level, that's a massive boost for Deschamps.
Ralf Rangnick seems to be getting the best out of this Austria squad as they go into the Euros. Great winning form. Can you see Austria causing an upset or getting anything from it?
Yeah, look, I think Austria are a side that France should be wary of. France under Deschamps, they've always won their opening game at a major competition going back 12 years now. So France are clearly favourites. But I think, looking at this group as a whole, the Netherlands looked good, didn't they, against Poland by and large. But I think Austria have absolutely got a chance of getting through this group, whether that's as a second or a third place team. Look, there's some quality. I'm one player that I watch here in France is Kevin Danso, who is an absolutely really impressive, commanding centre half. He's been playing with Lens, was great in the Champions League this season. He's a guy who had a brief spell as a young player at Southampton. I'm looking forward to seeing him against the France attackers. And there's some quality throughout this team, but honestly, I don't see Austria causing France too many problems this evening.
We saw the Netherlands come back from 1-0 down earlier yesterday. What did you make of their performance? And I'm guessing you feel that France will cruise through this, but good spirit shown from the Netherlands.
Yeah, absolutely. Not easy to go behind in the opening game. There was absolutely no panic from them. I mean, the Dutch, we know they've got phenomenal centre halves. I thought Van Bruggen, the goalkeeper, looked really impressive. Yes. I've been hearing a lot of good things about him, and he did look assured against Poland. Szczesny as well. Both goalkeepers played well. There was a lot of chances. I thought Memphis Depay tried hard, but had a bit of a nightmare in front of goal. And that'll probably be the question mark about the Dutch. Can they get a regular goal scorer? Can they get 4 or 5 goals out of Memphis Depay? Because Weghorst, he can do a job, and credit to him, he came on and scored the winner with perhaps his first touch even. But against the top sides, is Weghorst good enough to really do damage? I don't think he is. But there's a lot of quality. France beat the Dutch fairly easily in the 2 qualifying games. So there's definitely a feeling that the French will be too strong for them. But in a one-off game, you never know. And yeah, I mean, we saw it. We saw it with Cody Gakpo looking sharp. Memphis Depay in attack. Weghorst coming on. Why not this Dutch side could they could be a surprise contender to go far.
Matt, just going back to France again before we let you go, I saw an interview with Marcus Thuram where one of the journos called him Killian. And of course, it's an easy mistake to make when you're those sort of things. But I thought he dealt with it very well. I just wonder what you made of that. When you look at those sort of things, you look at players and you're always looking for those little percentages of how are the squad getting on. It seemed to me that he dealt with it very well, laughed it off. Can that tell us anything?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think they're a close-knit group. I don't think there's much doubt about that. He suggested that he's better looking than Kylian.
He did, and that's the bit that made me smile, yes.
Was a bit surprised. He obviously feels comfortable enough to have a bit of a dig at Kylian Mbappe. And I don't know, I've always felt that Mbappe looks more comfortable in this France team than he has done at Paris Saint-Germain. I think a lot of that is linked to his relationship with Deschamps and the respect he's got for Deschamps. And I feel, I mean, maybe it's also that he hasn't had Neymar and Messi, in the past to sort of fight with for the top billing. But there are no question marks anymore about who's the main man in France. And I think that means everybody can sort of relax, try and play to Kylian Mbappe's strengths. And we've seen Thuram at Inter this last season. He's capable of scoring goals. He's a top player, and they've got top players all over. So if the opposition are putting 2 or 3 men on Mbappe, then France are going to create chances through other avenues.
Matt, can we get a score prediction for the game? What do you reckon?
I'm going to go for a solid 2-0 victory for the French. And I'll predict Kylian to get up and running with a goal.
Thanks, Matt. That was a look at the latest action. Thanks to TalkSport Bet. Terms and conditions apply. 18+. BeGambler.org.
Football form on the Sports Bar with TalkSportBet.com. Download the shiny new TalkSport Bet app at the App Store and Google Play today. 18+. BeGamblerWare.org.
Reasons to like TalkSport. 1, 2, 3. A bit of Simon Jordan. The hottest news from F1. The latest transfer deals done. Hawksby.
Rallies with the swinging 70s end.
Tony Cascarino. A trip to the casino. A pint of cappuccino. Alan Brazil.
Just brilliant.
Adrian Durham. Come here if you want some. We'll bloom and take you all on TalkSport's got skills.
Don't be a blockhead. Listen to TalkSport on DAB Digital Radio 1089 and 1053 AM, on the app and on your smart speaker.
TalkSport.
The Sports Bar with TalkSportBet.com. Brilliant broadcaster, best in class bookie. Say no more. 18+. BeGamblerWare.org.
McDonald's fries. You taste of paradise, and my love I can't disguise. Oh, McDonald's fries.
Thanks for the poem, Lisa. The fries you love now love you back. Introducing McDonald's Surprise Fries. Millions of tasty prizes to be won, including cash. Peel on any medium or large fries for a chance to win. End 2nd of July. App may be required. 18+. UK only. Serve from 11 AM. Terms apply.
Who are you going for at Royal Ascot?
The favourite.
Yeah, the favourite.
The favourite without a doubt.
This Royal Ascot, everyone's going for the free favourite pull-out in the sun. It's jam-packed with top tips and form guides for all the runners and riders. Plus a free £2 in-shop bet with Coral on Tuesday. Get your free favourite pull-out in the sun every day of Royal Ascot. T's and C's apply. 18+ only. BeGamblerWare.org.
Don't miss your getaway gift at Arnold Clark. Buy a used car today and choose from one of 3 amazing gifts. A £65 Love Holidays voucher, an overnight stay for 2, or a £50 Boots digital e-gift card. But hurry, getaway gifts ends today. Visit arnoldclark.com to find your perfect car.
It's nice to be treated as an individual. That's why with an Aqua credit card, we give you a personalised credit limit that could grow as we get to know you. So you can feel confident on your credit building journey, knowing with an Aqua card it's tailored just for you. Aqua, the smart way to build better credit. Search Aqua Card today. Representative 34.9% APR variable credit issued by New Day Limited, 18 or over, subject to status, terms apply.
Where can you get the latest breaking sports news delivered with the laser-like accuracy of Michael Van Gerwen?
1 hour and 80.
And hear passionate opinions debated with the confident dexterity of Virgil van Dijk.
The Liverpool fans celebrate.
Answer on the radio show that's got the nation's sports fans buzzing like a Van de Graaff generator. Early breakfast with Shabana Hearn. Weekday mornings from 5 on TalkSport with Adrian Flux Van Insurance. Insurance for the individual. Search Adrian Flux Van Insurance to find out more.
I say, this summer vote for TalkSport, your official general election and football station.
Full live commentary of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany throughout the tournament.
They're off and running.
Plus, almost full commentary at general election started already.
TalkSport is first between the posts every day.
We've got the polls.
And the goals.
What a strike!
We've got the landslides.
And the knee slides.
How about that?
It's balls, ballots, and Berlin on your Football 2024 election station.
Oh, that's top European quality.
Order. Talk Sport.
Right foot curler. That is why Kylian Mbappe is one of the greatest players in the world.
They have a good chance to do something very good.
Oh, brilliant header by Sabitzer. It's a wonderful goal.
If you look at them, 11 wins in the last 14 games. That's not to be sniffed at.
And Ukraine score. And listen to what it means.
I mean, it's remarkable that they're playing, but they're playing to this sort of level. On another level, it does show that this is a really good generation of players.
And Romania have the opening goal. Throwing the rest of the area. Oh, what a magnificent strike.
I think that they've got a really good chance of being able to get to the semi-final.
Chance for Slovakia. Is it in? Yes, it is. Incredible.
There's not a lot to recommend them as a team that's going to get much further in this tournament, in my opinion.
You're listening to the Sports Bar on TalkSport. Me, Jamie O'Hara and Jason Cundy. Right, let's crack on. What are we doing tonight? What's the last...
How are you guys, all right?
They're good.
We're playing Guess the Player. I don't think I've played this.
So, tonight we're going to do Guess the Footballer. I'm going to make it a Euros edition, so it'll be a notable player from the Euros.
Right, okay.
Doesn't mean he's necessarily playing now.
Right.
But it is from the Euros. So you can only ask me 15 questions max.
Right.
Okay.
And you can only answer yes or no.
Right.
So you think wisely. With
You can only answer yes or no.
I can only answer yes or no.
Right,
correct.
Okay. All right. Is he English?
No.
Is he still playing?
No.
You had to think about that, didn't you?
Okay.
He's not playing.
At all. Has he scored at the Euros?
He has.
Okay.
So he's not English.
Scored at Euros.
Scored at Euros. Okay.
Has he won the Euros?
Yes.
He's won the Euros. He's won the Euros.
Okay.
That's 4 questions, by the way, guys.
That's 4 questions. I'm writing it down. All right, mate. All right. So not English. Won the Euros. Okay. Is he a striker?
Yes.
Okay.
That's a great question.
Striker. Won the Euros.
We're trying to work out which country he plays for now, aren't we?
Yeah.
So basically, he's not English. He's retired. Scored at the Euros. He's won the Euros. He's a striker. Is he French?
No.
No, he's not French.
Okay. Is he Spanish?
No.
Okay. Is he German?
No.
Jeez.
Right. So he's got to be. So is it Portuguese? I mean, is that the only one left? Oh, it just depends, though, mate.
No,
it might be like you Italian. It's either Italian or Portuguese, isn't it?
Is Italian or Portuguese?
Let's just play off that at the minute. We know can't be any others, can it?
Okay.
Unless it's like years ago. Who like Danish or something stupid like that?
It's not it's got to be
Greek.
It's got to be
Greek.
No, it's going to be a notable player, and it's got to be. He's not going to give us a Greek striker. He's not going to give us a Greek striker.
You don't know. Look at him. Look at his face. Look.
If he gives us a Greek striker, I'm leaving.
Mate,
I'll walk out.
Mate, he's dodgy. Look at him. Look at his face.
I'm not having a Greek striker.
Right,
no.
So he's
Italian.
He's either Italian.
Who played up front for Italy when they won it?
Balotelli, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't Balotelli. I couldn't tell you who played up front. Is he Italian?
No.
Right. That solves that problem then. Right, so that's 10 questions. No, that's 9 questions we've asked.
Hold on, he's got to be Portuguese. I mean, do we want to know if he's...
Is it Ronaldo?
No, he can't be. He's not
No,
Ronaldo.
no, retract that. Because he's still playing.
He's still playing. He's so hold on, 80.
Is he German?
Hold on. We asked that.
No, we haven't asked
that. It's a no.
You have asked that question before.
Oh, okay. I thought... All right, so who's the other one? Oh, Portuguese.
So hold on. Right, hold on.
Who else just won it? Who else has won it?
It's only Portugal in the... Okay, right, we need to find out when he retired.
Okay.
Let's ask if he's Portuguese. Go on, just ask.
Is he Portuguese?
Yes.
Right. There you go. So we've got 5 questions to figure out what Portuguese strikers won the Euros.
Postiga played for them, I think.
Yeah, I know Postiga did play up front, but is he going to really throw Postiga at us?
Mate, why not? He might do. How many got? 1, 2, 3.
If we say a name,
7,
does that
8,
count
9,
as a
10.
question?
It does.
So we got 2. We got.
Is it Postiga?
No.
Right, so now we've got 4 questions. Who's retired that won the Euros? It must have been when Ronaldo played. Who played up front in that Euro team? I haven't got a clue. Who's Portuguese? Oh dear, come on mate, help me out.
Rui Costa? No, he's a...
I couldn't tell you who I couldn't tell you who was in their squad. I couldn't tell you who played up front for him. Who played in the final? Like, what was the team?
Hold on, who?
Do you know what I mean? Like, who was in it? I'm trying to think of someone who played in the team. No idea. You're offering nothing here, aren't you?
No.
Is it Nani?
No. So you are looking for a striker. He's Portuguese, and he's retired, and he has won the Euros.
I mean, it could be anyone because it might not even be the one we're thinking, like the Ronaldo era when Portugal won it. But have they won it before?
No, if it's the first time.
Quaresma.
No.
Look, we don't know, mate. So I have no idea. I couldn't even give you another name.
Shall I give you boys a little hint? Something to go off.
Go on in.
This player came off the bench in the final.
I don't know who that is. That doesn't help because
Does that spark anything?
I don't know who that player is. I don't know who come off the bench. I don't know who played up front. I thought it was Quaresma. Ronaldo come off injured, didn't he? And I thought someone like Quaresma or someone or Nani come on and played. If it's not them, I don't know who it is. So give up, mate. Go on. What is it?
The player was Eder. He came off the bench to score against France in the 2016 European final.
I mean, am we meant to know that? Eder. I mean, Cundy, help me out here, mate. Who's come up with this game? Whose game's this? Whose game's this? I know it's a Sunday night, right? And it's not our usual timing, right? But who's come up with this game? Because if I ever see this game again, we need to start having a word with the sports bar crew here because this game's unacceptable. Who put this together? We just want to sack it off, didn't you?
This is
like we don't even want to have another go at it, do you?
No.
And we just absolutely smashing Jack out of the park here and saying that's unacceptable.
The trouble is, it's the show that what we do. We end the show. It's normally high fun, laugh. This is literally us going right. Okay, I mean, Eder, mate, good player.
It's a good player, but come on, like you know what I mean. Right, I think that's all we got time for tonight. Wasn't the best ending of our. It was a bit like England tonight, I'd say, that ending. Wasn't great. But we'll be back tonight taking your calls from 10 p.m. Thanks everyone for listening. See you later.